Over a dozen muscular men bowed in unison, exuding a threatening aura, and marched out of the room. Inside the diamond box, Chen Kexin was enthusiastically giving a speech about her brilliant counterfeiting plan. Suddenly, the door was kicked open violently. Bang! Then, a group of strong men in black sleeveless shirts stormed in. The leader, Ajian, had a fierce expression on his face. "Who dared to hit my young master? Those who don't want to die, come out now." Me, it was me." Chen Kexin was excited and raised her hand repeatedly. It seemed like she was afraid of being overlooked in the crowd due to her height of 155 centimeters, so she kept jumping up and down. This scene left Ajian and the other big men dumbfounded. Is this little girl crazy? Why is she so excited? Don't tell me. This little girl must have been pushed out as a scapegoat. Due to the hurried rush, Ajian was not fully aware of the entire process of Zhao Lei's injury. But he didn't believe that the little girl before him had the ability to harm Lord Tiger's son. The true culprit must be hidden among these men. Humph! A bunch of cowards. Do you only know how to push a little girl out? Since the main culprit is unwilling to come forward voluntarily, then take them all away from me. Ajian waved his hand, signaling not to let a single person go. This made Chen Kexin feel annoyed. Hashu hey! I said it was me. Why don't you believe me? And I'm 18 now, not a child. Besides, calling me small, believe me, or I will use a Gatling gun to spray you to death. Hearing Chen Kexin's rant and antics, He Yicheng and the others were about to be scared to death by this woman. Please, calm down a bit. Our hearts can't take it tilde. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuan watched the scene, finding it quite amusing. Beside him, Sufan had a cold face, neither happy nor sad, seemingly not noticing the black-clothed men surrounding him and the others. Soon, led by Ajian, the group arrived at the king's box. Huh? The Lin father and son are also here. Upon entering, Lin Zhuan saw two familiar figures on the sofa, and sitting across from them happened to be Zhao Hu and his son. Dad, it's that little bitch. Bring her to my room. I want to torture her. At this moment, Zhao Lei had regained his senses, but the tingling sensation in his body still lingered, adding to his gaze towards Chen Kexin, filled with hostility, desiring to quickly get this girl up to bed and mercilessly abuse her with his club. Chapter 80. Lin Jianjun's bitter smile. What have I done wrong to give birth to such a rebellious son, Lord Hu? There's a misunderstanding here. Let me explain slowly to you. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, He Yicheng, with a brave face, stepped forward. He tried to explain the events from a fair and neutral perspective, highlighting Chen Kexin's family background. Originally, what He Yicheng said, Zhao Hu mostly dismissed as nonsense. He didn't care who was right or wrong. After all, what's wrong with his son being disobedient? What's wrong with being arrogant and bullying? As Zhao Hu's son, he had the right to be arrogant. However, when Chen Kexin's background was exposed, Zhao Hu finally furrowed his brows. She turned out to be from the Chen family. That's a bit tricky. After all, the Chen family is a second-tier family famous in the Magic City and has a better development trend. He couldn't really do anything to the Chen family. Even though He Yicheng suggested a compromise, Zhao Lei refused to apologize. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. Zhao Lei quickly approached, wanting to grab the little girl himself. Seeing He Yicheng blocking his way, he kicked him out. Get lost. With a heavy blow, He Yicheng immediately crouched in pain on the ground like a shrimp. Brother Yicheng. Seeing this, a few young yellow-haired men angrily glared at Zhao Lei, but they were kicked down to the ground by him. F***K, dare to stare at me. Want to die. The frightened young yellow-haired men could only cower on the ground as Zhao Lei continued to kick them. Stop quickly. You'll kill them. Seeing some of the young men coughing up blood, the girls like Bai Susu were frantic with tears. The more they acted like this, the more Zhao Lei wanted to show his masculinity, kicking even harder. And no one else present dared to intervene. Even Zhao Hu wanted to take the opportunity to assert his authority. Since Chen's girl couldn't be touched, he would first deal with a few lackeys. Just then, that man finally made a move. Zhao Lei, who was originally arrogant, suddenly felt a huge force hitting him and was kicked out. As everyone gasped in shock and looked at him with horrified eyes, the young man who had withdrawn his foot stood in front of Zhao Hu. All were amazed at this display of strength in front of his elder brother. "How dare you, like ants, dare to act tough in front of my big brother?" Lin Juan sneered coldly. Then he quietly retreated behind the main character. "It's up to you now, big brother. You dare kick my son?" With a moment of shock, Zhao Hu was instantly furious. And those witnessing this scene couldn't believe it. In the underworld of the Magic City, besides a few forces like the Crimson Society and the Wild Wolf Gang, who would dare to challenge Lord Tiger, now Lin Juan dared to kick his precious son in front of him. Wasn't that seeking death? At this moment, a roar echoed. "Lin Juan, you rebellious son!" Everyone turned to see Lin Jianjun, who recognized his son. He was a mix of shock and anger, glaring fiercely at Lin Juan. "You beast! How dare you strike even Lord Zhao? Bow down and apologize to Lord Tiger at once." Beside him, Lin Hao also looked worried and kept persuading. "Brother, you're too impulsive. How dare you strike Lord Zhao? Violence is not the answer. Hurry and kneel down to apologize to Lord Hu. Maybe Lord Tiger is generous enough to forgive you." It was only at this moment that everyone realized the relationship between this father and son. And Zhao Hu's face darkened completely, with a series of cold laughs. All right. So this is your son. Brother Lin, are you really trying to challenge me? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for not giving you face." After hearing this, Lin Jianjun wiped his forehead with cold sweat, trying to distance himself. "Lord Hu, I have long exiled this beast out of my house. Many in the Magic City have witnessed this incident. We even signed a contract to sever the father-son relationship. Legally speaking, this rebellious son has nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. Of course, he did act recklessly towards you today. No matter how you decide to handle him, I won't have a word of complaint." However, Lin Juan still bore his bloodline, which made Lin Jianjun reluctant to see him meet a tragic end. So he glared at Lin Juan, urging him to kneel down and apologize quickly, hoping for Lord Tiger's mercy. But to his dismay, Lin Juan showed no sign of remorse and gave him a strange and speechless look. "Mr. Lin, did you forget to take your medicine this morning?" Lin Juan, unable to contain his anger any longer at being repeatedly rejected despite his heart-wrenching love, Lin Jianjun went to slap Lin Juan, offering him a complete childhood. "Daddy, don't hit my brother!" Crack! At that moment, Lin Hao rushed out and stood in front of Lin Juan. Before he could retract his hand in time, Lin Jianjun's slap landed on Lin Hao's face, knocking him to the ground. "Haoer, hey! Why do you have to do this? Even if you make great sacrifices, this stone-hearted beast won't feel any love." Seeing the bright red palm print on Lin Hao's face, Lin Jianjun shed tears of sorrow, looking at Lin Juan filled with pain and despair. "You beast! How heartless can you be? Won't you feel a pang of conscience witnessing such a scene?" At this moment, Lin Jianjun bitterly smiled. He didn't know what he had done wrong in his past life to raise such an unfilial son. "Good night. Someone has been urging me for updates on a blind date, but there's not much to say. 2 days ago, my parents and I visited the girl's family. I chatted with her alone in a small room. She is 2 years older than me, born in 1994. She looks average, the kind you would forget after passing by, just like most ordinary people. Currently, she works in Shenzhen for a few thousand yuan a month. We've exchanged WeChat and are chatting. I don't know if it will lead to anything. Let's chat on WeChat first. Honestly, in terms of looks and age, she's tens of thousands miles away from the cute girls I fancied, but sometimes you have to face reality. I'm just a nobody, nothing special. Most pretty and outstanding girls have high standards, so ordinary people like me hardly have a chance. Most ordinary people just make do. As long as you don't look too bad, you can get by, and life passes by. We have to learn to accept our fate. When you were young, you thought you could change the world, but as you grow older, you realize you can't even stick to basic routines, accomplishing nothing. When you realize you're just a small, insignificant person, that's when you've grown up. Chapter 81, A bunch of mice and sparrows, insignificant like ants. Lower your head immediately for me. HMPH. Useless thing, can't even discipline your own son properly. Seeing Lin Jianjun advising Lin Juan earnestly for so long, but Lin Juan remained indifferent. Zhao Hu completely lost his patience, turned his head to glare at Lin Juan with a fierce expression. Kid, Zhao Hu, have been dominant in the Devil's capital for many years. You are the first to dare to lay a hand on my son in front of me. If you dare to, out of respect for your father, the leg you used to kick, I will break that leg for you. So, even if this matter is forgotten, then what? Zhao Hu, with a tattoo of a tiger's head on the back of his head, had a look of smugness. Hearing this, Lin Juan had not responded yet, but Lin Jianjun was pleased. Although he was heartbroken by this unfilial son in front of him, the fact remains that he was still the one born from his own body. Seeing that Zhao Hu was willing to loosen up, he truly felt fortunate. Unfilial son, what are you still blanking out for? For my sake, Master Hu has agreed to be lenient, only breaking one of your legs. This great favor, you should kneel down and thank Master Hu. Lin Juan, ... Damn it! Where did this person escape from a mental institution? At this moment, even Zhao Hu himself was somewhat surprised, not to mention the others present. This kind of talk was something that should not easily be said, at least not by a normal person. Lin Juan, this father, is truly out of the ordinary. Su Fan sighed in his heart. He inexplicably thought of his own parents, and in comparison, suddenly felt very fortunate. Uncle, Lin Juan brother did nothing wrong. And this guy actually wants to break Lin Juan brother's leg. And you even let Lin Juan brother kneel down and thank him. Isn't that too much? Even the usually naive Bai Susu couldn't bear to watch at this point and spoke out to discourage them. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun frowned and gave his niece a disapproving glance. This girl, why is she so clueless? He was completely considering this unfilial son for the sake of family harmony. Enough, Susu. You just don't understand. As the saying goes, a person lives with their face, and a tree lives with its bark. But Lin Juan kicked Master Zhao in front of everyone. Now he has only paid the price of one leg, but Master Zhao has lost his precious face. This is outrageous. Listening to these mind-bending words, many people present all had a poker face. They began to doubt whether their 9 years of compulsory education had taught them right or wrong. And at this moment, Lin Hao, with 5 finger marks on his cheek, looked at Lin Juan and spoke earnestly. Brother Lin Juan, father is right. But I know that a man's knees are made of gold. You certainly wouldn't want to kneel down. In that case, let me, Lin Hao, kneel in your place today. Saying this, Lin Hao knelt in front of Zhao Hu with a look of solemnity. Master Hu, thank you for agreeing to only break my brother's leg. I am kneeling here on behalf of my brother to thank you. Thank you, Master Hu. Seeing this scene, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. It was so explosive. They couldn't tell whether it was their own perspective that was off, or if the Lin family father and son were boldly challenging the norms. Well done, well done. Your Lin family knows how to show respect. Kid, what I say goes. After breaking one of your legs, I will not pursue further trouble. Faced with Zhao Hu's satisfied expression, Lin Juan was speechless. Are you crazy? Did you forget to take your meds? Are you having an episode? This statement caused a commotion. Everyone was staring at Lin Juan as if he was a madman. Had this guy completely lost it? How dare he insult Master Zhao to his face? Wow! Lin Juan is really defying the odds up there. Finally, someone reacted to what was happening and exclaimed, how brave Lin Juan is to say such things. Our hearts can't handle this. It's dangerous. Harry and the others were shaking in fear. They could be petrified on the spot. Even Bai Susu, who usually wasn't afraid of anything, was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Juan to dare speak so boldly. If the other person is a martial arts master, then naturally he can do as he pleases. But the problem is, he's a fake, right? Just as Zhao Hu was about to unleash his anger, a casual remark hit him. Have you eaten? The words seemed to explode in his ear. These people are all right. I'll vouch for them. If you dare to trouble them again, I will kill you on the spot. Su Fan had a calm expression, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Today, after interacting with Lin Juan and the others, he felt quite good about them. Seeing that this group of second-generation rich kids had reasonably normal intelligence, Su Fan decided to step in and protect them. But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's behavior was undoubtedly like stirring up trouble for no reason. Damn. Su Fan, don't drag us into your mess. Why? Are you also inspired by Lin Jingru's courage like Zhuan Jie? Why are they each more arrogant than the last? Our hearts can't take it? It's killing us. Harry and the other rich kids were supporting each other, their hearts racing. They were genuinely afraid they might faint on the spot. Although Chen Kexin wasn't afraid of anything, at this moment she was also stunned. She hadn't expected Su Fan to say such audacious words. If the other party is truly a martial arts master, of course, he could do as he pleased. But what if he was an imposter? If he pushed Zhao Hu too far, wouldn't it mean game over right then and there? Wait a minute. Chen Kexin suddenly realized something. She understood why Su Fan was acting so arrogantly. If you're going to be a fake, then the more brash and confident you are, the better. After all, a real powerhouse wouldn't bother arguing with Zhao Hu, they would just take action. As she suspected, when Zhao Hu saw Su Fan act so boldly, he was initially about to explode in anger, but was instead stunned. This bunch of idiots actually took him for a fool. What kind of talent is required to be a grandmother of martial arts? From the intelligence he had gathered, an ordinary person would need to spend 40 to 50 years just to reach the level of an internal energy martial artist, and that would only be the beginning. As for a martial arts grandmother, that would require even more providence and talent. Entering the realm of a grandmother at the right time would be a sign of extraordinary talent. Su Fan looked so young, maybe only 27 or 28, and not even 30. At this age, could he really be a martial arts grandmother? It's simply ridiculous. Just as Zhao Hu felt deceived and was ready to lash out, a certain casual remark struck him like a thunderbolt. Have you eaten? The way it was said was so casual it was as if it was insignificant. This time, Su Fan furrowed his brows and glared at Zhao Hu, a bunch of mice and sparrows, insignificant like ants. Lower your head for me immediately, with no sense of self-awareness. How dare you even look directly at me? Chapter 82. Actually, I just wanted to earn some points. Just a small fry. How dare you stare at me directly? What is this? Listening to Su Fan's arrogant words, everyone present fell silent. They couldn't understand where this confidence came from. How dare he speak to young Master Tiger like that? However, at this moment, Zhao Hu was too preoccupied to care about others' glances. Under Su Fan's imposing gaze, the instinct of fear made him immediately lower his head. Realizing his reaction, he felt both embarrassed and angry. He was young Master Tiger, the overlord of the Devil City. How could he be so scared to make eye contact with a young man like this? Even now, Zhao Hu still refused to believe that Su Fan was a young martial master. Right. Miss Han sent me Master Su's photo before. Just take a look, and I'll know if it's real or fake, right? Zhao Hu quickly took out his phone, found the message that Han Din Qiao sent him, and opened the picture. In the photo, the young man had an ordinary appearance. But that familiar cold expression seemed to have put Zhao Hu in an ice cellar, chilling him from head to toe. You really owe me. What kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to my father like that? On the other side, Zhao Lei completely lost control. Usually, he almost ran rampant in the Devil City. But now, he had been taken advantage of by a few punks in a row. This uncle could endure it, but could his aunt not? Zhao Lei grabbed a baseball bat and charged towards Lin Zhuan and the others, shouting, "My father is Zhao Hu, so if you dare, fight back." Huh? I've never seen such a demand before. Let me fulfill your wish. Lin Zhuan grabbed the baseball bat, swinging toward his head, and responded with a big slap in return. Smack. Ding. Host and Zhao Lei's cheek touch. Reward 3 points. Huh. Points to be gained. Lin Zhuan raised an eyebrow and had a cruel idea in mind. How dare you fight back? My father is young Master Tiger. Young Master Tiger. Clutching his fiery cheek, Zhao Lei was incredulous and kept shouting. In his eyes, with his dad as his backer, who would dare touch him? Standing still and letting him be beaten up was perfectly logical, right? Whether your father is young Master Tiger or Dog Master, I'll still hit you. Lin Zhuan grabbed Zhao Lei's collar and kept slapping him viciously. 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, 3 points. Under Lin Zhuan's quick attacks, Zhao Lei's cheek swelled and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Humph! What class do you have to bully others like me? Your power matches mine. Is that right? Smack, smack, smack. And you dare lay a hand on my friend? Do you want to die? Impulsive. Too impulsive. Truly a man with anger management issues. He Cheng and the others were stunned. They never expected Zhuanjie to be so impulsive, beating young Master Zhao in front of young Master Tiger. But was it really okay to act like this? What if Su Fan's impersonation plan failed? Wouldn't young Master Tiger's retaliation be even crazier? While the second generation rich were worrying, they were also touched. Because Brother Zhuan said they were friends, was he seeking justice for them? Among the crowd, Bai Susu was moved to tears. Brother Lin Zhuan beat up young Master Zhao so fiercely in front of young Master Tiger. Could it be because not long ago young Master Zhao lusted after me, so Brother Lin Zhuan was seeking revenge on my behalf? Is this his way of avenging me? Indeed. Brother Lin Zhuan is still the same as before, the young man who loved me, unchanged His marriage to Sister Kinj was just a test, his love for me deeply rooted in his heart, overwhelmed with emotions. Bai Susu's eyes turned red. At this moment, seeing young Master Zhao in a pitiful state, Lin Hao's eyes darted around, quickly approaching to show loyalty, thinking of seizing the opportunity to earn young Master Zhao's favor. Stop, brother, please stop. Don't hit him anymore. Brother, please stop. I'm begging you, don't hit Master Zhao anymore. As the green tea flavor approached, Lin Zhuan, unable to stand it, slapped Lin Hao once again. Smack! Get out of here, don't get close to me. Clutching his cheek, Lin Hao let out a cry and fell to the ground in defeat. Woof, woof, woof tilde. At this moment, a small teddy bear ran over and barked fiercely at Lin Zhuan. Harry! Save me! Bite him to death! Seeing his beloved dog appear, Zhao Lei quickly gave the command. But he underestimated Lin Zhuan's fighting strength. He had already transformed into the slapman, slapping anyone, human or dog, with gusto. Harry! Damn it! You won't even spare a dog. Amid Zhao Lei's despairing cries, Lin Zhuan swung his arm and delivered the ultimate slap to the little teddy bear. Aou! The little teddy bear rolled in the air several times before being slapped into a corner, lying motionless. Humph! Must I kill a dog that bites people? Seeing that no one could match Lin Zhuan's strength, Zhao Lei angrily called upon his backer. Dad, say something! However, the response was not from Zhao Hu but from another furious voice. Lin Zhuan, you disobedient child! How far are you going to take this absurd behavior? Young Master Zhao was just fooling around with you. But you went too far in your actions. Even his beloved dog wasn't spared. Do you not have an ounce of compassion? Pointing at Lin Zhuan, the unfilial son, Lin Jianjun was full of anger and despair. Smack! However, in the next moment, a heavy slap hit his face. Young Master Tiger, why are you hitting me? Clutching his cheek, Lin Jianjun looked confused. Aren't you supposed to hit me? Distorting right and wrong, making false accusations. This is nonsense, defaming Lindsay. Use innocence, ha! After hearing young Master Tiger's words, not only Lin Jianjun, but all the people present were confused. Successful impersonation plan. Did young Master Tiger really believe that Su Fan was a martial master? Chen Kexin and the others suddenly realized this. They recalled. Lin Zhuan was so arrogant in beating up young Master Zhao just now. Was it to increase Su Fan's credibility? After all, it was because of the protection of a martial master that Lin Zhuan dared to act so boldly. This forced young Master Tiger to believe, and everyone could now escape the danger. Thinking of this, everyone secretly admired Lin Zhuan. Brother Zhuan is amazing, OD. This is true wisdom. Even Su Fan couldn't help but have a new level of respect for Lin Zhuan after understanding the deeper motives behind his actions. This rich heir's mind is quite sharp. However, if the present Lin Zhuan heard the thoughts of the crowd, he would surely be puzzled, weakly explaining, Actually, I just wanted to earn some points. Chapter 83, Su Fan is shocked. The fiancé in Lin Zhuan's mouth, could it be his little sister? The royal box. When Zhao Hu mentioned that his son deserved to be beaten and Lin Zhuan was just teaching his son for him, the whole box fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared with a ghostly expression, watching everything unfold. Could it be that we are all hallucinating? Is this really the same Lord Tiger who dotes on his son, Dad? Are you crazy, Dad? Your son got beaten up. Are you even making sense? Ignoring the fiery pain on his cheek, Zhao Lei stared in disbelief at his father. But what truly shook his worldview came next. His father, who had never raised his voice at him before, was now yelling at him. Shut up! You good-for-nothing brat! I always taught you to be low-key and kind when you go out. But you always abuse my name to bully others. Now you have offended Mr. Su and his friends. Are you trying to anger me to death? Apologize to Mr. Su now. Listening to Zhao Hu calling Mr. Su repeatedly, everyone present suddenly realized. No wonder Zhao Hu's temperament had changed so drastically. It turns out he feared Su Fan, the grandmother of martial arts. Hearing this, He Yicheng and the others felt a wave of relief. They never expected. They had actually managed to deceive Lord Tiger. Seeing Lord Tiger seemingly recognize his identity, a cold glint flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Huh? Is someone investigating me in the Magic City? The bald guy seemed to have looked at his phone before changing his attitude drastically. Looks like I'll have to interrogate this person at the right time. As Su Fan contemplated, Zhao Lei, who had regained consciousness, shook his head and roared, Dad, you want me to apologize to them? Are you kidding me? Do you really believe that little bastard who claims to be a famous martial arts expert? Are you losing your mind? Zhao Lei finished, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhuan. How dare you hit me? You think concocting a fake makes you intimidating? Do you think I, young Master Zhao, can be easily scared? I've never seen anyone more arrogant and bullying than me in my life, you mongrel. This guy's mouth is really foul. Lin Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Unable to contain himself, he transformed into a fierce fighter again, delivering a series of continuous slaps. Slap, slap, slap. This time, Zhao Lei couldn't even speak, having lost several front teeth from Lin Zhuan's relentless strikes. Zhuanjie, you're too brave. Your hands are too ruthless. Take it easy tilde tilde tilde. If Lord Tiger gets too protective of his son, disregarding Mr. Su, grandmother of martial arts' intimidation, it could end badly for us. Watching the pitiful state of Zhao Lei, He Yicheng and the others broke out in a cold sweat, considering pulling Lin Zhuan away. They could see Lord Tiger's increasingly sinister expression, as if he might explode at any moment. And indeed, as they expected. Witnessing his precious son being continuously slapped, Lord Tiger's anger reached its peak. He even considered flipping the table. But a barely perceptible gaze made him shudder, suddenly coming to his senses. The grandmother must not be insulted. He knew full well that if he dared to act up, as the grandmother had warned, he would be struck down on the spot. Helpless, Lord Tiger stood quietly in place. Thankfully, at this moment, a mediator stepped in. Lord Tiger, please go save young Master Zhao. I know that rebellious son too well. How could he possibly know someone important? He must be bluffing. The one I kicked out of this house. Besides Su Shengshan, what other powerful figure would befriend him? Not to mention being spotted by a martial arts grandmother. You've been completely hoodwinked. Lin Jianjun urged Lord Tiger to step forward to save his son, and not worrying about his face, free to deal with Lin Zhuan as he pleased. He didn't want Lord Tiger to eventually blame the Lin family out of anger when he realized he had been fooled. But the response he received was a loud series of slaps. Slap, slap, slap. Do you know who Mr. Su is? How could I not know? You dare question Mr. Su? I will beat you to death. Slap, slap, slap. Lord Tiger vented all his frustration on Lin Jianjun's cheek. Humph! Your son hits my son. I can't touch him, then I'll hit his father to vent my anger. Thinking of this, it seemed as if, to release his own son's anger, Lord Tiger struck even harder. Slap, slap, slap. In the astonished eyes of onlookers, a competition began on both sides, son hitting son, father hitting father. You're tough, I'll be tougher. Inside the box. At this moment, there was only one person who was not drawn in by this once-in-a-century scene, Su Fan, who remained expressionless from start to finish. However, at this moment, Su Fan's pupils slightly constricted, and for the first time on his face, there was a look of astonishment. Did that person just mention Su Shengshan? My grandfather's name? What's going on? Could it be that Lin Zhuan, in recent years, has had some connection with my Su family? Wait a minute. Connection. I remember he mentioned before. His fiancée's surname is Su. Could it be referring to my little sister? After all, my sister has inherited perfectly the high-level genes of my parents. Over the years, even as she's known as the #1 beauty in the Magic City, it seems to be no big deal. Realizing a possible connection, Su Fan furrowed his brow, recalling every detail of his interactions with Lin Juan. But the more he thought, the more unpleasant he looked, because he remembered one thing that when he Yi Cheng and the others were discussing before. Lin Juan's fiancée was reportedly a comatose vegetable. It looks like I need to return home to the Su family first. Hope it's just my overthinking. The person mentioned by Lin Jianjun might just share a name with my grandfather. And my little sister. She's so young. How could she become a vegetable person? Could it be foul play? Even though there was a hint of hope in his heart, Su Fan had a strong intuition that he probably guessed the truth correctly. After all, Lin Juan's fiancée's surname is Su, and Lin Jianjun mentioned his grandfather's name. The Lin and Su families had some overlap in the past. These coincidences made Su Fan's expression increasingly grim. If my sister has truly become a vegetable due to an accident, it would be one thing. But if it were deliberate harm, no matter where the culprit comes from, for whatever reason, I swear I will exterminate their entire family, wipe them all out. At this moment, a crimson flash of fierce killing intent passed through Su Fan's pupils. Just as the saying goes, do not provoke a dragon, for it will lead to death. Family is the dragon that Su Fan cannot bear to touch. To protect his beloved family, even if he has to antagonize the world, he doesn't care. Chapter 84. Su Fan's gathering of information. Bang bang bang. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize. Please, don't hit me. Finally, Zhao Lei couldn't bear the continuous strikes from and gave in. Several of his front teeth had fallen out, and he begged for mercy in a slurred voice. Hearing this, Lin Juan finally stopped and rubbed his slightly sore arms. It seems that fighting is also quite physically taxing. On the other side, seeing Lin Juan stop, Zhao Hu, despite his inner dissatisfaction, could only bow with a forced smile. For the rudeness of my son Zhao Lei, I apologize to Mr. Su and everyone here on his behalf. Although Zhao Hu apologized verbally, his eyes never left Su Fan for a moment. Observant people could tell that his concession was all due to Su Fan. However, what made Zhao Hu uneasy was, no matter how he tried to show goodwill, Su Fan always kept his hands in his pockets, sporting a blank expression, making it impossible to guess his true thoughts. Seeing Su Fan's indifferent attitude, people like Yi Cheng were practically going crazy. This guy was pretending too much. Does he really think he's a martial arts master? Since Lord Hu gave face, he should quickly take the opportunity to end this incident. Delay could lead to trouble. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Lord Hu, there's no need for all this. It's just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, of course, everyone is happy. Well, we've kept you waiting for quite a while. Today is mainly celebrating my girlfriend's birthday. We have things to do, so we'll leave first. Taking hold of Kong Leon's hand, Yi Cheng just wanted to slip away quickly. As for the terrifying consequences of Lord Hu knowing the truth in the future, the current Yi Cheng didn't want to think about it anymore, or rather, he didn't dare to think about it, taking it one step at a time. As Yi Cheng mentioned leaving, Kong Leon and his buddies immediately seized the opportunity to respond actively. They couldn't wait to leave this place. If they stayed any longer, they were really afraid their hearts couldn't take it. This shit was too exciting. Pretending to be someone before Lord Hu and finally pulling through. This bizarre experience, turned into a feel-good plot, might even be scoffed at by readers. This plot of yours is too fake. Hearing everyone suggesting to leave, Zhao Hu didn't react much. His focus had always been on Su Fan alone. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have time. Can I invite you to have a meal in private to show my sincere apology? Hearing Zhao Hu's request, Yi Cheng and others were surprised. Leaving Su Fan alone? Wouldn't that expose them to multiplied dangers? No, Su Fan is my bodyguard. How can I let him leave my side? Chen Kexin was the first to speak out, refusing Zhao Hu's proposal. After all, she was the one who implicated Su Fan. How could she really leave Su-fan alone here? What if something happened? Kong Leon and the others by her side looked at each other. Despite their fears, they stood together in support of Chen Kexin. Lord Hu, we are all in this together, agreeing to celebrate together. We can't miss out on anyone. Next time, Lord Hu, Su-fan and I had plans to go for a foot massage together. Watching as everyone continuously found excuses to avoid trouble, Su-fan felt a long-lost warmth creeping into his heart. These rich second-generation kids were really something. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. In the past, no matter where he went, he faced ridicule alone, with no friends to confide in. And now, so many people were standing up for him. This slight sense of camaraderie made a hint of a smile appear on Su-fan's usually expressionless face. TSK. There's something off about this trend. Originally considered cannon fodder antagonists, these rich kids not only weren't being shown up by the protagonist, but were now speaking up for him. This is truly impressively outstanding. Lin Juan stroked his chin with a playful expression. Don't worry. I also have some things to discuss with Zhao Hu. You guys can leave first. Su-fan raised his hand, thanking everyone for their kindness before stating that he wanted to stay. Regarding Su family matters, he decided to gather some information from Zhao Hu. Seeing Su-fan's firm stance, He Cheng and others were puzzled, but they didn't insist further. At this moment, Chen Kexin furrowed her brows and approached Su-fan. Be careful. If anything happens, call me. And take this for protection. Saying so, Chen Kexin handed over her red backpack to Su-fan, inside which were two remaining big killers. Finally, the two groups temporarily parted ways, with Su-fan staying alone in the VIP room. Master Su, please, take a seat. Zhao Hu was very courteous, inviting Su-fan to the seat of honor first. Soon, he had his subordinates help Zhao lay out completely and sent away Lin Jianjun and his son. Soon, only Su-fan and Zhao Hu were left in the room. How did you recognize me? Su-fan asked concisely, posing the first question. Oh, that. I work under the Han family, and Miss Han Xinchao sent me your picture and instructed us to find you. By the way, Mr. Su. Just now, I took the liberty of informing Miss Han Xinchao about your presence here. She happened to be nearby. She should be here soon. Hearing Zhao Lei's explanation, Su-fan gradually understood the situation. However, this was not his primary concern at the moment. Tell me everything you know about the Su family. What's the current situation with the Su family? After listening to Su-fan's words, Zhao Hu was a bit puzzled for a moment. Su family? Why suddenly mention the Su family, which has nothing to do with us? And you've already treated Su family's uncle like your brother. Why do you need to ask me? Nevertheless, even though Zhao Hu was baffled, facing Su-fan's inquiry, he didn't dare to be negligent. The Su family? You mean the Su family that was flourishing 5 years ago, but is now declining gradually? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su-fan's blood pressure spiked. However, he remained composed and nodded. The Su family? Huh. It's quite a rocky family. Following Zhao Hu's explanation, Su-fan gradually learned about the various news regarding the Su family in recent years. The kid standing by your side just now. I remember his name as Lin Juan. He's the one that Su Shengshan found to be the son-in-law to the vegetative granddaughter. If I'm not mistaken, the wedding seems to be not too far away. Chapter 85. To be able to die at my hands, that is the enemy's lifelong glory. 2-in-1, big chapter. Did little sister become a vegetable? Grandpa, in order to bring her good luck, found Lin Juan to be her husband. After hearing Zhao Hu's account, Su-fan's expression became even colder. When he was on the mountain before, he would occasionally ask the masters coming down the mountain to inquire about the situation of the Su family, and all he received were good news. Therefore, he always thought that little sister and her family were doing well, and he could focus on his cultivation. But unexpectedly, just after a few months, the Su family encountered such a shocking incident. What is the reason for Su Kinj becoming a vegetable? Su-fan's eyes were filled with chilly light, and his heart was boiling with killing intent. And the slight hint of killing intent he unintentionally leaked out made Zhao Hu break out in a cold sweat immediately. He thought he might have angered Su-fan unknowingly and was terrified. I heard it was due to an accident at home. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I'm not very clear on the specific situation. Swallowing his saliva, Zhao nervously explained while rubbing his hands. He had no business dealings with the Su family, and regarding many things about the Su family, he only heard things here and there, so he really wasn't that clear. But he was also curious as to why Su Fan was so concerned about the Su family's affairs. Both surnamed Su, could it be relatives? Or is Su Fan also here out of curiosity, wanting to catch a glimpse of the #1 beauty of the magic capital? Seeing Zhao unable to explain clearly, Su Fan simply changed the subject. Tell me about Lin Zhuan's situation. Oh, that kid. He has been doing some crazy things recently. Following that, Zhao revealed the severance of ties between Lin Zhuan and the Lin family, as well as the 3.5 billion dowry matters. After listening, Su Fan was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Lin Zhuan, who looked quite honest and modest, to be doing such crazy things in private. However, upon further thought, it was understandable for Lin Zhuan to develop impulsive behavior under the biased and oppressive living environment of the Lin family. Furthermore, hearing about how he threw a 3.5 billion dowry to help the Su family through an economic crisis when they were in trouble, Su Fan's opinion of him improved significantly. But when he thought that Lin Zhuan might become his brother-in-law, Su Fan's brow furrowed slightly. In his eyes, the husband his little sister would marry in the future must be outstanding among men. A person standing above others, not beneath them. But Lin Zhuan currently still seemed far from meeting that standard in his view. However, the most important thing is that my little sister must like him. As long as my little sister likes him and he treats her well, even if the other party is incompetent, I will ensure the safety and peace of the couple for a lifetime. I wonder what my little sister is thinking. I cannot allow her to marry someone while in a vegetative state out of confusion. With the 13 ghostly needles technique I inherited from my second master, I must have more than enough expertise to treat my little sister. I must first find a way to awaken my little sister from the vegetative state. If she wakes up and shows no interest in Lin Zhuan, then I can only find another good husband for her. Although not entirely satisfied with Lin Zhuan, Su Fan would choose to bless him if his little sister liked him. Of course, if his little sister woke up and indicated she didn't like Lin Zhuan, Su Fan would apologize to him and find another way to repay Lin Zhuan for his efforts. At this point, Su Fan got up, planning to leave. He was preparing to find a reason and return to the Su family. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a beautiful and attractive girl quickly walked in. Miss. Upon seeing the true face of the girl, Zhao quickly turned around to greet her. This was the precious daughter of the Han family, a treasure that had to be admired and flattered. But Han Xinchao completely ignored Zhao and instead ran to Su Fan, covering her cherry lips with her hand, slightly shyly calling out, "Su Fan, Miss Han, I heard you were investigating me. Please give me a reason." Ignoring Han Xinchao's beautiful face, Su Fan frowned and inquired, Su Fan, don't misunderstand. I wasn't investigating you. It's just that last time you left in a hurry, I didn't have a chance to get to know you better, you know? And I don't have your contact information, so I had to ask others to help me find your whereabouts. As for the reason for looking for you, mainly, ever since we parted last time, I couldn't get you out of my mind. I think I fell in love with you. Han Xinchao, with her hands holding her cheeks, coquettishly spoke. Ever since she knew Su Fan was a legendary martial arts master, Han Xinchao made up her mind to make this man fall for her charms, to prove her charm far exceeded that of Su Qinj. So today, she intentionally wore a low-cut evening gown, revealing a large expanse of fair skin, complemented by her alluring gaze and sweet voice. She didn't believe there was a man who could remain unmoved. Seeing Zhao standing aside, his eyes almost popping out, seemingly wanting to look, but afraid to look, Han Xinchao was inwardly delighted, knowing that her man-slaying appearance was a great success. But what caught her off guard was, Su Fan didn't even lift his eyelids and responded with a flat and cold voice, "If you dare to act coquettish in front of me, I will kill you." Ha! Han Xinchao's face stiffened, and Sigma A looked completely dumbfounded. Facing a cute and beautiful young lady? Are you serious about saying that? Ignoring the dumbfounded pair, Su Fan, with his hands in his pockets, turned to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, Han Xinchao called out to him, "Wait! Su Fan, I have something else to tell you." Seeing Su Fan's frowning expression, showing signs of impatience, Han Xinchao shuddered internally and was quick to get to the point. Regarding the person you killed not long ago, Fang Mo. These past few days, his master Zhang Yangping came looking for my Han family. Upon seeing the sword marks you left and learning that his disciple died at your hands, he instructed us to notify you. He wants to have a life and death battle with you. He is a master who has been in the mid-stage of the master realm for many years. Su Fan, I suggest arranging for you to go abroad to lay low for a while. What do you think? Upon hearing that a fellow martial artist at the same level wanted to avenge him, Su Fan was finally slightly interested. He was inherently a lover of battle. However, in recent years, he had secluded himself on the mountain, focusing on cultivating, and had not come into contact with the so-called martial arts world. Besides his master, he hadn't even had an opponent to spar with. Now, having the chance to have a life and death battle with a fellow martial artist excited Su Fan. On the other hand, Zhao Hu was shocked. He didn't expect the person seeking revenge on Su Fan to have such a big background. Zhang Yangping. Is it the same Zhang Yangping who swept through the Huaxia martial arts world 20 years ago? Hasn't he retired yet? I heard that when he was invincible, he had just entered the master realm. He must be around 50 years old already. Heaven help me. Masters in martial arts live that long. A 70-year-old old man still that capable. Mr. Su, 20 years have passed. Zhang Yangping now probably has at least the mid-stage cultivation of the master realm. I suggest avoiding his edge for now. Let's lay low for a few years. He won't have many good years left, and when he kicks the bucket, it will be all yours. As for Zhao Hu's proposal, Su Fan sneered at it. Then he turned around without a word and asked Han Xinchao for the time and place of the life and death battle. In 2 weeks, the official held Jiang Hu Life and Death Arena. Officially held? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Huaxia to have such a system in place where they specially organized life and death arenas. Yes, to prevent conflicts among martial artists and causing destruction among the public. So the officials specifically established the life and death arena for martial artists to resolve unreconcilable conflicts among themselves. It determines ranking and winner's life or death. So Su Fan, I suggest you go abroad to lay low for now. This opponent is not on the same level as Fang Mo from before. You became a martial arts master at such a young age with infinite possibilities for the future. Surpassing Zhang Yangping is only a matter of time. There's no need to risk your life now. Upon hearing the advice from Han Xinchao and Zhao Hu, Su Fan smiled crookily. That was a mocking smile, a disdainful smile. Do you care whether the ant on the ground is big or small? Whether it's Fang Mo or Zhang Yangping? In my eyes, there's no difference. They're all like ants and can be easily crushed. It's rather the fortune of Zhang Yangping. If he really can die at my hands, then that will be his lifelong glory, enough to leave his name in history, laughing proudly even in the afterlife. After saying that, Su Fan left the royal suite, leaving behind a stunned Han Xinchao and Zhao Hu. This guy, unbelievable. On the other side, Tianqing Entertainment KTV. Chen Kexin and the others walked out anxiously, looking back every few steps. Don't worry. If Su brother chose to stay, he must have his own considerations. Nothing will happen to him for sure. Lin Zhuan rubbed his nose and smiled to reassure everyone. E=O asterisk ah. I hope so. But Su Fan is just an imposter, not a real martial arts master. If he exposes himself, it's all over and will also face retaliation. Oh, I haven't enjoyed life enough yet. Thinking about some dreadful consequences, He Cheng and the others were breaking out into cold sweats, their legs turning weak. Well, antagonists will be antagonists, thinking that you're worried about the protagonist. You're actually afraid of getting settled afterwards. Lin Zhuan grinned. However, he didn't comfort He Cheng and the others any further. These guys were usually quite arrogant and domineering. This incident was just the right lesson for them. Surely, for the next period, it would be enough to make them behave like normal people. Shall we go sit at the tea shop across the street? After all, Su Fan is my bodyguard. I have to wait for that guy to come back safely. After some discussion, Chen Kexin and the others decided to head to the shop opposite the KTV to wait. You guys go. I want to go back and pamper my family, Kinj. Lin Zhuan decisively refused and proved his point. Strongly feeding the group a mouthful of dog food, he left amidst a chorus of hush. Looking at the man's retreating figure, Bai Suzu's gaze seemed slightly dazed. She felt that the current Lin Zhuan seemed quite different from the gentle brother he used to be. At least, the old Lin Zhuan would definitely circle around her, asking after her well-being, and personally escorting her home. Unlike now, leaving without even looking back. Could it be that everything was just my own wishful thinking? Does Lin Zhuan not love me as his sister? At this moment, Bai Suzu began to doubt her judgment. But upon recalling the scene not long ago when Lin Zhuan risked offending a powerful figure and beating Zhao Lei for her sake, she understood. Lin Zhuan definitely considers himself now as a man with a fiancée. If he shows too much affection towards me, it might tarnish my reputation and label me as a mistress by some malicious people. That's why he left so indifferently. Indeed, even now, Lin Zhuan is still thinking of my well-being. What am I going to do with his excessive love? This love is so fiery, I can't grab hold of it. After all, I've always seen Lin Zhuan as a brother, and now I have to see him as a brother of romantic affections. Oh asterisk Q. The thought alone is so embarrassing. Bai Suzu clasped her legs tightly, her cheeks blushing due to shyness. Red light intersection. In order to return to the Su family as soon as possible and see his soft and cute wife, Lin Zhuan waved his hand, intending to catch a taxi. Beep beep beep. As a certain red taxi stopped, Lin Zhuan was about to board it. Suddenly, a familiar green tea aroma wafted into the air, causing Lin Zhuan to frown in confusion, unable to help but sneeze a few times. Brother, why are you snatching the taxi? I flagged down. Foes at every corner. Lin Jianjin's mouth twitched as he turned around, confirming the presence of certain odd father and son. You devil! This cab was clearly spotted by your younger brother first and flagged down. Do you have to take everything he does? Due to the large contrast colors, Lin Jianjin's face was abnormally red and swollen, making him extremely irritable. Especially when he saw the person who caused him to be beaten was right there, which made him extremely furious. Especially after seeing the culprit who caused him to be beaten was right there, he was extremely angry. Idiot! Is this taxi under his name? Can it be stopped by him? But I can't stop it? How dare you backtalk me? Lin Jianjin's face turned iron blue. He didn't expect Lin Zhuan to be so shameless, not even understanding basic courtesy of first come first served. If only he had thrown him in the trash can back then. Chapter 86, Su King's Wild Thoughts. Why hasn't Lin Zhuan returned yet? On the road, the traffic was constant. Seeing Lin Zhuan ignoring her, she simply hopped into the back seat of a taxi. Lin Jianjin's face grew darker and more unsightly as he turned to the driver watching the spectacle and shouted, I'm buying this lousy car. I command you to immediately refuse to drive this scoundrel and kick him off the car, Lin Jianjin said impatiently. The driver, hey, is this person crazy? How dare he insult me and call the car of my hard-earned meals lousy? As the driver was about to get angry, Lin Jianjin impatiently urged, You fool! What are you standing there for? I am the chairman of the Lin Group. Do you think I can't afford your lousy car? Is 100,000 enough? 500,000? Or 1 million? With that, the driver's anger subsided significantly. After all, no one would have issues with money. Half in disbelief, the driver got off the car, opened the mobile payment app, and placed it in front of Lin Jianjin. Pay first. 200,000. How would you like to pay? Ha. You poor people have such low standards, only daring to ask for a measly 200,000. Whore, transfer it to him. Faced with such humiliation, thinking of his family at home, the driver ultimately took a deep breath and restrained himself from getting angry. At this moment, Lin Hao looked hesitant, whispered to Lin Jianjin's side, But Dad, we are having some difficulty in liquidity now. In the past, let alone to 100,000, even to million could have been given without batting an eye. But now, in order to raise 3.5 billion, almost all assets had been sold. They could only temporarily live in the employee dormitories, with no money left. As for the beauty cream that had just become popular these days, the company's dividends would still take some time. The honorable chairman of the Lin Group can't even come up with a mere 200,000. In the back seat of the taxi, Lin Zhuan's face was full of sarcasm, with an exaggerated tone. Beast, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, How could I have fallen to this state today? If you had unconditionally transferred the shares to me, what's a mere 200,000? In the end, it's all your fault, you unfilial descendant. Calamity at home. In the future, under the 9 springs, do you have the face to see your mother, your grandparents, or my ancestors of the Lin family? Facing Lin Jianjun's senseless remarks, Lin Zhuan couldn't even be bothered to respond and just rolled up the car window. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun's anger flared up even more. Just as he was about to continue yelling, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Smack! You piece of trash! Wasting my time, being broke, and still pretending to be a big shot, pointing fingers at me. In frustration at Lin Jianjun's failure to pay, the driver immediately got furious, started punching and kicking him in retaliation for the humiliation just now. Then he returned to the driver's seat, muttered in anger, and drove away. You ungrateful son, you'll regret this. I have already announced to the company shareholders that Xiao Hao is the future head of the Lin family. And you will never return to the Lin family. The company will never have any relationship with you and money. Watching the taxi gradually depart, Lin Jianjun struggled to stand under Lin Hao's support, shouting angrily at the taillights of the car. Thinking back on the various miserable experiences recently, almost all due to Lin Zhuan, he had nothing but hatred left for his son, no more fatherly love. How? You must strive. In the future, make the Lin group bigger and stronger, making that ungrateful son envy and regret. I am getting old. The future of the group will eventually be yours. Hearing these heartfelt words from Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao was overjoyed. Finally, everything was settled, wasn't it? The Lin group was almost entirely in his control. With my talent, coupled with billions, I will definitely rise to the top in the Magic City, covering the sky with just one hand. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement, solemnly nodded at Lin Jianjun, and said, Dad, I will work hard and not let you down. I will also take good care of you in the future. Let's you watch me lead the Lin group to the top of the Magic City. Listening to his son's ambitious words, Lin Jianjun laughed heartily, repeatedly saying good, good, good. He smiled proudly, as if he could already see Lin Hao leading the Lin family to glory. He had always been very satisfied with his youngest son. His only regret was maybe his appearance, too much resemblance to Bai Yulin in terms of clean and single eyelids, not much like him at all. But it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was his obedient son, compared to the disobedient son Lin Zhuan, who kept making him feel heartache. Lin Hao was his masterpiece. He would inherit everything from the Lin family and recreate its former glory. At this moment, Lin Jianjun seemed to have discovered something, frowned, and asked, How? Did you get a fever recently? How come there are several red rashes on your cheeks? Is it? No wonder my face feels itchy today. Maybe it's because I haven't been resting enough recently. Lin Hao scratched his itchy cheeks, not caring much. It's nothing. Apply some of our family's beauty cream, and the rashes will disappear soon, Lin Jianjun said. All right, let's go home. We've been delayed for so long. Your mom must be worried at home. Yes, I also want to hurry home to see mom. After that, Lin Hao held his father's generous hand like an innocent boy, bouncing and pulling Lin Jianjun towards their home. In the evening, in front of the Su family manor, a taxi slowly came to a stop. The back door opened, revealing Lin Zhuan's figure. Mr. Lin, you're back. Hi, Mr. Lin. Hello. Along the way, many people greeted Lin Zhuan, who smiled and nodded in response, but his steps did not stop as he walked straight to the second floor. On the other side, in the immaculate girl's boudoir, a stunningly beautiful girl, as if a fallen fairy, lay quietly on the bed sleeping. If someone could hear her thoughts at this moment, they would surely be surprised, because the psychological activity of the sleeping beauty was far from peaceful, more like a chatterbox ant. So bored, Tilda. Nobody to talk to me. Why is Lin Zhuan taking so long? Oh hash. He said he would be back soon, didn't he? Why did he go for so long? What is going on? Come back soon. I still want to hear the fairy tale stories from last time. And today's massage, I haven't even finished one session yet. That guy Lin Zhuan, oh, did he fall for a girl at the party? Are they flirting under the moonlight? No way, no way. Chapter 87. Long-awaited warmth and tranquility. Lin and Su shared soft, clean thoughts about each other in the white hospital bed. Su Qinj let her thoughts wander freely. Since Lin Zhuan left, She had been in a state of talking to herself to alleviate feelings of loneliness. However, unlike when she first became comatose, now she no longer gives up on herself or despairs. Her once crumbling state of mind gradually flourished under a beam of light. Especially feeling her body recovering visibly at a rapid pace made Soo-Kinj overjoyed. Having hope now, she started to look forward to each day, anticipating waking up to a new day, fully restored to a normal person. Seeing the violet that she could only smell before, and the person who brought her flowers. Witnessing that person singing for her, telling her stories, and helping her with rehabilitation massages, Soo-Kinj had an intuition. That day, perhaps, wasn't too far away. However, she was also especially conflicted about how she would interact with that man once she woke up. Indeed, she had never expected awakening, so she had not thought through the situation after waking up. But now that day was approaching, she felt lost, not knowing how to interact with the man after waking up. She and Linjuan were practically strangers before her coma. It was a series of coincidences that brought them to where they are today. The way she and Linjuan interacted was solely based on her inability to move or speak. When she could finally move and talk, would their relationship still be as harmonious? Or would it sour? What am I worrying about? If the relationship becomes strained after I wake up, wouldn't that align with my previous thoughts? In that case, I can cut off that relationship coldly. Linjuan is more suitable for a thrifty and virtuous woman, whereas I cannot possibly be that kind of woman. Just as Soo-Kinj felt desolate, she heard the sound of the door opening, along with steady footsteps. Linjuan! He's back! Though she only heard the sound, and not the person, after some time of lying in bed, she developed an acute sense of hearing. She had already memorized Linjuan's footsteps. In just a moment, she recognized his arrival. Kinj, I'm back. Long time no see, I've missed you. Sure enough, with the familiar voice, came the warm touch that she knew so well in her palm. What a miracle! Kinj, even though I was only gone for an afternoon. For some reason, it feels like we're reuniting after days have passed. Holding your hand again, it feels like a long-lost sensation. Hearing Linjuan's reflections, Kinj silently responded in her heart. Yes, that's how I feel too. But it's all your fault for leaving for so long. You should have come back sooner. It was only a few hours. HMPH. Unaware of King's playful blame, Linjuan's attention was momentarily diverted by a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Host and Soo-Kinj's hand-holding reward. 1 point every 4 seconds. It increased by a second. It was 1 point every 5 seconds this morning, and just after being away for a few hours, it increased. It seems that being together all day might lead girls to become numb. A proper reunion after a long separation could better evoke emotions in them. Looking at the beautiful face of the girl sleeping on the bed, Linjuan couldn't help but smile. Although he knew the shortening of the points time didn't necessarily mean that Soo-Kinj had fallen for him, at least there was a positive sentiment there. As for his feelings toward Soo-Kinj, on reflection, at the beginning, Kinj was merely a way for him to gain points, with a hint of ulterior motives. However, after spending a long time with the girl, he had to admit that, though he might not be in love yet, there was some liking there. After all, every day he faced the extremely beautiful girl, singing, holding hands, telling stories. He wasn't heartless. To say there was no attraction was self-deception to some extent. But after Kinj wakes up, I wonder how she will interact with me. Even though I kind of like her. Reciprocal affection is the best. If you want me to be a love-stricken fool, dream on. Luckily, Kinj is conscious. She has seen all my efforts. Judging by her reactions these days, she doesn't seem to reject me. Perhaps there's hope for a closer connection in the future. Linjuan pondered, but couldn't shake off some worries. After all, in the original plot, King's character wasn't exactly likable. With the psychological trauma she experienced, she was too cold and ruthless, handling everything with absolute rationality and maximum utility in mind. If Kinj woke up with the same character traits, Linjuan might have to consider leaving. Without dealing with the protagonist, armed with billions, he could do as he pleased in this world. Thinking this, there was a shift in his hand. Linjuan looked down in surprise to see the delicate hand in his palm raising the middle finger. What is Linjuan thinking? Why are you suddenly silent? Tell me about what happened today. I really want to know. Ever since I became a vegetable, I've been stuck in this estate. I'm so curious about things happening outside. To catch Lin Juan's attention, Sukinj kept fidgeting with her middle finger. Are you doing this on purpose? I've told you last time this gesture isn't graceful, yet here we are. Smiling, Lin Juan gently pinched the girl's smooth cheeks. Apologies, I didn't notice just now. What's wrong? Why are you pinching my face? No one has ever pinched me from young to now, except Kexin. You're a boy. One does not simply touch a girl's face like that. What if it's unclean? What will you do then? You need to take responsibility for me, HMPH. After retracting his hand, Lin Juan proceeded to tell Sukinj about the day's events, holding back a smile, especially emphasizing the imposter Su Fan, who pretended to be a martial arts master. Chapter 88. Sukinj, you fool. Lin Juan's voice was steady. He slowly recounted everything that had happened that afternoon for the girl lying on the sickbed. At first, Sukinj listened with great interest. But when she heard that Lin Juan and others had clashed with Zhao Hu and his son, her heart instantly tensed up. Zhao Hu. I know him. He has gained quite a bit of influence in the magic capital in recent years. His biggest backer, I remember, is the Han family. But this time, they actually provoked him. And even hurt Zhao Lei. Zhao Hu definitely won't let it go easily. I hope Lin Juan isn't injured now. According to occasional rumors, Zhao Hu seemed to like to solve problems with violence. Now that Lin Juan and the others had crossed paths with him, it was unlikely to end easily. At the very least, a beating was unavoidable. Thinking about this, Sukinj became increasingly worried. She tried desperately to sense her body, to force her eyes open and see how Lin Juan was doing. But ultimately, she was as motionless as a living dead person. Even being able to take a look at Lin Juan or check if he's injured is beyond my reach. I'm truly useless, Sukinj felt low. She only hated herself for being useless, unable to even do the most basic thing of opening her eyes. She hated her own weakness even more, as if Lin Juan had revealed himself as the son-in-law of the Su family. Would Zhao Hu dare to touch him? Kinj, are you worried about us? Don't worry, both I and Kexin are fine. We owe it all to brother Su Fan. Seeing the trembling of Su King's fingers, Lin Juan sensed something strange and smiled to comfort her. Then he revealed Kexin's pretend plan. Upon hearing that Lin Juan and the others had successfully escaped from Zhao Hu's men through deception, Sukinj felt relieved, but also had a moment of fear. You guys are too bold. To even resort to pretending to be a martial arts master and actually managing to deceive them successfully. Zhao Hu is not a fool. If he was scared by your deception, that Su Fan person must be quite good at acting. That's the only way for it to be believable. But even if the acting is good, it's still incredible to succeed. Someone like Zhao Hu, could he really be easily scared by such crude methods? It shouldn't be possible, right? Is that Su Fan really a martial arts master? But that's impossible. From what Lin Juan said, that Su Fan is Kexin's fiancé, he's a young guy. At that age, even with exceptional talent, it's impossible to reach the peak of martial arts. For her revenge plan, Sukinj had a deep understanding of the martial arts world and knew the levels of martial practitioners like the back of her hand. Even before falling into a coma, she had almost reached the level of a beginner in inner strength cultivation through 5 years of hard training. Therefore, Sukinj deeply understood the difficulties of cultivation. She refused to believe that a man named Su Fan had the ability to dominate the martial arts world at such a young age unless he was naturally gifted, a prodigy of martial arts. At that moment, Lin Juan mentioned the father and son, Lin Hao. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across his face. Kinj, if I'm not mistaken, the day after tomorrow at the latest. The side effects of the beauty cream developed by the Lin family will start to be exposed one after another. I'm really curious about the expressions of Lin Jianjun and his son at that time. Hehe. At first, when I heard Lin Juan's strange laughter, I couldn't help but find it amusing. But the next moment, recalling certain things, she instinctively felt a pang of heartache for him. Lin Juan might be smiling on the surface, but in his heart, he must be in great pain. After all, he has to turn against his family, even destroy his family's business with his own hands. How cruel must that be? Within the darkness of her confined consciousness, Sukinj felt waves of inexplicable discomfort and bitterness. empathizing with others if it were herself and her parents tearing their relationship apart. Sukinj couldn't imagine how painful she would be. It must be the same for Lin Juan and her. He was only pretending to be strong in front of her to not reveal his vulnerable side. Thinking this, Sukinj couldn't help but feel even more bitter. She suddenly wanted to do something for this man, even just a few words of comfort. But her emotions quickly sank again. She was now a helpless individual, unable to do anything except move a few fingers and toes. Wait a minute. I think I can still do something for him. Sukinj felt a surge of joy. She suddenly had an idea and began to mobilize the senses in her fingers. As Lin Juan enthusiastically talked about how the Lin family's market share would be affected after the complete exposure of their scandal. How he planned to launch his beauty elixir, take over the market, and reclaim shares from the Lin family. Just as he was getting into the story, a slight itch in the palm of his hand made him stop, looking slightly puzzled. Kinj, what's wrong? In Lin Juan's puzzled gaze, Sukinj's delicate index finger struggled to gesture in his palm. Perhaps it was because her recovery was not thorough enough. Her finger movements were stiff, and the gesture was extremely slow. But she persevered, repeating the movements again and again. Finally, Lin Juan understood what the young girl was trying to express. With me here. I'm with you. Don't be sad. You can do it. These few words made Lin Juan's heart skip a beat. An indescribable emotion surged within him. Lin Juan took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse of a sudden heartache, and gently squeezed the girl's rosy cheek. Fool! By this point, Lin Juan had realized. Sukinj must have thought they had fallen out with Lin Jianjun, and that's why she pretended to be strong. The voiceless girl could only accompany Lin Juan in this primitive way, even though she was the pitiful one trapped in that body, unable to move her soul. In this situation, can't you be a bit selfish and worrying about yourself? You fool! Within the darkness of her confined consciousness, upon hearing Lin Juan scold her twice as a fool, Sukinj was left in a state of bewilderment. What's going on? Could it be that I misunderstood Lin Juan, and he didn't get my message? Why did he call me a fool? Darn guy, I worried about you for nothing. I'm not a fool. Chapter 8-9. When you feel like crying, just do a handstand. This way, the tears won't fall. 10 p.m. Good night, Kinj. Good night. Looking at the reply drawn in his hand on the palm, Lin Juan couldn't help but smile with relief. It seemed that the massage he had been giving himself lately had been quite effective, allowing him to have simple communication with Sukinj in the future. No longer needing to be blind and clueless like before, constantly sticking to the side of the young girl without any response. Soon, Lin Juan left the room, took a turn, and returned to the next room. After taking a shower, he comfortably lay on the big bed. Ding! Supporting character Sukinj entered the stick-around field. Reward 1 point every 40 seconds. Huh! Lin Juan suddenly opened his previously closed eyes. With a look of disbelief on his face, he gazed at the pure white wall next to him. It was only then that he realized that he and Sukinj were actually separated by a wall. So they were completely within the stick-around field bubble. Great! This way, even when sleeping, points will automatically increase. Although the effect is not as good as physical sticking, I can't resist the free points. Lin Juan grinned with satisfaction. Suddenly, he had a new idea. Stick-around system. Can I indirectly stick by another method? For example, getting a strand of king's hair and wrapping it around my finger. Would this count as indirect sticking? Will I earn points? Ding! Yes, but the host must ingest it. Lin Juan, oh. Friendly reminder, indirect sticking requires negative distance and has a time limit. Host can ingest the sticking object's hair, excretion, body parts, etc. to achieve a negative distance sticking effect. Special reminder, eating the sticking object's brain. This sticking object can provide the host with sticking points continuously. Suggestion, the host can stick with the Son of Fate at a negative distance to receive a mysterious prize. Eating the Son of Fate allows for choosing any item in the system store. Lin Juan, stick-around system. You should change your name quickly. You're simply a perverted system, right? These sticking methods are just absurd. Lin Juan rubbed his forehead and lay back on the bed, utterly speechless about the so-called indirect sticking. How to resolve this speechless feeling? Only by falling asleep. Although he was eager to accumulate points and exchange them to become an invincible, immortal emperor as soon as possible, he couldn't choose such a perverted way to obtain them. Amidst a series of complaints and grumbling, Lin Zhuan closed his eyes and went to sleep to stick around with the daughter of Zhou Gong in his dreams. 2 hours later, late at night, in the Chen family villa, in a dark room, a young man in a t-shirt and jeans was meditating on the bed. Suddenly, the young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. At the same time, he exhaled a white mist from his mouth. At this time, the Su family guards should be most exhausted and relaxed. With my strength, I can basically infiltrate silently. I must go see my little sister. I need to see her current situation. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Su Fan got out of bed, opened the window in the room, and looked towards the direction of the Su family estate in the pitch-black night, murmuring to himself. Not long ago, after making an agreement with Han Xinchao, he went out to meet up with Chen Kexin and others, coming up with an excuse and reassuring them that he had explained everything to Zhao Hu, who wouldn't trouble them anymore. Hearing this, Chen Kexin was carefree and completely believed him. However, the rich second generation like He Yicheng remained half skeptical, worried about Zhao Hu's retaliation. Su Fan was indifferent to this, and he returned to the Chen family with Chen Kexin. Tonight, he would venture into the Su family estate to see his family members whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Fan leapt out of the window and disappeared into the dark night soon after. 10 minutes later, in the alley opposite the Su family estate, Su Fan's figure appeared slowly under a dim street lamp. After many years, looking at the unchanged appearance of his once deeply remembered home, Su Fan's expression was filled with a sense of trance. Memories rushed back like a revolving lantern in his mind. "I'm home," Su Fan muttered to himself with a slightly choked voice. However, this time, there were no loved ones smiling at him and saying, "Welcome back." Su Fan's eyes reddened slightly, and a wave of bitterness surged within him. Since officially stepping onto the path of martial arts, he hadn't experienced such intense emotional fluctuations in a long time. Feeling on the verge of weakness again, on the verge of tears once more. The next moment, Su Fan ignored the bewildered and curious gazes of passers-by, placed his hands on the ground, and performed a handstand under the street lamp. This was something his master taught him 5 years ago. Men bleed, but do not cry. Especially warriors, that's the weakest display. If one day you truly can't control your emotions, when you feel like crying, just do a handstand. This way, the tears won't flow. 3 minutes later, Su Fan regained control of his emotions and stood back on his feet. He then walked away, disappearing into the chatter and speculation of passers-by. Inside the Su family estate, a figure quickly navigated past all the security personnel and surveillance cameras with agility. The layout of the estate's various areas hasn't changed much from the past. Walking close to the once lived-in homeland, Su Fan's emotions surged. But he quickly suppressed them forcibly. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he swiftly penetrated into the interior of the mansion. Just as he was about to leap to the second floor, he heard the footsteps coming downstairs, clack, clack, clack. Su Fan frowned. He had to quickly dodge and hide in a nearby small room. Through the faint door crack, he saw the person coming downstairs, a well-built, elegant lady. That's Aunt Liu. After 5 years, she remains so dignified and graceful. But she seems to have aged as well. Su Fan's gaze was complex, fixed on the descending Liu Huan. Her familiar face made his breath quicken, and memories resurfaced. Due to his parents' busy work schedule and frequent business trips worldwide, he and his little sister were practically raised by Aunt Liu from a young age. Though not blood-related, they were as close as family. In Su Fan's heart, apart from his little sister's grandfather, Aunt Liu was one of the most treasured family members. At that moment, Aunt Liu seemed to sense Su Fan's gaze and looked sharply in his direction, alert. Chapter 90 Lin Zhuan's Cursing. Eldest uncle, are you trying to scare someone to death? Oh no! Su Fan was startled, immediately retracting his gaze and retreating into the shadows. Clattering sounds. Listening to the footsteps gradually approaching the room, Su Fan furrowed his brow, feeling slightly panicked. If his presence was discovered, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly in a short amount of time. After all, he didn't want to be recognized by his relatives. Glancing around, the room was small, and there was nowhere to hide. Clattering sounds. As the footsteps drew closer, Sufan found himself in a dilemma. Fortunately, at that moment, a cat meowed. Meow meow tilde 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 oh. It's you, you mischievous little fellow. Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat. Phew! Through the crack of the door, watching Liu Huan carry the cat away, Sufan breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while and hearing no more movement, Sufan quietly opened the door and quickly headed upstairs. At this moment, in the study on the second floor of the villa, Manager Wang instruct the production department to increase the production of the beauty pill. Produce as much as possible and stockpile everything. Remember, keep this information confidential. Hanging up the phone, Su Shengshan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, took off his reading glasses, looking slightly weary as he sat back on the sofa. The fatigue from long nights had deepened the wrinkles on his face. However, even so, there was still a glint of excitement in Su Shengshan's eyes, because he had received information from his subordinates. Recently, some people in the Magic City who used the beauty cream had started to experience symptoms of redness, swelling, and itching on their faces, thanks to Xiao Xuan. Not only did he save the company from bankruptcy, but he also brought a great opportunity for the Su family. Ah, I'm getting old. Recently, I feel increasingly powerless. It seems I need to hand over the Su group to Xiao Xuan as soon as possible. Su Shengshan muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, in a blind spot where he couldn't see, there were eyes staring at him through the window. Grandfather, I've come back. Admiring Su Shengshan's white hair and aging face, Sufan felt a pang in his heart, a feeling of indescribable sorrow. He couldn't imagine how his grandfather had endured these past years. Despite reaching the age of retirement, he had to face one tragedy after another, single-handedly supporting the company through storm and rain. How many great difficulties and obstacles had he encountered during this period? Apart from Sufan's mentor, no one else, in these declining times of martial arts, could come up with good elixir formulas. Grandfather, could he have been deceived? Judging by what he just said, it seemed that the elixir was related to Lin Zhuan, the man who was going to marry his younger sister for happiness. And grandfather planned to hand over the Su group to Lin Zhuan for succession? Thinking of this, Sufan furrowed his brows even deeper. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about the Su group. The truth was, besides reaching the peak of martial arts, Sufan had no interest in wealth, fame, or other worldly possessions. But even so, he didn't want the industries originally belonging to the Su family to fall into outsiders' hands. Knowing people's faces, but not their hearts, he didn't understand Lin Zhuan. After witnessing Chen Qimei start well, but eventually abandon everything, who knew if Lin Zhuan would turn bad when he had wealth? What if his younger sister was hurt by an unscrupulous man in the future? Thinking of a certain possibility, a cold light flashed in Sufan's eyes. The Su group. It must remain in my younger sister's hands to be the most reliable. Thinking this, Sufan turned around and headed towards his younger sister's room in the depths of his memory. In a cozy girl's room. On the sickbed, Su Qinj lay quietly, resembling a sleeping beauty. However, her mind was in turmoil. Can't sleep. I really can't sleep. Could it be because I slept too much in the morning? I wonder if Lin Zhuan fell asleep. Did he dream? Did he dream of me? Could it be he dreamed of other girls? I feel so annoyed. What time is it now? I can't wait for tomorrow to come soon. Su Qinj, bored out of her mind, kept talking to herself in her mind, eagerly looking forward to the next day. This was unimaginable in the past. But now, Su Qinj, with hope in her heart, just wanted to hear that person's voice as soon as possible. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her wrist, as if a thread was touching it. However, the feeling was fleeting, and Su Qinj didn't pay much attention to it. But if she could open her eyes, she would surely be shocked and scream at the sight before her. In front of her sickbed, there was a stranger, holding a specially made golden thread. And the other end of the thread happened to be touching her wrist. Pulse diagnosis. The man was none other than Sufan. He looked at the stunning young girl on the sickbed, his heart filled with pity. After 5 years, seeing his younger sister, who had become even more beautiful, being called the first beauty of Magic City, Sufan felt both proud and sorrowful. But she was his younger sister. It should be like this. Little sister, big brother's back. With big brother here, No one dares to harm you. I'll kill anyone who tries. Rest assured, Big Brother will soon wake you up." Seeing his younger sister, who should be lively at her age, in her current pitiful state, Su-fan felt both heartache and deep hatred towards the culprit responsible for all this. Although Zhao Hu had mentioned to him that Su Qing's coma might have been due to a strange illness or accident, Su-fan didn't believe such nonsense. His young and healthy sister. How could she fall ill for no reason? There must be a culprit behind this. As long as he could heal his sister, the truth would come to light. So, without touching his sister, Su-fan used the supreme skill he learned from his mentor, pulse diagnosis. Starting to diagnose Su Qing's pulse based on the vibrations transmitted through the thread, Su-fan was puzzled. Why was the energy and blood flow in his sister's body so vibrant? Her condition was far from what he expected for someone who had been lying in bed for so long. Could there have been a master who treated her? Su-fan retrieved the golden thread, turning to observe Su Qing's features. Her skin was fair with a healthy flush. If someone who didn't know the truth saw her now, they wouldn't consider the sleeping girl incapable of moving. It seemed there were experts in Magic City. Not all of them were useless. Could it be that renowned national medical master Deng Lao in Magic City? I thought he was just a fraudster, but if it was really him, then he might have some skills. Since coming down the mountain, Su-fan had always been indifferent, looking down on all others. But now, he began to understand the words of his mentors. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. It seems. I don't need to intervene. After all, the 13 Ghost Needle is quite a stimulating acupuncture technique. While it can directly stimulate various sensory areas to wake her from her coma, the damage to the body is not small, and waking up could even leave lasting consequences. Even without after effects, she would still need time to recover fully. The treatment method of this unidentified expert seems to be more gentle and gentle. If this continues, my sister would soon wake up naturally without any side effects. Realizing that the 13 Ghost Needle wasn't the best treatment for his sister, Su-fan decided not to intervene forcefully. And he became somewhat curious about the mysterious master, thinking that perhaps he could find an opportunity to discuss medical skills with the person. On the other side, in the room next to Su Qing's, Lin Zhuan was sound asleep. Perhaps due to his thoughts during the day and dreams at night, he longed for points, and in his dreams mingled with various beings. Ding. Host and Sai-Zukun have bonded in a dream. Rewarded 1 point. Ding. Host and Qin Shiwang have bonded in a dream. Rewarded 1 point. Ding. Host and Inflatable Doll have bonded in a dream. Rewarded 5 points. Ding. Host and Reader have bonded in a dream. Rewarded 100 points. Ding. Host and Top Gift Reader have bonded in a dream. Rewarded 1,000 points. Half asleep, Lin Zhuan suddenly sat up in shock. What? Dreaming with Big Brother. The system's notifications couldn't be wrong. This meant that within the bonding field, Su-fan was indeed present behind this wall. Lin Zhuan was astonished, but quickly adjusted his breathing, pretending to fall back into a deep sleep. Just then, he had a strange thought. Could it be that Su Qing, on normal days, was like him now, lying in bed unable to move, but internally cursing him incessantly? Chapter 91 System, Unexpectedly. You've exposed my blind spot. While Lin Zhuan was busy complaining about his eldest uncle not leaving yet, Su-fan, relying on his master-level acute perception, noticed something amiss. This guy, why is his breathing slightly irregular? Could he be pretending to sleep? This absurd thought was immediately extinguished by Su-fan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly sense my arrival? Even if he did sense it, shouldn't he be screaming for help in terror instead of pretending to sleep? What's going on? Is my eldest uncle so captivated by me that he can't move? He's been standing here for at least 15 minutes, right? Please, just leave. You're making me very uncomfortable. Stiff all over, afraid of being noticed even if I turn over ... In the pitch-black room, the silence was eerie. If it weren't for the sticky radar in his mind clearly indicating that Su-fan was within 1 meter of himself, Lin Zhuan might have thought the other party had already left. Driven by curiosity, Lin Zhuan cautiously opened a barely noticeable slit of his eyes. Suddenly a pale face under the moonlight appeared in front of Lin Zhuan. Eldest uncle, are you crazy? What are you doing so close? If you get any closer, my first kiss will be gone. That's already reserved by your sister, don't mess around. ... That face was only 0.01 centimeters away from Lin Juan's face. Seeing it so suddenly almost made him jump out of his skin. Fortunately, Lin Juan was somewhat prepared mentally, so even though he was startled, he tried to maintain a pretending to sleep state as much as possible. Okay, it seems like I was overthinking. After observing Lin Juan for a while, Su Fan put aside his suspicions, slowly disappearing into the darkness. *I**. He's finally gone. Eldest uncle really knows how to disappear mysteriously. No wonder he's so successful in various Gaga assassinations in the later stages, almost never failing. With this ability to come and go without a trace, most security personnel can't stop him at all. ... When Su Fan's light spot disappeared from the sticky radar for a while, Lin Juan finally fully opened his eyes, stretched his stiff limbs, and made a creaking sound as his bones collided. After lazily stretching, he finally relaxed and fell asleep. As easy. A quiet night passed without incident. The next day, Lin Juan yawned and got up with dark circles under his eyes. This is all because of the eldest uncle, causing me to lack sleep. With a deep sense of resentment, Lin Juan struggled to get up. To wake himself up quickly, he did push-ups on the floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sticking with the earth. Reward 10 points per push-up. Oh. The sudden system prompt instantly dispelled all of Lin Juan's drowsiness. He was dumbfounded, never expecting such an action to count as sticking. Even though the points were a bit low, was the entire Earth only worth 10 points? Sticky system, you really aren't giving Earth any face. But thinking that these points were just given for free, Lin Juan's mood became elevated again, determined to exploit the system. He began his self-discipline plan with determination. 1 minute later, Lin Juan was exhausted, lying on the floor, panting heavily. It's too tiring, giving up, lying down, and lazing around. It's not as enjoyable as sticking with my wife. Thinking of this, Lin Juan suddenly realized something. Through this incident, he discovered a blind spot in the system that as long as you find the right way, everything can be stuck on. For example, Lin Juan stood up, walked to a wall, and started doing push-ups against the wall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sticking with the wall. Reward 1 point per push-up. Seeing this, Lin Juan raised his eyebrows and turned to do push-ups in the air. Sticky system, ... No response? Could it be that he hadn't found the right method? So, while making push-up movements with his hands in the air, his waist and hips began to move rapidly back and forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing a new sticking method. Air sticking. Reward 0.1 point per push-up. TSK. System, I've discovered a blind spot, right? Lin Juan silently commended himself. However, these sticking methods were too tiring to earn points. Resolving to become a lazy person, Lin Juan played around for a bit before decisively giving up. Next, after freshening up, he left the Su family estate, planning to eat something as usual and buy a violet plant on the way back. In a steamed bun shop, Lin Juan ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, enjoying a down-to-earth breakfast. Thank you for the support from all shareholders. I have some good news to report. Ever since the new product from our Lin Group was launched, the sales skyrocketed like riding a rocket. Originally, I promised a doubling of the group's market value in a year. Now it looks like I can achieve it in at most 6 months. To fulfill my promise to all employees of the Lin Group, as well as the shareholders who trust my Lin family. Thank you again for believing in me. ... Clap. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Lin Juan's ears. Frowning, he looked up and realized that a news broadcast was playing on the screen in the steamed bun shop. On the screen, Lin Jianjun looked spirited, continually waving to the reporters below. For a while, he stole the spotlight. Unbelievable! The Lin family is about to take off. No choice, the beauty effect of the product they developed is too good. It's already gaining reputation in the city. Indeed, its charm on women is fatal. My wife and 2 daughters have already become fervent fans of the Lin family. Same here. My 80-year-old mother is clamoring for me to buy it for her. Otherwise, she considers it unfilial and it's driving me crazy. Although it's a bit expensive, if it can truly make one's wife beautiful, that makes me feel good too, so just buy it. In the bun shop, while eating breakfast, Lin Juan listened to the comments of the people around him with an increasingly strange and playful smile. On the other side, after the news conference ended, Lin Jianjun, with a beaming face, prepared to return to the company's employee dormitory. These past few days, he truly experienced what it meant to suffer while feeling happy. Suffering because his assets were depleted, and he resorted to high-interest loans, leading him from his accustomed extravagant life to a tight and financially constrained existence. But he felt happy because he now controlled the Lin Group completely. In the company, he held his head high, looking down on others with his nostrils. The board members who had once challenged him now bowed respectfully to him under the circumstances. This made Lin Jianjun feel extremely satisfied. Coupled with the roaring reputation of the beauty cream, the Lin Group was truly thriving, making money hand over fist. Following this trend, his rise seemed unstoppable, and the Lin Group would surely dominate the peak of the city under his leadership. HMPH. I wonder who dares to gossip behind my back now. Those who said I was not as good as that deceased woman. Those who said I was a parasite and that unfilial son. Seeing me in such a flourishing and magnificent appearance now, he must be regretting it, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 92. The Love Story of Xiao and Xiaoyan. Tang Chuan, the Scum Man. Gong Baozi Shop. After Lin Juan finished his meal and paid the bill, he walked into a nearby alley, skillfully turning a few corners. Finally, he stopped in front of a relatively remote flower shop. Boss, the usual. A bunch of violets. Big brother, you're here. My mom is cooking. She told me to give you the flowers. As Lin Juan's words fell, a little lily came out from inside, running towards him. The girl looked about 4 or 5 years old, 110 centimeters tall, with a face as delicate as porcelain, extremely cute. Gao Zhao Xiao, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Big brother, here. This is your violet. Are you still going to give it to that comatose sister? Yes? Wow tilde big brother, you're so romantic. In the future, I want to be like the comatose sister, marrying a gentleman like you. Is that so? Then you must eat well and grow up properly. Okay. I will, big brother. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Juan waved his hand. Watching the little girl bounce back, he looked indulgent. She really is the daughter of a great uncle. So cute and adorable. Tilde really want to see the great uncle's reaction when he finds out he has a daughter, transforming from a cold-hearted killer into a caring father. Lin Juan grinned mischievously and then walked away. 10 minutes later, in Sue's girl's boudoir. Kinj, good morning. Lin Juan placed the violets he was holding as usual by the girl's pillow. Then he sat down, habitually holding the girl's soft hand. Ding! Host and Sue Kinj palm to palm, reward 1 point EV for seconds. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, feeling the warmth and fragrance in his hand, Lin Juan felt comfortable. Indeed, having palms to palms with his little sister was the most correct way to activate the system. Good morning, Lin Juan. The familiar floral scent filled the air, and the familiar voice reached his ears. Sue Kinj, trapped in a dark cage of consciousness, had no sense of time. She only knew that a beautiful day began when she heard Lin Juan's voice each day. And at that moment, recalling Sue King's words of encouragement from yesterday, Lin Juan began to try to communicate with the girl for the first time. Kinj, should I start by telling you a story? Do you want me to proceed with the massage process, or would you like to hear me sing to you? Just like yesterday, tell me your thoughts. After finishing his sentence, Lin Juan opened his palm and placed the girl's fingers on top. At first, Sue Kinj didn't react. After all, it had always been Lin Juan taking the lead, and she simply followed along. But this time, Lin Juan was actually asking for her opinion. This was the first time since she became comatose that someone had actively sought her opinion. In that moment, a sense of warmth rose in Sue King's heart. A feeling of being respected brought her happiness. She was both touched and a bit excited. Not only was it the first time she had face-to-face interaction with Lin Juan, but she also realized the improvement in her condition. In the past, even when she was in despair, her suffering was known only to herself, but now, through a special way, she could express her emotions to the outside world. This brought great joy to Su Qinj. She felt grateful to Lin Juan for giving her hope of recovery. Dinged host and Su Qinj palm to palm, reward 1.3 seconds. Lin Juan, huh? I didn't do anything. I just asked Su Qinj a question. How did my favorability suddenly increase? Amazed, Lin Juan finally understood the saying. Don't try to guess a girl's mind, because you really can't guess what's on a girl's mind. Qinj. Did you hear what I said? Hearing Lin Juan's inquiry, Su Qinj returned to focus. She activated her finger senses and started tapping out letters. Over time, she was able to move the 5 fingers of her right hand simultaneously, although the movements were still somewhat rigid. However, with Lin Juan's patient observation, she finally understood Su Qinj's choice. Story. I see. Qinj wants to hear a story, right? Okay, let me tell you a story first. Seeing Su Qinj's response, Lin Juan smiled with relief. It was the first time since they had interacted that he had received feedback in a meaningful way. And from Su Qinj's actions, it seemed she was not rejecting him. Finally, he took another small step toward the days of massive points for palms to palms every day and progressed with confidence. Adjusting his emotions, Lin Juan began his daily story session. Long ago, there was a girl named Xiao, a tall girl who had an engagement with the 3rd young master of the Tang family in the capital, Tangchuan. However, Tangchuan, feeling disdain for Xiao's poverty, eventually broke off the engagement. He publicly demanded her release from the marriage. Being humiliated in front of everyone, the girl Xiao shouted in anger, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully a poor girl. After shouting, Xiao left resolutely, swearing to make a name for herself and seek revenge against Tangchuan. During this time, she met a young man named Xiaoyan. The two fell in love at first sight, and their love story blazed intensely, plunging into that damned river of love. 3 years later, Xiao, now the world's richest woman, pregnant with her husband Xiaoyan and 18 sons, stood before the grim-faced Tangchuan. Just like that proud girl from years ago. Xiao roared to the sky, Tangchuan. The 3-year period has come to an end. The Tang family ... will be ruined. Lin Juan, excited, narrated with relish. He kept telling the story of a girl who suffered the humiliation of a broken engagement, slowly rose to become the world's richest woman, harvested a fulfilling love story, and sought revenge against her former enemy Tangchuan. For Su Qinj, who had never read online novels, Lin Juan's serious storytelling made her blood boil, completely captivated by the story. Especially as a girl, she fully immersed herself in the epic life experiences of Xiao. With joy, sorrow, and emotions completely immersed in the story. What an amazing girl! So cool! This story, Xiao is really strong. Her love story with Xiaoyan is so moving. And that scum Tangchuan, that despicable Chen Shimei. But the only problem with this story, it's the 18 sons. 18 sons in 3 years? Are you serious? Even if Xiao is a female warrior, can her body handle this? Chapter 93 Lin Juan's on-site exposure. Su Fan's sister rage. Under the thunderous attack of the world's richest woman Ziwu, the Tang family went bankrupt. Tang's 3rd young master Tangchuan couldn't accept this cruel reality and hanged himself. From then on, Ziwu successfully cleared the humiliation of her broken engagement and lived shamelessly with Ziyan. In the silent room, Lin Juan's voice echoed, and the story he was telling came to an end. Not bad. Ziwu angrily killed Tangdog and married Ziyan, reaching the peak of life. I like this ending. How did Lin Juan's brain grow? So good at singing, and now great at storytelling too. I really want to hear the next story. Su Qinj, who was introduced to the refreshing text template for the first time, was impressed by Ziwu's continuous debunking. She was looking forward to Lin Juan continuing the story. So, her fingers began to draw on Lin Juan's palm. I want more. Was it good to listen to? Still want to hear more? But it's massage time now. I'll tell you a new story next time. By the way, here's a spoiler for you. The new story is about Naruto Uzumaki from the Stone Village, who challenges the Hokage Luffy to save his wife Sasuke. He launches the Fourth Great Ninja War and eventually becomes a Shinigami. A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Juan's face. After dropping a few hints, he stopped speaking. He intentionally left the story halfway so as to keep Sukinge curious and unable to resist. Hey, woman, watch how I play with your heart. Oh, Lin Juan, why are you like this? You might as well not start at all. It's so frustrating when you only tell half, like having a million ants crawling on your body. And you're so short. Not cute at all. You're such a teaser. If you were a novelist, readers would go crazy if your address was exposed. You despicable teaser, you deserve to die. Sukinge's inner turmoil, as Lin Juan predicted, was firmly grasped. Itchy heart. After so many years, she experienced for the first time the pain of being teased by a teaser. Hash. Damn it. One day, with a knife in hand, she killed all the teasers. But no matter how dissatisfied Sukinge was, Lin Juan remained silent, teasing her with his snippets of the story. He then switched to the close, intimate mode. He took off his shoes, got on the bed, and embraced Sukinge's soft body. In this intimate distance, his nose was filled with the natural fragrance of the girl, stimulating Lin Juan's male instinct, causing him to subconsciously take a few sniffs. Sniff listening to the sound of deep breathing in her ear, Sukinge's initial resentment was immediately replaced by embarrassment. Oh Q. Oh, despicable Lin Juan. What are you doing? Why would you sniff like that? Are you a pervert? Is it okay for a girl to be sniffed like this? Lin Juan was unaware of the girl's thoughts. After adjusting his mood, he began the massage process. Sukinge's visible recovery rate in recent days, coupled with her upcoming wedding date with Lin Juan, made Liu Huan, who had been watching by the bedside, relinquish her constant presence, giving the two of them enough private space. Therefore, Lin Juan felt more at ease. During the massage, he behaved more intimately, with occasional intimate actions. Knock. Just as Lin Juan's fingers were kneading the girl's body, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Liu Huan's voice. Mr. Lin, Miss Chen is here. Miss Chen. Lin Juan didn't react at first until he heard a familiar voice, and then he knew who the visitor was, Chen Kexen. The door opened, and the figure of the little girl rushed in. Oni-chan, your outfit. Lin Juan wanted to greet her, but seeing Chen Kexen's attire almost made him black out. She wore a red one-piece dress with long twin tails now styled into a symmetrical round meatball head. She held a cosmic ring in her left hand and a flame spear in her right. She also had a red Haitian silk draped over her body. What are you cosplaying today? Neza. Lin Juan was speechless, completely amazed by this little girl's creativity. Each time they met, she came with a new look. How is it? Do I look handsome? Playing with her weapon set, Chen Kexen looked very pleased, as if silently asking for praise. Cough. Handsome. Very handsome. Woohoo tilde. I said this outfit version looks good. But Su Fan dared to say it's ugly. Truly someone with no taste in aesthetics. Sigma Ahu. Su Fan. Hearing this name, Lin Juan was suddenly shocked. How could he forget about Su Fan? Now that he was Chen Kexen's personal bodyguard, he would definitely follow her everywhere. This also meant that Su Fan would be present too. Suddenly, a cold and sharp gaze swept over him from the doorway. Slowly turning his head, he saw a young man of about 27 standing there, staring at him as if he could shoot fire from his eyes. Hi. Brother Su Fan. It's been a while. You're here too. Even if you were chosen as the lucky groom for the Su family, should you be treating an immobile patient like this in broad daylight? This seems inappropriate. Su Fan's face was cold, his tone icy. Seeing his beloved sister being held and caressed by another man, he was so close to losing control. If not for a shred of reason left, Su Fan would have acted impulsively. His slight affection towards Lin Juan the day before had now turned into anger. What a disaster! He forgot that Su Fan had a bit of a sister complex. He was like a demon protector for his sister. Tangled in his emotions, Su-fan was about to explode. Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, trying to explain, but was cut off by Chen Kexin. Holding the flame spear, she pointed it at Su-fan's nose and admonished, "Su-fan, what's with that expression? And your tone? I didn't say anything, and you're jealous. Brother Lin is treating Kin's sister, understand? If not for Brother Lin's massage technique, how could Sister Kinj recover consciousness so quickly?" Chen Kexin was angry, scolding Su-fan harshly. She didn't want to bring this tag-along today, but Su-fan, upon learning the recipient of this visit was Sister Kinj, immediately followed. His attitude even slightly changed, no longer as indifferent as before. Chen Kexin began to suspect. Now, with the image of Lin Zhuan and Su Kinj being so close, she instantly realized the change in Su-fan's demeanor, filled with anger. Chen Kexin understood. She was 99% sure. This Su-fan was definitely like those lecherous men, lusting after Sister Kinj, having unholy thoughts about her. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Kexin became furious. She pushed Su-fan out of the room, ordering him not to step foot inside. Otherwise, she would smash him with the cosmic ring, pierce him with the flame spear, strangle him with the red Haoshan silk. Chapter 94. Su King's disgust. Damn you, Su-fan, get out quickly. Remember, do not cross this doorway. Otherwise, Lord Neza here will punch you to death. In front of the Su family young lady's chamber door, Chen Kexin sternly glared at Su-fan, signaling him not to cross the line. Then she turned and walked back into the room, leaving Su-fan looking dumbfounded. What did she just say? Did the little sister already regain consciousness? And the reason she could recover was because of Lin Zhuan's massage technique. Could it be that Lin Zhuan is the master that I speculated about? A high-level expert? Not sure. I'll observe a bit more. Thinking like this, Su-fan stood like a door god, staring intently at Lin Zhuan's every move inside. The piercing gaze made Lin Zhuan feel uncomfortable for a moment. Kexin, what are you doing? How can you drive Su-fan brother out the door? Lin Zhuan said with a feigned seriousness. Seeing Chen Kexin ignore him, he flashed an apologetic smile at Su-fan by the door. Then he continued with the massage. But this time, Lin Zhuan completely transformed into a proper gentleman, avoiding any unnecessary intimate behaviors. With his serious expression and dignified posture, Su-fan's impression instantly improved. He also felt a sense of shame for his previous rudeness. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see the meticulous technique in Lin Zhuan's massage, showing its profoundness. He was basically certain that this was the high-level expert he speculated about last night. This means that it was due to Lin Zhuan's presence that his little sister's condition could be maintained so well. And with no side effects, there was hope for her full recovery upon waking up. But he, jumping to conclusions without reason, judged Lin Zhuan harshly just because he saw him holding his little sister, showing a lack of propriety. At this moment, Su-fan's face turned red and then pale, feeling a sense of shame for the first time in his life. On the other hand, the proper gentleman Lin Zhuan was originally focused on massaging Su Kinj. Suddenly, a system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Favorability toward the Son of Destiny, Su-fan, has increased. Ding! Intimate field range points corresponding increase, rewarding 1 point per second. Lin Zhuan was puzzled for a moment. How did Su-fan's favorability toward him suddenly spike? And it rose from the original 1 point per 10 seconds to 1 point per second. He was clearly acting in a way that could lower his favorability, so why was it increasing instead? Not again, I'm really not trying to. But speaking of frustration, the most frustrated at this moment should be Su Kinj on the sickbed. What's going on? Is it just my imagination? Why does it seem like Lin Zhuan's massage today behaves more conservatively? It seems like he's intentionally keeping his distance from me. In the past during massages, there seemed to be quite a bit of intimate contact. But now ... Could it be that Lin Zhuan doesn't like me anymore? That's why he started avoiding physical contact. In the dark cage of consciousness, Su Kinj suddenly felt a bit low, pondering a possibility. If they had just met, Lin Zhuan touching her body would have made her uncomfortable, uneasy. But she recalled that she gradually stopped resisting and even got used to Lin Zhuan's touch, having some unclear sense of small anticipation. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's probably because there's an outsider in the room today, yes? That must be it. So Lin Juan is trying to keep his distance to avoid suspicion. By the way, that guy named Su Fan seems to be the one who pretended to be a martial arts master and tricked Zhao Hu over yesterday. I used to admire his courage. I was thinking that if I had the chance after waking up, I would recruit him to work for me. But he's so biased now, standing on the moral high ground and smearing Lin Juan and me. HMPH. I didn't object, and you, an outsider, are meddling. And with Lin Juan and I about to be married, he's still helping me with treatment. What's wrong with some intimacy? I'm willing. Su Qinj was constantly complaining in her heart, feeling indignant for Lin Juan. Originally, since Su Fan shared the same surname Su, and since Lin Juan seemed respectful towards him, upon learning that Su Fan was a jobless wanderer, Su Qinj had thought that if there was a chance, she could arrange a position as head of security at the company for Su Fan to make a living. But then Su Fan acted unreasonably and instantly hit rock bottom, especially when he affected Lin Juan's normal performance. This made Su Qinj speechless, hoping that Su Fan would leave quickly. As everyone had their own thoughts, Lin Juan's first massage session ended. Without any lingering, he got up from the bed, sat back in his original spot, and neatly covered Su Qinj with the blanket again. Throughout the process, his gaze never left Su Qinj, full of deep affection. And all of this was seen by the slightly guilty Su Fan. Could it be that Lin Juan really loves the little sister that much? Is this the first deep affection in the City of Magic? Previously, I thought it was exaggerated. But seeing it today, maybe it's not all rumors. Su Fan's gaze flickered, and he was slightly shaken. Witnessing Lin Juan carefully taking care of his little sister at home, Su Fan suddenly remembered the woman from 5 years ago who had rescued him from the fire. The woman who had cared for and encouraged him during his most desperate times. Even now, Su Fan still didn't know who that stranger woman was. But she was a lingering guilt in his life, because at that time, he went through a major turmoil that twisted his heart. To vent his pain and desires, he did something unforgivable to the woman. He violated her. Chapter 95, Su Qinj is speechless. That damned Su Fan. Why hasn't he left yet? Just as Su Fan recalled that unbearable past, Lin Juan turned back with a smile and waved to him. Brother Su Fan, don't just stand at the door. Come in and sit for a while. These words, when they reached Su Fan's ears, he felt extremely awkward. It felt strange to be invited into his own home by a stranger. What made him even more helpless was that, just as he raised his foot and hadn't even stepped over the threshold, he was poked out by the little Lolita with a spear in her hand. Next, Chen Kexin had a serious expression and said to Lin Juan firmly, "We can't let him in." "Oh, let me tell you a secret. I found out this guy is a pervert, thinking inappropriately about Sister Qinj. We must remain 100% vigilant against him." Hearing this, Lin Juan almost burst out laughing. This little Lolita, is she really a genius as her mother? She can imagine this whole plot. But can you please not call me Oni-chan? That was supposed to be reserved for the late big brother-in-law. Why does it have to fall on me now? I'm just a plain and unremarkable cannon fodder villain. How can I take away the protagonist's exclusive title? Compared to Lin Juan's amusement, Su Fan, hearing the little Lolita's guessing, felt even more frustrated and felt like spitting blood. ##, is that person lying there my little sister? Do I have inappropriate feelings for her? I'm not some pervert who likes hair streaks in Germany. However, thinking back to his own previous extreme reaction, it may indeed seem off to outsiders. Su Fan fell silent. Not good with words, he neither wanted to reveal the relationship between them nor knew how to explain, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing that, Chen Kexin became more convinced of her speculation. This Su Fan dare to have inappropriate thoughts even towards a vegetable. He's truly a beast. That's it. The wedding is off in a week. All right. Kedin, don't jump to conclusions and wrong others. Brother Su Fan looks upright and full of righteousness. How could he be the despicable person you described? Seeing the situation was a bit awkward, Lin Juan spoke up with a smile to ease the tension. His words made Su Fan feel a bit grateful. This guy really has good insight. He can see through my inner righteousness behind this plain appearance. After a brief silence, Su Fan nodded to Lin Juan, gesturing to stay outside. And I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Inhaling deeply, Lin Juan almost sucked out all the oxygen in the room. Apologizing? The protagonist Su Fan actually apologized to me. Unbelievable. Lin Juan was truly shocked. In the original plot, Su Fan always maintained an air of I am the one above all. It was hard enough to make him apologize, let alone to treat him equal. Besides, except for his relatives and the mother-daughter drama of chasing wife at the crematorium, Su Fan had never shown a good face to anyone, let alone apologize in person. Thinking of this, Lin Juan was a bit excited, as if he had just defeated a final boss level. Comfortable. No worries. Brother Su Fan, you're too kind. I didn't take what happened earlier to heart. Lin Juan smiled and responded to Su Fan. He didn't persuade him to come inside anymore. Su Fan nodded calmly, hands in his pockets, quietly standing at the door. Only Chen Kexin pouted, staring at Su Fan in a huff. Okay, get in. Don't stare at brother Su Fan like that. I had a feeling yesterday and wrote a love song for Kinj. Can you record it for me? Lin Juan stood up, walked to a corner, and picked up a golden guitar. What? Oni-chan, are you going to sing today? Great. Hearing this, the little Lolita was excited. She started preparing to record while talking about the godlike stature of L in the entertainment industry since announcing a new song every 3 days. You know, ever since you announced a song update every 3 days, your fans are begging for more in the comments every day. Some even scold you for being too short, pitying your sister-in-law. Listening to Chen Kexin recount the criticism from fans, Lin Juan was speechless. But the next moment, he was relieved. These fans were enthusiastic, and their way of urging for more updates was different from others. But how could they know? My Little Cannon is a record-breaking 48 centimeters long, certified by the Guinness World Records. While Lin Juan and the others were getting ready, Su Fan standing at the door looked surprised. Through Chen Kexin's words, he deduced that Lin Juan was the mysterious internet sensation L. Even though he never paid attention to the entertainment industry, the several songs being played repeatedly on the streets these days caught his attention. Each melody was beautiful, and the lyrics were simple yet profound. Even Su Fan had stood and listened curiously to the melodic voice and found out the songs were all created by L. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the mysterious singer was Lin Juan. Recalling Lin Juan's rendition of Rice Aroma at the Tiancheng Entertainment KTV yesterday, Su Fan looked puzzled. So this guy is pretending to be weak to gain an advantage? At the same time, curiosity arose in him for the first time. He really wanted to know what kind of beautiful songs Lin Juan, a top-level singer, could create, especially since this song was written for his little sister. However, he held a pessimistic attitude, not believing that Lin Juan's songs would be accepted by his little sister. After all, he knew very well that his little sister had no interest in lovey-dovey music from a young age, finding it fake and vulgar. Now Lin Juan wanted to sing a love song for her. Isn't he asking for trouble? Not only will he not get his sister's favor, but he's likely to be repulsed by her. Sigh. Barking up the wrong tree, what a drag. Su Fan sighed inwardly, feeling inexplicably sorry for Lin Juan. Lin Juan is finally singing a new song. I wonder what masterpiece he'll create this time compared to my favorite Rice Aroma. So excited, and Lin Juan says he wrote this love song specifically for me. Why sing a love song for me? Could this be a confession or a proposal? No way. There are still outsiders here. Isn't this inappropriate? Speaking of, Kedin is fine, but why doesn't that Su Fan have the sense to leave discreetly? His emotional intelligence is too low. At times like this, shouldn't he tactfully find an excuse and quietly leave? Ooh, so annoying. There are outsiders here. This might affect Lin Juan's performance. Thinking about this, Su King's favorability towards the unfamiliar bodyguard friend plummeted once again. Chapter 96. I wish to become the angel of the fairy tale that you love. In the young girl's boudoir. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Juan plucked the strings of the piano, singing passionately. The melodious and soulful guitar music, coupled with the heavenly voice, was like a wonderful symphony, intoxicating. Forget how long it has been. I haven't heard from you. Tell me your favorite story. I thought for a long time I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? Tilde double quotes dot 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 dot. This is something dot 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 dot. As Sufan listened to the prelude and a few lyrical lines, her pupils shrank slightly, feeling captivated. The melody of the song flowed like water. The lyrics themselves were beautiful, like a poem. Even Sufan had to admit, when it came to original music, Lin Juan was the strongest she had ever seen. It seemed like he was serious about his feelings for his younger sister. After all, such a heartfelt song, if not imbued with true emotions, could never have been created. At this moment, Sufan truly felt Lin Juan's deep affection. You cry and tell me, everything in fairy tales is a lie. I can't possibly be your prince tilde. Maybe you won't understand. Since you said you love me tilde, the stars in my sky have all lit up, tilde double quotes dot 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 dot. Lin Juan's fingers danced, hopping on the guitar strings, playing a beautiful melody and singing heartwarming lyrics. His pupils were so focused and affectionate, like the starry night sky. As he sang Fairy Tale, every note seemed to be a pledge from him, sincere and firm. Among those listening to Lin Juan's singing, the one with the most emotional fluctuations was the bedridden Sukinj. If she could fully regain consciousness now, she would definitely be moved by the deep emotions contained in the lyrics, tears shimmering. This song is so romantic and beautiful, isn't it? After listening, it feels like being in a fairy tale, experiencing the sincere love of the boy. Lin Juan, could these lyrics be the words of affection he wants to say to me normally? Because he's shy and thin-skinned, he wrote it into a song to sing to me. What should I do? This is the first time I have experienced such a thing. How should I respond to him? The song lingered in the air, gently stirring Suking's heartstrings like feathers, leaving the young girl somewhat confused. If you were to ask her now, do you love Lin Juan? Sukinj would shake her head, not because the answer was no. Mainly, even she couldn't give an answer herself. After all, plagued by androphobia, she had never thought she would fall in love with a man. Especially with a man she had almost no previous interaction with, didn't even know his appearance, and had only known for less than a month. As for Lin Juan, she also didn't know if she truly loved him, or was it gratitude? Touched, therefore, generating some kind of illusion that seemed to be love. At this moment, various complex emotions intertwined, making the young girl even more bewildered. What is love exactly? What is love? It's so complicated. She couldn't tell. She really couldn't tell. But as she listened to Lin Juan's deep voice, Sukinj gradually calmed down, although she still couldn't confirm her own feelings now. Through the song, the young girl could feel the boy attempting to communicate with her emotionally and convey his feelings through music. She thought about their acquaintance, the clash of mania against vegetative state. Two existences that were never supposed to intersect had now, due to the ridiculous reason of a blind date, progressed to the verge of marriage. In a way, the experiences between her and Lin Juan were just like a real-life fairy tale, full of romance and warmth. I wish to become the angel of the fairy tale that you love, opening my arms, turning into wings to guard you tilde. You must believe we will have a fairy tale ending, tilde happiness and joy are the conclusions, together, we will write our ending, tilde double quotes dot 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 dot. As the song concluded, echoes lingered. Lin Juan might not have realized it himself, but he had completely immersed himself in the song without knowing. When he finished singing, slowly coming back to his senses, he discovered that due to being too immersed, he had become emotional, his voice choked, tears shimmering in his eyes. Kinj. Influenced by the emotions of the song, Lin Juan set down the guitar in his hand, gently grasping Suking's hand, as if telling her, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, he would always protect her like this song did. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would be there. Is it good? This song is called Fairy Tale. It's good, very good. Sukinj responded repeatedly in her dark subconscious space. In the song, she felt the emotions of the creator flowing. It was the most moving song she had ever heard. Especially when she recalled the various experiences between her and Lin Juan, it felt as if their story was as beautiful and real as this fairy tale. At that moment, Lin Juan's sigh sounded. No response. It seems you don't like this song. This time, Sukinj was anxious. She was frantic. No, I do like it. How could I not like something so good? But I can't speak. How do you expect me to respond tilde tilde tilde? Sukin shouted in her mind, receiving no response. Only when she felt the warmth transmitted through the palm of her hand did she realize she could now communicate with the outside world to some extent. Hastily, she mobilized the sensations in her fingertips, tapping and fumbling on Lin Juan's palm to write for words. I really like it. I know, I was teasing you on purpose. You fool, you must have forgotten you can write. Hearing Lin Juan's slightly teasing tone, Sukinj remained expressionless on the surface, still sleeping, but she was already feeling offended in her heart. I'm not a fool, you are. Your whole family are all fools. Daring to tease me, If I could move, I swear I'd spray you to death with salt soda water. Hun, wait a minute, I can move now. In the outside world, Lin Juan held the girl's hand, looking content. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sting in his palm, so he lowered his head to look. He saw the girl's delicate fingers. They were no longer helplessly stroking out characters, but were like an angry little bird, biting into his palm. Damn, Kinj, are you starting a new violent gameplay? Chill out. I can't entertain this kind of play. I won't be able to hold you easily anymore, and I might end up being abused by you in a matter of minutes. Scary. At the Su family estate, an elegant and striking figure, a beautiful woman with large earrings, appeared at the mansion gate with an angry expression. She ignored the respectful greetings of the security guards and maids around her, rushing into the villa. Damn it, it must all be that good-for-nothing son-in-law's fault. Dad must have frozen all my bank cards. I warned him last time. How dare he stir things up in front of my dad? In the end, it's all because he covets the Su family's assets, right? This time, I must teach him a lesson. Let him know that the Su family group belongs to the Su family. How could it be handed over to an outsider? Chapter 97. Lin Juan was speechless. Has this love-brained woman reached menopause? It hurts. Kinj, you're being too ruthless. You're almost squeezing the flesh off me. In the warm girl's room, Lin Juan pretended to be in pain, deliberately making zzz sounds of suffering. Did I squeeze too hard? Could it be because her senses haven't fully recovered and I didn't control the force well? Could Lin Juan have a problem due to being squeezed so hard? In the dark consciousness cage. Hearing Lin Juan's wailing, Sukinj panicked for a moment and quickly let go. But the next moment, Lin Juan's wicked laughter came, saying, Kekiki, fooled you. And you said you're not a fool, What? Hash. Damn man. How dare you lie to me, and then call me a fool, Sukinj, feeling embarrassed and angry, could only think of her aunt's teachings. Men's mouths, deceiving spirits. Can't trust a single word. Lin Juan took a breath of cool air. This time he really felt a bit of pain. This girl is really not to be messed with. She really grips onto the flesh. Just as Lin Juan and the two were playfully teasing each other in silence, at the door, seeing his little sister's hand tightly held by Lin Juan, Su Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze full of complexity. As a brother kind of creature, he instinctively felt a little unhappy and a little lamenting. After all, a woman grows up and leaves. No matter how cute and obedient his sister is, one day she will still have to marry. Seeing my little sister's reaction, she doesn't seem to harbor too much animosity towards Lin Juan. But if I'm not mistaken, compared to that so-called love, my little sister's feelings towards Lin Juan are definitely more inclined towards gratitude. With his little sister's cold personality, Su Fan was 95% sure Lin Juan's efforts had indeed been effective. He had successfully moved his little sister. After all, being unable to move in bed for so long. For a conscious person, the pain must be unbearable. Having someone by your side every day during such a time, giving you hope of recovery. For any emotionally normal human being, feeling immense gratitude was completely normal. If Lin Juan can seize this opportunity, over time, perhaps my little sister might actually develop feelings for him. Su Fan thought to himself, but he had no intention of intervening. After all, Lin Juan had given his sister Su Crossing hope for recovery as a way of repayment. If his little sister woke up and didn't object to dating Lin Juan, then he could give the other person a chance to be his brother in law. On the other side, Chen Kexin carefully put away the recording equipment. She was excited with a flush on her face, clapping repeatedly, saying, "Wow, it sounds so good. Oni-chan. I can already imagine." After this song is posted online, it will dominate the popular search rankings once again, igniting an unprecedented craze. When I get home, I'll edit and release it immediately. You have no idea. Your fans have been asking for updates like crazy these past few days. After listening to Chen Kexin's words, Lin Juan immediately spoke up to stop her. "Wait, don't release it yet. I still need to add something to it. I'll let you release it in a few days." Add something? Add what? Faced with the puzzled look of the little loli, Lin Juan smiled mysteriously. Guess. This was his plan to use LS popularity to give Lin Jianjun a deadly gift. Before the little loli could inquire further, a commotion outside the door suddenly caught everyone's attention. The first to notice was Su Fan standing at the door. He looked at the woman who appeared at the corner of the stairs, walking briskly toward them, his face showing a trace of confusion. Haven't seen her in 5 years, Aunt Su Yan didn't seem to have changed much. Meeting a relative again, Su Fan's heart surged, unconsciously walking forward, wanting to get a closer look at the long-unseen relative. Who is this kid? It doesn't seem like a staff member from home, right? Meeting a stranger man head-on, Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed, a bit puzzled. But with a fiery temper, she didn't care who he was. Seeing the young man blocking her way, Su Yan coldly snorted and gave him a big slap. Smack! Get out of the way! You're blocking my view! Su Fan rubbed his cheek where the slap landed, looking dumbfounded. He never expected his aunt, who used to be gentle and virtuous, to become so irritable and angry. Just because he blocked her path, she gave him a slap. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan had already pushed him aside and stormed into her little sister's room. Who are you? Are you a demon? Are you here to challenge me, Neza, Prince Third of Chenting Pass? Come on. I'm ready. As soon as she entered the room, Su Yan saw a strangely dressed little girl holding a toy, saying inexplicable things to herself with a serious expression. She frowned for a few moments before recognizing the person as Chen Kexin. Childish. Previously, Su Yan had thought that the friend her niece made was a bit crazy, but considering the Chen family's background behind her, she didn't say much. But now she was burning with anger and had no interest in giving her good face. Ignoring the little lily in front of her, Su Yan turned her gaze directly to Lin Juan, who was holding her niece's hand by the sickbed. You little brat! I warned you last time. How dare you cause trouble in front of my father? Undermine the strong father-daughter bond between us. Su Yan's sudden loud shout caught Lin Juan completely off guard. This woman! Why is she so hot-tempered? Suddenly barging in, she didn't bother to find out what was going on before accusing him. Has she hit menopause or something? I don't understand what you're talking about. I've never mentioned you in front of Su Lao. That would just be a waste of my time. And please knock when you come in next time. And if you have nothing else to discuss, could you please leave first without disturbing King's recovery? Lin Juan replied concisely, not wanting to get entangled with this ultimate love-brained woman. But his words completely ignited the anger in Su Yan's heart, and she sneered coldly, saying, Let me knock. And make me leave. Have you forgotten that I am from the Su family? And you, surname Lin, are the outsider. It should be you who leaves. What? 1 second you manipulated my dad to freeze my bank card. The next you want to kick me out of the Su family. At this rate, there will be only my vegetative niece left in the Su family, and you'll have free reign to take over our assets, right? Let me tell you, I will keep an eye on you. With me here, you won't succeed. Su Yan pointed to her eyes, indicating that she will never let Lin Juan succeed. Suddenly realizing this user is promoting a contest, urging people to vote to boost their work's ranking. Chapter 98, Green Tea Man vs. Love Brain. Grandpa Su, I'm being bullied. Suyi, seeing Su Yan distort right and wrong. Chen Kexin really couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out with a fair word. However, she also recognized that the person who came was Su King's aunt. So her voice subconsciously lowered a bit to show respect for the elder. Brother Lin Xuan injected 3.5 billion into the Su family group during the bankruptcy crisis, which saved the Su family group. If he really loved money, he wouldn't do such a thing. Aunt Kinj, you must have misunderstood Brother Lin Xuan. He really loves Sister Kinj, even more than I do. Seeing Chen Kexin being deceived by Lin Xuan, Su Yan became even more annoyed. She turned her head and glared at Lin Xuan, angrily saying, "Well done. Your methods are truly clever, almost fooling everyone. Are you proud of yourself? Unfortunately, I can see at a glance that you are not a good person." Lin Xuan, huh? What is this guy saying? What methods did I use? How come I don't know about it? Pretending? Still pretending? You pretended to inject 3.5 billion to save our Su family business, creating an indifferent appearance towards money. In fact, you harbored ambitions in secret, ultimately aiming for the billions of the Su family. 3.5 billion for hundreds of billions of assets. You really have guts, calculating so well. Heh. Too bad that although you deceived everyone, you didn't deceive me. Su Yan glared at Lin Xuan with a look that she had seen through everything. She looked smug, directly exposing Lin Xuan's plot. Every day you hover around my niece's bed, pretending to be deeply in love. It's just a means to gain my father's trust. Clearly, you've succeeded. The next goal is to drive me away and completely take over the billions of assets of our Su family. You scoundrel, do you live up to my father's trust? After listening to Su Yan's wild imagination, Lin Xuan could only say, impressive. It's a waste not to write novels with such intricate plots in the hospital bed. In the dark captivity of consciousness, from the moment she heard a familiar voice, Su Qing's thoughts became very complicated. Has Auntie come? How did she become like this now? It's a bit crazy. Could this be what she's always talking about as love? Even though Auntie was so gentle before, she used to teach me not to easily trust men, that men are all jerks. But how did she completely change after meeting that old man? In movies, they often talk about lover's brain. Is this what Auntie has now? Could it be that if I fall in love with a man in the future, I will become like this too? It's so scary. But does this mean I haven't loved Lin Xuan yet? So I haven't become like a love brain yet. ... Regarding Auntie's transformation in recent years, Su Kinj felt very puzzled. She didn't understand what that old man had poured into Auntie to make her, originally well-read and sensible, into this unreasonable appearance now. And as for Su Yan's accusations against Lin Xuan as acting lovingly, having ulterior motives, etc., Su Kinj just ignored them after thinking it over in her mind. She didn't believe that most of what Lin Xuan had done recently was fake. There might be some lies, but she could still feel the majority of Lin Xuan's goodwill. But her own aunt ... even though she didn't want to believe that a family member could harm her. Since she fell into a coma, she had thought countless times in her mind about why she became a vegetative person. But no matter how she deduced it, looking at the people and events she encountered before and after the coma, her auntie was the prime suspect. If it really was you, why? What's the reason? Auntie, what should I do? If it was instigated by that old man, then it would be fine. I just need to get rid of the mastermind ... I really don't want to kill you. Auntie, please don't let me find out that it's you. Please don't. While Su Kinj was lost in her thoughts. Outside, facing Su Yan's aggressive attitude, Lin Xuan felt a bit tired. As one of the few important relatives in the story, Su Yan had been a troublemaker for a long time in the early stages. Jumping around for the old man, doing all sorts of bizarre and outlandish things. Using various means to take over the Su family group, scheming against the Su siblings, and causing great distress to her own family. In short, she was quite a peculiar character. Originally, the author designed her with the aim of raising the reader's blood pressure. After all, the Su siblings highly valued family bonds in their character settings. So facing their aunt's outrageous behavior, the Su siblings usually endured without fighting back. It is said that a reader who originally read that novel was immediately hospitalized in anger. Lin Xuan glanced at his frowning uncle at the door, indicating that this situation was a bit difficult. If the other party wasn't Su Qing's relative, he wouldn't waste any time and would just shout on the spot, "Put on your armor, team up," transforming into the furious warrior, invincible against gods, unyielding against Buddhas. But now that Su Qinj and Su Yan still had feelings for this aunt, Lin Zhuan didn't want to act too harshly. Thinking this, Lin Zhuan took out his phone and made a call. At this moment, he didn't want to waste a single word on Su Yan. He turned a problem into a solution for the absolute nemesis of the early love brain. What's wrong? Can't reply? Feeling guilty after being exposed for having ulterior motives? Seeing Lin Zhuan not responding, Su Yan sneered. But Lin Zhuan didn't bother with her, and when the call was answered, he put it on speaker. Immediately, an elderly and deep voice came through the phone. Xiao Shuan. What's wrong? Anything you want to talk to Grandpa about? In just an instant, Su Yan's face changed drastically because she recognized who was on the other end of the line. She glared angrily at Lin Zhuan, saying that if she couldn't handle it, she would call the elders. This little brat isn't playing fair. Lin Zhuan coughed a few times, adjusted his emotions, and activated the Lin Hao mode. Grandpa Su, I'm being bullied. What? Who? Who dares to bully the grandson-in-law of me, Su Shengshan? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly raised by 8 degrees. He kept urging Lin Zhuan to reveal who it was so he could vent for him. It's not Aunt Su Yan. It's my fault. Really not Aunt Su Yan. She just misunderstood my ulterior motives, being good to Qinj, just desiring the billions of assets of the Su family. Sigh, I must have done something to upset Auntie. Grandpa Su, please don't be angry with Aunt Su Yan. I don't want to affect the strong father-daughter bond between you and Aunt Su Yan because of me. I will apologize to Aunt Su Yan. As long as she's willing to forgive me, as long as you as a family can be good, I'm willing to bear any grievances. Su Qinj, gives Su Fan. O D Chen Kexen, O underscore Ohaha tilde Su Yan. O. W. Chapter 99. What are you plotting against the old man? Are you after his age? Or is it because he doesn't take showers? Su Corporation Headquarters. In a bright office, Su Shengshan, with a head full of silver hair, clenched his teeth in anger after listening to Lin Yan's tearful confession on the phone. He continuously rubbed his temples with his right hand to ease the raging anger in his heart. Su Yan. This rebellious daughter. Thinking about his love-struck daughter, Su Shengshan felt a wave of exhaustion. When he found out that Su Yan was with an old man, he made it clear he strongly opposed it. But his daughter cried, threw tantrums, or threatened to hurt herself every few days. Helpless, Su Shengshan could only reluctantly agree and privately investigate Wang Defa. Little did he know, upon investigating, he was shocked. Wang Defa was suave, knowledgeable, and a well-known professor at the Shanghai University. However, behind the scenes, he was a gambling addict who took advantage of his position to seduce many inexperienced female students. What's more, he was still married with children. Isn't he a scumbag? Just when Su Shengshan was about to confront his daughter with the investigation results, thinking he could wake her up completely. No one is perfect. Making mistakes is human. But being able to correct your mistakes is the greatest virtue. Dad, the things you said, Wang Jie has confessed to me, and he promised to divorce his wife soon. I know and forgive him already. I'm not delusional in love. I'm clear-headed. I just love Wang Jie. I want to have children with him and give birth to a few babies for him. After all, this is every woman's destiny. The purpose of a woman's existence is to bear children for men, right? Although Wang Jie has made mistakes and sometimes treats me coldly, he is making efforts to change. Besides, he is very caring and good to me. After hearing these words, Su Shengshan felt dizzy, his vision blackened, and when he woke up, he was already in the hospital. From then on, the conflicts between the father and daughter became widely known in Shanghai due to accumulated grievances. This was also the reason why he was able to determine to take back Su Yan's shares and sever their father-daughter relationship, as he was truly exhausted. Now, listening to Su Yan, that rebellious girl, daring to cause trouble in his absence at Lin Zhuan's place, Su Shengshan was instantly furious. He roared at the phone on the other end. Su Yan, what are you doing at Zhao Xuan's place? Get out of the Su family immediately. I have said it. Since you choose to be with that old man, then I'll consider you as not my daughter. On the Su family side, Lin Zhuan smiled, lifting his Huawei phone with the speaker on, towards where Su Yan was. Even if he didn't do that, Su Shengshan's roaring voice full of anger could still be heard clearly by everyone present. Is he fighting with his niece and aunt? At the door, Su Fan's eyes were filled with complexity. He didn't expect that after returning, the conflicts between the two family members had escalated so deeply. When his parents were still around, although his aunt occasionally had a temper, the overall atmosphere in the Su family was harmonious and warm, with family members working together and presenting a united front. But now, 5 years have passed, and everything has changed. Thinking about this, Su Fan felt a heartbreaking pain in his chest. It hurt. It hurt too much. On the other side, hearing his father's angry outburst, Su-Yen instinctively shrank her neck, a little fearful. But she still whispered, "Dad, let me explain. You have been deceived by this guy's disguise. He deliberately used 3.5 billion to gain your trust. His intention is to take over our entire Su family. It's pure ambition. And my bank card has been frozen. You need to unlock it immediately. But don't believe others' provocations. I am your biological daughter." Su-Yen became more confident as she spoke, her voice gradually getting louder. She pointed to her eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Juan, as if she had seen through everything. But what made her furious was, Lin Juan shrugged indifferently, placed the phone on the bed, and then resumed holding his niece's hand, plotting against the Su family. "I was planning to hand over the Su Corporation to Xiao Xuan and his wife. Does he need to plot against it?" At that moment, on the other end of the phone, Su Shengshan's cold laughter was heard. "Not only have I frozen your bank card, I have also removed you from the position of CEO in the company, suspended all cooperation between the group and that crappy company of Wang Defa's. From now on, neither of you will be able to leech off the Su Corporation." "What?" Su-Yan's face changed drastically, looking incredulous. Kicking her out of the company was one thing, but to stop the cooperation with Wang Ji's company. Wang Ji's new company now mainly depends on the orders from Su Corporation. If the collaboration suddenly stops, wouldn't they be on the verge of bankruptcy? How ruthless! "Dad, have you gone crazy? What are you trying to do? I am your daughter. Why are you treating me like this? You put so much effort and care on Kinj and that little brat, but treat me with such heartlessness. Being so biased, you won't be able to face my mom in the afterlife, will you?" Su-Yan's face turned red. Her emotions were highly charged. But on the other end of the phone, after a moment of silence, Su Shengshan's disdainful laughter was heard. "How dare you mention your mom? If your mother were here, she would wish to stuff you, this disobedient girl, back into her stomach. HMPH, thinking that I, Su Shengshan, wise and accomplished, gave birth to a fool like you. Completely manipulated by an old man. I just can't understand. What are you after with him? His age? Or because he doesn't shower?" Listening to those piercing words, Su-Yan trembled all over, struck as if by thunder. She didn't expect Su Shengshan to be so merciless and mock her so harshly. Unable to bear it, she argued, "Dad, you don't understand what love is at all. It is said, freedom is valuable, but love is of greater worth. Love knows no age limits. Wang Jie treats me well. I love him. Isn't that enough? You are my father. Why can't you just bless me? When your daughter finds true love and is happy, don't you feel happy?" Seeing her daughter still bravely justifying herself, Su Shengshan became even angrier, bursting out, "Nonsense, love. Can you disregard the family's interests for the so-called love? When Kinj was first diagnosed as being in a vegetative state, I was despondent and gave you the CEO position. I thought if you could manage the company well, taking over the group wouldn't be a problem. But what has this disobedient girl done? You immediately started a new company for that old man, registered in your name, and used your power to give away the group's resources to feed that old man. It's because of your foolishness that you didn't focus on the company's work. Not long ago, a highly valuable batch of medical equipment had major issues. If Xiao Xuan didn't help out, the entire Su Corporation would have been bankrupt due to your incompetence. How dare you call Xiao Xuan ambitious?" The room was filled with Su Shengshan's enraged roar. Not only did he completely stonewall Su-Yan, but even Lin Juan couldn't help but silently applaud the old man in his heart. Impressive! Old man! Such formidable strength! Truly the only nemesis of a love-struck mind. While everyone in the room had different thoughts, Su-Yan was already dumbfounded. This was the first time she faced such ruthless humiliation from her father. But Su-Yan still didn't think she was wrong, trying to explain with all her might, "Dad, you are exaggerating. The company incident was just an accident. Who can guarantee they won't make any mistakes ever? And it's all resolved now. Why make a big deal out of it? As for Wang Ji's company, I've considered it thoroughly. We are a wealthy family with a little loss. It's nothing. No harm done. No big deal. This is just an investment in advance. You don't know how talented Wang Ji is. He just needs an opportunity, a stage. As the saying goes, the big peng rises on the wind in one day, thousands of miles high. It's easier to add flowers to brocade, but harder to send charcoal in snowy weather. With Wang Ji's talent, his future is boundless. Right now, as long as we invest a bit, when Wang Ji develops the company completely and establishes a place in Shanghai, we'll marry then. At that time, our two families will come together, support each other, and with mutual effort, we can pride ourselves even in Shanghai, fearless against those first-class families. Isn't this a win-win situation? How about that, Dad? Don't you think my argument makes sense? Su Corporation Headquarters. Listening to his daughter's increasingly outrageous and mind-boggling words, Su Shengshen's teeth gnashed, his forehead veins bulging. To ease the overwhelming rage, his temple was almost crushed by him in frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he was no longer able to maintain his usual calm demeanor and burst out in anger. Shut up, you idiot! Since you care so much for that old man, and even for his sake, you jeopardize the family's interests. Fine, get out of the Su family right now. You don't deserve to stay there. You are no longer my daughter. I will contact Liu Huan to have people escort you out, and from now on, you better not step foot near the Su family's gate. Damn it! Have you lost your mind? Beep beep beep. Su Shengshen was truly driven mad at that moment. He even forgot to say goodbye to Lin Zhuan, and simply hung up the phone. He was afraid that, if he was provoked any further by his disobedient daughter, there was a high chance of a brain hemorrhage. Chapter 100. Comparison of the Flame Dragon Armor. Fusion. Deathblow. Sealing Demon Palm. On the other side. Listening to the beep-beep sound coming from the phone, Su Yan's face turned dark. She didn't know what got into Su Shengshen today, suddenly deciding to sever their father-daughter relationship. While she had opposed her being with Wang Ji before, it wasn't to this extreme. How could this be happening today? Suddenly, she caught sight of Lin Zhuan's amused smile. Suddenly, she realized, it's you, it's you, it's you. Lin Zhuan, it must be you who is sowing discord. Since you came to the Su family, my dad has become more and more neurotic. Now, immediately get out of the Su family, get out. You, an outsider. ... At this moment, Su Yan, like a mad woman, hysterically screamed and waved her sharp nails towards Lin Zhuan. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan raised an eyebrow and decided not to hide his true identity anymore, silently reciting, Comparison of the Flame Dragon Armor, Fusion. Deathblow, Sealing Demon Palm. At this moment, in Lin Zhuan's mind, the background music of a certain armored warrior subconsciously played. Don't retreat, as an armored warrior. I face the attack. Don't surrender. Armored warriors can shuttle through light and shadow. For justice. Not allowing the enemy any breathing room. For victory. Striking evil head on. As Lin Zhuan stood up, expressionless, and scanned Su Yan, who was charging towards him, ready to unleash his sealing demon palm to make this love-struck person feel pain, a figure swiftly crossed the threshold, rushed into the room, and stood in front of Lin Zhuan. Smack! Watching Su Fan's silhouette in front of him, Lin Zhuan was speechless. His sealing demon palm was itching to be unleashed. Why won't they let me use it? Previously, it was like this with Lin Hao, and now with the eldest uncle too. Why do you all love to intercept my death blow? But Lin Zhuan could also guess Su Fan's thoughts. Simply put, sensing that he was about to act, not wanting his aunt to be hurt, he could only bear this flame of comparison for her. Sigh. Well, let's continue to be close with my family's kin. Thinking this, Lin Zhuan handed Su Yan over to the eldest uncle to deal with, not bothering to pay attention to the unfolding situation. He sat back down, took the young girl's hand, gently brushed her disheveled bangs back, and tucked her under the covers softly. You despicable thing! Get out of my way! Su Yan was close to exploding, seeing a stranger blocking her path. Nowadays, why does every Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to block my way? Sorry. Su Fan frowned and shook his head, realizing Lin Juan was about to act. But he couldn't bear to see his loved ones harmed. He couldn't do it. Of course, he couldn't blame Lin Juan either. The other party was just trying to defend himself. And after the call from Grandpa, he probably had an idea of the source of the conflict. Frankly speaking, he completely couldn't understand his aunt's thoughts. To think she would upset Grandpa to this extent for an old man? Isn't family more important than so-called love affairs? Miss Sue, why are you so adamant about causing a rift between yourself and your father over a man? I think. Smack. Suyin raised her hand and delivered another resounding slap. Nonsense. Get out of the way. Su Fan shook his head firmly in response. He didn't want his aunt to be hurt, and he didn't want Lin Juan, who had helped their family, to be harmed either. So all he could do was stand between the two of them, refusing to budge. You? How dare you stop me? Su Yan was about to lose it, raising her hand for another slap. Smack. Will you move or not? Smack. Still won't move. Smack. You really won't move. Smack. ... Why bother? Seeing Lin Juan's helpless look, Su Yan continued to deliver more slaps, all aimed at Su Fan's cheeks. Thankfully, as a grandmother of martial arts, his strength had long reached its peak. With internal energy protecting him, ordinary knives and guns found it difficult to pierce his defenses, let alone Su Yan's ordinary slaps. After a long time, she realized her slaps had caused no harm to Su Fan, except for a slight redness. On the contrary, her palms were in pain from the rebound, swollen red. You monster! Are you even human? Your skin is so thick. I won't give in. Watch me beat you today. Just as Su Yan, consumed by anger, was about to continue her onslaught, footsteps could be heard from outside the room. Soon, Mrs. Liu Huan's figure appeared, followed by a dozen bodyguards. With a frown, she glanced around the room and said, Miss Su Yan, the chairman called. He said that starting today, he does not want you to set foot in the Su family's estate. Please leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Yan seemed to go crazy, screaming, How dare you? Liu Huan, do you know what you're saying? You're just a dog raised by my Su family. I am your master. You dare to defy me. My dad and I just have a small misunderstanding. No need for you, a dog, to meddle. And you, these dead bodyguards, are you planning a rebellion? See clearly who the master is. Get out now. ... With these words, the bodyguards behind Liu Huan all glared at her. Normally, Liu Huan was amiable towards them, never acting superior because she was trusted by Su Shengshan. In contrast to Su Yan, who always looked down on them. Given a choice, they would definitely listen to Liu Huan. Miss Su, the way you're speaking, it's a bit too much. Seeing Liu Huan being humiliated, Su Fan couldn't bear it, frowning and persuading. Smack. Su Yan raised her hand for another strong slap. You despicable thing, are you teaching me how to do things? Even a clay figure had 3 points of anger. Faced with consecutive slaps, Su Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. If the person before him was anyone else, he would have easily twisted their neck and kicked it like a ball. But the relationship he had with this person made it impossible for Su Fan to act. Sigh. Miss Su Yan, my apologies. At this moment, Liu Huan sighed helplessly. While she didn't want to resort to violence, she also couldn't just let Su Yan continue to behave unreasonably. At her signal, the bodyguards who were unable to contain themselves lifted Su Yan, one on each side, and escorted her out of the room. You dogs! Planning to rebel? I order you to put me down. Su Yan struggled in vain, only able to scream in frustration. Eventually, she was carried out of the room, the harsh insults fading into the distance. Apologies, Mr. Lin. I have caused you trouble. The chairman has issued a ban. Miss Su Yan will not be allowed on the Su family estate from now on. ... Clack clack. As Liu Huan walked away slowly, this farce finally came to an end. Chapter 101. The hunting plan against the Lin group officially commences. On the pure white and soft hospital bed, as her own aunt's curses gradually fade away, Su Qin slowly regains consciousness, feeling uncomfortable and powerless in her heart. Even though she had just been lying in bed like a zombie, unable to see or speak. But relying on her sense of surrounding sounds, she could clearly understand the whole process of events. However, the more she understood, the more helpless she felt. What's wrong with my aunt? How could her views be so twisted? Why doesn't she know that Grandpa is not in good health? There should be no reason to upset him like this. Women, why must they depend on men? Who said a woman is inferior to a man? I, Soo Kinj, can rely on myself alone. I don't need to depend on any man. Of course, the best partner relationship is definitely one where both parties achieve together. In any case, it absolutely cannot be the sickly appearance of my aunt. Soo Kinj has always been clear-minded and avoids romantic thoughts. As a New Age woman, she has long sworn to be an independent and successful woman. However, over the years, she has gradually developed a habit of handling things on her own, as she has had no one else to rely on besides herself. If she had to rely on others for everything, perhaps the Soo group would have ceased to exist long ago. However, even so, when facing her aunt who is currently deep in a romantic quagmire, she still feels powerless. Her aunt's values had already been formed, so how could she possibly help her change course? After all, her aunt is one of her few relatives, and if there is a chance, Soo Kinj still wants to try to save her. Just then, the gentle voice of Lin Juan came. Kinj, are you worried about your aunt? Soo Kinj did not hide her thoughts, using her fingers to communicate on Lin Juan's palm. It's okay. I believe your aunt will come to her senses one day and understand the value of family. Even though he knew the ultimate outcome of romantic thinking, Lin Juan didn't pour cold water on her, but instead comforted her softly. However, faced with such comfort, Soo Kinj herself found it hard to believe. Really? Well, probably, Soo Kinj. But in any case, I will always be by your side. For me right now, Kinj, you are as important as family. Listening to these almost confessional words, while Soo Kinj remained indifferent on the surface, her heart was already in turmoil. She suddenly felt fortunate that she was in a vegetative state. This way, she wouldn't have to personally face such a hair-raising situation. Truth be told, Soo Kinj's least favorite thing was dealing with others' kindness towards her, especially from men. And now, in this vegetative state, she conveniently avoided this issue. So in Lin Juan's heart, I am already his family. Oh **Q. I feel a bit embarrassed. What's going on? Oh, Lin Juan is too bold. One shouldn't say such things so easily. Family holds such extraordinary meaning. But Lin Juan's original family, perhaps it really lacked familial love. Hearing Lin Juan consider her as family brought a hint of sweet joy in Soo Kinj's heart. But when she remembered the partiality of the Lin family towards Lin Juan, a sense of pity involuntarily rose within her. After all, she still had her loving grandfather, Aunt Liu, and friends like Kedin. While Lin Juan not only faced rejection from his family, but also because of his bipolar disorder, very few people in the city were willing to be close to him and be friends. Thinking about this, it seemed that Lin Juan was even more pitiful than herself. How sad. While Lin Juan and Soo Kinj were caught up in their moment, nearby, Soo Fan was watching the scene with surprise. Little sister seems to be closer to Lin Juan than I thought. Otherwise, with her personality, she would never be communicating like that with a man. Though a bit miffed, watching her little sister slowly recover and connect with others outside brought some relief, preventing her from being trapped in a dark, struggling consciousness. Soo Fan's expression softened as he felt a bit grateful towards Lin Juan. Oni-chan, we're leaving now. At this moment, Chen Kedin suggested leaving. Soo Fan felt a bit reluctant as he really wanted to stay and accompany his little sister. However, his current role was as Chen Keshin's bodyguard, and he had no official ties with the Soo family. Regardless of his thoughts, there was no valid reason to stay. Hence, he nodded towards Lin Juan and prepared to leave with Chen Kedin from the Soo residence. Thankfully, on this trip today, Soo Fan didn't leave empty-handed, seeing his little sister well cared for, with a chance of waking up at any moment. Soo Fan felt quite content, able to relax a bit. Additionally, knowing Lin Juan was a man of integrity, he didn't need to worry about his little sister being taken advantage of. Therefore, Soo Fan left with peace of mind. As their footsteps gradually faded away, Lin Juan finally relaxed. With his elder brother standing by his side, he felt uneasy in various ways. But as soon as his elder brother left, he felt much more at ease. He then gazed at Su Kinj on the hospital bed, grinned, and prepared to continue. Heh, Kinj, let's continue our intimacy. I mean, continue your recovery. With that, Lin Juan skillfully got onto the bed once again, embracing the soft and tender girl into his arms. Soft ... warm ... fragrant. One word, blissful, tilde. At this moment, Lin Juan was full of enjoyment, with only one thought in his mind. Elder brother, please don't come again in the future. Don't interrupt my time with your sister. Doesn't your conscience hurt? ... Hello. I'm back with a bit of fluff. Did you miss me? At the Su Group headquarters. In the chairman's office. Upon receiving a call from Liu Huan, informing him that the disobedient woman had been driven out of the house, Su Shengshen's initially angry old face finally showed a hint of a smile, saying, Zihuan, I want you and the others to make it clear, from now on, if that disobedient Suyan appears again, kick her out for me. Don't be afraid to offend anyone just because she's my daughter. ... After hanging up the phone, while Su Shengshen breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. After all, she was his daughter, whom he had raised with his own hands, but now it had come to the point of estrangement between father and daughter. Claiming to be unperturbed would just be deceiving oneself. Of course, Su Shengshen remained clear-headed. He was torn, feeling sorrow over his daughter's romantic thinking. However, until Su Yan's awakening from her romantic thinking, he wouldn't dare to accept her. Otherwise, it would lead to endless bickering with Lin Juan in the future. Furthermore, with Su Yan's current state of romantic thinking, if Su Group were to entrust it to her, it would probably have gone bankrupt within 2 years or even be renamed as Wang Group. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, an unexpected knock on the door interrupted Su Shengshen's thoughts. After rubbing his temples to ease his emotions, he quickly shifted into work mode. Come in. Click. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit, with glasses on, walked in. Chairman, the employee we sent out to gather information has a report. Good news. Customers who use the beauty ointment are now showing various symptoms like rashes, swelling, etc. on their faces one after another. Some people have already begun to suspect it's a product issue. They are planning to organize affected individuals and go seek justice from the Lin Group. Humoring, the man shared the latest news he knew. Chapter 102. Omen of the Lin family's downfall, Lin Jianjin's stubbornness. In the evening, Lin Jianjin had just returned to the employee dormitory when he was startled by 2 monsters rushing out of the room, causing him to curse on the spot and raise his foot to kick. Wait, honey, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Daddy. 2 familiar voices sounded consecutively, causing Lin Jianjin's expression to freeze, instinctively stopping his actions. Yulin, Xiaohao. Why is it you guys? But your faces. How did it become like this? Looking at those horrifying faces with raised red bumps on each cheek, Lin Jianjin, who had a fear of intimacy disorder, felt his scalp go numb. He quickly turned his head, not daring to look any longer. Daddy, we don't know what happened either. This morning, Mommy and I just woke up and found our faces disfigured all of a sudden. What should we do, Sob? Lin Hao's eyes were teary, and he habitually wanted to leap into Lin Jianjin's arms for comfort, as usual. But looking at that horrific face, Lin Jianjin instinctively felt a sense of aversion and subconsciously dodged aside. Lin Hao missed the hug. He was first stunned, then unbelievably looked at his father. His father, who usually doted on him and loved him, was now avoiding him. Why? Daddy, are you saying you don't love Xiaohao anymore? Cough, how could that be? I just feel Xiaohao has grown up, and it's not quite right to keep hugging him like before. Lin Jianjin felt a bit awkward, pretending to cough and diverting the topic. Let's not talk about this. What happened to your faces? Could it be something you ate that was unclean? An allergic reaction? Concerned about their important faces, Lin Hao didn't care about Lin Jianjin avoiding him as they spoke. I don't know either. In these past few days, we could feel a noticeable itch on our cheeks. This morning, when we looked, we almost collapsed on the spot. Lin Hao held up a small mirror and looked at his left and right face. As he gazed at the horrifying face in the mirror, the more he looked, the more terrified he felt, even finding it scary to the point of wanting to vomit. Covered with dense red bumps, his whole face was full of them. Honey, have we completely disfigured ourselves? What should we do? At this moment, Bayulin also walked up, her nose red and tears flowing. She was genuinely frightened. As a woman who loved her appearance, she certainly cherished her face. Now it looked like this. How could she not feel despair? Especially when she approached Lin Jianjun, she could faintly detect a hidden look of disgust in his eyes, which made her secretly annoyed. Humph! All those promises and pledges are fake. Men, after all, are creatures who care about looks. But considering Lin Jianjun still had his usefulness, she didn't dare to completely reveal her emotions, so she could only stand there pitifully. Seeing Bayulin not getting closer to him, Lin Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit, men did care about looks. Seeing Bayulin's appearance now, he felt uncomfortable just looking at her. But he knew he couldn't show it, and had to try to comfort her in a soft voice. It's okay. Maybe you touched something that caused an allergic reaction? It should get better soon. Or you both freshen up, and I'll take you to the hospital to check. Oh, right, you should apply beauty ointment. Lin's product, it's definitely top-notch. Our company's own product, buy with ease, use with confidence. It can solve all problems with just one application. Lin Jianjun now had full confidence in the effectiveness of his own products. Lin Hao and his mother exchanged a glance, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Actually, Lin Hao and I were just discussing, and we think we both turn like this for the same reason. Oh, what conclusion did you come to? Since the company released the new product, we were the first batch of users, and these days we only used beauty ointment. Lin Hao and I used it on the same day, and our faces turned like this. Saying that, Bayulin hesitated to continue, because she had glimpsed Lin Jianjun's gradually ugly expression. Are you saying that all of this happened because of using beauty ointment? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Jianjun roared back forcefully. He had full confidence in the new beauty product developed by the company, fantasizing all day about using this product to lead the Lin family to greater heights and conquer the top of the metropolis. How could he allow someone to discredit it? Even if that person was his own wife. Daddy, don't be angry. Mommy didn't mean that. She just made a guess. HMPH. Guessing is not allowed. Lin Jianjun coldly snorted, seeing Lin Hao wanting to explain. But now he had lost his beautiful mood. He directly waved his hand and turned back into the room, leaving only one sentence. Forget it. It's getting late today, and I'm tired. I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow to find out the exact reason. Stop overthinking and suspecting everything. Bang! The room's door was slammed shut, making Lin Hao and his mother stare in shock. It was the first time they had ever experienced this kind of treatment from Lin Jianjun, as this was something Lin Zhuan had the privilege of experiencing in the past. What's wrong? Going crazy? Bayulin, who had realized what happened, stomped her feet, not even having time to blame herself for the disfigurement. She spat towards Lin Jianjun's direction with disdain. All right, Mommy. Daddy cares in his own way. The conditions on our faces are probably caused by other reasons. Otherwise, why would it take so long before we started having adverse reactions? Lin Hao patted his mother's shoulder, gesturing for her not to overthink it, and that they would find out at the hospital tomorrow. Truth be told, he hoped even more than Lin Jianjun that it wasn't an issue with beauty ointment. Otherwise, the subsequent consequences that follow would be devastating for the Lin family. Now that he had just gotten rid of Lin Zhuan and became the only heir of the Lin family, Lin Hao more than anyone hoped the company could seize this opportunity to soar high. This would solidify his control over Lin Group and make it to the top of the metropolis. But no matter how one thinks about it. Oh well, let's go with your opinion. Bayulin sighed, no longer saying much. In reality, she hoped, just like Lin Hao, that beauty ointment was not the problem. After all, sooner or later, the Lin Group would fall into the hands of her son, and naturally, she hoped he would continue to do well. But as a woman, her strong intuition made her feel a looming sense of impending doom. On the other side, inside a cramped room, Lin Jianjun had been planning to rest. However, he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He frowned and picked up the call. Chairman, some people suddenly appeared outside the company. They raised banners, accusing our product of being problematic and causing them to be disfigured. Disfigured? Thinking of Lin Hao and his mother's faces, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that beauty ointment was really an issue? Lin Jianjun was somewhat flustered. He quickly asked the employee for details. What problem? What are they accusing us of? What are the specific symptoms? Soon, the phone provided an answer. There are only about a dozen people outside. Most of them are family members of the alleged victims. And they all wore masks, so I couldn't see clearly. It seems they were saying that after using our product, their skin became unbearably itchy. An alleged victim? And itchy skin. Hearing that it wasn't red bumps on the face, Lin Jianjun smiled. He was 95% certain that the issues on their faces had nothing to do with the company's product. It must be some competitor, envious of the rapid development of the Lin Group recently, sending people to pretend to be victims to tarnish his brand. Such tactics were all too common in the business world. Even Lin Jianjun himself had used them several times. And in other words, even if this person's face was indeed related to beauty ointment, it was a personal issue, not a product issue. Why would only one person out of so many users have problems? And after so long? Chairman, how should we handle this? What else can we do? Are the security guards just eating for free? Have them send the people away quickly. What does it look like to have them outside the company? It affects the company's image. Lin Jianjun didn't hesitate and issued the order directly. Then he hung up the phone and lay down on the bed. Chapter 103. Will the fiery dragon armor of comparison awaken? Compared palms from afar. 4,500 words long chapter. The moon rabbit falls, the golden crow soars high. Time is like a boy playing with a toy plane. With just a shake, it's already past. The next day, early morning. Lin Zhuan, still sleepy, struggles to get out of bed. First, he does 10 push-ups with earth on his back to fully wake up before starting to wash up, and then head out. Passing by the next room, Lin Zhuan casually glanced inside, out the window. The golden sunlight slants gently, sprinkling softly on the sleeping beauty, casting a layer of golden halo on her, like a fallen angel in the mortal world. Her jet-black hair loosely scattered on the soft white pillow, resembling a serene beauty painting. The whole scene is warm and peaceful, making one feel the beauty of life involuntarily. TSK tilde tilde my wife is indeed beautiful tilde 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 waking up to a beauty is a wonderful feeling. Lin Zhuan felt in a great mood. However, he didn't enter the room, but instead went downstairs. He planned to follow the old routine of buying a bunch of violets first, have breakfast, and then come back to paste. Tap. But what Lin Zhuan didn't know was that Su Qinj on the sickbed identified his departure by hearing his footsteps. Is Lin Zhuan up? It seems to be at least 6:30 a.m. This guy always passes by sneakily. Can't he say hi first before leaving? Lin Zhuan probably doesn't know. I can now recognize him just by hearing his voice. Come back soon. I want to hear a story. The bustling street. Next to the hospital. A steamed bun shop. Lin Zhuan sat in front of the stall, holding soy milk, biting a donut. With interest, he listened to the uncles beside him boasting, and they were the same group from yesterday. Old fellows, you guys are the best. Yesterday, after listening to your advice, I also bought this beauty cream. The effect is amazing. Of course, brother, how could I deceive you? After my wife used the Lin family products, she became even more exquisite, making me ache from desire. TSK. Brother, truly, a man of 7 times a night. The older the stronger. Admirable. HAHAHA. In front of the stall, a group of men flirted with diverse colors, freely discussing romantic matters. Seeing the uncles laughing so happily, Lin Zhuan also smiled with a witty smile. At this moment, one of the unhappy uncles sighed softly. You guys are really lucky. My wife, I don't know if she got counterfeit goods. These days, her whole face is almost ruined, and I almost got scared to death at night. Don't look at me like that. I am serious. Today, I brought my wife to the hospital for an examination, and I came out for something to eat. After speaking, the uncle looked dejected, pointing to the hospital not far away, indicating that he was not lying. Several men nearby exchanged glances and comforted one after another. Brother, it's not a big deal. Let the doctor check it out and give you some medicine. You'll be fine soon. Don't try to gain small advantages next time. Don't buy those cheap items from unauthorized sellers. After all, this cream is precious, and there are definitely unauthorized copies for profit. Talking about it, these days, it seems like there are indeed many people having skin problems. Like these people, they should all be coming to the hospital to check their faces. Lin Zhuan followed the gazes of the people and saw at the hospital entrance several people wearing masks hurriedly entering the hospital. Interesting. It seems like the side effects of the cream are starting to show one after another. The Lin family is ultimately heading towards a dead end. In deep thought, Lin Zhuan finished his last sip of soy milk, settled the bill, and didn't head to the flower shop immediately, but walked slowly towards the hospital. He wanted to experience firsthand the outbreak progress of the side effects of the cream to prepare for a plan to take over the Lin family in advance. On the other side, inside the hospital examination room, the renowned medical expert in the Magic City, Dr. Deng, was treating patients. In front of him, the Lin Jianjun family, who had come early in the morning for medical treatment. Dr. Deng, can you take a look at my wife and son's faces? What's the situation? Lin Jianjun, in a polite manner, smiled kindly. After all, a prestigious doctor is rare to find, even for people with power and influence who may still suffer from illnesses. No one would want to offend a divine healer who could potentially save their lives in the future. Take off your masks, let me see. Dr. Deng remained calm, signaling Lin Haomu and his son to show him their facial condition. Soon, the two faces covered in red rashes appeared terrifyingly in front of everyone. All inside the room, a nurse was startled and cried out in shock. But noticing Lin Jianjun's hostile gaze, she quickly covered her mouth. Doctor, can you see what's wrong with my son's face? Please, you must save Zihao. Lin Hao urgently asked, feeling anxious. He had placed all his hopes on Dr. Deng. Dr. Deng only frowned slightly. He let Lin Hao come forward, grasped his face, and thoroughly inspected it. Have you applied any irritating ointments? I see that your skin looks dull, dry, cracked, with fine wrinkles and red patches. This condition is definitely caused by external factors. In the past 2 days, I've seen similar cases with different symptoms, like rashes, swelling, blisters, papules, scabs, itching, pigmentation, and various reactions. But without exception, almost all are due to skin allergies or external irritants. I've inquired carefully. It seems like they all have used some kind of beauty product. Ah, what is this? Lin Haomu and his son were stunned, feeling a bad premonition. Could it be that the beauty product mentioned by Dr. Deng was from their Lin family's production? Not only them, standing nearby, Lin Jianjun also thought of something, his expression changing suddenly. Dr. Deng, did you misdiagnose? Shouldn't you check again? I think Zihao and others probably ate something unclean, right? Hearing Lin Jianjun's doubt, Dr. Deng was a bit displeased. As a doctor with high prestige in the Magic City for years, no one had dared to question his diagnosis directly. His face turned cold, and with a snort, he said, HMPH. What do you think? I don't need your opinions, I need mine. Are you the doctor, or am I the doctor? If you think there's a problem with my diagnosis, please consult someone else. After speaking, Dr. Deng ushered Lin Jianjun and his family out. He needed to see other patients. This old man, always leaning on his age and experience. Although angered by the scolding, Lin Jianjun, acknowledging Dr. Deng's long-standing reputation in treating patients in the Magic City, ultimately left with a somber face, accompanied by Lin Haomu and his son. Just as they reached the hospital door, Dr. Deng, as if recalling something, called out to the Lin family of 3. I remembered something. Some patients before mentioned that their faces started to deteriorate after using some cream. I didn't investigate in detail, but I remember that some patients mentioned that the cream seemed to be a product of your Lin family, right? If that is the case, Lin's family, you should quickly retract the beauty products from the market to avoid more serious consequences. Otherwise, not only will many more people suffer, but your Lin family will also suffer a devastating blow for sure. Dr. Deng meant well. He didn't want more victims, and he also wanted to save lives. A good deed outweighs a 7-story pagoda. A single sentence could save the Lin family from destruction. However, to Lin Jianjun's ears, this was extremely piercing. Asking me to retrieve the beauty cream? You might as well just ask for my life. Lin Jianjun had placed all his hopes on the Lin family's beauty products to soar high in the Magic City. But now, someone wanted to ruin his dream. How could my products have a problem? You incompetent doctor, you don't understand but pretend to. Emotionally charged, Lin Jianjun left with a scathing remark, leaving Dr. Deng behind. Retribution in his heart, mixed with denial, accompanied by Lin Haomu's mother and son, his face full of unease. What should they do? After Dr. Deng's diagnosis, they now most likely knew that 95% of the cause for their facial conditions was undoubtedly due to flawed side effects of the company's beauty product. Now they worried not only about their own faces, but also the horrible consequences this incident would lead to. You see, the number of customers in the Magic City who had used the company's product was countless. If the side effects erupted completely, wouldn't the Lin Group be drowned in spittle and anger from the furious mob? But Lin Jianjun was already clouded by anger, not listening to external voices. Bai Yuanlin mother and son didn't know what to do. Father, calm down first. Find a place to rest with mommy. I'll go get you a bottle of water. Don't be upset, your health is important. Lin Hao, seeing Lin Jianjun still visibly agitated, wisely refrained from bringing up the ointment issue and gently tried to comfort him. That's right. Darling tilde. If you make yourself ill, I'll be heartbroken, Bai Yulin added in a soft, coquettish voice. With her coaxing, Lin Jianjun finally calmed down a bit. Ah, you two really care about me. With family like you two, I, Lin Jianjun, have no regrets in this life. Don't worry, I'm 95% confident that the issues on your faces have absolutely nothing to do with the company's product. When we get home, just apply more of the beauty ointment. I believe you'll recover completely in no time. Double quotes. Hearing this, Lin Hao and his mother both froze briefly, forcing out awkward smiles in response. Noticing this, Lin Jianjun immediately furrowed his brow, his sensitivity kicking in. What is it? Do you also think that Quack Doctor was right? That the red rash on your faces is caused by the company's product? No. Daddy, you're overthinking it. Alright, I'll go grab some water first. Mommy, you stay here with Daddy, Lin Hao said with an awkward laugh, finding an excuse to leave the scene. Once he had walked far enough and Lin Jianjun was no longer in sight, Lin Hao muttered angrily under his breath, "Damn, this old stubborn mule. The facts are right in front of him, and he still doesn't believe them. But now it's really tricky. What should we do next? I'm not even sure if the Lin Group can make it through this crisis." The thought of the impending PR disaster left Lin Hao deeply frustrated. He had worked so hard to get rid of Lin Zhuan, planning to inherit the Lin Group and reach the pinnacle of his life. How had he ended up with such rotten luck to face a disaster like this? While Lin Hao was walking forward with his head down, lost in thought. Bam, asterisk. He collided head-on with a familiar figure and fell to the ground. Raising his head in anger, ready to see who had the audacity to bump into him, he froze. Lin Zhuan. How was this wretched guy here? Seeing the familiar face he loathed, Lin Hao's eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Zhuan was equally surprised. So, enemies really do meet on narrow paths. He had been wandering aimlessly around the hospital, observing and talking to patients with facial issues. He discovered that this batch of patients were all early users of the beauty ointment and as their conditions worsened, it would only take 2 days for the next wave of victims to emerge. Brother, what are you doing here in the hospital? That's what I should be asking you. Oh, I get it now. Looking at Lin Hao's masked face, Lin Zhuan suddenly realized. As one of the first users, Lin Hao was clearly among the first unlucky ones to suffer the consequences. Appearing at the hospital now likely meant he was here seeking treatment for his face. With that thought, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile mischievously. Lin Hao, do you remember the advice I gave you back at the Su family? I told you, many beauty products have side effects. Overusing them will ruin your face. Well, look at you. What knockoff product did you use this time? Lin Hao's face flushed with anger at Lin Zhuan's taunts, especially as he recalled the time when Lin Zhuan's schemes almost got him humiliated in the police station. His rage burned even hotter. But in the end, he forced himself to suppress his fury, putting on a sorrowful expression. Brother, how can you say such things to me? I know you're still mad at me for stealing Daddy's affection. But I never meant to ruin the deep bond between you and Daddy. Brother, come home. Daddy really misses you. If you're willing to kneel and apologize and return the $3.5 billion, Daddy will surely forgive you. Double quotes. Listening to Lin Hao's hypocritical words, Lin Juan suddenly felt an itch in his right hand, an overwhelming urge to slap Lin Hao in the face. Lin Hao, there's no one else here. Why pretend? I like the rebellious you better. At least you acted like a man. But look at you now, more delicate than a woman. Ignoring Lin Juan's mockery, Lin Hao continued his act as if nothing had happened. Live and learn. The last time he let his guard down, Lin Juan had recorded him and almost exposed his true colors. That memory still lingered in Lin Hao's mind, so he would never give Lin Juan another chance. As much as he hated Lin Juan, he had to admit he was a bit impressed by his brother's integrity in not sending the recording to Lin Jianjun. If it were him, promises would be meaningless. He'd have betrayed them in a heartbeat. At that moment, Lin Hao caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. His gaze shifted, and an idea struck him. He quickly spread his arms and moved closer to Lin Juan, looking as though he was about to give him a friendly hug. What are you doing? Lin Juan was startled, unsure of what kind of stunt Lin Hao was trying to pull. He instinctively raised his hand to block him. But in the next moment, something shocking happened. Even though Lin Juan's hand hadn't touched Lin Hao, the latter screamed like he'd been hit by a speeding truck, fell to the ground, and rolled away dramatically, spinning a full 360 multiple times until he was 10 meters away. Lin Juan! Could it be that he had accidentally awakened the true power of his dragon armor capable of delivering devastating strikes from a distance? Looking at Lin Hao lying far away, writhing in pain and crying out Lin Juan raised his hand in contemplation. But soon, an angry roar snapped him out of his thoughts. Lin Juan rolled his eyes, finally understanding what Lin Hao, this green tea drama king, was scheming. Lin Juan, you ungrateful brat. You beast. How dare you harm your brother so cruelly? Chapter 104 Lin Jianjun's Fury, Ungrateful Son. Believe it or not, I'll tear you limb from limb. Magic Capital Hospital. Stop, you wicked creature. How dare you lay a hand on your younger brother like this? A thunderous roar erupted from behind Lin Juan, the familiar tone immediately revealing the identity of the newcomer to Lin Juan. As expected, just as Lin Juan turned his head, he saw Lin Jianjun with a big head, a furious expression charging towards them. Following him was Bai Yulin holding a new LV handbag and wearing a mask. Zihao, are you okay? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Are you seriously injured? Approaching Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground unable to get up, the husband and wife helped him up from both sides, their faces filled with anxious concern. Dad, Mom, how did you come here? Lin Hao pretended to be in unbearable pain, clutching his chest and struggling to get up. Your mom and I were worried when you didn't come back on time, so we came to find you. Luckily we arrived just in time, otherwise you might have been harmed by this beast. Saying this, Lin Jianjun suddenly turned his head, glared at Lin Juan, and roared to the sky, Lin Juan, you ungrateful son, how dare you physically assault your own blood brother? Are you still human? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Zihao? With Bai Yulin standing beside Lin Hao. At this moment, her face was full of sorrow. Tears welled up as she said, Zijuan, after all, how is your own brother? How could you hit him like this? I know you're angry with me. Think I'm a third party, occupying your mother's position. But even if you hate me, you can vent your anger on me. You can hit me, you can scold me, I'll accept all of that. But Zihao is innocent. How could you hit him? Zihao ... He's still a child, sniffle. Seeing his tender wife shedding tears, Lin Jianjun's heart felt like it was being cut, and he hurriedly moved forward to console her, while feeling more and more hatred towards Lin Juan, this unfilial son. Seeing this scene, a glimpse of joy passed through Lin Hao's pupils, but his face was filled with pain. He knelt down in front of Lin Juan. Brother, please come back home. I don't want my relationship with Mom and Dad to be further strained because of me. I'll give it all back to you. The position of young Master Lin, the position of heir to Lin Group, I'll give it all back to you. As long as you're willing to return to the Lin family, I'll give everything back to you. Tonight, we can leave forever with Mom." Listening to Lin Hao's pleading, Lin Jianjun's face changed drastically. He quickly pulled Lin Hao up, reprimanding loudly. "Hao, what are you saying? This unfilial son is despicable and shameless. He's not even worthy of tying your shoelaces. How can you leave Dad because of him? You're my good eldest son. As for that ungrateful son, ever since he made me sign the contract to sever our relationship, I've already considered him dead to me." While scolding, Lin Jianjun stared at Lin Zhuan with pained and disappointed eyes, unable to comprehend what sins he had committed in his past life to have such an unprecedented unfilial child in this life. Just as Lin Jianjun's family of three embraced each other and staged a touching family drama, Lin Zhuan clapped his hands with a playful expression on his face. "Interesting. What a good show. Mr. Lin, I think after the bankruptcy of Lin Group, your family of three can easily enter the entertainment industry. With such amazing acting skills, you could easily outshine the young idols. You may even earn more money than running a company." Hearing this, Lin Jianjun no longer cared about the emotional father-son performance. He lifted his head and glared angrily at Lin Zhuan. "You ungrateful son. You've grown up feasting on the Lin family's food, living in the Lin family's house, yet you curse the Lin family's bankruptcy. Do you have any conscience left? Unfortunately, let me tell you, Lin Group has developed a new product recently. Now the entire Lin family is thriving and will soon rise to the top family in Magic Capital. I, Lin Jianjun, will one day reach the peak of Magic Capital. And you, Lin Zhuan, can only look up to my back, regretting your foolish decision to leave the Lin family." Ha ha! Lin Jianjun stood with hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly and triumphantly, as if mocking Lin Zhuan's ignorance and foolishness. In response, Lin Zhuan smirked, clapping his hands playfully. "Sure, I'll be waiting for the day I look up to your back." Lin Zhuan never expected Lin Jianjun to be so foolish. Even with his back against the wall, he failed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. This level of foolishness was truly rare in the world. I wonder what expression Lin Jianjun will have on the day of Lin Group's bankruptcy and liquidation. Just thinking about it is exciting. Heh. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Zhuan turned to leave, no longer wanting to deal with this bizarre trio. Unfortunately, Lin Jianjun was not willing to let him go so easily. "Stop, you ungrateful son. Do you want to escape without apologizing to Hao? Where is your sense of responsibility as a man? Mr. Lin, let me remind you, we have severed our relationship. Please don't use inexplicable titles to refer to me or falsely claim any relation to me." Frowning, Lin Zhuan warned as he turned back. "You keep calling me Mr. Lin over and over again. Are you trying to annoy me to death?" Seething with anger, Lin Jianjun's forehead veins bulged. "Huh, Mr. Lin, things have come to this. Do you still expect me to call you Dad? Dream on. Who cares, and why should I call you Dad? Hey, fine. Lin Hao is more deserving. Let Lin Hao call you. I have no interest in being your son. HMPH. Compared to being called with Zihao, what do you have to be compared to Zihao? Zihao is so pure and kind, while you are so rebellious and unfilial. How can you compare?" At this moment, Lin Hao, pretending to be heartbroken, stepped forward to stop Lin Jianjun's aggressive behavior. Simultaneously, turning to Lin Zhuan with a choked voice, he said, "Brother, you go first. I will persuade Dad to forgive you. As for threatening me to leave the Lin family, oh." Realizing it was a slip of the tongue, Lin Hao quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. Lin Jianjun had already heard everything and unconditionally believed it. He suddenly turned to glare at Lin Zhuan, his cheeks flushed with anger and a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. "Lin Zhuan, how dare you threaten Hao? Believe it or not, I'll tear you limb from limb. I warn you, family is my bottom line. If you dare to touch my family, I will make you pay a blood-like price. Family." If it were someone else who heard such vicious words from Lin Jianjun, they might have thought he was a man willing to sacrifice everything for his family. But to Lin Zhuan's ears, it felt awkward no matter how he listened. Chapter 105 Su Kinj. From now on, I'll be the big sister, and you'll be the little brother. We are a family that chops wood. Looking at Lin Jianjun's stupid face, Lin Zhuan felt a wave of exhaustion. He really had no interest in getting entangled with the other party any further. Anyway, after the collapse of the Lin Group, these three people would naturally receive the punishment they deserved. The transition from luxury to frugality is difficult, but the transition from frugality to luxury is easy. When they finally realized that they would continue to be poor and lost all hope, Lin Juan was very curious about what kind of situation the currently loving family of three would evolve into. Unfilial son, dare to threaten Xiao Hao. It seems giving you a complete childhood is necessary. After saying that, Lin Jianjun began to undo his belt, getting ready to make Lin Juan feel the authority of a father's love. However, before he could finish preparing, Lin Juan raised both hands like trumpets and shouted to the surroundings, "The chairman of the Lin Group is here. He has lost all conscience, selling fake and inferior beauty products, ultimately causing our faces to be ruined. The main culprit Lin Jianjun is here. Everyone come and demand justice." Lin Jianjun and the others. What are you shouting about? How could there be a problem with the company's beauty products? What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up now, or I'll make you regret it. Faced with Lin Jianjun's anger, Lin Juan pretended not to hear and continued to shout loudly. At this moment, in the hospital, there were many unlucky people who had problems with their faces due to using the beauty cream. They already suspected that their faces would turn out this way because of using the Lin Group's cream. Now, with Lin Juan shouting, their doubts surged to the extreme. Soon, a group of enraged people gathered, targeting Lin Jianjun. "Chairman Lin, you must explain. I used your product, and my face turned out like this. What's going on? Damn it! Rich people are heartless. I spent half a month's salary on this cream, and now my face is ruined. What are you going to do? Lin Jianjun, if you don't explain clearly today, you won't be able to leave. What are you going to do with that belt? You want to hit us, huh? Try it." Watching the angry mob surrounding him, Lin Jianjun was dumbfounded, quietly buckling his belt back. But in his heart, he had long cursed Lin Juan. This beast! However, he could do nothing but focus on dealing with the crowd in front of him for the time being. On the other side, "I am a cat, a happy star cat," Lin Juan was already humming a tune as he left the hospital. Following his memory through the alleys, he ultimately stopped in front of a relatively secluded flower shop. "Big brother, are you here to buy flowers again?" At the flower shop's entrance sat a cute little girl in a short skirt, wearing a small yellow hat. Seeing Lin Juan, she appeared very happy and skillfully ran into the shop. Clack 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 soon, she came out with a bouquet of violets. "Big brother, here you go. Little Z is so good. Here's the money for you. Remember to give it to your mother." Lin Juan took the violets with one hand and handed the money to Z, admonishing her as he glanced into the shop. At the counter stood a tall woman wearing a mask, her face obscured. The woman also noticed Lin Juan's gaze, nodding slightly at him as a greeting. As Lin Juan came to buy flowers every day and left without much conversation, the woman had a favorable impression of this rare regular customer. She thought of maintaining this relationship to earn some extra money to support her family. "Big brother, see you tomorrow. Be careful, Z." Watching the cute niece bounce back into the shop and into the woman's embrace, Lin Juan felt his heart melting. Indeed, cuteness is justice. Who says cuteness can't stand up to sexiness? Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. However, Lin Juan knew when to stop and didn't make any unnecessary moves. He understood. Now was not the time for affectionate gestures with his soft little niece. Watching Z run back into the shop, Lin Juan left without looking back. 10 minutes later, at the Su family's Golden Girl's chamber. "Kinj, I'm back." Lin Juan took the tender hand of the young girl and greeted her softly. In the dark consciousness space, as the familiar warmth of his palm was felt, Su Kinj focused her attention. "Finally, you're back. Was this trip longer than usual? Did something happen on the way?" Just as the girl was getting puzzled, Lin Juan, like the tapeworm in her stomach, answered her questions. "Kinj, I encountered the Lin family again today. They are really unbearable. However, the side effects of Lin's beauty products are starting to show. The Lin Group is about to face a major crisis soon, which is also the best opportunity for the Su family to rise." Watching the beautiful face of the girl on the hospital bed, Lin Juan spoke softly. He knew that Su Kinj cared most about the Su Group and would definitely be happy to hear this news. However, what Lin Juan didn't know was that he was only half right. The rise of the Su family. Oh, referring to the beauty pill Lin Juan showed last time. Didn't expect it? I thought with my coma, the Su family would quickly decline. But Lin Juan has given the Su family a chance to rise again. But why do I feel not as happy as I thought I would be? Su Qing's mood was very complicated at the moment. In the past, knowing that the Su family could develop rapidly, she should have been overjoyed. But now, just the thought of the rise of the Su family, meaning the decline of the Lin family, made her heart ache. Su Qing felt a sharp pain in her heart, not for herself, but for Lin Juan. After personally witnessing the downfall of her family, cutting ties with her loved ones, what a painful decision it must have been. Su Qing found it hard to imagine. Even a slight change in position made her heart ache. So painful. Too painful. For Lin Juan, Su Qing felt gratitude and heartache at the same time. Lin Juan was originally softly speaking, and when she woke up, the speed of Su's family's development would definitely surprise her. Feeling an itch in his palm, he looked down and saw the strokes. From now on, I'll be your family. Qing. Lin Juan was a bit perplexed at first, but his mind quickly grasped what Su Qing meant. This girl was worrying about him. At this moment, Lin Juan felt warm inside. TSK tilde. This is what it feels like to be cherished by your wife tilde oh haha filled with pride. Tilde. While Lin Juan was feeling smug, he felt the strokes from Su Qing again. From now on, I'll be the big sister, and you'll be the little brother. We are a family that chops wood. Lin Juan. Chapter 106 Lin Jianzhen's Dilemma and Fear. 2 in 1 chapter. Little brother, you big-headed ghost. At worst, I should also be an older brother. You're just like a younger sister. Hearing Su Qing's outrageous statement, Lin Juan couldn't hold back and flicked her clean forehead with his hand. Damn it. A gentleman should not use force. How dare you hit a woman? Isn't it because you know I can't move? Otherwise, I would jump up and give you a couple hits. And I don't want to be a younger sister. I want to be a big sister. A sister is a queen, exuding confidence, approximately tilde. Feeling a slight sting on her forehead, Su Qing expressed discontent. Suddenly, she realized she still had the ability to fight back. So she immediately activated the love-hate mode. SS's tilde. Just when Lin Juan was feeling proud, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. Looking closely, he saw the girl's small hand squeezing his flesh. Ouch. Qing. I didn't say anything wrong. You are a younger sister. We were born in the same year, but different months. I'm born in September. Aren't you younger than me? September. Hearing Lin Juan reveal his birth date, Su Qing suddenly perked up. She controlled her fingers and made a few strokes in Lin Juan's palm. I'm born in July. Confirming her position as the big sister, Su Qing felt extremely proud. HMPH. How about that? Now you know who the big sister is, right? Hurry up and call me Sister Su. Just as Su Qing felt smug, Lin Juan's voice calling for a beating interrupted her. Understanding the meaning behind his words, she almost jumped in anger. That's right. Qing. I'm born in September. You're born in July. I'm older than you. Look, 9-7. This is a basic math question even elementary students can solve. My conclusion that I'm older than you is completely reasonable. Su Qing. Are you polite? Comparing it to a basic math question for elementary students. If children heard that, they might think you're insulting their intelligence. Outerly, Lin Juan smirked. He never expected Su Qing to actually be 2 months older than him. But it's impossible for him to call her sister. It's just not possible. Since you can't get up anyway, I have the final say. If you have the guts, stand up and fight me. Faced with Lin Juan's twisted logic, Su Qing was speechless. But she couldn't be bothered to argue with this childish ghost, fearing it would lower her intelligence. Instead, she decided to wake up fully later and properly educate him on how to be a good little brother. In the end, she left a 6 on Lin Juan's palm. The next moment, Lin Juan's exaggerated voice came. What? Qing, you were actually born in June. That's even younger. 9 to 6 equals 3. You're 3 months younger than me. Su Qing, this guy. But Lin Juan also feared being abused by the girl again. So after teasing her a bit, he immediately changed the topic. Ahem. Alright, Kinj. Let's not talk about that now. Last time didn't you say you wanted to hear a story? Let me tell you. Remembering the story he had promised before, Suking's attention was immediately drawn back, full of interest. Hurry up! Damn fragment dog! ... Under the girl's urging, Lin Juan no longer hesitated, organized his words, and began to vividly tell the story ... Long, long ago, in a place called Stone Village, lived a ninja named Juanwu Mingren. He was the hero of the village, and also the formidable rival of Hokage Naruto. One day, Mingren's beloved, his wife Sasuke, was kidnapped by the organization under Naruto's command, Akatsuki. To rescue Sasuke, Mingren decided to challenge Hokage Naruto and start an unprecedented summit war. Through cruel and inhumane training, he ultimately unlocked the Five-Gate Chakra and became the strongest solar deity thief card. Thus, the unprecedented summit war began. With the power of the Five-Gate solar deity, Mingren gradually pushed Hokage Naruto to the brink. However, Naruto was still the Hokage with immeasurable strength. At a critical moment, he unleashed a technique called Earth-Breaking Heavenly Star, almost causing the world great pain. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Mingren activated the Sixth Gate Death God mode. With a powerful Crescent Moon Sky Charge, he defeated Hokage Naruto and successfully rescued Sasuke. To repay Mingren's life-saving grace, Sasuke pledged herself and gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for Mingren. They were named Tangchuan, Xiaolo, and Ziyan. Lin Juan, excited, narrated the fairy tale with lively gestures, completely immersed in his own story. In the dark cage of consciousness. This story seems a bit messy, but it's still very touching. Especially the steadfast love between Juanwu Mingren and his wife Sasuke, challenging the world's strongest Hokage and a RUTO. This kind of rare love between them. Is Lin Juan really a genius for coming up with this story? The only thing that's not right is ... The 3 children they gave birth to. Why do they all seem to be the protagonists from the previous story? Little Wu and Ziyan, who were lovers, now become siblings. If they had heard the previous story, they would have thought it was unbelievable. What kind of German orthopedic storyline is this? After listening to Lin Juan's fairy tale, Sukinj was very satisfied, finding it heartfelt. Except for the last part about the children, which left her speechless, the other plot points were quite enjoyable. Tilda at least, she felt entertained listening to it as a way to pass the time when she's not thinking straight. Not enough, I want more. Watching the characters written by Sukinj on his palm, Lin Juan smiled. Kinj, next time. Now it's time for our delightful massage session. By the way, let me tease you with a preview of the new story. Booney from Bear Peak, after perfecting his licking skills, titled Licking God, successfully cheated on Red Wolf. After the Wolf Sheep Union, Baldy was born. And in the Lamb Village, Grey Wolf, who sold Dolly's strength at the market stall, upon hearing this, turned into the green cuckold hero, wielding the heavenly hammer, and marched onto the Mountain Cloud sect, single-handedly slaying gods. After giving a concise preview, Lin Juan fell silent. You want it, but I can't give in. Because having just a little taste makes it all the more precious. Lin Juan knew the importance of keeping women's curiosity piqued, so he chose to stop at just enough to draw interest. And as he expected, Sukinj couldn't stand the itching curiosity, eager to hear more from Lin Juan, almost jumping up to give him a flick and run. Ah, I want to hear it. Damn fragment dog. You might as well not tease. The more you do, the more you bug people's curiosity, and then just leave them hanging, right? By doing this, you're no different from those scumbags who start things and never finish them. You should know how to finish things properly. So short, you're really too short. But no matter how much Sukinj itched with curiosity, Lin Juan remained unfazed, rubbing his hands together, skillfully and gleefully beginning the massage session. *II. The enticing post-massage session finally began, approximately tilde. Hey tilde, just as Lin Juan was about to hold the girl tightly in his arms and prepare to do as he pleased, the door suddenly burst open. A Lolita rushed in, followed by an ordinary young man. Wifey sister, Oni-chan, I'm here to see you. Have you missed me? Lin Juan, ... I missed you like a hole in the head. Coming right when the critical moment arrives ... Are you my destined nemesis? Even though he was internally ranting when he realized the elder uncle had followed suit ... Lin Juan immediately switched to his sage mode, a serene expression on his face, distancing himself from Su Qinj by half a meter. At this moment, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. A woman. A pile of red powdery bones. I am a man of honor. I am a venerable monk. After managing his facial expression, Lin Juan shifted his gaze to Chen Kexin. And lo and behold, anyone who's observed carefully would have been startled. White overall trousers, holding a basketball. Dark hair neatly styled to the sides, forming a middle part. This outfit, this look, eerily resembled a female and Lolita version of Aikun. How is it? Oni-chan. Today, I'm cosplaying the hottest warrior outfit. I didn't expect you to be a fan as well. Oh well, this look is difficult for you to nail. Eat my dust. TSK I've gone to special classes just for this. How could I not nail it? Watch this. Dribble under the crotch. After saying that, Chen Kexin threw the basketball under her own crotch. It should be noted that she did it with quite an impressive form. But Lin Juan's attention had long shifted from the frantic Chen Kexin to the young man at the door. Just like the day before, he stood at the doorway with his hands in his pockets, pulling a nonchalant stance. He was being sternly blocked from entering by the Lolita. Brother Su Fan. Seeing Lin Juan greet him, Su Fan nodded lightly. He watched his little sister resting against Lin Juan's chest, feeling a slight pang of displeasure in his heart. But he also understood that Lin Juan, being a man of honor, had no choice but to act this way. After all, it was all for the sooner recovery of his little sister. Especially seeing that his little sister looked better than the day before, Su Fan was grateful for Lin Juan's efforts. He tried to flash Lin Juan a genuine smile, even though he wasn't accustomed to smiling. Lin Juan, upon seeing that smile, which was worse than crying, felt a surge of alarm in his heart. Oh, there's hostility. This dreadful smile. Is Big Bro planning to break my back ... So Lin Juan focused on giving the massage, taking his gentleman act to the extreme, trying to avoid any misunderstandings of some sinister intentions. What's going on? Why is Lin Juan keeping his distance from me? Am I electrified? Is it because of the presence of an outsider again? Why does Chen Kexin have a bodyguard with her every day? If she must have one, let him wait downstairs. Really, this is affecting Lin Juan's performance. Curses, Su Fan. This is a stumbling block on my road to recovery. No, I need to figure out a way to drive this outsider away. As an involved party, Su Qinj was very perceptive. She immediately noticed the difference in Lin Juan's demeanor, which had become noticeably stiffer. The only reason she could think of was the sudden appearance of two people in the room. Chen Kexin was ruled out first because Lin Juan had always treated her as if she didn't exist, with smooth and natural massage techniques. This left only Su Fan as the outsider. Thinking about this, the girl, who already didn't have much fondness for Su Fan, now felt even more annoyed. At this moment, Lin's group employee dormitory. Bang bang bang. The sound of smashing and cursing echoed in the corridor. Damn it, these bastards dared to lay a hand on me. I will seek revenge. These group of lowlifes with no clue about their status. I am the noble Lin family's heir. How could this be possible? And that beast, fabricating lies, putting me in an unjust light. I'm his real father. Doing such things, it's simply heartless. In the living room, Lin Jianjun held a baseball bat, smashing the TV, washing machine, and other furniture. His face was bruised, clearly having taken a beating. His suit was torn, hanging on him like tattered rags. Standing not far from Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao and his mother were slightly battered as well. They had to exert great effort with the help of the hospital's security personnel to sneak out of the hospital. These bastards! The products of my Lin group must be quality products. How could there be an issue with them? These fools who know nothing dare to spread nonsense. Don't they know that defamation is a criminal offense that could land you in jail? Lin Jianjun grew tired of smashing things. He paced back and forth in the hall, murmuring and cursing under his breath. But even while Lin Jianjun was trying to sound tough, the confirmation from the numerous patients in the hospital that the issues appeared only after the use of the beauty ointment made him doubt, despite his firm belief in the quality of his company's products. Even with his unwavering belief, Lin Jianjun felt a hint of doubt and fear at this moment. Chapter 107. In order for the Lin family group to succeed, they could only act crazy and pursue money at all costs. Just when Lin Jianjun was feeling uneasy. Daddy, look at this situation. There may indeed be a problem with the company's beauty products. Anyway, the most urgent matter. I think we should immediately convene a board meeting. While the issue hasn't escalated yet, discuss how to handle this public relations crisis. Otherwise, once it becomes widely known, the Lin family group will become a target of public criticism. It will be too late. Lin Hao, looking anxious, proposed his own suggestion. He was not stupid, knowing that they were at a critical juncture. If they couldn't come up with a solution, the Lin family group might not just plummet, but it could even face a disastrous downfall. Now, he was the only hope for the Lin family, and in order to prevent losing everything, he must find a way to stop this from happening. Shut up, you ungrateful child. At a time like this, questioning the trust in our brand products is bad enough, and you dare to confuse my mind. Nonsense. Faced with Lin Hao's well-meant advice, Lin Jianjun, unwilling to admit his failure, completely exploded. He turned around angrily and habitually scolded. At the same time, the look he cast towards Lin Hao was filled with disappointment, dissatisfaction, and a hint of regret. He realized, ever since he drove Lin Zhuan away as his illegitimate son, it's like he encountered a series of bad luck, where everything went wrong. If only he had not been so impulsive back then. Could this be the so-called retribution? On the other hand, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Was he just yelled at? This was the first time in his life that Lin Jianjun had scolded him with such a tone. In the past, he had always stood by watching Lin Zhuan enjoy such treatment. He had never imagined that one day he would also experience this honor. At this moment, Lin Hao's face showed a mix of shock, disbelief, and uncertainty. He finally had a taste of these years. How Lin Zhuan must have felt. So damn frustrating. Honey, why are you doing this? Zi Hao was also thinking of you. How can you scold him? Seeing their precious son being bullied, Bai Yuanlin immediately couldn't bear it, furrowing her brows and glaring at Lin Jianjun. Sensing the disappointed and sad eyes of his wife and son, after Lin Jianjun gradually calmed down, he couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness. What was wrong with me? How could I vent my anger on a child? Especially considering that Zihao's intentions were for the benefit of the group, much better than that unfilial son who wished for the group to fail. In this comparison, Lin Jianjun felt more regretful, and just as he was about to apologize, ding-ling-ling, the ringing of the mobile phone broke the strange atmosphere among the three. Jianjun, it's me. Jinglong, why do you have time to call me now? Hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Lin Jianjun was surprised. It turned out to be his brother-in-law calling him. This is a long story. A while ago, our entire family almost used the beauty cream. This morning, we all woke up with similar problems on our faces. Moon Orchid just messaged me. She and Zihao also have the same symptoms on their faces. Jianjun, we have to face a cruel reality. This cream indeed has side effects. I think, in your name, we should immediately convene a board meeting. All the top executives of our companies must sit down and come up with a solution. In the past, in order to marry Bai Yuanlin, Lin Jianjun had given 5% of his shares to the Bai family as a dowry. So, Bai Jinglong, as the representative of the Bai family, was also one of the shareholders of the Lin family group. Using this identity, he could continue to benefit his family. One could say, besides the Lin Jianjun family, the entire Bai family was the most hopeful for the success of the Lin family group's beauty cream to soar. However, upon realizing that the Lin family group was about to face a great calamity, the anxious worries of the Bai family members were no less than Lin Jianjun's. After all, losing the Lin family, who provided them with blood-sucking opportunities, would make the rise of the Bai family extremely difficult. I understand. Let's convene a shareholder board meeting. Listening to Bai Jinglong pouring his heart out, Lin Jianjun sighed heavily and eventually slumped on the sofa. Even if he refused to believe that there was a problem with the beauty products produced by the company, the continuous coincidences appearing before him forced him to wake up. His dream of conquering Shanghai was shattered. Not only shattered, but it could also lead the Lin family to a disastrous end. Luckily, Lin Jianjun had been in the position of chairman for so many years. He knew that now was not the time to blame and complain. Finding a way to solve the current crisis was the most important thing. After gathering himself, he immediately stood up and headed to the company to preside over the board meeting. Zihao, I'm sorry. Dad lost control of his emotions just now. It's okay, Daddy. I understand. Let's not talk about that now. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Mom and I will accompany you to the company. Okay. Soon, the family of three hurriedly left the employee dormitory. When they arrived at the Lin family group's headquarters, they were shocked by what they saw at the entrance. The Lin family group has lost its conscience, deceiving money with inferior beauty products. Give back our hard-earned money. Damned Lin Jianjun, come out and explain to us. The heartless entrepreneur who has a son without a conscience, I curse you. At the company's entrance, there were at least dozens of people gathered. They were emotional, some holding large sticks, some holding banners that read "Give back our beauty," and shouting through megaphones. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun and his family exchanged glances. Concerned for their safety, they chose to enter through the back door of the company. On the other hand, in the meeting room on the top floor, Bai Jinglong sat with furrowed brows on one of the iron chairs, waiting for the other shareholders to arrive. Behind him stood the four Bai siblings, Bai Hai, Bai Zhang, Bai He, and Bai Susu. At this moment, except for Bai Susu, the father and three brothers wore face masks, a clear indication of the misfortune caused by the cream. Lin Jianjun really went too far. To think he has ruined my handsome face into this. Bai He, with long flowing hair, held a mirror and cursed at his reflection. TSK tilde. This is what it feels like to be cherished by your wife tilde. Oh haha, filled with pride. Tilde. While Lin Xuan was feeling smug, he felt the strokes from Su Qinj again. From now on, I'll be the big sister, and you'll be the little brother. We are a family that chops wood. Lin Xuan. Chapter 106 Lin Jianjun's Dilemma and Fear. Two in one chapter. Little brother, you big-headed ghost. At worst, I should also be an older brother. You're just like a younger sister. Hearing Su Qing's outrageous statement, Lin Xuan couldn't hold back and flicked her clean forehead with his hand. Damn it. A gentleman should not use force. How dare you hit a woman? Isn't it because you know I can't move? Otherwise, I would jump up and give you a couple hits. And I don't want to be a younger sister. I want to be a big sister. A sister is a queen, exuding confidence, approximately tilde. Feeling a slight sting on her forehead, Su Qinj expressed discontent. Suddenly, she realized she still had the ability to fight back. So she immediately activated the love-hate mode. SS's tilde. Just when Lin Xuan was feeling proud, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. Looking closely, he saw the girl's small hand squeezing his flesh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qinj. I didn't say anything wrong. You are a younger sister. We were born in the same year, but different months. I'm born in September. Aren't you younger than me? September. Hearing Lin Xuan reveal his birth date, Su Qinj suddenly perked up. She controlled her fingers and made a few strokes in Lin Xuan's palm. I'm born in July. Confirming her position as the big sister, Su Qinj felt extremely proud. HMPH. How about that? Now you know who the big sister is, right? Hurry up and call me Sister Su. Just as Su Qinj felt smug, Lin Xuan's voice calling for a beating interrupted her. Understanding the meaning behind his words, she almost jumped in anger. That's right. Qinj. I'm born in September, you're born in July. I'm older than you. Look, 9-7. This is a basic math question even elementary students can solve. My conclusion that I'm older than you is completely reasonable. Su Qinj. Are you polite? Comparing it to a basic math question for elementary students. If children heard that, they might think you're insulting their intelligence. Outerly, Lin Xuan smirked. He never expected Su Qinj to actually be 2 months older than him. But it's impossible for him to call her sister. It's just not possible. Since you can't get up anyway, I have the final say. If you have the guts, stand up and fight me. Faced with Lin Juan's twisted logic, Sukinj was speechless. But she couldn't be bothered to argue with this childish ghost, fearing it would lower her intelligence. Instead, she decided to wake up fully later and properly educate him on how to be a good little brother. In the end, she left a 6 on Lin Juan's palm. The next moment, Lin Juan's exaggerated voice came. What? Kinj, you were actually born in June. That's even younger. 9 to 6 equals 3. You're 3 months younger than me. Sukinj, this guy. But Lin Juan also feared being abused by the girl again. So after teasing her a bit, he immediately changed the topic. Ahem. Alright, Kinj. Let's not talk about that now. Last time didn't you say you wanted to hear a story? Let me tell you. Remembering the story he had promised before, Sukinj's attention was immediately drawn back, full of interest. Hurry up. Damn fragment dog. Under the girl's urging, Lin Juan no longer hesitated, organized his words, and began to vividly tell the story. Long, long ago, in a place called Stone Village, lived a ninja named Xuanwu Mingren. He was the hero of the village, and also the formidable rival of Hokage Naruto. One day, Mingren's beloved, his wife Sasuke, was kidnapped by the organization under Naruto's command, Akatsuki. To rescue Sasuke, Mingren decided to challenge Hokage Naruto and start an unprecedented summit war. Through cruel and inhumane training, he ultimately unlocked the 5-gate chakra and became the strongest solar deity thief card. Thus, the unprecedented summit war began. With the power of the 5-gate solar deity, Mingren gradually pushed Hokage Naruto to the brink. However, Naruto was still the Hokage with immeasurable strength. At a critical moment, he unleashed a technique called Earthbreaking Heavenly Star, almost causing the world great pain. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Mingren activated the 6th gate Death God mode. With a powerful Crescent Moon Sky Charge, he defeated Hokage Naruto and successfully rescued Sasuke. To repay Mingren's life-saving grace, Sasuke pledged herself and gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for Mingren. They were named Tangchuan, Xiao, and Ziyan. Lin Juan, excited, narrated the fairy tale with lively gestures, completely immersed in his own story. In the dark cage of consciousness. This story seems a bit messy, but it's still very touching. Especially the steadfast love between Xuanwu Mingren and his wife Sasuke, challenging the world's strongest Hokage Naruto. This kind of rare love between them. Is Lin Juan really a genius for coming up with this story? The only thing that's not right is The 3 children they gave birth to. Why do they all seem to be the protagonists from the previous story? Little Wu and Ziyan, who were lovers, now become siblings. If they had heard the previous story, they would have thought it was unbelievable. What kind of German orthopedic storyline is this? After listening to Lin Juan's fairy tale, Sukinj was very satisfied, finding it heartfelt. Except for the last part about the children, which left her speechless, the other plot points were quite enjoyable. At least, she felt entertained listening to it as a way to pass the time when she's not thinking straight. Not enough, I want more. Watching the characters written by Sukinj on his palm, Lin Juan smiled. Kinj, next time. Now it's time for our delightful massage session. By the way, let me tease you with a preview of the new story. Booney from Bear Peak, after perfecting his licking skills, titled Licking God, successfully cheated on Red Wolf. After the Wolf-Sheep union, Baldy was born. And in the Lamb Village, Grey Wolf, who sold Dolly's strength at the market stall, upon hearing this, turned into the green cuckold hero, wielding the heavenly hammer, and marched onto the Mountain Cloud sect, single-handedly slaying gods. After giving a concise preview, Lin Juan fell silent. You want it, but I can't give in. Because having just a little taste makes it all the more precious. Lin Juan knew the importance of keeping women's curiosity piqued, so he chose to stop at just enough to draw interest. And as he expected, Sukinj couldn't stand the itching curiosity, eager to hear more from Lin Juan, almost jumping up to give him a flick and run. Ah, I want to hear it. Damn fragment dog. You might as well not tease. The more you do, the more you bug people's curiosity, and then just leave them hanging, right? By doing this, you're no different from those scumbags who start things and never finish them. You should know how to finish things properly. So short, you're really too short. But no matter how much Soo Kin itched with curiosity, Lin Juan remained unfazed, rubbing his hands together, skillfully and gleefully beginning the massage session. *II. The enticing post-massage session finally began, approximately tilde. Hey tilde just as Lin Juan was about to hold the girl tightly in his arms and prepare to do as he pleased, the door suddenly burst open. A Lolita rushed in, followed by an ordinary young man. Wifey sister, Oni-chan, I'm here to see you. Have you missed me? Lin Juan, I missed you like a hole in the head. Coming right when the critical moment arrives, Are you my destined nemesis? Even though he was internally ranting when he realized the elder uncle had followed suit, Lin Juan immediately switched to his sage mode, a serene expression on his face, distancing himself from Soo Kin by half a meter. At this moment, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. A woman. A pile of red powdery bones. I am a man of honor. I am a venerable monk. After managing his facial expression, Lin Juan shifted his gaze to Chen Kexin. And lo and behold, anyone who's observed carefully would have been startled. White overall trousers, holding a basketball. Dark hair neatly styled to the sides, forming a middle part. This outfit, this look, eerily resembled a female and Lolita version of Ai-kun. How is it? Oni-chan. Today, I'm cosplaying the hottest warrior outfit. I didn't expect you to be a fan as well. Oh well, this look is difficult for you to nail. Eat my dust. *TSK I've gone to special classes just for this. How could I not nail it? Watch this. Dribble under the crotch. After saying that, Chen Kexin threw the basketball under her own crotch. It should be noted that she did it with quite an impressive form. But Lin Juan's attention had long shifted from the frantic Chen Kexin to the young man at the door. Just like the day before, he stood at the doorway with his hands in his pockets, pulling a nonchalant stance. He was being sternly blocked from entering by the Lolita. Brother Su Fan. Seeing Lin Juan greet him, Su Fan nodded lightly. He watched his little sister resting against Lin Juan's chest, feeling a slight pang of displeasure in his heart. But he also understood that Lin Juan, being a man of honor, had no choice but to act this way. After all, it was all for the sooner recovery of his little sister. Especially seeing that his little sister looked better than the day before, Su Fan was grateful for Lin Juan's efforts. He tried to flash Lin Juan a genuine smile, even though he wasn't accustomed to smiling. Lin Juan, upon seeing that smile, which was worse than crying, felt a surge of alarm in his heart. We shouldn't miss this opportunity. We need to act quickly. While stock prices are still high, we should sell at a high price. By creating an information gap, we can make a big profit by cutting the losses. Right, the ointments in the warehouse are the same. If we delay, they will all turn into waste. It's better to deceive as many people as we can. This is not fraud. It's just a reasonable marketing strategy. They don't buy our products today. They will buy someone else's products tomorrow. It's foolish not to make money. Seconded. Chairman, time is running out. Please make a decision quickly. In the meeting room, except for a small number of shareholders who still had a conscience, most of them looked excited and kept pushing Lin Jianjun, especially those responsible for the beauty ointment incident, like Bai Jinglong. They wanted to push Lin Jianjun's head down and make him agree. Right now, they just wanted to minimize the losses before Lin's group went bankrupt, quickly make the most of it, and leave. In the end, Lin Jianjun, seeing the crowd's push for his approval, announced his decision. Risking it all. Old comrades, since things have come to this point, we can only make a bold move, go after money regardless of the consequences. Let's disband. We don't have much time to cash out. We need to sell all the warehouse inventory in the market by tomorrow night, then cash out the shares. Seeing Lin Jianjun make a wise decision, relief appeared on the faces of the people in the room. Following Lin's lead was indeed the way to wealth. At that moment, under Lu Binken's leadership, applause resounded. Clap. Clap! Clap! Following Lin Jianjun's gesture, a group of people quickly left the meeting room, starting their final madness. In the small partition, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, both showing a sense of regret in their eyes. The once prosperous Lin Group was now on the verge of being taken over. They had hoped and expected to reach the top of the city of magic. But all their efforts over the years seemed to be in vain now. While the imminent bankruptcy loomed over the Lin family, they began to believe that with proper operation of such a large group, they would likely amass a massive wealth at the end. With money in hand, they could rise again, maybe leaving the city after the storm passed. Once the heatwave was over, they could register a new company. In this context, the White family three brothers, who were sitting not far away, couldn't help but frown and sigh. They were not mourning for the downfall of the Lin Group, but rather thinking about the fact that they might not find such an excellent blood-sucking target as the Lin family anymore, feeling somewhat regretful. Facing Lin Jianjun's final crazy decision, some people in the room felt regret, while others felt reluctant about the inevitable downfall of the Lin Group. Only one person expressed disapproval. "Aunt, cousin, you must go and stop, uncle. If we let this go, there will definitely be many innocent victims. Do you know what disfigurement means to a person, especially to a girl? This is too cruel." Looking at Bai Susu suddenly coming forward and pleading, Lin Hao and his mother both felt a headache. They almost forgot that there was a Saint Mary present in the scene. What should they do now? "Susu, this is an unavoidable situation. You must understand your uncle. A while back, we were blackmailed by Lin Zhuan, which left us with no place to live, and we had to squeeze into the employee dorms. Although money isn't everything, not having money is everything. Can you understand that?" Facing Bai Yulin's earnest advice, Bai Susu shook her head firmly and began her speech of righteousness. "Aunt, money is just an external thing. As long as it's enough for living expenses, we shouldn't lose our conscience for money. Furthermore, what my uncle is doing is fraudulent and illegal, and he's likely to end up in prison. As for a place to stay, you all can come live at my place. I believe my father and brothers would be very welcome." Upon hearing this, the White family three brothers showed some unnatural expressions. Although they did not lack food or resources, having a few more mouths to feed was not something they were looking forward to. They might bring the entire family to a real tough spot, and who knows for how long. Facing Aunt's pleading gaze, they reluctantly regrouped. "Buddy, hold on. Aunt and her family have their own considerations. Besides, they still owe several billion to Boss Hu. If we don't repay him in time, Boss Hu is terrifying. Don't you know? And our White family, since the last time we emptied our pockets and even borrowed a billion, we are now living hand to mouth. Boss Hu is breathing down our necks every day, pressuring us to pay off our debts. He threatens to sell us to northern Myanmar. Right now, we urgently need this life-saving money. Little sister, can you bear to watch Dad, Mom, and us stranded on the street after the White family goes bankrupt? Do you really want to put us into a life-threatening situation for your sense of justice?" The White family three brothers all had painful expressions, knowing their little sister too well. No matter what logical or sensible arguments they presented, slapping on the label of familial ties was the best way to stop her from taking any action out of justice. And as expected, after listening to her brothers, Bai Susu was struck as if by thunder, furrowing her brows and taking several steps back. She was caught between the dilemma of family ties and justice, with her belief swaying. She couldn't just watch so many innocent people getting hurt, but also couldn't ignore her family's predicament. What should she do? Ultimately, feeling lost and utterly disoriented, Bai Susu, with a bewildered expression, staggered towards the door and walked out. Little sister. Seeing the helpless and desolate figure of his sister, Bai's eyes filled with concern and worrying. He stopped fiddling with his shiny dark hair and quickly stepped forward to follow her, but was stopped by his older brother, Bai Hai. "Don't go over, let Susu calm down on her own. We've protected her too well all these years, not letting her experience any darkness. This situation isn't to her future advantage. Susu is easily manipulated, and we can't promise to shield her forever. Take advantage of this opportunity to toughen her up. Let her learn that life is not always fair. Being too kind might end up harming oneself and others." Bai Hai's eyes reflected his inner struggle, but his words remained firm as he watched Bai Susu leave the room alone. He realized it was time to let his little sister grow up. On the other side, Susu wandered aimlessly through the corridors of the Lin group. Looking down through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see the crowd protesting with banners. If she did nothing, the number of victims like these would be unimaginable. But if she tried to stop this, what about her family? As her brothers had said, without enough cash, the White family itself was at risk. And considering the debts they owed and the threats of Boss Hu, Susu couldn't help but shudder at the thought. What should I do? If only I had money. With money, all these problems could be solved at once. But the reality was, she didn't have that kind of money. Unless, Susu's eyes lit up, and a figure flashed in her mind. If it's him, he would definitely lend me the money. Just a few billion to clear the high-interest loans. Chapter 109 Susu's Loan Request. As long as you lend me money, I will agree to let you wash my feet for me. Su Family Manor. GNI is so beautiful, baby, by the sickbed. A young girl with a center-parted hairstyle, swaying her head and tail in sync with the background music, spinning a basketball in her hands. With her exaggerated dance moves, the two white shoulder straps would occasionally slip off her shoulders. Faced with this abnormal white strap scene, Lin Zhuan's eyebrows furrowed like the character, looking just like a grumpy old man on the subway. Oni sauce? How was my Ai-kun dance? Is it pretty? Beautiful. Lin Zhuan's awkward mouth twitched, unable to look elsewhere. He could only focus on getting closer to his wife. But just as he got closer to the beauty, a sharp gaze suddenly shot from the door. Gives staring tilde tilde tilde. At that undisguised sharp gaze, Lin Zhuan's face turned unnatural. Subconsciously, he maintained a distance from Su Qinj again, sighing inwardly. Jiao. I'm so troubled right now. Only the girl on the sickbed remained unmoving, deep in sleep. Beneath the quiet exterior, her mind was rich and abnormal. What dance is Kedin doing? To receive praise as the most beautiful in the chicken, I really want to open my eyes and take a look. Huh? Why does Lin Zhuan's movement seem stiff again? Could it be because of that annoying Su fan? Suddenly, a phone ringtone interrupted everyone's attention. How could it be her? Glancing at the caller display on the phone screen, Lin Zhuan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect the caller to be Susu. After some thought, Lin Zhuan finally answered the call. He was curious to see what she was up to. Lin Zhuan J. Could you help me with something? As soon as the call connected, Susu's slightly shy voice came through. Huh? Did you call the wrong number or something? Why don't you ask your parents for help if you have something? Why come to me? What can I do to help you? Lin Group Headquarters. Under a big banyan tree, Susu blushed slightly. This was her first time actively asking someone for money, and it was a little hard to get it out. To ease the tension in her heart and distract herself, she picked up a twig, squatted on the ground, and started drawing circles. Could you lend me 500 million yuan? Hesitatingly, Susu finally spoke up, Is she crazy asking for this amount out of the blue over the phone? No. Lin Zhuan refused on the spot without thinking. Susu was dumbfounded. She thought that since she took the initiative to ask and Lin Zhuan liked her, he wouldn't refuse. In fairy tales, princes would give anything for their princesses, right? Why do you need 500 million? And why ask over the phone? Even though he wouldn't lend the money, Lin Zhuan was curious. Susu's slightly disappointed voice came through. Oh. I thought with 500 million, I could pay off the high-interest loans at home. And Lin Zhuan, didn't you get 3.5 billion from your uncle before? I just thought I could borrow some high-interest loans. Lin Zhuan was first stunned. Then, remembering Zhao Hu's situation, a smug smile unknowingly appeared on his face. Since Lin Zhuan hadn't turned on the speakerphone mode, the people in the room didn't know who he was talking to. Eavesdropper Chen Kedin quietly approached. I heard a girl's voice. Hearing the soft and cute girl's voice, Chen Keshin's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Oni sauce, who are you talking to? Is it a mistress? Could it be that moonlight girl of yours? No way, right? Are you turning into a scumbag like Chen Shimei? My poor sister Qinj, it looks like I have to step in. Lin Zhuan, ... Why do you have so much drama? So imaginative and good at gossiping, it's a waste not to write novels. Planning to step in for me. How charming. Slander. This is blatant slander. Before Lin Juan could explain, he felt a malicious gaze from the doorway fixated on him. If this guy dared to eat his cake and covet another one, causing the little sister to be in distress, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With hands in his pockets, Su Fan's face showed a cold and suspicious expression. Lin Juan, on the sickbed. After hearing Chen Keqin's words, Su Qinj instinctively started to imagine things. Who was Lin Juan talking to on the phone? Lately, she hadn't heard of Lin Juan contacting any girls. Although she doubted, she still trusted Lin Juan's character to some extent. After spending a good amount of time together, she trusted his personality. But driven by curiosity, Su Qinj controlled her fair fingers and drew on Lin Juan's palms. Who is it? Well, everyone is a gossip at heart. Lin Juan didn't bother explaining and directly switched to speakerphone mode. Besides, he hadn't done anything unspeakable and there was nothing to fear. But the next moment, the voice on the other end was short and soft, revealing shy and cute tones. And the content of the conversation almost made Lin Juan's jaw drop. Lin Juan J, if you lend me the money, then I'll agree to let you wash my feet and also give you some of my clothes that I've worn. Everyone. What? Chen Keqin widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Although she had been teasing Lin Juan before, she still trusted him. After all, this was the most romantic guy in the Magic City, willing to sever ties with his family for Qinj, offering 3.5 billion as a dowry. If such a romantic man was being unfaithful, then is there no true love in the world? Chapter 110, by Suzu's Despair and Determination. Sacrifice myself to save thousands of people. Worth it. At the door of the room, Su Fan's face suddenly looked ugly. Like an ant, there's a way to die. Humph. He had made up his mind. If Lin Juan truly did something unforgivable towards his own sister, then he would definitely find a way to seek justice for his little sister. But at this moment, the most worrying person was Su Qinj lying on the sickbed. She originally had confidence in Lin Juan, but when Bai Susu said those words, she began to doubt life. This voice. It's the girl who visited that day, called Bai Susu. She seems to be the white moonlight in Lin Juan's past. So, Lin Juan must have very special feelings for her, right? But what does Bai Suzu's words mean? Washing feet? Also sending personal clothing? What on earth is going on? Could it be that Lin Juan's previous behavior was all a facade? Is he actually a super pervert? No way, right? Seeing that everyone's gaze wasn't quite right, Lin Juan couldn't stay silent. He immediately spoke into the microphone, shouting, "Are you crazy? You randomly call asking to borrow 500 million and say all sorts of absurd things, let me wash your feet, and have to wear your worn-out clothes. Disgusting. Get lost. Do you think you're a little fairy? I have a fiancé. Listen clearly, the person I like is Su Qinj. After a satisfying round of scolding, Lin Juan didn't bother with more words, he simply hung up the phone. Inside the room, ignoring the strange gaze of Su Fan and the others, Lin Juan once again held Su Qinj's hand. He looked serious without giving any further explanation, softly asked, "Qinj, Su and I are innocent. It's all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" "I believe." Without hesitation, Su Qinj wrote in Lin Juan's palm. For some reason from the moment, Lin Juan loudly declared in front of her, the person I like is Su Qinj. Her initial suspicions and restlessness quieted down instantaneously. There was a certain power in Lin Juan's words that instinctively led Su Qinj to choose trust. On the sidelines, Chen Keqin, witnessing this dog food scene, clenched her teeth in anger. Why did it feel like her husband was drifting farther away from her? However, after calming down, she pondered on Lin Juan's usual actions. All right. A man so passionate, how could he possibly do something wrong to Qinj's sister? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Su Fan, standing at the door, had a strange look on his face. Little sister, she actually forgave and believed. It's over. Why do I feel like I see Auntie and my little sister under the big banyan tree, listening to the beep beep On the other end of the phone, as well as the echoing voice of Lin Juan's anger in his mind, Bai Susu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly her eyes turned red. Squatting under the tree, she started drawing little circles in the dirt with a stick. "Damn Lin Juan brother, I will curse you in a circle." Bai Susu felt wronged as she continuously drew circles in the mud with the stick in her hand. It took a lot of courage for her to say those words to Lin Juan. These perverse demands were all birthday wishes that Lin Juan had secretly made to her in previous years on his birthday. At that time, Bai Susu blushed so hard her face was about to burst, and she ignored Lin Juan for several days out of anger. It was only after Lin Juan begged repeatedly that she reluctantly forgave him. And it was at that time, Lin Juan confessed to her that he had a foot fetish. Despite being very shy, Bai Susu did not mock Lin Juan at that time, but sincerely expressed understanding, which immediately moved Lin Juan to tears. Oh. This time, Bai Susu had some demands on Lin Juan, and her feelings towards him had also changed slightly. So she thought, to fulfill Lin Juan's previous birthday wish to her ... But unexpectedly, she was humiliated like this. For Bai Susu, this was simply unacceptable. Could it be that brother Lin Juan really doesn't like me anymore? Has he transferred his affections elsewhere? Is he now fond of Sister Kinj? The brutal reality was in front of her. Bai Susu had to accept the fact that Lin Juan no longer loved her. However, she was still somewhat upset. Never did she expect that brother Lin Juan would scold her so loudly for the sake of Sister Kinj. It turns out she couldn't even compare to a comatose person. No, I have more important things to do now. I can't just be depressed like this. Glancing at the people holding banners outside the company door, Bai Susu's face regained determination. But at the thought that she couldn't borrow money, unable to solve the loan problem, and stop her uncle's madness, Bai Susu slumped on the ground again. Since it was already certain that brother Lin Juan didn't like her, Bai Susu also didn't want to cause more trouble for him, affecting his relationship with Sister Kinj. "You beasts! Ruining my appearance! How am I supposed to live for the rest of my life? Get out! You heartless entrepreneurs! My daughter is only 16. She doesn't want to live anymore because of you. She's tried to commit suicide several times." Listening to the victim's wails, Bai Susu felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I have to do something. I can't just stand by and do nothing, no matter what the cost. I have to help them. But what should I do? The only thing I can do now, my only advantage." Bai Susu slowly stood up, wiped away her tears. Her gaze became determined again. She remembered her advantage. She still had this body. If she could ask Tiger Lord to extend the deadline for repayment and high-interest loans in exchange for her body, he should agree, right? As long as the debt is not pressed too tightly, her family can breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, her uncle would cancel that crazy plan, and there wouldn't be any more victims. But the thought of being... Bai Susu fell into despair, her face pale, sitting on the ground. At this moment, how much she wished her true love would come to save her. Unfortunately, fairy tales are deceiving. Looking at the people crying nearby, Bai Susu took a deep breath. Her eyes became firm once again, no longer lost. She pulled out her phone and called Lin Juan again. Of course, this time it wasn't to trouble Lin Juan for money. It was to ask him for Tiger Lord's contact information. Beep beep beep. While waiting for the call to connect, Bai Susu forced down her fear, repeatedly hypnotizing herself. If sacrificing myself can save so many families from unfortunate events, then this sacrifice is worth it. Chapter 111. The daughter-in-law spoke up. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, we must still flatten the Su family manor. Lin Juan finally dispelled the misunderstandings of everyone, feeling relieved when suddenly, ding-ling-ling. "Master, there's a call .. Could it be her again?" Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, took out his Huawei phone from his pocket, glanced at the display screen, and instantly had a face like a dead fish. "This woman just doesn't give up, is she? Don't mess with me." Lin Juan originally wanted to hang up directly, but then he felt that it would seem like he had something to hide, especially noticing the two pairs of eyes around him starting to gossip again. "Forget it. I'll give her one last warning, and then block her." Thinking this, Lin Juan answered the phone, switched to speaker mode to show his transparency. "Lin Juan, it's me. First things first. If you need money, forget about it. If it's your life, speak up. Asterisk slight crying sound asterisk. Oh. Huh. Not another drama. Is she crying over some trivial matter? At the doorway, Sufan stood expressionless, hands in pockets, speechless. This was one of the reasons why he had no interest in women. Instead of coaxing them, he'd rather focus on his cultivation to reach the peak of martial arts. Oni-chan, how can you bully a girl? Girls are the most beautiful creatures in this world tilde. In stark contrast to Sufan's attitude, Chen Kexin covered her ordinary chest, a hint of pity flashing across her face as she glared at Lin Juan, signaling him to speak more gently while talking to the girl. Lin Juan, have you forgotten that you just treated her as a third party earlier, appearing indignant? Why are you showing sympathy now? Indeed, women are fickle. Even the bratty ones can't avoid being typical. At that moment, on the other end of the line, Beisusu seemed to have composed herself, and her tone became calm again as she made her request. Lin Juan, I want to inquire about Lord Hu's contact information. Lord Hu? Oh, Zhao Hu. Why do you need to find him? Lin Juan looked slightly puzzled, not understanding Beisusu's intentions to involve Zhao Hu. In the original plot, they didn't seem to have any connection. I want to ask him if he could extend the repayment period. Naive. Do you think Zhao Hu would agree? I want to try. We can't come up with the money at home right now, so I plan to use my body. Deleted. Amidst stammering, Beisusu uttered her plan, leaving Lin Juan and others dumbfounded. Is this girl's brain fully functional? How could she come up with such an absurd approach? No way, I disagree. The first to react was Chen Kexin. She yanked on her twin tails desperately, showing resistance and frustration. It's too despicable. Instead of giving in to that disgusting old man, it's better for it to be me, right? This is like mixing a toad with swan meat. Just the thought makes my heart ache. Because she had seen that bald Zhao Hu at Tiacheng Entertainment KTV before. The thought of Beisusu's innocent face, bearing the cruelty from those ugly men, made Chen Kexin feel like she was going to explode. It was simply outrageous. At the doorway, Sufan furrowed his brow, hands still in pockets. After hearing the content of the call, he finally understood who Beisusu was. That day at Tiacheng Entertainment KTV, he had crossed paths with her, knowing that she wanted to delay repayment by offering herself. Such a disrespectful act. Regarding Beisusu's actions, Sufan felt no pity or sympathy, thinking her self-indulgent behavior was foolish. In the hospital bed, Sukinj overheard Beisusu's thoughts through the speakerphone and was equally puzzled. What is that girl thinking? Using her body as a bargaining chip. Even if the family owes money they can't pay back, it's a family matter. This kind of self-initiated behavior isn't very smart. And if her family truly loves her, they wouldn't agree to this. If they don't care, sacrificing oneself for the family isn't necessary either. Besides, someone like Zhao Hu talks nonsense. How can his promises be trusted? Unless stronger than him, using such a weak method will only give him an inch. Sukinj sighed in her heart. Out of pity between beautiful women, she didn't want to see Beisusu end up in that way. In that moment, everyone present was shocked by Beisusu's kindness. They never expected. Beisusu's reason for borrowing money was to prevent beauty ointment from leaking, causing more victims, and she was even willing to sacrifice her body for this cause. Where did this treasure of a girl come from? Oh, I can't hold back my tears. Such an angel. Asterisk, I want to protect her and be by her side. Oni-chan, please help her. Just lend her the money. It's better to have her sacrificed to you. I agree, much better than giving in to that dead bald guy. I'll make her my third wife. Then the four of us can play mahjong, never be bored again. Such a good girl, we must get her on our side. Oh dear, I seem to have fallen into that damn river of love again. Chen Kexin's eyes turned red, tossing the basketball she was holding to the ground and wiping away the small pearls that had formed in her eyes. Lin Juan. Hey. Isn't Kinj still here? You switch your affections so quickly, abandoning her after proclaiming Kinj as your true love just recently. And what's with a family of 4? Monogamy is already exceeding standards. Now you want to add more people in. Lin Juan was speechless. Seeing the basketball rolling to his feet, he solemnly picked it up and set it aside. Humph! The peak welcomes insincere support, while dusk witnesses true followers. A real black-hearted person never abandons his basketball. Indeed, this brat only knows how to cosplay the surface, a true fake black-hearted one. At the door, Sufan's expression grew slightly complex with his hands in pockets. Bae Susu's words left him somewhat shaken. After traveling far and wide for so many years, he had encountered too much scheming. But a person as kind and somewhat foolish as Bae Susu was someone he had never come across before. Sacrificing oneself for others? Sufan pondered, realizing he wouldn't be able to do the same. His life motto was, "I'd rather bear the burden for the world than let the world burden me." Besides the few people close to him, he didn't care about the life or death of others. Though he couldn't become such a person, encountering someone like Bae Susu in reality made Sufan quite admiring. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame for his initial prejudiced thoughts. Perhaps, if there's an opportunity, I can help her out. It's just a matter of a few words. Zhao Hu values his face, he wouldn't dare deny me. For someone like Sufan, who pursued the peak of martial arts, the most important thing was to focus on his thoughts to continuously improve. On the other side, Lin Zhuan, I won't borrow money from you, but can you give me Lord Hu's contact information? Hearing Bae Susu's question, Lin Zhuan pondered for a moment and had a plan in mind to respond. Just as he was about to reply to Bae Susu's inquiry, he felt a slight itch in his palm. Looking down, he saw Su Qing's small hand drawing something in his palm. Help her. Seeing those words, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his recent companionship had some effect. Su Qing's character setting had already begun to crumble. If it had been the original plot's cold and domineering female president, she would have purely thought Bae Susu was foolish. Wretched. She, who blamed the world, would consider herself as the most pitiful and unfair person on earth. But now, she was seeking Lin Zhuan's help to intervene a behavior she wouldn't have carried out under her original setting. And she directly asked for his assistance, showing trust in his abilities. However, none of this mattered now. The most important thing was that his daughter-in-law had spoken up. It was her first time asking for his help, so what else was there to say? Even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, he still had to flatten them. Lin Zhuan smiled and didn't reply, instead slowly writing a word in Su Qing's palm. Yes. Receiving Lin Zhuan's signal, Su Qing's initially anxious heart finally settled. She had been worried that Lin Zhuan might find her meddling and become annoyed with her. However, she couldn't help herself. When she heard Bae Susu's true feelings, Su Qing suddenly felt the urge to help her. But she couldn't act directly, so she sought Lin Zhuan's assistance. And the reason she wanted to help. Perhaps it was because in Bae Susu, Su Qing saw a side that was completely opposite of herself. She was a good girl, too pure for her to face directly. It would make Su Qing feel dirty, as over the years, she had done many horrifying things in secret to achieve her goals. Her hands were already stained with sin. Her future was destined to be dark. She would eventually end up in hell. Chapter 112. The beloved girl is requesting me. How can I remain unmoved? Brother Lin Zhuan, I won't borrow money from you, but could you give me Tiger Lord's contact information? Lin Group, headquarters across the street. Under the big banyan tree. Bae Susu squatted on the ground, the twig in her hand, drawing irregular patterns in the mud, her mind completely drawn to the phone call. At this moment, her heart is conflicted, hoping that Lin Zhuan agrees, yet fearing that he won't. If he agrees, it means she will face something terrible. If he doesn't agree, she can convince herself to try her best, but it also means that many people might get hurt. Bae Susu glanced at the crowd crying in the distance, hesitated for a moment. But ultimately, she hoped that Lin Zhuan would agree more. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Since someone will get hurt anyway, then let it be me. Treated as a terrible dream, waking up still touched. Now, Bae Susu can only console herself like this. However, things didn't go as she wished. The voice of Lin Zhuan rejecting her came through the receiver. No. Bae Susu never expected to receive this answer. She thought at least for this small matter, Lin Zhuan would help her. Could it be that brother Lin Zhuan really dislikes me now? Thinking of this, Bae Susu couldn't help but redden her eyes, choking up. I understand. Sorry for bothering you. After saying that, Bae Susu was ready to hang up. Despite feeling wronged, she didn't want to cause more trouble for Lin Juan. Are you crying? Perhaps hearing the girl's sobbing, Lin Juan's voice softened slightly. I don't know how to contact Zhao Hu, but I will help you, don't worry. You don't need to worry about this matter, no matter what schemes Lin Jianjun is plotting. It doesn't matter, because I will take action. Huh, why? Bai Susu was stunned. She didn't expect such a response from Lin Juan, especially after his impatience before. Why are you so impulsive? Lin Juan continued with a firm tone, portraying an image of a socially responsible young man. But this will make your uncle really angry. He will definitely hate you. And the other shareholders in the company might cause trouble for you for their interests. I don't want to trouble you. I'll handle it myself. Even though Lin Juan and his uncle's family were currently in a difficult situation, in Bai Suzu's heart, she knew that Lin Juan still longed for love and a chance to return to his family. After all, who would like to wander outside, being a poor child without a home? On the other end of the line, listening to Bai Suzu's incessant chatter, Lin Juan felt a headache coming on. He finally understood how Sun Wukong felt when Tang Seng recited the tightening curse, painful, too painful. However, the thoughts conveyed in between the lines were all for her well-being, which made it difficult for him to retort or scold. After all, there is a difference between being kind and being a pushover, and Lin Juan could distinguish between the two. Stop, enough. I have cut ties with Lin Jianjun. I don't care if he hates me or not. And with a beloved girl in front of me making a request for the first time, how can I not be moved? That's it, I'm hanging up, asterisk. Beep beep beep. Asterisk. After hanging up the phone, Lin Juan casually pocketed his Huawei mobile phone that was leading in sales. Then he looked at the sleeping girl on the bed, feeling pleased with himself. I confessed so blatantly. Little girl, are you not moved? Haha tilde tilde tilde. As Lin Juan predicted, although Su Qinj couldn't move due to being in a vegetative state, she remained seemingly asleep on the surface. But deep inside, Lin Juan's sudden words had already accelerated her heart rate. What did Lin Juan say? What beloved girl made her first request to him? That girl she mentioned, could it be? Probably, most likely is me. Oh my, guys really have thick skin. Saying such cheesy words so straightforwardly? Fortunately, I can't move for now. Otherwise, how would I respond to such corny words? But I wonder how Lin Juan plans to handle this situation. Su Qinj, slightly shy yet curious, started wondering about Lin Juan's response. Despite being unable to move due to being a vegetable, she felt a bit angry about the behavior of the Lin family. If they were unaware, she could understand. But knowing their products have issues and still endangering others for money, they had crossed a line. Deep down, Su Qinj hoped that Lin Juan would give a profound lesson to the Lin family. However, considering the deep connections between the Lin group members and Lin Juan, she felt conflicted. She didn't want Lin Juan to face difficulties. After all, they were her family and friends, so Lin Juan himself must be going through the most inner conflict, right? Yet, he decided to help Bai Susu for me, to take action against the Lin family, causing a rift with his own family members. Thinking about this, Su Qinj felt her heart ache. She wanted to do something for Lin Juan, but didn't know how to comfort him in her current state. Thus, she could only control her fingers, interlocking with Lin Juan's in silence. Though she felt embarrassed, this silent comfort was the only thing she could do. Outside, Su Qinj suddenly held Lin Juan's hand and intertwined their fingers. Lin Juan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The room's temperature dropped several degrees. Even the little Lolita couldn't help shivering. What's going on? Is she? She actually took my hand voluntarily. For some reason, seeing this, Lin Juan felt like shedding tears. It's not easy. Originally, in the storyline, Su Qinj not only didn't hold hands with anyone, let alone doing it voluntarily. In this moment, Lin Juan somewhat understood those fangirls who, upon receiving a bit of attention from their idols, would ecstatically shout. Although he was not a fangirl, but facing such high-quality attention from a woman, feeling a bit of ownership was still quite enjoyable. Tilde tilde, as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. The next second, in Lin Juan's mind, the system successively sent cheerful notifications. Chapter 113. Revive, my love. Ding. Host and Su Qinj have pasted together. Rewards increased to 1.e seconds. Ding. Host's pasting points have accumulated to 200,000, gaining special skill. Paste beats palm. Ding. Friendly reminder. The exclusive skill pasting magnetic field has expanded to a range of 2 meters. Several consecutive system prompts made Lin Juan overjoyed, especially since he received a special reward again, and it was his favorite attack skill. Just as Lin Juan was overwhelmed with surprise and about to open the latest skill introduction. Oni-chan! Oni-chan! What are you daydreaming about? How do we stop the crazy actions of the Lin family now? Do you have any thoughts? In a series of shakes by the little loli, Lin Juan came back to his senses. So, he decided to handle the matter at hand first. It's simple. The reason why Lin Jianjun's ambush worked is mainly due to misinformation. We just need to erase this misinformation, and that's it. After listening to Lin Juan's words, a trio of question marks appeared on the little loli's head. Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I understand? Not only her, even Su Fan at the door didn't quite understand Lin Juan's words for a while. But if it were up to him to solve this matter, kill all the people from the Lin family group. Since the problem can't be solved, then solve the person who posed the problem. That's Su Fan's style. Solving everything in one go. Only Su Kinj, lying on the sick bed, she combined Lin Juan's words with recent events and understood Lin Juan's intentions. Could it be that he has been planning this from the beginning? That's why he created the identity L. If Lin Juan predicted today from the beginning, then his mind is a bit frightening. Huh? A bit cunning and scheming, isn't he? But if one stands on the same side as him, it's quite reassuring. And everything that happened next unfolded just as Su Kinj had guessed. I told you not to release that song Fairy Tale last time, right? Now is the best time? Add something to the song, then release it. As long as everyone knows the side effects of the beauty ointment, the misinformation will naturally be countered, self-destructing. And then, it will be the Lin family's nightmare. After hearing Lin Juan's plan, Chen Kexin suddenly realized, looking at Lin Juan with a bit of admiration in her eyes. Oni-chan, you're so smart. So you were prepared from the beginning. From now on, I'm not holding on to any walls, just holding on to you. Hearing this, Lin Juan picked up a basketball nearby and threw it at her without kindness. First, secure your white belt properly. You fake black belt. Chen Kexin. Soon, the little loli fixed the white belt that dropped from her shoulder, eagerly came closer, and started discussing the release of the song with Lin Juan. At the door, Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought, looking at Lin Juan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He quite enjoyed interacting with intelligent people. Perhaps if there is an opportunity, I could use Lin Juan's brain to help me find the murderer of my parents. Su Fan squinted, somewhat intrigued. With absolute brute force at his disposal, he often plowed through everything, and when it came to using his brain, he wasn't that good at it. However, his three masters always liked to leave him with some cryptic puzzles. It made him quite passive. If a clever person could help him, his path to revenge would surely be expedited. But glancing at Lin Juan holding hands with his little sister, Su Fan eventually suppressed his thoughts for the time being. If the other party truly became his brother-in-law, he didn't want to involve Lin Juan in his vortex of hatred for blood debts. He didn't want his little sister to become a widow due to any accidents. Although as a young beauty, it wouldn't be difficult for her to remarry, it still would be somewhat troublesome, right? Hello. The Crown Prince is unconscious from playing games. I'm here to revive the chat, don't thank me. Lin Family Group Headquarters. After hanging up the phone, Bai Susu returned to the rest area, sitting blankly on the sofa. Although Lin Juan had said he would take care of everything, how could she just sit idly by and act like she didn't know anything? And what troubled her most at the moment was the last sentence Lin Juan said before hanging up the phone. In front of me is a girl I love, who asked me for the first time. How can I remain indifferent? Lin Juan's gentle voice kept echoing in Bai Suzu's ears, stirring her heart. What does this mean? Isn't the girl who asked Lin Juan brother for the first request referring to herself? But if she didn't hear wrong, Lin Juan brother said ... beloved girl. Beloved girl. This isn't a term that can be thrown around casually. Could it be that Lin Juan brother actually Realize some possibility regarding me by Susun closing parenthesis ... Chapter 114. We won't let the Korean wave become more and more arrogant. Our Chinese wave is the most cool. Resurrect, my love. White Susu watched the video screen. Even though Tang San was seriously injured, he still exhausted all efforts to save Ziwu. This touching scene immediately brought tears to White Susu's eyes. Suddenly, she understood. Being hit is a way of showing love. Being scolded is another. The reason why Brother Lin Juan scolded himself seemed like he disliked himself. In reality, he was enraged upon hearing about her planned sacrifice, refusing to accept it. He was furious and acted to prevent himself from being tainted by Lord Hu. Taking the risk of completely breaking with his uncle, he pretended not to care for his sake. But which child really doesn't care about their relationship with their parents breaking? Brother Lin Juan. He must be deeply heartbroken at this moment. But even so, in order to prevent himself from being tainted, to fulfill his wish of saving everyone. So, in a world where only Brother Lin Juan was injured, everything was completed. Is he really making me cry? Brother Lin Juan must be feeling that he is about to marry someone else, not wanting to delay my life any longer, so he is showing extreme disgust towards me. Everything is for the purpose of letting me completely give up, and peace of mind to seek my own happiness. Thinking up to this point, tears streamed down White Susu's face, deeply moved. Sniff sniff ... Beside her, the White High three brothers looked at each other dumbfounded. They never expected the potential impact of Daoluo continent to be so great as to make their sister cry like this. Is our little sister okay? White He shook his long hair, a hint of concern in his tone. Next to him, White High rubbed his shiny bald head, a smile on his face. She's fine. I read in a certain medical book about stress syndrome. As long as she cries it out, the more intensely she cries, the better the healing effect. Let our little sister release all her stress. 1 hour later, White Susu finally dried her tears. Her eyes were red, and her mood gradually calmed down. In the time she spent crying, she also began to think about certain things. Brother Lin Juan's love for her. So deep. How could she continue to remain indifferent? Earlier, White Susu's original plan was to give Lin Juan a chance to pursue her. Following her father White Jinglong's advice, she set up 99 tests specifically for Lin Juan, planning to wait until he passed all of them and thoroughly proved his true intentions before choosing to be with him. But now that Lin Juan had already taken action, proving his heartfelt love for her, she had to respond as well. White Susu seemed to remember a somewhat embarrassing scene, her entire face and ears turning visibly red. Just as she had thought before, she had nothing else, her only advantage being her figure. And even though she didn't see herself as particularly pretty, her family and friends around her praised her beauty, saying that boys liked her type of pure and cute personality. Brother Lin Juan, he probably likes it too, right? White Susu covered her cheeks, her heart beating fast. At this moment, White Susu had made a decision. She was going to give herself to him. For some reason, thinking about the intimate moment soon to come with Brother Lin Juan, she didn't feel the strong nausea and disgust she had felt when considering a relationship with Lord Hu before. In fact, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Could this be the kind of love between Ziwu and Tang San? As White Susu blushed and indulged in her thoughts, cousin, brothers, come quickly, my idol. L has released a new song. In the small room, Lin Hao walked in excitedly, holding a Huawei phone in his hand, and announced eagerly. He was a die-hard fan of L, constantly following his every move since L's debut. Not only him, but the White family three brothers also brightened up, quickly taking out their phones to search for L's account. Just like Lin Hao, they were captivated by L's divine voice and unparalleled talent, becoming his most loyal fans. Whenever they saw ignorant people online criticizing their idol, they would instantly become keyboard warriors, defending L while condemning the haters. Really? He's also my idol. Where? Let me see. What new song has he released this time? I've been waiting for so long. I really want to get his autograph in person. I would definitely cherish it as a family heirloom. Seeing their brothers take out their phones with excitement, White Susu also lit up, quickly opening the D-Station app and searching for L's account. Like the others, she also considered L as her idol, a devoted fan. The first time she listened to L's song Someone Like Me White Susu was not particularly interested, as she didn't usually follow celebrities. But when she heard the first line, White Susu knew she was hooked, as this was truly a singer worth following for any music lover. From then on, she made a habit of listening to LS songs daily. Now that she heard her idol had released a new song, she temporarily put aside the decision to give herself to brother Lin Juan. As she found, Chapter 115. Where is the expensiveness? Sometimes look for the reasons within yourself. Has your salary increased over the years? Hello, fan friends. I am Singer L. Thank you all for your continuous support towards us. Here, I may have to announce an unfortunate event. In the future, this account may be indefinitely suspended for updates. The reason is, a week ago, I wanted to show my face and meet with my fans. To maintain the best condition, I heard that the Lin Pharmaceuticals Group in the Magic City has produced a beauty ointment with excellent effects. I had someone buy it for me, and at the beginning, the effect was indeed good. But I never expected the delayed appearance of side effects. Now, my face has been disfigured, and I have no face to face my beloved fans. Looking at myself in the mirror every day, my heart aches. Now, I have no motivation to continue creating. I can only announce an indefinite hiatus. I'm sorry for letting you all down. Please remember, never use Lin Group's beauty products. That is my painful lesson. The screen freezes here, but the content in the video instantly ignites the entire internet. No, no, no. L is the hope of the Chinese forum. Is he really falling like this? Damn Lin Group, these heartless entrepreneurs deserve to be torn apart. They have killed the rise of a superstar. I'm from the Magic City. I confirm that what L said is true because I am one of the victims. Brothers, that Lin Group is insane. Their chairman Lin Jianjun is still boldly selling beauty products in the live broadcast room, treating consumers like pigs for slaughter. Revelation. I found out that the executives of Lin Group seem to be selling shares at high prices. What the heck? This is clearly to squeeze the last drop from the leaks and then abscond with the money. Barbarians. Are they still human? Insane. This is purely chasing money, disregarding everything for the sake of money. Brothers, unite! Internet backlash has begun. Fans clamored and rushed to Lin Jianjun's live broadcast room. They wanted to seek justice for their idol. Lin Group, headquarters meeting room. Deathly stillness. How could this happen? Lin Hao stammered, pointing at the phone screen, shocked. He never expected that fate would play out like this. The beauty product of his own company accidentally ruined his idol. Who knows what happened? But what we should worry about more now is the consequences of this exposure. After all, he was a few years older, and when it came to their own interests, Bai Hai remained calm, quickly rubbing his shiny bald head, his brow furrowed like the character Chuan. Originally, Lin Group planned to make a fortune in the end. Although he felt regretful, he wasn't too upset. After all, the Bai family could still benefit quite well from this final frenzy. But now, being exposed by L like this, with the entire internet knowing about the side effects of the beauty ointment, not to mention cutting the leaks, one could imagine what would come next. Lin Group would be stormed by angry netizens. Forget about profiting. If they could avoid being burnt in the fire, that would already be a miracle. And those who could think of this were not just him, but the other people in the room. Also foresaw the terrifying consequences that were about to unfold, all silent and unsure of what to do next. Could all of this be the handiwork of Lin Juan, brother of Lin? Bai Susu stared at the phone screen, incredulous. Shortly before, Lin Juan had told her that he would stop his uncle from harming consumers. Then L appeared. With his sincere apology, the netizens would surely understand and forgive him, even enthusiastically place orders to support the Lin family. After all, as the dignified CEO of a company, apologizing to these common folk, why wouldn't they be grateful and accept his apology? Wouldn't they voluntarily let themselves be harvested of profits? However, if the netizens accepted his apology with his sincere attitude, maybe the Lin Group could turn the misfortune into good luck. Not only not needing to sell shares and run away, they could also rise to a higher level with the trust and support of the netizens, taking the Lin family to greater heights. The more Lin Jianjun thought about it, the more excited he became. He anxiously looked up to see the responses of the netizens. What he saw left him dumbfounded. The barrage section was flashing non-stop, but the content of the comments was 100,000 miles away from what he expected. The netizens not only didn't forgive him, they used extremely harsh language to insult him and curse his family. Lin Jianjun completely lost his patience, and in a fit of anger, he started arguing back with the netizens. After arguing for more than 10 minutes, fueled by anger, Lin Jianjun, under control of his emotions, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest, breathing heavily, and slowly collapsed on the ground, feeling dizzy. "Honey, are you okay? Someone help!" Bai Yulin and several staff members were startled and rushed towards him, anxiously inquiring. But Lin Jianjun had completely fallen into unconsciousness and couldn't hear their calls. At this moment, his mind was consumed by one last thought. It's all over. The Lin family is finished. Sujia Manor. Lin Zhuan received a call from Elder Su. As per usual, he turned on the speaker. As soon as the call connected, Su Shengshan's voice came through, slightly excited. "Xiao Shuan. Good news. I heard that a very famous singer used a beauty product from the Lin family and is now disfigured." In a fit of rage, they exposed the incident, and now the whole internet knows that there are side effects to the Lin family's products. The Lin family has become the target of public criticism. It seems that in a recent live broadcast, Lin Jianjun collapsed from anger, and now he's in the hospital getting treated. Lin Jianjun collapsed from anger? Is his mental fortitude so weak? Hearing this news, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. Although it was a bit surprising, upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. The Lin Corporation was Lin Jianjun's fate, and if even his fate was disappearing, it was reasonable for him to be hospitalized for urgent care. Xiao Shuan, should we release our product, Beauty Elixir, now? After all, our elixir can treat the side effects caused by the ointment, inquired Su Shengshan. Lin Zhuan decisively refused. Not yet, it's not time. We should let the situation ferment for a day or two to let the heat build up. We need the bullets to fly a little longer. Our product can reap the greatest benefits effortlessly. Besides, I need to make some preparations. Accepting Lin Zhuan's suggestion without a second thought, Su Shengshan agreed immediately. After discussing a few more points, they ended the call. Xiao Shuan, where did you get that beauty elixir from the Su family? Are you sure that thing is safe? Remember, the Su family has hoarded quite a few elixirs. Standing at the doorway, Su Fan, hands in his pockets, furrowed his brows and raised his doubts. He didn't care about the Lin family, but suddenly remembered the conversation he overheard from his grandfather the other night. The formula for that beauty elixir sprang from Lin Zhuan's hands. It involved his family, so Su Fan couldn't afford to be careless. To be honest, he was full of distrust towards the elixir Lin Zhuan held. In this era of martial decline, aside from his second masters, who could possibly have a better prescription than his own? Chapter 117. Su Fan's Heartache. Little sister. She actually wanted me to leave for a man, the Su family, in the warm and cozy teenage girl's room. Ah, where did this prescription come from? Sorry. Due to special circumstances, I cannot reveal who gave it to me. But Brother Su Fan can rest assured. Grandpa has done thorough tests to ensure the medicine is foolproof. Faced with the questioning from the eldest uncle, Lin Zhuan scratched his head, trying to gloss over the situation. He couldn't possibly say, produced by the system, must be top quality, right? Oh, by your implication, this thing might have an unknown origin. Do you know how much damage it would cause to the Su family if something went wrong midway? After all, when it came to the interests of his own family, how could Su Fan easily overlook this matter? Seeing Lin Zhuan persistently avoiding a direct answer, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, intensifying the suspicion, and his tone became more severe. In fact, I also have a similar prescription in my hands, and I believe in its effectiveness in beauty, definitely better than the one you have. Why don't you bring me a piece of white paper now? I'll write it down for you right away. You can find the opportunity to hand it to Grandpa Su. I believe someone in the research department will recognize it. Once the product is developed and the effects are verified, you will understand. Although he had not seen the beauty pill that Lin Zhuan mentioned, Su Fan was confident in his own prescription. He dared to bet that there was no one in the world with a better elixir recipe than him. so he directly asked Lin Juan for a piece of paper, wanting the Su family to switch to producing his more effective prescription. TSK tilde a lofty demeanor. An air of entitlement. Is this the typical personality of most protagonists? No wonder wherever they go, they end up being ridiculed. Even if he meant well. This kind of condescending attitude, many people simply cannot accept it, and will only feel that Su Fan looks down on them. Then it will trigger a mode of mockery and disdain until the protagonist proves himself with strength to achieve the purpose of showing off. Such a cliché in novels. I understand. Lin Juan knew this was the character setting of the protagonist. He didn't have too much emotional fluctuation. He was just pondering how to explain. Should he invent a mysterious expert to come out? Just as Lin Juan was contemplating whether influenced by the protagonist's mockery halo or not, Chen Kexin stood hands on hips, looking displeased as she reprimanded Su Fan. Su Fan, do you think too highly of yourself? Dare to question Brother Lin Juan's prescription? Since Grandpa Su is preparing to market it, it must be foolproof. I think it's your prescription that might have a problem. Do you know medicine? You have a big mouth. Good mate. How can this sound so much like an antagonist in a scene of mocking the protagonist? Lin Juan chuckled inwardly, but he didn't speak up to stop it. After all, this was a common occurrence for every protagonist. If someday the mockery and disdain were really gone, Su Fan himself might feel uncomfortable. As expected, used to being looked down upon by others, Su Fan didn't even bother to raise an eyelid, still standing nonchalantly at the door with his hands in his pockets. Since he had encountered such things many times, time would prove everything. Witnessing this scene, Chen Kexin became even more annoyed. In her eyes, Su Fan was ambitious. It seemed like he was considering what was good for the Su family on the surface, but in fact, he desired his wife's sister, trying to get her attention in this way. What a despicable person! He even wouldn't spare a vegetative person. He was simply insatiable. She absolutely couldn't let him succeed. She had to protect her true love in this life. On the soft and white big bed, Su Kinj lay quietly, looking peaceful as if she was just asleep. But regarding Su Fan's unwarranted questioning, a sense of displeasure had long since grown in her heart. What is Su Fan up to? Busybody meddling like a barking dog. Do my family affairs require him to interfere? Does he think he has a deep connection with the Su family just because we share the same surname? Is it possible that just because we share the same surname, he has the authority to interfere like that? Even if Lin Juan's prescription is really problematic, it's still not Su Fan's place to accuse him, right? Moreover, with Lin Juan's help to the Su family, I have never worried about whether the beauty pill really exists. Of course, it's best if there are no problems. Even if there are any, they have no right to blame Lin Juan. If it weren't for Lin Juan's help, the Su family might have been gone long ago. The Su family is grateful top to bottom. And as the parties involved, they don't care at all. What right does Su Fan have to question Lin Juan with this attitude? Really, this Su Fan is so annoying. I don't want to hear his voice at all. Given Su Fan's boastful attitude, Su Kinj now only felt disdain for him. What good prescription could a mere bodyguard come up with? And dare to boast without shame, claiming his prescription is the best in the world. It's simply laughable. If they really believed in his nonsense, the Su family would be facing a heavy loss. Thinking up to this point, Su Kinj couldn't take it anymore. She decided to speak up for Lin Juan and directly kick that hateful Su Fan out. Controlling her delicate fingers, she began writing on Lin Juan's palm. Kinj, what is she doing? Sensing the itch in his palm, Lin Juan lowered his head in surprise, only to see Su Kinj conveying her message. Su Fan, annoying. Let him go. This isn't good, right? Lin Juan sucked in a cool breath, stupefied on the spot. But he quickly realized the deeper meaning behind Su Kinj's actions. She was afraid of being wronged and was venting for herself. Realizing this, a sense of warmth instinctively arose in Lin Juan's heart. However, amid the heartwarming sentiment, he felt conflicted. After all, it was his elder uncle. In fact, the other party was also considering the Su family. Was it really right to send him away like this? Wouldn't that cause tremendous damage to the delicate soul of his elder uncle? Oni-chan. What did Sister Kinj say? Saying that since Su Fan left, Lin Juan's massage routine had become normal. He was no longer as stiff and hesitant as before. Soo-Kinj was proud of this, glad she made the decision to drive Soo-Fan away. Indeed, driving away Soo-Fan was a very wise choice. With an outsider around, Lin Juan couldn't focus on treating me. This greatly affects the therapeutic effect, not conducive to my quick recovery. The only problem is, why does Lin Juan seem to have a big stick hidden in his pocket? I feel uncomfortable lying on his chest, and this stick is too hard. What material is it made of? Seriously, who puts a stick in their pocket? Soo-Kinj complained slightly in her mind. Having little experience interacting with men, she did not realize the seriousness of the issue. If she opened her eyes, she would definitely see that Lin Juan had begun to breathe faster, his face turning red. Damn it! Why is it reacting? Why is it not going down? A sign, a sign. Kinj was still an unmoving vegetable. It wasn't the right time. She needed to calm down. You despicable thing. Lin Juan took a deep breath, cursing himself internally for his inappropriate behavior. But he also felt helpless. A stunning beauty in his arms, along with her arousing feminine scent. As a normal male being, Lin Juan couldn't hold back. His most primitive physiological reaction emerged. It was justifiable. After feeling the unresolved frustration, uncomfortable to the extreme, Lin Juan had no choice but to have Soo-Fan's name ringing in his mind. Indeed, when he visualized Soo-Fan's narrowed eyes and his dangerous gaze, Lin Juan instantly calmed down. Elder Uncle was really impressive. That face. It had an uplifting effect. Noticing that his issue had finally softened, Lin Juan couldn't help but exhale in relief, refocusing on the proper massage techniques. Downstairs, on a genuine leather sofa, Soo-Fan suddenly shuddered, feeling a sudden chill. Alertly rising from the sofa, he looked around suspiciously. When he found nothing amiss, he sat down again, looking confused. Because he was still Chen Kexin's bodyguard, even if he was asked to leave the second floor, he still had to wait until Chen Kexin left before departing. Looking at the familiar arrangement of furniture downstairs, Soo-Fan couldn't help feeling melancholic, reminiscing over the past. But just the thought of being driven downstairs by his little sister made him feel depressed and overwhelmed. After closing his eyes, he relied on his master-level senses to listen for any sounds in his little sister's room on the second floor. Despite feeling somewhat injured by his little sister, as a big brother himself, he still had to accommodate her, protect her. 10 minutes later, Lin Juan finally finished the massage process. After getting off the bed, he breathed a deep sigh, not because he was tired. Rather, he had been trying to control his stick from reacting, which was quite uncomfortable. Helpless, he came over to a corner of the room, picking up a golden guitar, then turned to signal Chen Kexin to open the recording equipment. Oni-chan, do you have a new song again, yes? I crushed the Lin group with Fairy Tale before. This time, I'm going to advertise the upcoming beauty pill with this song. Lin Juan returned to his seat, strumming the guitar strings, tuning the sound. At the same time, instructing Chen Kexin, after you finish recording, don't release it yet. I still need to add something at the end. Understood. What kind of song are you going to sing this time? Chen Kexin nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. W. Not just her, even the bedridden Soo-Kinj, upon hearing Lin Juan was about to sing a new song, was full of eager anticipation. After all, Lin Juan had already proven with his talent and strength what it means to be a Lin Juan product is a top-quality one. This time I'm going to sing. Lin Juan tilted his head in thought. He needed to match the effects of the beauty pill in the song, narrate the hope it brought him, and achieve the best advertising effects. He also had to consider showing off his deep affection in front of the girl. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Juan's eyes lit up. He knew what he was going to sing. Then, his fingers lightly swept over the guitar strings, producing a crisp set of notes. Simultaneously, a voice full of deep emotion and strength filled the air. The song seemed to cut through the silence of the room, illuminating every silent corner. I once encountered a ray of light. In the forefront, I ride the wings of the wind to soar, rushing toward the fearless wounds of the past, the palms holding the clouds, the moon, outside the window. The golden sunlight is bright, with a gentle breeze ruffling through Lin Juan's hair in front of his forehead. He sits in front of the sickbed, looking at the stunning face of the young girl, his gaze firm and affectionate. His fingertips lightly touch the guitar strings, dancing on them rapidly, like a skater on ice, producing a series of crisp notes. Each gentle pluck, each strum, gentle yet intense, seems to be a perfect expression of Lin Juan's emotions. It's as if he has infused his love for Su Qinj, his reverence for life, and his hopes for the future into each note. And there's that deep and passionate singing voice. It pierces through the air in the room, like a dazzling light, illuminating every dark corner. Each lyric seems to carry its unique emotions and memories. Every line in the lyrics is filled with deep affection and longing for his fiancée, resonating through the entire ward. As Lin Juan pours his heart and soul into playing and singing, Chen Kexin, who is recording on the side, is already teary-eyed, deeply moved. So much affection. So profound. Truly deserving of the title of the most affectionate in the Magic City. When faced with Lin Juan's display of affection, Chen Kexin can't help but admire him and acknowledge that she is indeed not his match. Such a passionate man, Su Qinj will surely be moved by him. However, she can't bear to leave Su Qinj either. It's like she can't bear to separate the Mandarin ducks. In the end, Chen Kexin has a firm thought in her heart. After Su Qinj wakes up in the future, she must firmly win her over and make her agree to her monogamous marriage plan. On the ground floor, Su Fan is focused, sensing the movements on the second floor. He listens to Lin Juan's melodious singing and slowly opens his eyes with a hint of enjoyment in his pupils. It must be said that melodious and pleasing music always brings about a sense of joy involuntarily. In terms of musical talent, I'm indeed no match for him. Su Fan isn't one to deny it, admitting Lin Juan's musical talents from the bottom of his heart. But the fact that his little sister may be drawn to the affectionate man makes him a bit uneasy. He mutters to himself, too bad, if Lin Juan thinks he can easily win over little sister just with his singing, that can only be considered wishful thinking. With my understanding of little sister, she definitely prefers someone like me, a dominant CEO who can stand alone and overturn the world. Lin Juan's gentle puppy-like type seems to be far from the Prince Charming in little sister's eyes. There is still a considerable distance. As he thinks about this, a wicked smile curves at the corner of Su Fan's mouth. Somehow, with this self-assurance, he feels much better, secretly pleased. Meanwhile, Lin Juan, singing affectionately, reaches the final chorus. His right hand draws a perfect arc on the strings, bringing out the most moving melody. His voice remains lofty and passionate, like a seagull soaring between the sea and sky, soaring towards the free sky. I once encountered a beam of light, your light. I see the faith in my palm, blooming again because of your innocent smile. Thank you for being by my side. Finally, as the last lyrics end, Lin Juan's delicate hand slowly slides off the strings, like a falling leaf gently floating down from a tree. In the air, only the faint sound of the guitar strings echoes. The song concludes, leaving a lingering resonance. He sits quietly there, looking at Su Qinj on the sickbed, with a deep affectionate look. As they say, music touches the heart. Under the emotional influence hidden in the song, Lin Juan can't help but be moved. This song is actually his true voice. For him, ever since he crossed over to this world, his fate has been intricately tied to Su Qinj. If it weren't for the young girl on the sickbed, where would he be now? Either a cannon fodder being killed off by the protagonist or a life of insignificance away from the Magic City. As for the system, without these fortunate sons he can stick to, it would be completely useless. Perhaps some may find fault with Su Qinj's vegetative state, but Lin Juan is truly grateful. After all, with her avoidance of men condition, given her late-stage pathology, he wouldn't have had the chance to get close to her at all, let alone have reached this point. This is a story that started from a vegetative state. The room falls back into silence. Lin Juan gently places the guitar on the ground and sits back in place, gazing at Su Qinj's sleeping beauty, like beautiful face, a sudden impulse rising in his heart. With Chen Kexin's wide-eyed gaze on him, Lin Juan gently leans down and kisses Su Qinj on her forehead. The scene is like a story from a fairy tale, where the brave prince's affectionate kiss awakens the princess after years of slumber. Unfortunately, as Lin Juan sits back in place and holds Su Qinj's gentle hand once again, the sleeping beauty remains undisturbed, peacefully asleep. Qinj, no matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you to wake up. To me, you are the light in my life, the most beautiful radiance I've ever encountered. I hope my music can be a light for you, illuminating your world, shining into every dark corner of your consciousness, dispelling your fears and confusion. In the quiet room, only Lin Juan's deep voice lingers, and the young girl on the sickbed remains unresponsive throughout. However, Lin Juan doesn't feel saddened by this. Instead, he feels a bit excited. That kiss was completely impulsive, and by the time he realized it, he had already kissed her. This is a significant breakthrough in history. No matter how much he sticks to in the past, it was always within reasonable bounds, but this time was a bit of a boundary crossing. He expected Su Qinj to be angry, but seeing her lack any response, Lin Juan knew she must be confused and unsure of how to react. With the girl who has avoidance of men showing no clear signs of rejection, there's already much to be said. Steady. Dinged host and Su Qinj have their first intimate bonding, rewarded with 1,000 points. Ah, kissing once gives 1,000 points. What if he kisses 100 times, 1,000 times, or kisses even more intimately? Looking at the rosy lips of the girl on the bed, Lin Juan instinctively licks his lips and swallows. But you can't swallow a whole large meal in one bite, you have to have it bite by bite. Take it slow. Lin Juan knows the principle of not going overboard. He doesn't want to scare away his almost acquired bride. So, in the following time, Lin Juan holds Su Qing's hand, gently encouraging her. As for the girl on the sickbed, she sleeps as usual. However, her heart is in a state of turmoil after Lin Juan's sudden assault. Even though she's still asleep, 2 blushes have unknowingly appeared on that stunning face, looking quite lovely and irresistibly attractive. But what's strange is, Su Qinj feels that even though she was attacked, she remarkably didn't show any signs of anger, only feelings of shyness. This leaves the girl utterly perplexed. Has my avoidance of men condition really been alleviated? If this had happened before, she would have likely had the offender's tongue cut off. But now not only does she not have the thought of cutting off Lin Juan's tongue, but she actually feels a bit of inexplicable anticipation. Especially after hearing Lin Juan's last words, she really wants to respond. Compared to the despair and helplessness she felt when she first became a vegetable, Lin Juan's appearance has been like a ray of light that has already illuminated her world, shining into every dark corner of her consciousness, dispelling her fears and confusion. She's not just referring to Lin Juan's music, but to his presence that has given her hope. I buried. Achu tilde at this moment. Chen Kexin covered her little nose and suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold last night? No, it's just that there's a strong stench of romance in the air. Gives_gives. I'm feeling a little suffocated. Oh. Then this has nothing to do with you. You can go now. Don't disturb King's rest. You, fine. Heartless Aniachin, discarding the donkey after the millstone is done. Huh? Fine, I'm leaving. Humph. ... double quotes. Chen Kexin made a face, packed up her recording equipment, and bid goodbye to Su Qinj before leaving with a cold snort. Just as she was stepping out of the room, Lin Juan called out to her again. By the way, remember not to release the song yet. Let's see how the public opinion develops over the next 2 days before deciding on the release date. Got it. Do you think you need to worrying when it's *me*? Tsai Kekken, handling things? And don't forget your basketball. A true die-hard fan would never leave behind their basketball. Clearly, you're a fake hater. You're the one to talk. Want me to headbutt you to death with my Iron Mountain lean. ... double quotes. After some playful banter, Chen Kexin hugged her basketball and left with a haughty attitude. Downstairs, she saw Su Fan sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Why are you still here? I'm your bodyguard. For the next few days, I'll fulfill my duties. It's a promise I made to your parents. Whatever. Just now, upstairs, nothing happened, right? Did Lin Juan do anything to Miss Su? Su Fan hesitated, but his curiosity got the better of him. Based on his sharp senses and some inexplicable intuition, he felt like something unknown had taken place. So you're finally showing your true colors. Why do you care so much about Sister Qinj? Don't tell me you, a lowly toad, want to eat swan meat. Lin Juan is at least handsome, talented, and has 3.5 billion. What do you have? Go take a good look in the mirror. Loser approximately . After a thorough mocking, Chen Kexin left the Su family mansion without looking back. Behind her, Su Fan remained calm and followed her. He had long grown used to being looked down upon and didn't get angry at Chen Kexin's ignorance. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire, and gold will always shine. A true dragon in the heavens wouldn't care about the disdain and ridicule of ants on the ground. Asterisk, they laugh at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not seeing through. Asterisk, different levels, different mindsets. True strength never bothers associating with pathetic weaklings. If they are an eyesore, crush them. Su Fan silently trailed behind the little girl, turning back for one last glance at the Su family hall. His eyes held a hint of nostalgia and reluctance as he muttered to himself, "I will come back, upstairs." Lin Zhuan opened the system interface to check out the newly acquired special skill, asterisk asterisk. Ultimate slap attack, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, as long as you shout out the skill name, you can disregard the opponent's cultivation level and land a guaranteed open palm slap. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Warm reminder, the process of using the ultimate slap has a certain probability of triggering various effects. For example, critical hits, stun effects, combo effects, etc. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Warm reminder, the louder and more passionate the skill name is shouted, the stronger the slap's power, and the higher the chance of triggering special effects. Asterisk asterisk. I'm going to. Do you have to be so childish? Do you have to shout out this skill? System, are you messing with me? After listening to the skill introduction, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But luckily, he is an intellectual type and prefers harmony, so he probably won't need this skill. Looking at this situation, accumulating 100,000 PP points can activate a special PP skill each time. But if it's just PP, it seems like there's not much to it. Lin Zhuan didn't have high expectations for the special skills rewarded by the system. He felt like the system couldn't come up with anything extraordinary. But perhaps sensing the host's disdain, the system surprisingly responded. Ding! There are a variety of special skills, and the host can possess them once the conditions are met, such as PP sharing, PP duplication, PP healing, PP heart whisper, PP dreamland, PP foresight, PP teleportation, and so on. Wow! The system is amazing! From a simple PP, you can create so many different possibilities. Listening to the skill names in his mind, Lin Zhuan suddenly felt a little excited. Because some of these skills sound like superpowers from Marvel movies, it instantly sparked a desire in Lin Zhuan to obtain them. But what's more important right now is to handle the matters of the Lin family first. When public opinion simmers down across the internet tomorrow or the day after, when the Lin family stock price hits rock bottom and no one is willing to take over this mess, that's when I'll reclaim the Lin family shares. But then I won't have time to manage the company. I'll need to find someone to help me run it. Lin Zhuan pondered with his head low. He is not able to focus on managing the company and making money. Currently, he is only interested in PP and wants to stay close to Su Kinj and PP all the time. Although I have never touched money and have no interest in it. But who would complain about having more money? I have plenty of ways to make money, and since I can't do it myself, I'll let my subordinates earn money for me. As the boss, I just need to collect the money. At that moment, Lin Zhuan finally realized the sins of capital and the joy of being a boss. And he had already chosen a target for his devoted subordinate, Ma Yingsh. Later in the story, Su Fan realized that he couldn't do it all alone and recruited subordinates. This person had been an orphan since childhood, with a reclusive personality, but a business genius. Despite facing various practical issues, such as tuition fees, and not having gone to school, he relied on self-study to learn finance, economics, business law, behavior analysis, accounting and financial management, marketing, and other business courses. In the later stage, he helped Su Fan build a huge business empire, loyal and dedicated, vowing never to betray. Without him, Su Fan, with his limited knowledge in business and focus on kill, would have never achieved great success in business. It can be said that Ma Yingsh, this supporting role, was specifically created by the author to assist Su Fan. Sorry, uncle. It seems like I'll have to preempt your competent subordinate. I heard Ma Yingsh's childhood sweetheart is currently suffering from uremia and waiting at the Magic City Hospital for a kidney source for surgery. And now Ma Yingsh is probably trying everything to gather the surgery fee. The biggest reason he is so devoted to Su-fan later on is because in his most desperate moment, Su-fan reached out to help them, saving Ma Yingzhe's most beloved person. TSK. Despite having outstanding talents, reality is harsh. Only by becoming the protagonist's subordinate can one have a chance to fully demonstrate their abilities. This novel's plot is truly a classic among classics. Lin Zhuan stroked his chin, smiling with a playful look. However, he also understood that, if a supporting character could prosper on their own, they wouldn't bow under the protagonist's spotlight. Only through great favor and the voluntary choice of loyalty in dire times could there be a proper fulfillment of the story, aligning with human nature and logic. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Zhuan had already made a decision. He decided to personally visit the Magic City Hospital the next day to find an opportunity to bring Ma Yingzhe under his wing. However, unaware of his actions, the news of his retirement using the identity of L had already stirred up a huge uproar outside. Platforms like Douyin, Weibo, Bilibili, Kuaishou, Jinri Toutiao, Momo, and other self-media platforms, news platforms, and social media were all spreading L's disfigurement statement, causing a massive uproar on the internet. Even many forces outside Magic City became aware of the existence of the Lin Group due to this incident. And the Lin Group, fueled by this event, was gaining widespread attention and anger from the public. People flooded the official platforms of the Lin Group, hurling all kinds of unspeakable insults, demanding that Lin Jianjun commit seppuku as an apology. Give back the entertainment industry savior L's glorious beauty. I demand the chairman of the Lin Group to apologize with his life. Lin Group, why are your hearts all so black? Have you lost all sense of human decency? Is there no hero willing to go to his house and deal with him? My wife has been contemplating suicide because of you. Unable to hold back tears because she used your product and disfigured herself. Should you live or die for this? Beasts! For the sake of this dirty money, you disregard the lives of others. Your enterprise, not shutting down, is simply intolerable by heaven. I heard Lin Jianjun, this wicked entrepreneur, is currently in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Heavens! Why has this monster not met a swift end? Which hero lives near the hospital? Join me tomorrow to charge into the hospital and beat Lin's dog. Vent for my idol L. Assembly. Where are the 108 heroes of Magic City? Tomorrow follow me in furious battle against Lin's dog. +1, +2, +10,086. The whole internet was in a frenzy. Some were LS fans, deeply saddened by their idol's fate. Some were victims or their families who had used beauty ointment. Some were driven by a sense of justice. But regardless of their motives, netizens were united in their anger and resentment towards the Lin Group, brimming with animosity. Under this unstoppable wave of malice, the company received various curses and malicious calls every day. The Lin Group was in great turmoil, almost mentally prepared for unemployment and bankruptcy. Magic City First People's Hospital. VIP Ward. Lin Jianjun lay in a soft hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask over his mouth, deeply unconscious. Nearby, Lin Hao and his mother Lin Haolin were whispering to each other. They had turned off all their phones and dared not turn them back on. Someone had exposed their personal information online, leading to incessant harassing calls from self-claimed righteous individuals. But compared to being harassed online, they now faced even more pressing matters. Mommy, the online public opinion is overwhelmingly against us. Is our Lin Group really going bankrupt? Lin Hao looked anxious, pacing back and forth by the window. He had just become the sole inheritor of the Lin family. He had been leading the thriving Lin Group to the pinnacle of power and success in Magic City. How did it all turn into a situation where they were treated as public enemies overnight? He hadn't had a chance to enjoy the adoration of thousands, let alone seek revenge on that damned Lin Zhuan. How could the Lin family face bankruptcy and ruin now? Oh, it's all that damn singer L's fault. He's just an animal. Doesn't he know his influence? He actually instigated netizens to attack our Lin Group. How dark is this person's heart? We could have resolved the issue privately, negotiated for compensation, but no. He chose to expose us directly, not giving us a chance. If we were wrong, we could have apologized. Why push us into a corner like this? This bastard must have been sent by a rival company to deal with our Lin family. Beside Lin Hao, Lin Haolin's face was equally bleak, full of bitterness. In just a few days, faced with repeated blows, she was mentally and physically exhausted. She didn't even bother to dress up her face anymore. The pressure had taken a toll on her appearance. Damn, why was she so unlucky? Lin Haolin couldn't help but feel bitter, thinking that the heavens were being unfair. She had just been declared the mother of the Lin family in a press conference by Lin Jianjun, which was supposed to be her moment of glory. She had hoped to make a mark in the elite circles of Magic City, basking in the envy of her female friends. But before any of that could begin, why did it have to end like this? But even as she felt the weight of disappointment, Lin Haolin also knew that the situation had reached a point where the Lin family's revival seemed nearly impossible. Perhaps it was time to consider an exit strategy. Mommy, if the company really goes bankrupt, what should we do? Are we really going to live like ordinary people forever? No way, right? Lin Hao was tugging at his hair restlessly, sighing heavily. As the saying goes, it's easy to move from frugality to luxury, but hard to move from luxury to frugality. He had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and sudden deprivation, forcing him to endure hardships like an ordinary person. He couldn't bear it. Living in the dirty employee dormitories these days, enduring the bleak days, he felt sick to his stomach. But just knowing that this was temporary and soon he would return to his luxurious mansion, indulging in a life of luxury, he could bear it by gritting his teeth. It was because of having hope in his heart and something to look forward to that he could endure. But now, facing the prospect of these destitute days becoming his permanent reality, the thought made Lin Hao's vision blur. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's face grew more anxious, constantly urging his mother for a solution. Mommy, what should we do next? Why are you asking me again? If I knew, I would have solved it by now. Do I need to suffer over this here? Hearing Lin Hao's repetitive questions about what to do, Lin Haolin's lips twitched, feeling increasingly irritated and dissatisfied. This was the first time she, who had always been proud of her son, felt that he was somewhat useless. Mordor First People's Hospital. Faced with Lin Hao's anxious inquiries, Bai Yulin also looked bewildered. She hadn't forgotten that they had borrowed from Tiger Lord at a high interest rate in order to raise 3.5 billion before. Originally, relying on the popularity of the beauty cream, paying off the high-interest loans of several billion was a breeze. But now, the company was facing bankruptcy. Where would they find the money to repay the high-interest loans? And with Tiger Lord's ruthless nature, if they truly couldn't repay, the consequences would be dire. The more Bai Yulin thought about it, the more scared she became. She looked at the man on the hospital bed, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Originally, husband and wife were like birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they each fly their own way. After all, when they borrowed that high-interest loan, the borrower's name was Lin Jianjun. If they truly reached a dead end, she could always take Lin Hao and run away with the money. How much savings do we have now? With a different thought in mind, Bai Yulin started calculating the family's assets. Not much. We had saved quite a bit over these years. Even if the Lin Group goes bankrupt, we can still manage our daily needs for a short time. But last time, in order to gain favor with Daddy, we gave all the money to Lin Zhuan, that bastard. Lin Hao sighed, feeling deep regret in his heart. If he could do it over, he definitely wouldn't have shown off and overspent, leaving him with no property or funds now. But regret wasn't just his. Bai Yulin also gritted her teeth, deeply regretting their lack of reserves. If they had known this day would come, they should have kept some properties and funds for emergencies. If there really was no way out, Bai Yulin eventually turned her attention to the Lin Group itself. How much money is left in the company's accounts? If it comes to bankruptcy liquidation, your father, as the largest shareholder, should be able to take the majority, right? Since Lin Jianjun announced in the company that Lin Hao was his only heir, he also appointed Lin Hao as the general manager of the finance department. He hoped that Lin Hao could gain experience in the company so that he could seamlessly take over in the future. So when it came to the company's financial situation, Lin Hao still had a clear understanding. He didn't think much, pondered for a moment, and then shared the information he knew. There's less than $1 billion left in the company's account. Maybe we can get a few tens of millions. A few tens of millions? The multi-billion-dollar group could only get a few tens of millions in the end. That was too little. It wouldn't be enough, they'd spend it all in a year. Bai Yulin furrowed her brows, feeling helpless, but even a mosquito is meat. It's better than having no money at all. But they hadn't reached that desperate point yet. Bai Yulin decided to wait until Lin Jianjun woke up to ask if he had any way to turn the tide. If possible, she definitely wanted to continue being a wealthy wife. After enduring and being a virtuous wife for many years, she had finally climbed to her current position, and she was really reluctant to give up easily. Of course, if there really was no other way, she wouldn't hesitate to take Lin Hao and run away with the money. But just the thought of Lin Hao possibly disagreeing made her feel heartless. Bai Yulin thought to herself, perhaps it was time to tell her son that secret in advance. She placed her hands on Lin Hao's shoulders, staring into her darling son's eyes with a serious expression. The next words she was about to say might overturn Lin Hao's worldview that he had held for so long. Honestly, if it weren't for the troubles in the Lin family, she was planning to take this secret to her grave. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned, and sometimes fate has its own way. Zihao, Mom has a secret to tell you. You have to stay calm after hearing it, understand? Lin Hao was full of question marks in his mind. He had never seen his mother so serious before. But sensing the seriousness of the situation, Lin Hao nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. Before Bai Yulin could say anything, a familiar voice interrupted from behind, almost scaring her to death. She turned around abruptly, only to find that Lin Jianjun had woken up at some point, removed the oxygen mask from his face, and was frowning at them. "Huda, husband, when did you wake up?" Bai Yulin stuttered, nervous sweat appearing on her forehead. She didn't know what Lin Jianjun had heard. "Dad, you're awake. You must have been so worried about Hao." Compared to Bai Yulin, who was nervous and sweaty, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised. It was as if he had seen the love of his life. Rushing to Lin Jianjun's side, he looked full of concern on his face. "Oh, I just woke up and saw you two standing by the window with serious faces. What were you whispering about?" Lin Jianjun's face was pale, but looking at his beloved son, he still smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Bai Yulin was relieved and put on a smile again, quickly taking out a disposable cup and filling it with water from the water dispenser. She went to Lin Jianjun's bedside and coaxed, "Darling, don't misunderstand. I can't be unhappy when you wake up. I was just excited and overwhelmed by your recovery. Here, open your mouth. Let me feed you some water." As the saying goes, a dog cannot pass the beauty of a woman. Under the coaxing of his affectionate wife, Lin Jianjun's dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. He opened his mouth, enjoying the water-feeding service from his beloved wife. If it weren't for their son being present, he would have let his wife feed him mouth to mouth. "Is it good, dear? Do you need more? This water is so sweet, Dad, Mom. I'm still a child. Don't corrupt my pure soul. Ha ha." At this moment, the VIP ward was filled with laughter and joy. The family was having a harmonious and happy time, as if they were a perfect and happy family. Soon, after Lin Jianjun finished drinking the warm water, he gradually calmed down and asked about the current situation of the company. Even though he was mentally prepared, hearing about the dire situation, Lin Jianjun's vision darkened and he almost fainted from anger again. "Dad, the situation is really bad now. The Lin family has become a target, and many forces are kicking us while we're down. All the company's business operations have come to a halt. The HR department is constantly reporting that many employees are resigning." Lin Hao looked worried and detailed the current dire situation of the Lin Group. "Dad, you need to come up with a plan quickly. If we don't come up with a solution soon, the company will truly be on the brink of liquidation." "Liquidation? No, I can't let that happen." Hearing about the imminent collapse of the Lin Group, Lin Jianjun clenched his fists, his face becoming even darker. Just when he had finally gained complete control of the company and became the sole owner of the Lin family, how could this be happening just as he was starting to settle into his new position? "Moon Orchid, where's my phone? Give it to me. Here it is. Husband, here." Bai Yulin quickly took out the latest model of the iPhone from her handbag and handed it over. Taking the phone, Lin Jianjun quickly checked it. The more he checked, the more he felt his heart pounding. In this internet age, any slight changes would be blown out of proportion. The incident with the beauty cream causing disfigurement had become well known, The online world had become a spot where everyone was mocking and belittling the Lin family. Major bloggers, up-and-coming hosts, and online personalities all stepped forward to criticize the Lin family, gaining popularity. The entire internet was full of curses. Some even turned his apology video into various satirical clips and games. The comments on his personal Weibo were filled with vulgar language, making Lin Jianjun breathe rapidly and his blood pressure rise. "Honey, can you say something? Quickly come up with a plan." Seeing Lin Jianjun silent after checking his phone, Bai Yulin couldn't help but ask, "Shh, keep quiet for now. I've figured it out. That kid takes the easy way out but won't give in to force. If we want to get money from that kid, we can only pretend to give in for now." Lin Jianjun put his index finger to his lips, gesturing to Bai Yulin and Lin Hao to quiet down. Beep beep beep. Shortly after, the call went through, and Lin Zhuan's cold voice came on the line. "Hello, son. Tilda, save your father. Save the Lin family. Dad knows he was wrong. Asterisk sob asterisk." The Su family, inside the young girl's boudoir. Lin Zhuan was originally enjoying a rare moment of bonding time. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. He picked it up, and a man's crying came through the other end. "Son, Tilda, save Dad. Save the Lin family. Dad knows he was wrong. Woo 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 dot dot dot. Huh." Lin Zhuan was initially puzzled until he recognized the voice on the other end, realizing it was a certain scumbag father calling him. On the other end of the line, Lin Jianjun's voice of wailing and crying continued. "Son, Tilda, a major crisis has struck Lin Group. We are heading towards bankruptcy. We urgently need funds to buy off the internet trolls for public relations. This is to salvage the company's image crisis. But where can the company get this money now? Dad is really helpless, can only seek your help. Son, you don't want your old man to go bankrupt completely, right? Even if you don't care about me, but Lin Group also had your mother's effort. Can you bear to watch it close down?" Listening to the pleading tone on the phone, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smile with a hint of amusement. It seems like Lin Jianjun has learned, no longer immediately resorting to yelling insults like unfilial son, wicked beast, etc. Instead, he has started a policy of reconciliation. Not bad, making progress. If it were the previous Lin Zhuan, he might have really softened up. After all, this is the fatherly love that the previous self had longed for, but couldn't attain. Too bad. This move is useless against his current self who has traveled back in time. Lin Jianjun, what else is there between us at this point? What father-son relationship do we have left? Stop with the pitiful acts, it's useless. If you speak such nonsense again, I will hang up. People's Hospital of the Magic City. Lin Jianjun's voice faltered, thinking that as long as he humbled himself, Lin Zhuan would surely soften up and seek reconciliation. But he never expected this kind of attitude from the other side. Could it be that he no longer desires parental love? In this world, how could there be a child who doesn't yearn for the love of a father? Zhuan, you've misunderstood. Dad does really know he was wrong. I sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness. Can we bury the hatchet and reconcile as father and son? Faced with Lin Jianjun's sincere sentiments, Lin Zhuan sneered. Tilda tisk, all right? Break off ties with that mother-son duo first, and then I'll consider forgiving you. How about that? Seeing Lin Zhuan make such an unreasonable request, Lin Jianjun was red with anger. Unfilial son. Indeed a rebellious son. Scheming to ruin my happy family life, was this his secret plan all along? To monopolize my fatherly love for the sake of one person, he dared to demand that I abandon my wife and child. Why is this beast's heart so selfish, so cruel? At the bedside, Lin Hao and his mother listened through the speakerphone, learning about Lin Zhuan's ambitious plans, and were equally shocked. They were afraid that, in pursuit of wealth and power, Lin Jianjun might agree to Lin Zhuan's request and kick them out. Fortunately, Lin Jianjun had principles. Zhuan, Hao is also my flesh and blood. How could I bear to drive them away from us? Stop being unreasonable. Previously, Hao might have offended you, but you two are still brothers. There should be no lingering grudges between brothers. At most, I'll have him apologize to you. Click. Unfortunately, before his sentence was finished, Lin Zhuan impatiently hung up the phone. This despicable person. He dare hang up my call. Lin Jianjun clenched his teeth in anger, fiercely smashing his fist onto the bed. Dad, Why don't you just agree with Big Brother? Mom and I will pack up and leave. How could we ruin the chance for you and Big Brother to reconcile because of us? Lin Hao's eyes turned red, instinctively putting on a performance. Seeing this scene, Lin Jianjun felt immense pity and quickly reassured him softly. Zihao, don't worry. You will always be Dad's good eldest son. Even if we go bankrupt, begging on the streets as beggars, Dad will never compromise with that unfilial son. Once I swindle a big sum of money from that scoundrel, I will take you and Mom to immigrate to that beautiful country and enjoy life. After saying that, the father and son embraced each other, depicting a touching father-son relationship drama. But this time, Bai Yulin did not interfere. She even had some strange thoughts in her mind. As long as she could get enough settlement money, she wouldn't mind parting ways with Lin Jianjun. 5 minutes later, Lin Jianjun, having composed himself, called Lin Zhuan again. This was necessary, approximately. Suddenly, he found out that now the most likely person to lend him money seemed to be this unfilial son. Click. Zhuan. The company urgently needs a large amount of funds to save it. Can you really bear to watch your family business disappear? As long as we invest a large sum in PR, Lin Group can quickly turn the situation around and regain its past glory. Listen, I know you're still resentful that I took your shares. Sigh. To atone for my mistakes, to save Lin Group, I can give up the position of chairman of Lin Group. I will sell all my shares to you. Did you hear me correctly? I mean all the shares I have, 55%. With this many shares, you'll have total control and Lin Group will be yours to rule in the future. To be honest, this event made me realize my own inadequacy. I am a failure. I'm disheartened. Once the company is handed over to you, I will leave forever with your mother and little brother. We are sorry for what we've done to you. We won't appear in front of you again in this lifetime. Choked up. Lin Jianjun, taking a step back, placed himself in the position of a regretful father, playing the emotional card. He believed that with Lin Zhuan's hyperactive personality, he would never think that Lin Jianjun was acting. This Lin Zhuan, such a fool. Seeing his father quickly bring him in. Sell it to me. 55% of the shares. How much are you willing to sell them to me for? Upon hearing Lin Jianjun's implied intent, Lin Zhuan grinned, realizing what he was trying to do. It seemed like he was trying to get rid of the hot potato he was holding and was looking for an excuse to sell it to this scapegoat. But that worked in Lin Zhuan's favor, or rather, it was exactly what Lin Zhuan wanted. As for the current situation of Lin Group being condemned by everyone, Lin Zhuan already had a way to resolve it. As soon as he secures the company's income, he can naturally turn the tide and turn the company into his cash cow. About the money, I won't take advantage of you. Out of parental love, I'll give you a close family price, 50 billion. What do you think? In the hospital ward, as Lin Zhuan was about to strike a deal, Lin Jianjun and Lin Hao both had hopeful smiles on their faces, as if they saw the beautiful journey to the beautiful country beckoning to them. What an idiot! They didn't expect it to be this easy tilde. But the next second, Lin Zhuan's response made their triumphant smiles freeze on their faces. I think you're full of it, oh. Suppressing the urge to burst out in anger, Lin Jianjun softened his tone. Zhuan, I'm your father. How could you speak to me like this? Dad will be sad. As for the price, why don't we discuss it? After all, we are father and son. Talking money hurts feelings, doesn't it? In fact, Lin Jianjun wasn't surprised by Lin Zhuan's rejection. If Lin Zhuan had agreed immediately, he would have been a bit hesitant, fearing there was some ulterior motive. Negotiating in business is normal. Lin Jianjun knew well that with the current situation of the Lin family, selling the shares for 50 billion was simply wishful thinking. But as long as it wasn't less than 30 billion, it was within Lin Jianjun's acceptable range. Zhuan. Dad has reconsidered. We are family after all. How about 45 billion? Why don't you eat shit? Phew, I'll endure. Hey, the price is negotiable. 40 billion, no less. A final offer, how about that? Go to hell quickly. Inhale, holding back. Zhuan, please consider Dad's difficulties. This is 55% of the shares, eh? Who told you to be my son? 35 billion. Final offer. The lowest price. Is your brain full of shit? Allah, Hearing Lin Zhuan mention shit 3 times, Lin Jianjun at the other end of the line was seething with rage. How dare he talk about shit like that? Zhuan, don't push it too far. Remember, I used 35 billion to buy 30% of your shares. Yet now, you plan to exchange 55% of my shares for just 1 billion. We're father and son, after all. Can you really be so cruel? Dad is truly heartbroken. Upon receiving Lin Jianjun's angry questioning, Lin Zhuan didn't bother with idle talk, leaving behind only a sentence, "Too much nonsense. Think it over before contacting me, and the next time, the price may not be the same." Implicit message, there's a lot of room for further negotiation, so act accordingly. Click. Hearing the busy signal from the other end of the phone, Lin Jianjun could no longer contain his anger. Damn bastard! Show yourselves out! His face twisted with fury, he smashed the Apple phone in his hand against the wall. The phone cracked into pieces upon impact with the wall, emitting a loud noise. Then, he turned to Lin Hao and instructed, "Put out the word, to anyone. As long as the price is right, they can buy the shares I hold. I don't believe it. Without that unfilial son, my shares in Lin Group won't be unsellable. In any case, the price offered will surely be higher than that scoundrel's. 1 billion. He can actually say that beast." At that moment, Lin Jianjun felt deep hatred for Lin Zhuan's last-minute price increase. What kind of son is that? When something happens to his father, the son not only doesn't help, but tries to take advantage of the situation. Such an unfilial descendant, he will surely go to hell after death. As Lin Jianjun was consumed with rage, cursing Lin Zhuan madly. Ringing. A cell phone rang, and Lin Hao answered it. 1 minute later, with a vacant stare and pale face, he hung up the phone. Daddy. Something big. Something big is happening. The company just received news. The stockholders of Lin Group are desperately selling their shares. And the stock price of our Lin Group has dropped below 20 and is still plummeting. What? Upon hearing this dreadful news, Lin Jianjun stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He knew that the stock price of Lin Group had always been over 100. During the period after the official announcement of the existence of the beauty cream, the stock price skyrocketed to over 200. But now it had dropped below 20 and was still falling rapidly. If this continued, the shares in his hand might not be worth even 1 billion. This was the sweat and blood he had poured into his life's work. Overwhelmed by the blow, Lin Jianjun's face turned ashen, feeling a surge of blood at the back of his throat. A 10-meter-long stream of blood suddenly sprayed out from his mouth, splattering over himself and the pristine bed. A shocking scene. Husband! Daddy! Lin Hao and his mother were terrified, quickly calling for a doctor. Lin Group headquarters. In an office, a man with glasses, a belly hanging out, was wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, deep in thought. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to make a call. To ease his nervousness, he paced back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Ding dong, ding dong. As he moved, the keys hanging from his waist made a jingling sound. Finally, the call went through. Huo Dashao. I am Lu Bingqin. You told me to encourage Lin Jianjun like crazy, and I did as you said. But there was an unexpected turn of events. HMPH. Useless waste. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, making Lu Bingqin break out in a cold sweat, and his legs tremble. He knew that the person on the other end, Huo Dashao, was ruthless and cold-blooded, often threatening to bury people and their families. Fortunately, the man on the other end of the line seemed to be in a good mood today, and did not blame him too much. Forget it. Although the plan went wrong, the result of the Lin family's downfall is inevitable, so that's enough. I will make Lin Zhuan, that guy, know that if he dares to touch a woman Huo Qichen, have eyes on, then I will make his entire Lin family accompany him in burial. I still have things to do. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. After the communication was cut off, Lu Bingqin breathed a sigh of relief, threw his phone on the table, and then slumped on the sofa. After helping Huo Dashao deal with this matter, I have to find a way to break free from his control. Otherwise, living in fear like this is unbearable. Lu Bingqin thought, but when he thought of the power of the Huo family, he felt a bit unsure. Huo Zia Group, a prominent old line family in the Magic City, mainly engaged in the real estate industry. They own the most high-end shopping centers, hotels, and luxury residential areas in the Magic City, with real estate business spread all over the country, making them a well-known real estate tycoon in the entire Huaxia region. Huo Qichen, 30 years old. The eldest son of the Huo family of the current generation, the designated heir of the future Huo family. He is hailed as a once-in-a-century commercial genius, extremely ambitious and courageous, with keen market insight. He often surveys markets at home and abroad, seeking new investment opportunities. His team always accurately grasps market trends and formulates scientific development strategies. It is his strategic planning in the business world that has made the Huo family's real estate empire grow even stronger in a short period of time. Who could have expected such a prodigy to eventually fall under the charm of the Magic City's first beauty, the Crimson Skirt? After several years of pursuit and a bitter rejection, he became resentful out of unrequited love. He started conspiring against the Su family, which accelerated the decline of the Su family. And the reason for targeting the Lin family was also because of the engagement between the Lin and Su families, which angered the jealous Huo Qichen. Just as Lu Bingqin was frowning in thought. On the other side, inside a luxurious 5-star hotel, there was a man with a chiseled face, wearing a bathrobe. He sat on a brown French imported sofa. Between his distinct knuckles, he held a thick cigar. He looked towards the large bed ahead, where a short-haired woman wrapped in a quilt was sobbing. With a hoarse and cold laughter, he said, "Woman, you really have some skills, huh? Using all your tricks, you finally climbed into my bed. No, you misunderstood. I was drugged by someone yesterday. In a panic to escape, I accidentally entered your room." The short-haired woman explained desperately with tears in her eyes. "Hey, still trying to lie? Woman, I see through your dirty tricks." Huo Qichen smirked, his slender eyes filled with mockery. "No, I don't even know you. How could I be using tricks on you? Don't know me? Ridiculous. In this world, there's no woman who doesn't know me, Huo Qichen, who isn't mesmerized by my charm. But I really don't know you. I'm busy selling pancakes every day to earn money. Who has time to know you? Still trying to lie. Unless you're not a woman." Hearing this, the short-haired woman was at a loss for words. She really went to the wrong room, didn't she? But Huo Qichen didn't believe it at all, sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, puffing on the cigar between his fingertips. After a while, with a smirk that was more sly than not, he said, "HMPH. Dare to pretend like this again. I don't mind letting you remember how you used your tricks on me last night. I'm going home." The short-haired woman, unable to explain herself clearly, picked up her coat from the bed, put it on, and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Huo Qichen narrowed his dark eyes, snuffed out the cigar in the ashtray, and coldly said, "Damn woman. Did I say you can go? Did I say you can leave without even apologizing for what you did?" The man got up, walked over with his long legs, and approached the panicked short-haired woman. "What are you trying to do?" The woman struggled desperately, but Huo Qichen grabbed her wrists and forced her against the wall with a thud. "HMPH. Woman, stop pretending to be a chaste lady. Your body was more honest than your mouth last night." After speaking, Huo Qichen lowered his head, about to forcefully kiss the woman. But the short-haired woman turned her face away in that instant, continuously cursing, "You bastard! You're despicable! You're shameless!" Hearing the woman swearing, Huo Qichen wasn't angry, but instead, a playful smile curved his lips. "Ha! This woman still dares to curse at me. No woman has ever dared to curse me, Huo Qichen, like this before. Quite interesting. Very well. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Tell me, how much money do you want to be my plaything?" Huo Qichen pressed the short-haired woman against the wall, a smirk on his face. However, his slender eyes were full of unmistakable coldness, as if a high king was choosing his queen. At this moment, the dominance and arrogance of the overlord were undoubtedly revealed. "I don't want your money, you beast who doesn't respect others." Extremely angry at Huo Qichen's attempt to insult her with money, the short-haired woman bit hard on the man's wrist. As he winced in pain and let go, she quickly escaped from the room and disappeared from Huo Qichen's sight in the blink of an eye. Looking at the bite marks on his wrist, Huo Qichen, who had been expressionless, suddenly laughed. A touch of tenderness lingered at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "Hey, it's been a long time since I've met such an interesting woman. She has no interest in my money. She's quite unique, a very special woman. But do you think you can escape my control just like that? Naive." Then, Huo Qichen took out his phone from his pocket, sent a message to his subordinates, along with a photo he secretly took of the short-haired woman. "Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on this woman. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and moon move like shuttles. Time is like the coupling of a man and a woman, ending in just 1 minute." The next day, early morning. Ding ling ling tilde tilde tilde. Lin Juan promptly woke up at the alarm's call. After a quick embrace with the earth and finishing his morning routine, he left the Su family estate. He hasn't forgotten that he needs to go to the hospital today to dig his eldest uncle's corner. But before that, he needs to fill his stomach ... with some goobuli buns. Lin Juan sat at the stall, as usual, ordering soy milk and fried dough sticks, beginning to leisurely enjoy the food. Nearby, there were still those middle-aged uncles gossiping. The only difference this time was that they were all filled with hatred, looking united and fierce, with each of them having a large iron rod by their feet. That product developed by the Lin family is really problematic. I used to praise the Lin family so much. What a blind passion. I'm here today to vent for my wife. Her face is showing signs of disfigurement. She has been crying every day. It breaks my heart. There's no need to say more. I heard that harmful old man and his family are at the Magic City Hospital. We will beat them up to cleanse their name. The most shameless one is Lin Jianjun. During the live broadcast, he was selling fake products at such high prices and dared to mock us for not working hard. Damn it, make them refund the money. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Where are the 108 dog killers of Magic City? Follow me, Kunshin Long brother, to kill Lin's dogs. Assembly of the dog killing team. Bystanders, beware. Member 1. Member 2. Member 10,086. ... Soon, to Lin Juan's astonishment, a group of middle-aged men dressed as civilians rushed into the hospital with momentum. After realizing this, Lin Juan was curious to follow and see what was happening. Just then, he heard a system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Supporting character Mu Xiaowan has entered the range of bonding magnetic field. Earn 1 point every 200 seconds. Huh! Lin Juan was startled for a moment, quickly looking around. Soon, he noticed a short-haired woman busy at the pancake and fruit stall nearby. The woman had fair skin, a pretty face, and although plain-looking, her beauty could still reach 8.9 points. She wore a cheap short-sleeve top on the upper body and worn-out black jeans on the lower body. Based on her appearance, she seemed to be a woman from a financially constrained background. Mu Xiaowan. She was Su Fan's first love during their college days, and they had once planned to be together for life, agreeing to marry once Su Fan returned from overseas. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, as Su Fan never returned. In the story, when the two met again, Mu Xiaowan was already pregnant with another man's child. And that man was none other than the #1 lapdog of Su Qinj, Huo Qichen. He was a domineering antagonist with a single-minded focus, domination. Possessive and firm in his belief that he could control everything, implementing the principle of destroying what he couldn't obtain. So Huo Qichen did it for revenge on me. Was that why he incited Lin Jianjun to go crazy in the end, trying to ruin the Lin family's chances forever? Too bad, he overestimated the familial bond between me and the Lin family, thinking that would make me sad and miserable. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Lin Juan inwardly mocked, then approached the stall with a smile and said, "Hello, boss lady. I'd like to pancake fruits, please." "Sure." Seeing Lin Juan's handsome face, Mu Xiaowan subconsciously blushed. She then began making the pancake fruits and even added some chicken cutlets for Lin Juan. "Thank you, miss." Lin Juan was polite, passing the money over gallantly. In the meantime, he glanced at Mu Xiaowan's stomach, which seemed ordinary. Had that beastly Huo Qichen not made his move yet? This cliched scenario of walking into the wrong room, getting into the wrong bed, hadn't happened yet? Would the eldest uncle now have a pale face instead of the green light on his head? Lin Juan teased in his mind. Of course, he wouldn't interfere with the storyline's development. As long as it didn't affect his bonding, Lin Juan wasn't particularly concerned about the fates of the female leads in the book. Except for the real and fake rich girl who was diagnosed with brain cancer and wouldn't live 3 more months. Perhaps Lin Juan might want to make the real rich girl's last days happier due to his initial sentiment while reading. After paying, Lin Juan smiled and walked away. So handsome, so polite, so refined. If only last night it was ... this handsome guy's room I ended up in. Mu Xiaowan watched Lin Juan's departing figure with admiration in her eyes. Oh. But the next second, she covered her mouth. For some reason, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea, but it passed quickly. Mu Xiaowan attributed it to not having enough rest and didn't pay much attention, continuing to solicit business. Pancakes, crispy and fragrant pancakes. With eggs, sausages, crispy sausages, all for only 5 yuan. Don't miss it when you pass by. At this moment, neither Lin Juan nor Mu Xiaowan noticed. At a nearby alley's entrance, a green Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. A man sat in the back, his face chiseled like a sculpture. His sharp eyes fixed on Mu Xiaowan, who was still calling out, and the departing Lin Juan. That man was Huo Qichen. Like all domineering CEO characters, Mu Xiaowan had successfully caught his attention. And he had thoroughly investigated her background. He had come early in the morning today to make this woman, who dared not understand the situation and yet sparked his interest, his plaything. But unexpectedly ... he witnessed a scene that made his eyes blaze. The woman he wanted, talking with a man other than himself. And that man was Lin Juan? This man dared to be involved with 2 women I'm interested in. Fine, bring it on. At this moment, fueled by intense jealousy, Lin Juan's name was added to the hit list of a certain corporate overlord. But before taking Lin Juan's life, he decided to ruin both the Su and Lin families, ensuring Lin Juan die in despair. And the woman who repeatedly refused him, he would keep her forever trapped by his side, a sleeping beauty he exclusively owned. Huo Qichen smirked coldly, his lips showing a hint of a sneer, mixed with indifference. At this moment, he saw a group of people gathered around a Xiaowan stall, chatting and laughing. His expression darkened, and his ruthless gaze seemed like it could tear apart the woman who had betrayed him. How dare this woman to talk with a man other than himself? Unforgivable! With a straight line forming on his lips, showing an unchallengeable authority, Huo Qichen took out his wallet. Using his slender fingers, he picked up a black card from a pile of credit cards and said to the bodyguard and driver in the front seat, "There's 100 million on this card. Go buy all the pancakes that woman is selling and tell her, damn woman. From now on, you can only smile in front of me, Huo Qichen. Only I can eat your pancake fruits ... As the tyrant unleashed his domineering aura to his heart's content. On the other side, Lin Juan arrived at the dean's office door. This time he appeared at the Modu hospital to recruit Ma Yingsh to work for him. However, the hospital was so large, who knew which ward Ma Yingsh was in? Even if he was currently in this hospital, Lin Juan dared not be certain. Therefore, he entrusted the highest-ranking official in the hospital to inquire, as it would save the most time. Pushing open the door, he saw an elderly man in a white coat with wrinkled face diligently working at the desk. Dean Feng. Find a person for me, Ma Yingsh. Lin Juan got straight to the point and stated his purpose. You're Lin Jr. Looking for Ma Yingsh, right? Understood. I'll have someone investigate immediately. After recognizing Lin Juan's identity, the elderly man did not ask many questions, but with a smile, pulled out his phone to make a call. As the dean of the People's First Hospital in Modu, the elderly man and Lin Juan had some acquaintance. Naturally, he was aware of the other's background and the news of him soon being the son-in-law of the Su family. Not to mention that the Su family would sponsor the hospital each year, providing a batch of medical equipment. Just a simple request to find a person, Dean Feng would definitely give face with such conditions. Soon, news came from the hospital ward. A patient named Chen Mei had a family member named Ma Yingsh. Thus, under Dean Feng's attentive arrangement, Lin Juan followed a nurse towards the ward. Along the way, the nurse probably disclosed Chen Mei's illness ... uremia. After listening to the nurse's description, a victorious smile curved Lin Juan's lips. Everything was just as he had expected. The moment has come. Soon, the two arrived at a regular ward door. After bidding farewell to the nurse, Lin Juan pushed open the door and entered the ward. Inside, a woman with an oxygen mask, having a plain appearance, was sleeping on the bed. Beside her, a middle-aged man with a tired face was sitting. Frowning continuously and sighing silently, he seemed to be contemplating something. Ma Yingzhi. Hearing someone call his name, the slightly haggard man turned in surprise, locking eyes with Lin Juan. Ugly, bizarre appearance. Upon seeing Ma Yingzhi, in Lin Juan's mind, a few big words involuntarily appeared. The face was long and narrow, resembling a stretched horse face, with distinct features, almost resembling an ancient weathered stone tablet. Small and deep-set eyes, like pebbles hidden in the grass. A large, flat nose that reminded one of an unsightly mud pile appearing after rain. Thin lips with a hint of bluish-purple, akin to a weary old horse's lips exposed in the winter. Short and hunched figure, making one feel as though he were an aged pine tree that could break in a storm at any moment. Judging solely by appearance, it was simply unbearable to look at, leaving one speechless. This is the reason he has talent but nowhere to utilize it, isn't it? In this society, where appearance matters, looks are quite important. Most people won't give you a chance to showcase your talent through an unattractive appearance. May I ask who you are? Seeing the distinguished young man approaching, Ma Yingzhi became somewhat uneasy, standing up subconsciously and seeming to want to flee. He thought Lin Juan had come to collect debts. After all, in order to save his wife's life, he had borrowed money from almost every possible source. Now, different debt collectors visited daily demanding payment. However, with empty pockets, where would he get the money to pay off the debts? Thus, he lived each day in fear, hiding and dodging. Have you thought about the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? What bewildered Ma Yingzhi was the sudden, inexplicable words from the youth in front of him. Initially filled with question marks, once he made eye contact with the clear gaze of the young man, Ma Yingzhi felt a surge of passion in his heart. He unconsciously nodded, reflecting on his more than 40 years of life and the unproductive nature of it, feeling inferior even to a dog in terms of living, unable to protect even his most beloved woman. How could he not want to truly live, to live like a normal person? But no matter how hard he tried, how humbly he pleaded, many people would reject him because of his unattractive appearance, unwilling even to consider giving him an internship opportunity. Seeing Ma Yingzhi nod, Lin Juan smiled, extending his hand to him. Very well, come work for me. In return, I will give you everything you desire. You can name your salary, I'll help you repay your debts, and I will ensure the best medical care for your wife. For the lavish terms Lin Juan offered, Ma Yingzhi felt a cloud of uncertainty. He had no idea who this young man was or why he suddenly wanted him to work together. Observing the demeanor of the other party, it seemed as though he knew everything about his situation. Despite racking his brain, Ma Yingzhi could not recall any previous interaction with Lin Juan. However, upon hearing that Lin Juan had the ability to provide the best medical care for his wife, Ma Yingzhi grabbed Lin Juan's hand without a second thought. Please save my wife. Money doesn't matter to me. As long as you can cure my wife, I'm willing to do anything. You want me to be a dog, it's fine. Seeing the man sincerely but solemnly, Lin Juan grinned. Very well, remember your words today. Then, much to Ma Yingzhi's astonishment, Lin Juan took out his phone and made a call. A minute later, amidst Ma Yingzhi's stunned gaze, the hospital's dean personally arrived at the ward, accompanied by several renowned doctors from the hospital. Previously, one needed to book well in advance to see any of them individually. Now, due to a call from the young man in front of them, they gathered together. Who on earth was this person ... with such an extraordinary background? Seeing Lin Juan surrounded by the doctors, Ma Yingzhi's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. There are boss, and then there are great horses. Great horses are common, but boss are not often seen. Before, Ma Yingzhi often jokingly referred to himself as an unappreciated great horse. But today, he had a strange intuition. Perhaps his destiny, from this point forward, would undergo earth-shaking changes. Because his boss ... had appeared. On the other side, after grasping the specifics of the situation, Dean Feng began reporting. Lin Jr., based on your request, we have successfully found a suitable kidney source through the private kidney source database. When can the surgery be done? Lin Juan concisely stated his inquiry, as he was not concerned about where the kidney came from, but rather desired to cure Chen Mei swiftly, thus gaining Ma Yingzhe's loyalty. The soonest ... we can perform the kidney transplant surgery tomorrow morning. I will personally perform the surgery to ensure it goes smoothly. After contemplating for a moment, Dean Feng gave Lin Zhuan a satisfactory reply. Very well. Thank you, Dean Feng. As for the expenses needed to treat the illness, I will bear them all. You just need to provide Chen Mei with the best medical care. Is that okay? Seeing Dean Feng and the others nod one after another, confidently indicating no issue, Lin Zhuan finally relaxed. He was afraid that a cliché plot twist would come up, like only the protagonist can cure. It seemed like the reason only Su Fan could cure this illness later on was because Chen Mei's condition had been left untreated for far too long, leading to some cascading complications. Now, by preemptively changing the kidney and providing top-notch medical care, even without the protagonist's intervention, a complete recovery was possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. No, boss. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever task you want me to do, I'll do it. Upon seeing Lin Zhuan easily resolve the dilemma that had plagued him for so long, Ma Yingzhe was filled with both shock and deep gratitude. He was well aware that, besides overcoming the already high medical expenses, even if he could afford them, without Lin Zhuan's intervention, they might not have had the chance at the kidney source. After all, many patients needed a kidney transplant, and the hospital would prioritize those with power and influence. A kidney transplant was essentially an exchange of favor and social connections. Excited, Ma Yingzhe was about to kneel and kowtow, but Lin Zhuan's quick reflexes prevented this. Stop, stop, I'm not into that kind of gesture. If you truly want to repay me, after your wife successfully undergoes the kidney transplant, just make money for me. All right, Dean Feng. Have someone arrange for Chen Mei to be transferred to the VIP ward first? Upon hearing this, Dean Feng immediately began the arrangements. He had just found out that the chairman of the Lin Group had vacated the VIP ward not long ago. So, he ordered the medical staff to transfer Chen Mei to that ward first. Take good care of your wife. I'll come by again tomorrow once she's made a good recovery. When your wife is mostly recovered, then I'll arrange a job for you. Let's get going. Gratefully bowing to Ma Yingzhe, Lin Zhuan waved and departed. With time still on his side, Lin Zhuan took a stroll around the hospital and noticed that the largest group of patients currently were those disfigured by the beauty ointment. He also saw uncles wandering with large iron bars, scanning the hospital as if searching for something. Brother, what are you doing here? Are you here to visit father? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Lin Zhuan's ears, causing him to twitch slightly and feel a sense of imminent trouble. Could it be that he had encountered another eccentric family again? Turning around, he saw two men and a woman, all garbed in with careful concealment, wearing large sunglasses, seemingly fearing being recognized. Upon noticing the trio, they all saw Lin Zhuan. Originally, Lin Jianjun received the message that Kunshan Long had gathered 10,086 soldiers to dismantle him into pieces. In a panic, he decided to quickly take Lin Hao and his mother out of the hospital and run away. Due to the inability to pay salaries, the disloyal bodyguards had all quit. Now, there was no one around to protect them anymore. However, before they could leave the hospital, they ran into Lin Zhuan head-on. Zhuan, you are here to find Dad, right? I knew it. You still can't bear to let go of Dad. After all, the blood ties between us, they are unbreakable. Dad knows he was wrong, and from now on, let's reconcile and be a loving father-son duo. This time, Lin Jianjun was behaving more diplomatically, speaking softly, and not resorting to various rebukes upon their meeting. He was trying to play the part of a good father, gazing at Lin Zhuan with what he hoped was a sincere look. Bye. I am going to close your mouth. I am here to find someone to manage the Lin family for me in the future. Huh? Finding someone to manage the Lin family. Doesn't it sound fishy? There's just patients and doctors in this hospital who could manage such a large company. Lin Jianjun and the others expressed disbelief in their hearts. They felt Lin Zhuan was just saving face or sidestepping the real purpose, talking, but inwardly hiding the true intention. It was evident that Lin Zhuan had rushed over early in the morning because he learned a potential danger to his father. Lin Jianjun felt a warm glow in his heart, rekindling the father-son emotions with Lin Zhuan. He decided to set aside past grievances and give the wayward family member a chance for reconciliation. Despite the disrespect Lin Juan had shown prior, if he had now repented and shown sincere remorse, Lin Jianjun was not so heartless. Perhaps he could show great compassion and give Lin Juan a chance to bow his head and apologize, once again becoming his son. Surely, upon learning of his magnanimity, Lin Juan would be moved to tears of joy, feeling overwhelmed by gratitude. At this moment, Lin Jianjun softened his gaze, looking at Lin Juan with eyes filled with fatherly love. He had mentally prepared to accept this son once more. Xiao Shuan, don't listen to nonsense from your mom. Dad actually knows. The company's stock price has been plummeting. It's not worth 3 billion anymore. If I were to sell it to you while turning a blind eye, wouldn't that be deceiving you? Let's put this aside for now. Good son. Find a place to treat Dad to breakfast first. Then we can discuss apologizing for KOWTOWING. Hearing the change in Lin Jianjun's tone, Bai Yulin's face suddenly changed, a coldness flashing in her pupils. The other party seemed to have singled her out, appearing very morally upright. But it felt like he was putting her on the spot, accusing her of lacking conscience, didn't it? Humph! Bai Yulin seemed to have figured it out. With the downfall of the Lin family corporation, is Lin Jianjun planning to cling onto the eldest son's thigh again? And this pair of unfortunate mother and child, have become dispensable in his eyes. Never mind whether they can once again display fatherly and filial virtues. Even if father and son do eventually reconcile and shake hands in the end, Bai Yulin absolutely refuses to let herself and her son be subordinate to that woman's son. Especially after the several unpleasant incidents between them over the years. If they were to rely on Lin Juan's mercy in the future, they would be living in deep humiliation. At this moment, the idea of taking her precious son and flying far away grew wildly in Bai Yulin's mind. On the other side, are you still half asleep? Are you still asking me to kowtow and apologize? What nonsense are you thinking? Looking at Lin Jianjun speaking non-stop, Lin Juan stared at him as if he were a fool. He had never seen such shamelessness before. How much self-love must one have to think that others would rush to be their son? Upon hearing Lin Juan's merciless words, Lin Jianjun furrowed his brows slightly, not raging but shaking his head with a bitter smile in his heart, feeling that his eldest son's self-esteem was too strong, always unable to swallow his pride and seek reconciliation first. Sigh. It's tough being his father. One must have some tolerance. After dealing with this son, there will be plenty of time to teach him slowly, to let him understand what a parent's command is greater than heaven. Next, Lin Jianjun cleared his throat as a feigned attempt to ease the awkwardness, thinking this was the first time he had taken the initiative to lower his head to Lin Juan. Even though he felt a bit embarrassed and shy *. Still, Lin Jianjun mustered a loving smile and reached out his large hand. Lin Juan, be my son once again. I am your father. Grass. A kind of plant. Lin Juan was left dumbfounded. He found that he couldn't understand Lin Jianjun's thought process at all. Brother, Dad finally forgave you. Congratulations. From now on, we are a loving family. At that moment, Lin Hao, with a big smile on his face, opened his arms and took a step toward Lin Juan, about to give him a loving hug. He didn't think too much into it. He only thought that Lin Jianjun was using a delaying tactic, hoping to empty Lin Juan's pockets before anything else. Smack! Don't touch me! Before Lin Hao could get close, Lin Juan, with a disgusted face, raised his hand and delivered a slap. I got hit. I got slapped again. How many times is this now? Feeling the hot pain on his cheeks, Lin Hao was initially stunned, then an overwhelming anger surged in his heart. It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Hao knew that Lin Juan's combat power was higher than his, so all he could do was cover his swollen cheek and back away helplessly, tearfully whimpering, Brother, why are you hitting me? Are you still blaming me for taking away Dad's affection? Fine. As long as you're happy, even if you beat me to death, it doesn't matter to me. Come on. Brother, hit me. This is my fate. I am willing to be beaten to death by you as long as you feel relieved. Wiping away tears, Lin Hao raised his neck, closed his eyes, with a look of sacrificing himself, ready to endure, and die generously. Seeing Lin Hao's dramatic posture, Lin Juan twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling an itchy palm and a sense of eagerness. Asking to be hit. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lin Juan rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a series of punches first. Due to the sudden turn of events, Lin Jianjun did not react at first. Honey, say something. Little Hao is about to get beaten to death. Are you really going to stand by and watch? Seeing their precious son being mistreated, Bai Yulin's heart was filled with resentment. She even knocked Lin Jianjun several times with her elbow to wake him up. Only then did the man come to his senses. With Lin Juan still about to act, he quickly intervened to stop him. Stop! Xiao Shuan, this is your brother. You two should love and care for each other. How can you harm each other? Hearing this, Lin Juan narrowed his eyes and suddenly recalled something, half smiling and half sneering. Brother, I don't have a little brother like that. And have you not noticed that Lin Hao looks nothing like you? Lin Jianjun, are you sure he is your biological son? In the original plot, not much focus was given to the Lin family, nor was there any mention of blood ties between relatives. As the early canon fodder minor villain family, they quickly met a total demise. So Lin Juan never delved deeper into it. But with Lin Jianjun's reminder, Lin Juan suddenly remembered some minor details from the original novel, subconsciously overlooked by him. Chilling. Asterisk takes a deep breath. Asterisk. Perhaps. Lin Jianjun was a full-fledged tragedy after all. You ungrateful son. What nonsense are you spouting? Can you just joke around like this? If you continue in this way, Dad is truly going to get angry. If that's the case, I won't give you another chance to be my son. The concept of wearing a green hat is a major disgrace for any man. Seeing Lin Juan daring to use this fictional and baseless matter as a joke, Lin Jianjun's face darkened a bit. He was angry, and he issued a deadly threat to Lin Juan, declaring that if he continued to be disrespectful, even if he knelt down to apologize, he wouldn't give him another chance to be his son. But what Lin Jianjun failed to notice was, behind him, Bai Yulin, at that moment, was breathing heavily, her face contorted with tension, her pupils flashing with panic. Fortunately, due to her face mask and sunglasses, this unusual appearance was completely hidden, and no one could detect it. This brat, how does he know? No, he must be guessing. That darn guy. If he could guess so accurately, why doesn't he go buy a lottery ticket? Despite cursing inwardly, Bai Yulin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that Lin Juan was merely speculating. To prevent this topic from going further, she threw herself onto the ground, rolling and wailing. Honey, do you even care? I can overlook everything else. But accusing my child of not being your son is an insult to my noble character, isn't it? I can't live anymore. Woo. I'm going to jump off a building, dying to prove my innocence. Woo. Seeing his wife cry as if she were in distress, Lin Jianjun felt a painful ache in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't continue to play the role of a gentle father and finally exposed his true self. Turning to Lin Juan with a furious look, full of bitter resentment, he shouted, Lin Juan, what are you standing there for? Don't you see how your words have made your mom so miserable? Don't you feel any guilt? Any impulse to kneel down and apologize for what you said? If you still consider yourself human, if you still want to be my son, then immediately kneel down and beg your mother for forgiveness. As Lin Jianjun's face turned red with anger, Lin Juan remained calm, showing only pity towards the man in front of him. He felt only pity towards the man. Chapter 126, Red Wolf's Infidelity, Tong Shen Licking God, Bubble Sheep, Grey Wolf's Fury, Chop Off God. Just as Lin Jianjun continued to feel the pain, Lin Juan had quietly left the hospital and appeared in front of the familiar old flower shop. This time, he no longer heard the tender and cheerful voice of Gao Zhaoxiao. Lin Juan pushed open the door in confusion and saw only a slender figure, a masked woman, taking care of her flowers and plants inside the room. Shopkeeper. As usual, a bouquet of violets, Lin Juan greeted the woman with a smile upon noticing her presence and inquired about the whereabouts of Zhaoxiao. Where is little Zhaoxiao? Didn't see her today? Has she not woken up yet? She woke up early today and went to kindergarten ahead of time. The woman walked to the counter, picked up a bouquet of violets that was already prepared, and handed it to Linjuan. "Thank you, shopkeeper. By the way, after buying so many bouquets at your place, I still don't know your name, shopkeeper. What is your name?" "My surname is Lin, given Namjuan." "Nice to meet you." Linjuan gallantly accepted the bouquet and introduced himself smoothly. Gao Weiwei. Perhaps wanting to establish a good relationship with Linjuan, the woman thought for a moment and then revealed her name. "Oh, shopkeeper, you seem a few years older than me. Can I call you Sister Weiwei?" Linjuan appeared very familiar and casually climbed up the hypothetical ladder. This made the usually taciturn Gao Weiwei somewhat unable to resist. However, she subconsciously nodded in agreement to Linjuan's request. If it were another man, Gao Weiwei would definitely have sternly declined, thinking the person had ill intentions. But Linjuan was evidently unexpected. She also occasionally heard about some of his romantic deeds. Combined with Linjuan buying violets day after day, all to give them to his vegetative fiancé. How could a man with such deep-rooted feelings be the despicable and shameless type? "Well then, Sister Weiwei, I'll be on my way soon." Linjuan waved goodbye. And as he watched the man's departing figure, Gao Weiwei couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the girl named Su Qinj. Although she unfortunately became a vegetative person, she also gained her own good fortune. As a woman, who wouldn't want to meet a man who loves her wholeheartedly and never leaves her side till old age? Unfortunately, such men are rarer than giant pandas. They are encountered but not easily sought after. 10 minutes later, Linjuan returned to Su's manor and entered the familiar teenage girl's room, once again holding the soft and tender little hand. "Qinj, good morning." "Linjuan, good morning." In the palm of her hand, a familiar warmth was felt, and Su Qinj subconsciously responded in her mind. The sound of Linjuan's voice once again made the young girl feel much better. Then, with increasingly nimble fingers, she gestured in Linjuan's palm. "I want to hear a story." For Su Qinj now, lying in bed all day, her greatest pleasure came from interacting with Linjuan, especially when he turned into a cut-off monologue dog, only telling half of a story, making her love and hate it at the same time. Like the story from yesterday. Red Wolf's infidelity, Tong Shen licking God, Bubble Sheep. Grey Wolf, upon learning of it, furiously chopped off God. Su Qinj was looking forward to this unusual and quirky story. She really enjoyed such stories. But Linjuan always just teased without telling the full story, leaving Su Qinj in suspense and anticipation. About the story. Let me think. What was the story I teased last time? Linjuan pondered for a moment and finally recalled the makeshift childhood story from yesterday. Now, remembering the many elements he forcibly put together made Linjuan feel extremely agitated. Itchy scalp. Did I really come up with such a story? Am I really a genius? Linjuan self-deprecatingly said. Prompted by Su Qinj, he could only bravely push through and, with a few coughs, began his narration. In a long time ago, there was a place called Bear Mountain, inhabited by a special sheep named Bubble Sheep. With extraordinary talent, he created a magical kneeling licking technique, which he mastered to become Tong Shen. One day, in the forest, Bubble Sheep met a beautiful and mysterious witch Red Wolf. She was the princess of the Wolf clan, known for beauty and strength among many Wolf tribes. Bubble Sheep fell in love with her at first sight, and, in pursuit of Red Wolf, displayed his supreme licking skills, successfully causing Red Wolf's climax. From then on, the two quickly developed feelings, and Bubble Sheep successfully derailed Red Wolf. However, this forbidden love between Wolf Sheep caused great controversy and opposition within the Wolf tribe. Nevertheless, Bubble Sheep and Red Wolf were determined to bravely face it all. They crossed species, mated, and gave birth to a half-wolf, half-sheep hybrid Bald Strong. Bald Strong inherited the traits of his parents, having both the gentleness and kindness of a sheep, as well as the courage and decisiveness of a wolf. But perhaps due to the genetic defects caused by interspecies breeding, Bald Strong's head could never grow thick fur. In the sheep village, there was a mighty warrior making a living by selling strength. Grey Wolf. He was Red Teru's fiancé. When he learned about Bubble Sheep and Red Wolf, the two dealing the cuckold situation to him, Grey Wolf, furious at feeling deeply betrayed. To avenge Bubble Sheep's family, Grey Wolf found a weapon with endless divine power in a mysterious stone village, the Hao Tia Hammer. Legend has it that this was the personal weapon of the heavenly ruler, Mr. Lazy, of the sheep tribe. In the past, the 9 sheep saints of the sheep tribe battled the Wolf King with blood strewn across the sky, desperate. Mr. Lazy, appearing in the world, wielded a hammer to crush all enemies. With the divine artifact in hand, Grey Wolf, carrying the Hao-Tia hammer, dressed in a green cloak, transformed into the green-caped hero. He single-handedly stormed the Yunlin sect, the residence of Bubble Sheep and Red Wolf. For the honor of men, Grey Wolf challenged the entire Yunlin sect with his strength alone. Despite being blessed with a divine weapon, he was outnumbered and faced life-threatening situations many times. However, the green-caped hero did not flinch. He swung the Hao-Tia hammer, vowing to bring chaos to the Yunlin sect. Bang bang bang! Oh, the battle was unusually fierce, with wolves and sheep, justice and betrayal intertwined. The Hao-Tia hammer continuously drew arcs in the sky, each strike causing violent explosions. 2.5 years later, Bubble Sheep, Red Wolf, and Bald Strong, though their abilities were outstanding, gradually weakened under the bombardment of the Hao-Tia hammer, appearing less and less resilient. Finally, the green-caped hero Grey Wolf hit the heart of Bubble Sheep with the Hao-Tia hammer, turning him into ashes on the spot. Seeing this, Red Wolf, in a lament, unleashed the highest Wolf magic attack against the green-caped hero, only to be engulfed by the power of the Hao-Tia hammer. As for Bald Strong, witnessing both parents lose their lives, his heart ached, but unable to resist the green-caped hero's attack, he only left a phrase, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, I will definitely come back, and then disappeared into Bear Mountain. After the battle, Grey Wolf stood on the ruins, looking at the devastated sheep village and the destroyed Yunlin sect. He supported himself with the Hao-Tia hammer, deeply sighing. All right, I'll stop here for now. To know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next episode. After finishing, Lin Juan felt a dry mouth and throat, picked up a nearby cup, and drank a big gulp of water. At this moment, Su Qinj was getting annoyed by Lin Juan's antics. She was really enjoying the story and wanted to know the continuation, but he kept stopping halfway. Daggers at Lin Juan. This time Su Qinj didn't compromise and pinched his palm, indicating her desire for him to continue. Seeing this, Lin Juan grinned. Very good. The first step in pursuing a woman is to always keep her emotions focused on you. Gradually, she will blur the line of this attention and transform it into some special feelings, always concerned about you. Thinking about this, Lin Juan decided to fully commit to his cut-off monologue dog behavior. Sorry, apologies. It's not that I don't want to talk, Qinj. It's mainly that I haven't thought through the later plot. I can only roughly sketch out the idea for you. Only Strong's legendary story of becoming a martial artist, reaching mastery, and re-emerging as Only Strong after 3 years. 3 years later, carrying a chainsaw and an axe, he returns alone to Yunlin sect, seeking revenge against Grey Wolf. Empowered by Lin Juan's script, Su Qinj felt even more itchy to know the ending. But Lin Juan hadn't figured out the second season's plot yet, so she had to wait till next time. I really want to continue listening to the legend of Only Strong. If there were no Only Strong, with a chainsaw, like Eternal Night. This phrase is too cool. I wonder if Only Strong can successfully avenge his parents. I believe he definitely can. The pain, despair, and desire for revenge over his murdered family, I completely understand. If Only Strong fails in his revenge, HMPH. Then let me make Lin Juan switch to a version where vengeance is successful. In the dark realm of consciousness, Su Qinj was extremely excited. She had completely embodied the identity of Only Strong, feeling like he and she were very similar, both willing to wait patiently for the faint possibility of revenge. So she did not want to see a future where Only Strong fails. Only success was allowed, no failure. And at that moment, Lin Juan had a mischievous smile on his face as he climbed onto the bed, rubbing his hands together. All right, it's time for massage time. Time is precious. Qinj, let's not waste any more time. Teehee, tilde, as Lin Juan enjoyed the soothing sensation of warmth and softness. On the other side, a dispute was unfolding at a nearby pancake stall outside the City People's Hospital. Sir, what happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. I'm not going to be responsible for you. Please don't make more trouble. Let me tell you, I'm just a scumbag woman who doesn't recognize people when I lift my skirt. Woman, do you know you're playing with fire? Don't test my patience, woman. Be my plaything. Name your price, and you can speak with other men freely. That sweet smile is only for me. You crazy. This guy thinks he's filming a TV drama, like one of those ancient cliché plots of overbearing CEO falls for me. Get real. If it were when I was young, I did enjoy reading that type of novel, happily languishing in bed every day dreaming. I've daydreamed more than once. Someday a dominant CEO would really shelter me from the storm, whispering warmth and concern. But as I grew older, I realized more and more the reality. All scummy men are not to be trusted, just like that man who swore undying love but played disappearing acts after taking advantage of me. In the beginning, I waited stupidly ... but year after year, I gave up completely. Who says women have to rely on men? I'm determined to be beautiful on my own. Chapter 127. The Debut of Beauty Pills. The beginning of the road to dominance in the magic capital. You there. You're affecting my ability to make money. How unlucky. Seeing the man stubbornly refusing to leave, Mu Xiaowan lost her mood to continue setting up her stall. Ignoring the increasingly gloomy expression on Huo Qixin's face, she raised her middle finger at him. Then, she packed up her stall on her own, not even sparing a glance at the man. Witnessing this, Huo Qixin became extremely angry. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulged as if he was about to punch Mu Xiaowan the next second. However, he managed to control himself and revealed his identity directly. I am Huo Qixin, the heir of the Huo family. He had thought that upon learning his noble identity, the woman in front of him would surely bow down and submit just like other women, obediently becoming his plaything. But to his surprise, Mu Xiaowan seemed only surprised. Then, with both hands, she raised her middle fingers at him. Mind your own business. I don't care who you are. Stop bothering me. What? This woman actually dares to curse at me. Even after learning of my supreme regal status, she still looks down on me. She has such a strong personality. How unique. Huo Qixin was truly shocked. In the past, whenever he revealed his identity as young Master Huo, women would throw themselves at him. Except for Su Qing's. He had never encountered resistance from any woman. It was all because of Su Qing's disdain towards him. This made him unable to forget her and made him even more eager to conquer her, to the point where he was considered a lapdog by others. He had thought that in this world, there wouldn't be a second woman to refuse his charm. But unexpectedly, Mu Xiaowan appeared. Woman, you are destined to be mine. I'm telling you, you will be mine for the rest of your life. Never think of escaping. No matter where you run to, you will never escape from my grasp for the rest of your life. At this moment, Huo Qixin declared his sovereignty as if proclaiming his reign. He found great interest in this woman who dared to resist him. Moreover, he faintly saw traces of Su Qing in her, HMPH. He had been rejected once by that ungrateful woman, Su Qing, and he would not tolerate being rejected again by a second woman. He was Huo Qixin, a born king, destined to lead his family to the pinnacle of the world. All women were only fit to become his subordinates, willingly offering their bodies for his pleasure. Women chosen by him, Huo Qixin, should feel the utmost honor because it was their lifelong glory and the highest honor of their family. The whole clan would rejoice in this. You're crazy. Stop watching those brain-damaged bossy TV dramas. Have you lost your mind? Sensing Huo Qixin's fierce gaze, Mu Xiaowan felt goosebumps and discomfort all over her body. 2 more raised middle fingers followed. Facing a man with a twisted mind, Mu Xiaowan chose to stop communicating. She made an international greeting gesture and pushed her pancake stall away, leaving only the man standing there with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with anger as if wanting to tear apart the back of the woman who ignored him. But in the end, he did not intervene and silently watched Mu Xiaowan's figure disappear. Woman, you can't escape. One day, you will willingly become my plaything. Huo Qixin sneered, his eyes filled with 3 parts scorn, 3 parts coldness, and 4 parts arrogance. Soon, in a loud roar, the sports car sped towards the direction of the Su family. Hello! Every festival brings thoughts of loved ones. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Your water text writer is here. Wishing you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance, ****. In the Su family estate, in the young girl's boudoir. Oni-chan, do you recognize the character I'm cosplaying today? Am I cute? Lin Juan looked speechless as the little loli twirled in front of him. He had just finished massaging and was still enjoying the intimate time with his wife. Familiar voice rang out, "Rem? Quite faithful. 1 to 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0. Blue wig covering one eye. Black and white maid uniform. White stockings with black patent leather shoes." Lin Juan had to admit, Chen Kexin's lowly figure cosplaying Rem from the animation was indeed very faithful and suitable. There was no sense of disharmony, as if she truly was Rem, stepping out of the animation. "Am I charming you? Ho ho way tilde walking on the street just now. Many passers-by said I was cute, ran up to take pictures with me. They even said if they looked at me one more time, they would be blown away by my cuteness. I really want to show Kin's sister. She must be overwhelmed by my cuteness. And just hug me non-stop." Watching the little loli with one hand on her waist and the other hand covering her mouth, looking proud, Lin Juan couldn't help but say, "Go away. Maybe others can accept it, but only the act of being sticky is not something I would ever give to anyone." After playing around with the little loli for a while, Lin Juan curiously asked about the whereabouts of his eldest uncle. He looked around for a long time, but didn't see Su Fan's figure appearing at the door. "Where is Senior Su Fan? Why didn't I see him around? Did he not come out with you today? Oh, that follower. I let him stay downstairs and prohibited him from coming upstairs to prevent a repeat of yesterday and affect Kin's sister's mood." Lin Juan, poor big uncle, he must be feeling so depressed right now. ## being rejected when he returned home and now even having his rights to go upstairs taken away. Oh well, the more I think about it, the more I feel sorry for big uncle. Let's mourn for him for 2.5 seconds. Rest assured, I will take care of your little sister. You don't have to worry. But as a brother-in-law, Lin Juan, with a clear conscience, asked for Su King's opinion. "Kinj, do you dislike Su Fan? Do you mind him coming upstairs?" In the sickbed, hearing that Su Fan was confined to the downstairs area, Su Kinj was in a good mood. In all honesty, she didn't have a good impression of Su Fan and didn't want him appearing in front of Lin Juan's door, disrupting the treatment progress. HMPH, _, all of this is to wake up Su as soon as possible, and I have no other intentions. Therefore, Su Kinj expressed her opinion. "I really mind." Seeing the words spelled out in her palm, Lin Juan again felt saddened for his uncle. Let's mourn for him for 2.5 minutes. Akiyu, downstairs in the villa. Originally sitting alone on the sofa, sighing Su Fan suddenly felt a chill, couldn't help but sneeze. Is there an enemy targeting me? Though somewhat puzzled, Su Fan didn't pay it much attention. Even if there were enemies aiming for him, they were just insignificant nuisances. On the other side, Oni-chan, are you going to sing a new song today? And can you release the song you sang yesterday? I can. I already discussed it with Mr. Su last night, and today we announced the debut of the new product. Lin Juan rubbed his chin, making a decision. Through his observations in the morning, he was sure he had underestimated the power of the internet, and the number of people affected by the side effects of the beauty ointment was significant. The public opinion was already at its peak, and there was no need to wait any longer. Also, Su Shengshan came to talk to him last night, and the plan was for the company to launch the product first, and Lin Juan would drive customer purchases. Speaking of which, Mr. Su just found out that I am the renowned L, the expression on his face. TSK TSK TSK. Recalling Su Shengshan's surprised expression from last night, Lin Juan couldn't help but chuckle. Later, he sent a text message to Su Shengshan first and instructed Chen Kexin to add a message at the end of the song according to his request. Lin Juan, are you about to release beauty pills now? I hope everything goes smoothly. If it goes as smoothly as imagined, then maybe the Su family can truly return to its peak and even surpass it. Back then, father, mother, their biggest dream was to lead the Su family to greater heights, elevated to a top-tier family. So they worked hard, went on business trips to expand the business. The Su family also came to the zenith at that time, but unfortunately later. I really want to let father and mother see. The Su family will not fall. The Su family can be stronger. Father, mother, big brother, if you have spirits in heaven, please bless us. Deep in the dark consciousness cage, Su Kinj silently prayed. Due to her vegetative state, She had not intervened in the entire affair. But starting from Lin Juan presenting the prescription, she had witnessed the entire process as an onlooker. Initially, she didn't pay too much attention to the success or failure of the beauty pills. However, as she saw everything Lin Juan had boasted about gradually becoming a reality, as a witness, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If successful, the Su family would definitely rise to glory, and their market value would soar. This was not only what Su Qinj dreamed of witnessing, but also brought significant benefits to Lin Juan. After all, he was now a major shareholder of the Su Group. The stronger the Su family, the stronger the future support it could provide to him. And if it failed, even if no one in the Su family blamed Lin Juan, he would definitely be deeply affected, full of self-blame. This was something Su Qinj did not want to see. Soon, under Lin Juan's command, Chen Kexin edited the audio and video recordings on the notebook and clicked the publish button. At that moment, one of the gears of fate began to turn, and the road to dominance of the Lin Su couple in the magic capital officially began. Voting booth. Which picture do you think looks the best? January 2nd, 3, 4, May 6th, 7, August 9th, 10. Let's see if everyone's tastes align. Chapter 128L returns to entertainment industry. The explosive popularity of the beauty pills. Su Shengshan is ecstatic. Su's group. Headquarters. In the chairman's office, after receiving the message from Lin Juan, Su Shengshan, with a hint of excitement on his face, immediately inquired of his trusted aide, Zihu. Have our beauty products been launched on all major official websites? Yes, Chairman. The announcement was officially made late last night, and the products are now available for sale, reported a man in a tailored suit with black-framed glasses and a middle-parted hairstyle in front of the office desk. At the same time, he furrowed his brows slightly and said worriedly, however, Chairman, perhaps due to the impact of the Lin family's beauty ointment adverse events, the public is currently extremely disgusted with these beauty products. Since our products were launched until now, approximately 10 hours have passed, and not a single pill has been sold, he continued. The reviews trending on the official website are overwhelmingly negative and filled with distrust. Su Shengshan had already anticipated this situation, so he just smiled and waved his hand, signaling to Hu that there was no need to worry, as everything was under control. Everything is prepared now, we just need the right opportunity. All we need to do is wait patiently for my son-in-law to create that first spark. A tiny spark can start a prairie fire. As long as the initial customers taste success with their word of mouth, we should have no trouble opening up the market, right? Su Shengshan sat calmly in his office chair, content. He had already discussed with Lin Juan various possible issues that could arise during the sale of the beauty pills and was confident that everything was foolproof. In their discussions, Su Shengshan had grown increasingly impressed by his son-in-law with his business acumen. Finally, he could relax and be assured that even if he was no longer around one day, Lin Juan alone could manage the company well. The first spark? The company neither advertises nor uses popular influencers to promote. How will this spark ignite? Could that new boss really be so influential? Hu scratched his head, full of curiosity. Seeing how confident the chairman was, he believed that everything must have been meticulously planned behind the scenes, and all he had to do was wait and see. However, he was filled with curiosity. He really wanted to know what kind of medicine his future new boss was selling. D Station. Under the last post from Account L, numerous netizens flocked to it, reminiscing about the fall of this music genius L. Wah! My poor idol. He could have been the savior of the entertainment industry, but he encountered such misfortune. Damn Lin Group, all those evil entrepreneurs are to blame. I'll go to their official website again and insult their ancestors. Come back. My eternal God, L. How can we, your most loyal fans, live without you? HMPH. I'm a member of the dog slaughtering squad. Today, I finally caught that evil entrepreneur at People's Hospital in the Magic City and avenged L. The one above. Did you kill him? Well done. And you're my friend. You're the real hero. Killing someone is too extreme. I don't want to go to jail. I just beat him up severely. In the end, I was saved by the police. TSK. That's it. That's it. And you're no longer my friend because you're not a real hero. You're actually a coward. Damn. A bunch of keyboard warriors, you can go ahead and do it. ... In the comments section, netizens continued to share viewpoints and opinions. At this moment, a new comment sparked a commotion. L is back. He has released a new video. Quickly go watch it. Oh, what? That man. He's back. With an unknown user's reminder, everyone eagerly refreshed their feeds, filled with anticipation and tremors. Sure enough, under account L, a new video had been posted just a minute ago. Seeing this, countless fans excitedly clicked to play. Soon, a light and melodious melody began to play, accompanied by a heartfelt singing voice. I once encountered a beam of light ... in front. I rode the wings of the wind ... to soar fearlessly towards those wounds you once endured, holding clouds and the moon in the palms of my hands. ... The beautiful and moving melody, coupled with the familiar voice, immediately filled the screen with an array of adoring bullet comments. He's back. My L is back. L is the god of Chinese music. A legendary performance. This song is so emotional. Begging for an encore. Happy National Day. ... Since the song had just been released, there were not many viewers online yet. But as time passed, the number of viewers grew rapidly, showing over 500,000 online within minutes. Tens of thousands of fans were enraptured, attentively listening to every lyric. I once encountered a beam of light. Your light. I saw the faith in my palms, once again, blooming because of your innocent smile ... Thank you for being by my side ... double quotes ... As the song reached its climax, the screen was filled with comments like "This is insane. Isn't this copping? You are so beautiful. Can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Starting now," etc., almost overwhelming the entire video screen. Everyone was deeply moved by the emotional depth contained in the song. I once encountered a beam of light, feeling touched to the core by the singer's emotions. L is amazing. He sings straight to my heart, making me want to cry. Yes. The lyrics of this song are simple yet profound, allowing listeners to feel the singer's deep emotional connection, truly touching the heart. All I hear is emotion. I have a hunch. This song must have been written for a certain moonlight beauty. That beam of light represents the girl he loves. Both musically and lyrically, I Once Encountered a Beam of Light is a deeply moving and heartwarming song that invokes a strong emotional response when listened to. L is the god of music. How else could he consistently touch people's hearts with every song? Always supporting L. Such a genius, cut short because of the Lin family. Those people are truly heartless. Wah. Please don't withdraw. L, don't leave us. How can we live without you? ... At this moment, the entire internet was pleading with Lin Juan not to leave, begging him to continue creating good music and saving the Chinese music industry. It seemed he had heard their calls. After the performance ended, text appeared on the video screen, prompting a joyous uproar among viewers. ****. Hello, fans and friends. I am the singer L. Thank you all for your concern during this time. Here, I want to announce some good news. I will continue to create good music to repay my fans for their love. Some people might still be wondering why I previously announced my withdrawal from the internet due to facial disfigurement, but now have decided to return. Ding ding ding. Of course, that's because my face has now recovered. Upon hearing the news that L intended to return to the music scene, fans were delighted. And upon learning that L's disfigurement had resolved, fans were even more curious, eagerly asking about his recovery method. Especially for those who had also experienced disfigurement, they begged their idol to reveal the truth. Shortly after, new text appeared, explaining the reason. I used the latest product developed by the Su family, the beauty pills. Initially, I also thought they and the Lin family were scammers, unscrupulous businessmen. But with a nothing-to-lose attitude, I had someone purchase and try it. The results were surprisingly effective. Not only did my disfigurement visibly recover rapidly, but my skin also became smoother and fairer. Now, every day when I look at myself in the mirror, I can only think of 3 words: looking fly. I know there are many fans who have suffered from the persecution of Lin Group products. If you believe me, please look for the new beauty pills recently launched by the Su family. You won't lose anything. You won't be deceived. This is my first-hand experience. ... At this point, the screen faded to black, but right before ending, It displayed a link to guide everyone on how to purchase the beauty pills. This approach immediately caused a great stir. Some suspected that L had been paid by capital to advertise for a corrupt company. However, the majority of fans firmly stood by L, unconditionally supporting him. I believe in my idol's character, a genius who has created so many masterpieces. There's no way he would exploit his fans. Don't care, you don't have to buy it. I'd rather be deceived just to buy it because he's L. I'd willingly be fooled by him. No need to say anything. Bye. Support L. Even if he said the earth is flat, I'd believe him. I'm going. I clicked on the link and saw there are only 10,000 beauty pills available from the Su family now. First come, first served. Be quick or they'll run out. Charge ahead. In less than a minute, there are only 8,000 left. You people have no integrity. Sneakily grabbing them before others. It's too fast. Now there are only 5,000 left. Stop competing with me. ... Su's group. Headquarters. In the chairman's office, Su Shengshan sat in front of the computer, watching the continually soaring sales figures, unable to close his smiling mouth. He knew his son-in-law had made his move. The wines had started blowing. It was now a matter of relying on this spark to gradually build into a larger momentum. It's exploded. Chairman, it's exploded. Observing the rising sales curve of the company, an excited Hu looked at Su Shengshan with a flushed face. Ahem, Zihu. You must remain composed. This minor achievement is nothing to boast about. If you can't control your emotions even at this small scale, how will you manage greater endeavors in the future? Despite feeling ecstatic, Su Shengshan made every effort to display an aura of unwavering composure in front of his subordinate, leaving Hu deeply impressed. The chairman truly lived up to his title, a standard that I can't match. Such presence, such aura, such unwavering demeanor. He was born to achieve great things. No wonder I'm a working man, and the chairman is my boss. Reflecting on this, Hu became even more respectful, gazing at the sales data chart that had climbed to its peak, and enthusiastically inquired, "Congratulations, Chairman." In just 5 minutes, all 10,000 beauty pills have been sold, breaking the fastest sales record set since our company was established. I believe that this sales record, not many companies in the Magic City, no, in all of China, can match our excellence. Currently, there are still a large number of beauty pills in the company's inventory. Should we take advantage of the favorable situation and release them all for sale? Faced with Hu's inquiry, Su Shengshan furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, unable to make a decision. He then took out his phone and began to make a call. Wait a moment, I want to ask Zizhuan's opinion, and also share the good news with him. Hearing this, Hu was momentarily stunned, then surprised, his mouth slightly open. He hadn't expected Lin Zhuan to hold such weight in Su Shengshan's heart. Considering the explosive sales of the beauty pills, all thanks to Lin Zhuan's efforts, Hu now had a newfound deep admiration for this new boss he had yet to meet. He had a sense of vague intuition that working under him in the future might lead his career to unprecedented heights. On the other side, at Su's manor, in Su King's boudoir, Lin Zhuan was embracing the young girl, being affectionate. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting this tranquil setting. Who dares to disturb me? Don't they know this good moment is priceless? Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched as he reluctantly answered the call. Oh Zizhuan, it's soaring. The sales of the beauty pills have exploded. Su Shengshan's excited voice came through the phone. However, Lin Zhuan just responded with a nonchalanto on the other end. Zizhuan, why are you so calm? The whole internet is begging for the pills you provided. Sensing Lin Zhuan's indifferent reaction, Su Shengshan was a bit puzzled. He had expected the news to elicit at least an excited response from the other party. But who would have thought he would remain so aloof? There's nothing to get excited about. Lord Su, the popularity of the pills was within my expectations. We need to remain composed. And what's the big deal about this minor achievement? If we can't control our emotions at this level, how will we handle larger affairs in the future? Su Shengshan. Why does this sound so familiar? Chapter 129. Su King's difficult decision. When I wake up ... I want to kiss Lin Zhuan Su Group headquarters. In the chairman's office. Ahem ... That's right, Xiaoshuan. You and I are both ambitious individuals. What's this small scene worth? If we can't control our emotions now, how will we achieve big things in the future? In order not to appear lacking in city planning in front of Lin Zhuan, Su Shengshan forcefully suppressed his excitement, pretending to be indifferent. But this performance, in the eyes of Hu Zheng, shattered his worldview. What's going on? The chairman has been leading the Su group for many years and has long mastered the art of concealing emotions. Why does he seem to be losing control in front of his grandson-in-law, giving off an impression of impatience? Who is the elder here? Sensing the strange looks from his subordinates, Su Shengshan narrowed his eyes. He casually passed a sly smile over, instantly causing Hu Zheng to feel alarmed and quickly excuse himself, fleeing the office. Xiao Shuan. Now 10,000 units of the beauty pill have been sold out in advance. Do you think we should continue to increase the supply of pills while the market is favorable? Su Shengshan asked. But in his heart, he already had an answer. He just wanted to know Lin Zhuan's thoughts. Moderation is key. Let's stop here for today. Let the customers who have purchased the products spread good word of mouth for us. Control the daily supply of pills in the early stages. Create a sense of scarcity to generate demand. Only this way ... Our pills will be seen as precious. After all, things that are too easily obtained are not valued as much by people. Listening to Lin Zhuan's suggestion, Su Shengshan nodded repeatedly, feeling pleased. His views were in perfect alignment with his own. In the business world, one must think from the perspective of maximizing profits. This is what makes a remarkable businessman. It seems that entrusting the company to Lin Zhuan in the future will yield better results than my own efforts. Su Shengshan laughed heartily, exchanged a few more words with Lin Zhuan, and then hung up the phone. On the other side, as Lin Zhuan put away his phone, Chen Kexin approached excitedly. Oh dear, Tilda, your songs have once again made it to the music charts. And your endorsement of the beauty pill has become a hot topic online. The young girl placed her Huawei phone in front of Lin Zhuan. Various social media platforms displayed the miraculous resurgence due to L, causing a massive stir on the internet. Indeed, the internet was boiling over. However, all of this was within Lin Zhuan's expectations, as he had initially laid out the groundwork in the entertainment industry, capitalizing on its immense influence. In the internet age, influence equated to everything. As long as L was present, he would naturally amass a large number of loyal fans, easily guiding public opinion in his desired direction. Done correctly, the invisible benefits it could bring in the future were countless. What's so strange about this? The beauty pill can be considered a revolutionary beauty product, so it's normal for it to cause a sensation, right? Lin Zhuan nonchalantly brushed off the topic and climbed onto the bed with a smile. Compared to following online trends, Lin Zhuan found it more fulfilling to be close to his sister. Tilda, aren't you a bit excited? Your composure makes me look like I've never seen the world before. Faced with the girl's teasing, Lin Zhuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Clear song, did you hear that? Our rise in the Su family is imminent with the popularity of the beauty pill. I am a great contributor. When you wake up ... How do you plan to repay me? I don't think it's unreasonable to expect physical affection as gratitude, right? Heh. The sight of Lin Zhuan holding her in his arms, surrounded by his hot breath, and his cunning words, made Su Qinj feel uncontrollably feverish. Starting from her delicate earlobes, her body visibly blushed at a rapid pace. What is Lin Zhuan saying? Isn't his request for intimacy a bit too much? We haven't officially started dating yet, have we? But I didn't expect the beauty pill to sell so well. Lin Zhuan is indeed the savior of the Su family, the greatest hero. But even so, the idea of physical intimacy ... seems a bit difficult to handle, right? After all, we've only known each other for less than a month, and during that time, I've been mostly asleep. Isn't that something only deeply loving individuals can do? How can I accept this ... Oh ****. Su Qinj had overheard the conversation between her grandfather and knew about the great success of the beauty pill. She felt relieved and grateful to Lin Zhuan from the bottom of her heart. If Lin Zhuan made any other requests, Su Qinj would do her best to fulfill them in the future. But who would have thought that what Lin Zhuan wanted was to sleep with her? I cannot do it. Although Su Qinj admits that she has developed some feelings for Lin Zhuan during their time together, she was unsure if it was gratitude or affection. Moreover, due to the short duration of their acquaintance, less than a month, at least for now, Soo-kinj instinctually resisted the idea of surrendering herself. It could be due to her aversion to men or some other concerns. Regardless, emotional or physical, Soo-kinj felt she was still unable to accept such intimate behavior. At that moment, Lin Juan probably didn't expect that his casual joke would be taken seriously by the girl in his arms, leading her into a dilemma. Watching the girl in his arms flush red and feeling her body heat up uncontrollably, Lin Juan teased in her ear. "How about it? Kinj, did you hear that? The beauty pill is becoming a sensation, and the rise of the Soo family is inevitable. I am the hero. When you wake up... How do you plan to repay me? I think requesting a physical bond isn't too much, right? Hee." With her slim body held in his arms and the occasional hot breath in her ears, Soo-kinj couldn't help but feel conflicted. What is Lin Juan saying? How can he propose such an indecent request? In the face of Lin Juan's plea that contained a hidden request, both pure-hearted girls were filled with confusion and uncertainty. What is Lin Juan talking about? Why don't I understand anything? I can understand a kiss, but what does kiss a pineapple mean? Does Lin Juan like eating pineapples? But pineapples are sour. I don't like them. After eating, my tongue gets sore, and it's uncomfortable. But since Lin Juan likes it so much, I'll just have Anthu arrange a truckload of pineapples for him to eat to his heart's content. With Lin Juan's sudden outburst of affection for pineapples, Soo-kinj, though puzzled, chose to respect his taste. After all, everyone has different preferences, and liking sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, or salty things was normal. It wasn't strange for Lin Juan to like pineapples. Chapter 130, Tyrannical CEO vs. Mountain Warrior Happy Mid-Autumn Festival *** Little Grape. Big Pineapple. Chen Kexin was a bit dumbfounded, not reacting at first. But upon recalling some uncensored Korean webtoons she had browsed through, she suddenly realized and her face instantly turned red. Appa. So, you're actually a pervert. And you dare to call me Little Grape. How infuriating. The lowly girl's face turned red with anger, veins popping on her forehead in a large, grabbing her pigtails in frustration. But Lin Juan chose to ignore her directly. After resting for a while, he planned to continue giving Soo-kinj some touch massages. Appa, you need to explain to me clearly, am I really a little grape? Seeing Lin Juan refusing to apologize to her, how could the lowly girl easily let him off, shouting loudly? Even the tuft of hair on her head seemed to sense her owner's anger, synchronously patting the air with a pat. Mr. Lin, young Master Huo Kichen is here to visit. He says he wants to come up and see Miss. Do you agree? Just then, the door was pushed open, and Liu Huan walked in, inquiring Lin Juan. Huo Kichen? That tyrannical CEO. What is he doing here? Lin Juan was somewhat surprised. He remembered in the original plotline, Huo Kichen at this time should be busy cuckolding Soo Fan in order to meet the main character for the first time with full hatred, right? Never mind, clear song, you know Huo Kichen. Do you want him to come up and visit you? Lin Juan originally intended to refuse Huo Kichen's visit and have Liu Huan send him away directly. But considering that Soo-kinj had already regained consciousness, and out of respect for the young girl, he decided to leave the choice to her. Anyway, based on his understanding of the plot, the current Soo-kinj didn't have a good impression of that tyrannical CEO. As she lay in the hospital bed and heard that it was Huo Kichen who came to visit her, Soo-kinj suddenly felt a sense of disgust. That self-righteous man. What is he doing here? Didn't I make myself clear before? Lack of respect for women, arrogant. Such a superficial man. Just thinking about it makes me disgusted. Honestly, if he didn't have the backing of the Huo family, I would doubt if he just stepped out and got killed for being too arrogant. In the end, considering the factors related to the Huo family, Soo-kinj, although annoyed by Huo Kishin's persistent advances, had to bear with it and endure. She had initially considered giving him a chance. After all, the Huo family had been established in the city for many years and could provide significant help for her revenge in the future. But every time she interacted with Huo Kichen... his attitude of woman, it's your lifetime honor to get my attention made Soo-kinj feel nauseated. Especially Huo Kishin's inherent condescension towards women, treating them as his toys. Not to mention making Soo Kinj have any positive feelings. She almost wanted to kill him several times. Too pretentious. Too self-righteous. Soo Kinj even suspected that he had read too many novels about tyrannical CEOs, leading to some kind of mental disorder. But she didn't want to needlessly offend the Hyo family. So, facing Hyo Kishin's self-assured attitude, Soo Kinj was just being polite and dismissive. Finally, after persisting for a month, the tyrannical CEO broke through. For the first time in his life, he began to doubt his own charm. Thinking that the woman he captured so effortlessly was still out of his grasp after a month, Hyo Ki-chen lost his patience. He was angry. "Woman, are you playing hard to get with me? A boring act. I'll tell you, if you manage to cling to me, you'll attract the jealous eyes of women around the world. But now, you're pushing me. Forcing me to between me and your whole family. ... After leaving an inexplicable final statement that day ... Hyo Ki-chen left angrily. Seeing this, Soo Kinj had already mentally prepared herself and was ready to face the retaliation and suppression from the Hyo family. But to her surprise, in the following period, everything remained calm and the expected retaliation never came. While Soo Kinj was puzzled, seeing nothing happening, she quickly redirected her energy back towards preparing for her revenge. Who would have thought that today, Hyo Ki-chen would suddenly show up? That superficial man. What does he want to achieve? Regardless, I should quickly send him away. Otherwise, he will definitely end up in conflict with Lin Juan, and Lin Juan may suffer as a result. Soo Kinj was very clear. That superficial man truly had a serious problem in his head, treating her as some kind of treasure. He not only prevented other men from getting close to her, but also threatened some of her suitors. However, for Soo Kinj, who used to suffer from misogyny, this situation actually turned out to be helpful, and she was glad for that. But now, she was somewhat afraid ... worried that Lin Juan might get hurt. Send him away. Soo Kinj used her finger to spell out 3 words in Lin Juan's palm. Okay. Lin Juan grinned, totally expecting the young girl's decision. After thinking for a moment, he instructed the lowly girl to accompany Soo Kinj well, as he planned to personally go downstairs to greet Hyo Ki-chen. Hearing this, Soo Kinj couldn't help but worrying. In her eyes, Hyo Ki-chen was a lunatic. Lin Juan going to meet him might lead to trouble. In the lobby downstairs, Hyo Ki-chen sat on a sofa, frowning at the young man sitting across from him with his eyes closed. Who are you? What is your relationship with the Soo family? I'm just an average bodyguard. Soo Fan slowly opened his eyes and casually glanced at Hyo Ki-chen, saying indifferently. He heard that the other party was here to visit his little sister, so he harbored no animosity towards him. A bodyguard. Hearing this, Hyo Ki-chen was surprised. What kind of bodyguard lazes around in the lobby during work hours? Is this a highly skilled bodyguard? Maybe even a martial artist? Thinking about it, Hyo Ki-chen suddenly realized. After all, people with power always have privileges wherever they go. For example, the Hyo family had recruited many powerful martial artists. Among them, there was even a peak internal energy martial artist, rumored to be just one step away from the legendary Chi-Force Master. But they were so powerful that they could only be described as a little Superman. Even with Hyo Kishin's arrogant personality, encountering such a person still required him to show respect by addressing him as senior. Surely the young man before him also had extraordinary abilities. With this thought, Hyo Ki-chen suddenly felt the desire to recruit him, extending an olive branch. My name is Hyo Ki-chen, heir of the Hyo family. You are quite good, I have my eye on you. Come follow me. No matter how much the Soo family pays you, I'll double it for you. How about it, Urha? Raising his head to observe the man's sharp facial features, Soo Fan appeared puzzled and replied casually, not interested. Sensing Soo Fan's slightly impatient attitude, a shade of darkness crossed Hyo Kishin's eyes. How could a mere bodyguard dare to repeatedly reject the CEO's offer? But upon hearing Soo Fan's interest only in the martial path, he smiled. I am not aware. If you are willing to swear loyalty to me, I can be merciful and give you an opportunity to show your face to a truly strong individual and request some guidance from him. Hyo Ki-chen pursed his lips in a cold smile, exuding confidence on his face. Peak internal energy. Hearing this term for such a character, Soo Fan quirked a dismissive smile. Insignificant, bold, Are you challenging my Huo family? You're the first person to ever look down on my Huo family like this. Do you think having the Su family as a backing allows you to act with impunity? At that moment, Huo Qichen was thoroughly enraged. Su Fan's repeated actions of disrespect had pushed him over the edge. He completely rescinded his earlier intention of recruiting, now just desiring to make Su Fan pay the price for it. And faced with Huo Qichen's threat, Su Fan frowned. He was starting to get annoyed by him. Letting out a cold snort, all greatness in this world comes from having an invincible backing. But not in my case, because I am my own strongest backing. Huo Qichen, being pretentious is the privilege of the strong and also the downfall of the worthless. You think you're strong, hey? You're actually a frog at the bottom of the well. Su Fan, pretentiousness requires capital, but I never lack that. Because my pretentiousness is founded on my superior strength compared to you. Huo Qichen, I'm not inferior to you. Haha. I'm not someone who likes to joke around. Don't provoke me, or I will let you experience the terror of my Huo family. Su Fan, a frog at the bottom of the well, never knows that there's a sky beyond the sky, and people beyond people. Everything you rely on is nothing but trash in my eyes, easily defeated. Huo Qichen, how dare you? Are you challenging my bottom line? If you are intentionally trying to make me angry, then let me tell you, you've succeeded. Su Fan, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting your Huo family. I'm talking about the entire world, all of which are like ants in my eyes. Huo Qichen, if you speak one more word, the Huo family will be expelled from the city starting today, as I've said. Dong dong dong. Lin Zhuan had just slowly walked down from the second floor, only to find the two provocateurs engaging in an intense exchange of their own perspectives and quotes. At that moment, it was a showdown between the tyrannical CEO and the mountain warrior. Their quotes clashed, one trying to outdo the other. If not for the disruption of his plan to swallow up the Huo family, Lin Zhuan felt like taking out a bag of melon seeds, sitting by the stairs, and enjoying the spectacle. Ahem, I smile up to the sky with a horizontal sword, and after laughing, I go to sleep. As he saw the two men getting tenser, Lin Zhuan raised his fist to his mouth, coughing a few times and adding a made-up quote to contribute to the ongoing showdown. This instantly caught the attention of the other two at the scene. Hey, Lin Zhuan, that troublesome man. Seeing the young man coming downstairs, Huo Qichen squinted his eyes, suddenly directing his anger towards Lin Zhuan. In his eyes, this waste of a man who dared to meddle with two women simultaneously was the person he should handle first and foremost. As for Su Fan, it was just his own fault for being too immature. A mere bodyguard, not even worthy of a second glance from me. Why should I demean myself and waste my emotions on him? So, this is how the Su family hosts guests. I know you. You're Su King's lucky son-in-law, right? This bodyguard just disrespected me. I demand you immediately contact the elders of the Su family to dismiss this bodyguard. Otherwise, I will consider this incident a provocation from the Su family towards my Huo family. At that time, the Su family may not be able to withstand my wrath. Just arriving in the hall, Huo Qichen immediately flexed his muscles, issuing a mini ultimatum to Lin Zhuan. In response, Lin Zhuan arched his eyebrows, glanced at the darkened Su Fan, feeling helpless. The dragon has scales, touch it, and you will die. Seeing you, Huo Qichen, I think you're seeking death. Chapter 131, Su Fan's initial approval. Lin Zhuan is not bad, can handle it. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. What are you still staring at? Why haven't you contacted Mr. Su yet, and then kicked this bodyguard out of the Su family? Su family manor, reception hall. Huo Qichen crossed his arms, raised his head proudly, looking down on Su Fan. In his eyes, just by firing a bodyguard, he could win over the Huo family. This deal, I'm sure no normal person would refuse it. But who would have thought Lin Zhuan would be looking at him awkwardly, scratching his head apologetically? Young Master Huo, you misunderstood. Brother Su Fan is not a bodyguard of the Su family. He is currently Chen Kexin's personal bodyguard. He explained a bit about the relationship between Chen Kedin and Su Fan. Lin Zhuan casually draped his arm around his elder cousin's shoulder, very familiarly said, and I have an instant connection with Brother Su Fan. I understand his character, and he possesses noble charisma. There must be a misunderstanding between you. Why not let us make peace and shake hands? Hearing this, Su Fan glanced at his nominal brother-in-law with a look of admiration in his eyes. Not bad. This person can see through my noble charisma through my ordinary appearance, liking +1, +1, +1. So according to you, am I the problem? Young Master Huo, you are overthinking. I am just stating the facts. Compared to the intense emotions a moment ago, Su Fan blinked. While Huo Kishin's face instantaneously darkened, a hint of coldness flashed in his dark eyes. He didn't expect Lin Juan to risk angering him to protect Su Fan for the sake of a mere bodyguard. Does Lin Juan not realize that his face is 1,000 times more important to him, Huo Qichen, than this bodyguard? Since this person is not a bodyguard of the Su family, it's even better. He just provoked me. I demand that you immediately take people and drive him out of the Su family. Otherwise, I will take it as a provocation from the Su family towards me. I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Huo Kishin's thin lips pressed together, and his deep and hoarse voice sounded, filled with a threatening tone. But what made him furious was that Lin Juan did not follow his instructions. Instead, with determined eyes, he protected Su Fan behind him and said firmly, "I'm sorry, young Master Huo. Brother Su Fan is my good friend, and I cannot comply with your request. Even if you want to kill me today, I have no regrets. But I cannot bring myself to drive my friend out of his home. However, this is my decision. It has nothing to do with the Su family. I alone take responsibility, and if young Master Huo has any dissatisfaction, come take it out on me." At this moment, Lin Juan spoke passionately and emotionally, as though he would protect Su Fan at all costs. Why do I feel like I have something in my eye? Looking at Lin Juan's slightly thin figure, standing firm and unwavering in front of him like a prince protecting his princess fearlessly, a soft spot in Su Fan's heart was moved involuntarily. This is what it feels like to be protected. 5 years ago, before he ran into trouble, the Huo family was already well known, and by now, they must be even more powerful. While he was just an insignificant figure on the surface. However, Lin Juan was willing to treat him as a brother, even if it meant offending the Huo family. This person is not bad, can be trusted. In this day and age, perhaps he will be a suitable match for my sister. Although his abilities are average and cannot shield my sister from the wind and rain, with me protecting them, they can live worrying-free for the rest of their lives. Facing Lin Juan's display of loyalty and righteousness, Su Fan's cold heart suddenly felt a wave of warmth. A subtle change appeared on his originally expressionless face, showing a hint of appreciation. Especially after hearing Lin Juan speaking boldly about responsible for one's own actions, and not wanting to trouble the Su family even under great pressure, Su Fan's admiration only grew stronger. He was finally beginning to approve of this brother-in-law. No longer did he strongly despise Lin Juan as before, thinking he was incapable and unworthy of his sister. On the other side, Lin Juan was at the forefront, with a mournful expression, protecting his elder cousin with open arms, almost to the point of engraving loyalty between brothers on his cheek. Suddenly, a series of system prompts rang in his mind. Ding! The Son of Destiny, Su Fan, has increased in friendliness. Ding! Magnetic field of affection range points correspondingly increased. Reward 10 points per second. My elder cousin has increased his fondness for me. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, then a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Well, it's not in vain that I acted out this drama. Looking at the numbers on the point panel in his mind, changing from 1 point per second to 10 points per second, Lin Juan's breathing quickened, and even the thought of sticking close to Su Fan and never leaving crossed his mind. I must say, the speed at which the points are increasing is making my heart race. After all, even my biggest source of points now, Su Kinj. Her affectionate values only increase by 1 point every 2 seconds, which is incomparable to the 10 points per second from my elder cousin. This is no longer about affection values. It's the overwhelming gap in luck points. It's truly no surprise that the Son of Destiny possesses such terror. Seeing such a crazy increase in points, Lin Juan momentarily wanted to be intimate and stick close with his elder cousin. But as a straight male, how could he bend over backwards for mere stick-close points? After all, as much as points are tempting, they can't compare to the sweet scent of a woman's body, right? And Lin Juan firmly believes that as long as he finds a way to stick close to Su Kinj, the points he would receive would be unimaginable. If he could just lie in bed all day, every day, embracing the closeness, and never come out. Wouldn't that be better than following some smelly man every day? Thinking of this, Lin Juan's face relaxed, filled with a sense of fulfillment, and his anticipation of conquering his future wife increased even more deeply. However, as he began to think about certain deleted scenes, a slightly lecherous smile unintentionally appeared on his face. On the other side, Huo Qixin's chest heaved rapidly, his breathing growing heavy, as he was consumed by intense rage. He had never imagined that as a prominent member of the Huo family, where he was usually revered and feared, he would be repeatedly challenged and humiliated by a mere son-in-law. Humph! Good! Have some courage! When a king is angered, blood will spill for 5 steps. The face that I've lost today, I'll have you to buried with 9 generations to come. Thinking this, Huo Qixin's emotions eased slightly. After all, the 2 dead people placed on his hit list, himself and the nearly deceased pair, what did he care about them compared to the SE? Chapter 132. Huo Qixin forced to apologize, Su Fan's sinister hand, Lin Juan schadenfreude like ants. Facing the siege of over a dozen Special Forces kings, Su Fan sneered disdainfully. With a casual slap, he sent the muscular man in front of him flying through the air. Is he really a martial artist? Looking at the muscular man in front of him, Huo Qixin's face changed slightly. Although he couldn't determine Su Fan's exact strength, being able to send a person flying several meters in midair required formidable power, probably only possessed by martial artists. However, it's extremely difficult for martial artists to cultivate. Given this kid's young appearance, even if he is a rare martial arts genius, he probably has just begun to tap into internal strength, lacking much combat experience. With over a dozen Special Forces kings who have been on the battlefield, combined with their mastery of cold weapons, dealing with this kid should be a piece of cake. Very well, everything is still under control. Thinking to this point, Huo Qixin's eyes were as sharp as a knife, a cruel arc involuntarily curling his thin lips. No need to hold back, cripple him. A glance exchanged among the dozen black-clad bodyguards, each pulling out weapons, such as batons, brass knuckles, and knives, approaching Su Fan with cold smiles. Brother Su Fan, be careful. Watch out. In the crowd behind, Lin Juan's face was full of anxious worrying, roaring at the top of his lungs. In response, Su Fan simply put his hands in his pockets, turning back to give a friendly smile. Then, he used his long, sexy right leg to execute simple techniques such as sweeping kicks and consecutive kicks, effortlessly cutting through the crowd. With his grandmother-level physical strength, the so-called Special Forces kings couldn't even block a single move in front of him. Crack! Su Fan raised his leg and casually kicked, the sound of bones cracking echoing incessantly. As he didn't want to start a massacre at the Su family household, he didn't take the lives of these people. But while capital punishment can be escaped, guilt cannot. Moreover, a grandmother must not be insulted. Thus, with great mercy, Su Fan only broke the bodyguard's hands or feet as a small punishment. Here he actually won. Could it be that this kid's strength isn't merely at the beginner's level of internal strength? Looking at the bodyguards who usually acted so recklessly now lying on the ground, groaning in pain with their broken limbs, Huo Qixin widened his eyes, looking as though he had seen a ghost. What are you? What do you want? Don't come any closer. Seeing Su Fan slowly approaching, Huo Qixin felt a sense of panic for the first time in his life, quickly turning around to run. But Su Fan grabbed him by the neck as though pinching a chick, lifting him off the ground. What do you want? I am Huo Qixin, from the Huo family. If you dare to harm me, the Huo family will never let you go. Even if you are a martial artist, with grandmother he's pinnacle of internal strength in the Huo family, killing you would be like slaughtering a dog. If you don't want to die, release me quickly. Ignoring Huo Qixin's threats, Su Fan's expression was indifferent. In a flash, several silver needles appeared in his hand, lightning quick, piercing the major acupoints around Huo Qixin's waist. After silently transmitting his internal energy to Huo Qixin's body through the needles, he swiftly removed them, accomplished the whole process fluidly, with Huo Qixin himself completely unaware. Brother Su Fan, spare him. At this moment, Lin Juan shouted out hurriedly, waving his hand to intervene. He truly feared that with just one move, Su Fan could end up killing Huo Qixin, leading to a series of troubles ahead. Setting aside other issues, the organization in charge of managing martial artists would certainly step in early. They wouldn't overlook the killing of someone with Huo Kishin's status without cause. Lin Zhuan didn't want his big brother and the original storyline to end up facing off against official organizations, making enemies worldwide. As a law-abiding citizen, it was important to adhere to the rules. This way, in case of any trouble, they could find mutual benefits with the official organization, rather than provoke a formidable enemy out of nowhere. Brother Su Fan, give me some face. If something happens to young Master Huo here, it will be troublesome for both the Su family and you in the future. Stepping up to his elder brother, Lin Zhuan first explained the situation, and then appealed to him with reason. He believed that just by mentioning the safety of the Su family, Su Fan would make a wise choice to avoid implicating Su Qinj and the others. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Su Fan let go of his grip on Huo Kishin's neck. He might not care about the Huo family or any other forces, but he didn't want to bring even the slightest trouble to his grandfather and the others because of himself. That's right. Young Master Huo, you really pushed it. Who told you to let others attack Brother Su Fan first? Come on, quickly apologize to Brother Su Fan. I believe that Brother Su Fan isn't petty. He will definitely forgive you. What? Apologize to me? Since when did I, Huo Kishin, learn to say sorry from birth? And this bastard even dared to grab my neck. Huo Kishin seethed with rage internally. But feeling Su Fan's chilling gaze hovering over him, he decided it was wise to be in tune with the times. This grudge, I will settle it next time. After all of his men were now lying defeated. If he didn't yield now, it might soon be his turn to hit the ground. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's right. Great. Now that we've cleared the air, let's all be good friends in the future. Seeing Huo Kishin's aggrieved expression, Lin Zhuan held back a smile, stepping up to mediate and reconcile both sides. Mr. Lin, are you all right? What on earth happened here? At this moment, Liu Huan arrived with security personnel, a bit late to the scene. Though Lin Zhuan wanted to criticize the speed of their response, he smiled and made up excuses like a friendly match and roughhousing to explain the situation. He then asked them to help escort the injured bodyguards back to the Huo family. My name is Su Fan, remember me. You insignificant ant. As they bid farewell, in order to reduce the possibility of the Su family facing retaliatory strikes, Su Fan chose to shoulder all the hatred onto himself. Hands in his pockets, he cast a disdainful glance at Huo Kishin. Then, without another word, he returned to the sofa and sat down. I will remember this. Watching Su Fan's arrogant figure depart, Huo Kishin's eyes flashed with a cold light, sharp and fierce like a wild beast, enunciating each word slowly and sharply. The humiliation of today must be repaid 100-fold. With a snort, he turned and left. On the other side, feeling the malicious gaze directed at him, Su Fan remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. He was already accustomed to the rage of the incompetent. Over the years, he had dealt with at least 1,000 or 800 of such people. However, words aside, Su Fan couldn't afford to spare anyone who posed a threat to the Su family. So, even though he appeared merciful by forgiving Huo Kishin, secretly, he had already taken action, using his supreme medical skills to seal the critical acupoints around Huo Kishin's waist. As time went by, this would block the transmission of nerve muscle signals. In the long run, his skeletal muscles would gradually lose their normal function. Eventually, Huo Kishin would lose sensation in his lower body, becoming a perpetual invalid bedridden for life. The onset time of this condition varied from person to person, ranging from as little as 3 to 4 days to as much as several weeks. I hope the Huo family won't act foolishly. Otherwise, a century-old prestigious family would no longer be necessary. As Su Fan's expression grew colder, calculating the date Huo Kishin would become paralyzed on a bed. Young Master Huo, have a safe journey. Come play here next time you have the chance. Lin Zhuan then looked like a mischievous child, waving to see Huo Kishin off. Chapter 133. Huo Kishin's rage. It's more painful to see the Su family making money than losing money yourself. After watching President Ba leave, Lin Zhuan exchanged a few words with his elder uncle before heading upstairs with a smile. But as soon as he returned to the familiar room of the young girls, he witnessed a scene that made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Qin's sister, Hug me, Rem loves you 3. On the pure and soft hospital bed, 2 young girls were cuddled together. The one on the left had an exquisite face, like Sleeping Beauty in deep slumber. The one on the right was cosplaying as Rem in a Lolita outfit, clinging to the Sleeping Beauty all over like an octopus, as if treating her as a human body pillow. Chen Kexin, what are you doing? You dare to touch my woman? Are you challenging my limit? Lin Juan loudly exclaimed, so angry that he almost burst out with President Ba's catchphrases. Rolling up his sleeves, he rushed to the bed to kick Chen Kexin out. However, the Lolita girl held onto Su Kinj tightly, refusing to let go. I'm not leaving. I'm tired. Kinj's sister agreed to let me lie down for a while. You have no right to interfere. Oh what? Kinj agreed to this? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Juan couldn't believe it, hesitantly turning his head to the sleeping girl on the bed for confirmation. Zundu. Zundu. Adhering to the answer given by the girl in his palm, Lin Juan felt helpless in an instant. Fine. If his own wife doesn't mind, what else can he say? But what Lin Juan didn't know was, in the beginning, Su Kinj also did not agree. However, Chen Kexin directly used the tactic of acting cute, sweetly claiming she didn't sleep well last night, felt tired, and wanted to lie down for a while. After all, there weren't many friends left who were willing to keep in touch with her after becoming a vegetable. As the saying goes, true friends reveal themselves in times of hardship. In Su King's eyes, the Lolita girl was like her little sister. Unable to force Chen Kexin off the bed, Lin Juan reluctantly gave up, and in the name of medical treatment, climbed into bed and squeezed the Lolita girl out from between the 2 young girls. Hey, Tilda, what are you doing? It's time to massage Kinj. You go to the side. Hearing that it was essential to help Su Kinj recover, Chen Kexin reluctantly complied and lay down on the other half of the bed, watching Lin Juan embrace Kinj in his arms. At this moment, in a sense, the 3 of them realized a monogamous union, sleeping under the same covers. On the other side, bang bang bang. Huo Qichen, who had recently left the Su family, was raging in his own company. After smashing the furniture in his office, his mood finally calmed down a bit. He then took out his phone and made a call. Within 5 minutes, I want all the information on that Su fan. And those incompetent bodyguards, make them pack up and get lost, a bunch of useless people. Huo Qichen's voice was cold and deep, each word cutting like a blade. He held a deep grudge against Su Fan, to the point that the thought of that damn guy made his kidneys ache with anger. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After rubbing his side a few times, the pain eased significantly. He didn't pay much attention to it and issued orders to his subordinates. I want to impose commercial sanctions on the Su family. Investigate the recent business dealings of the Su family. See if there are any commercial loopholes to exploit. I will make the Su family go bankrupt at all costs. In Huo Qichen's eyes, the Su family deserved punishment for causing him great humiliation. So the Su family was guilty and must be punished. Once he completely bankrupted the Su group, he wanted to see who that useless son-in-law would rely on. I'm going to slowly torment all of you, let you experience true despair. Ha ha ha. As Huo Qichen indulged in his thoughts, relishing in control, a slightly uneasy voice came from the other end of the line. The Su family seems a bit difficult to deal with. It seems they have made some technological breakthroughs in product development recently. The latest beauty products they launched have received great response in the market. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, Huo Qichen was incredulous. He quickly checked various social media platforms and found the situation to be even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. The top spots on almost all trending lists were discussions about the Su family's beauty products, especially the legendary entertainment savior, L. He claimed that he could only return to the entertainment industry under the redemption of this product from the Su group. This filled tens of thousands of fans with gratitude, propelling the Su family's new product to monumental heights. Damn that L! Shut him down across all platforms. Huo Qichen had previously admired the sudden music genius, L, a lot. He had listened to most of his songs and couldn't deny the talent, even considering recruiting him. But seeing the Su family's fame skyrocket thanks to him, he couldn't contain his anger. As the ancient saying goes, it's more painful to see someone else making money than losing it yourself. If not for this L, Even if Su family produced the best medicine, breaking into the market would still be challenging. He would have to spend a great deal of money and effort on advertising to boost recognition. But now, the Su Group effortlessly became a nationally renowned pharmaceutical company. Damn this L, he truly deserved it. On the last day of this month, seeking gifts and wishing everyone a happy National Day. ***. Chapter 130 For White Moon Orchid reveals her hand. Lin Jianjun is not Lin Hao's biological father. Shutting down L? Huo, this is a bit difficult. L hasn't signed with any company. He's currently just releasing songs online. So far, he's been able to rise to fame out of nowhere, not relying on any capital or packaging operation. It's all based on his real talent and the entertainment gift that far exceeds this era. When Huo Qichen heard that he wanted to shut down L, his subordinate on the other end of the phone couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it were Tsai Jikun, Taiku La, Last Minute Help, and other Flow celebrities marketed out with the capital power of the Huo family. As long as they negotiate with the capital behind the Flow celebrities in private and pay a certain price, it is indeed possible to shut down so-called stars from the screen. After all, the big shots promote Flow newcomers just to harvest brainless fans. If they lose this batch, they can simply create another batch through continuous reality show talent competitions. So-called idols can completely be artificially marketed. But LS situation is very special. 1 in a million. He has overcome capital with talent. He hasn't relied on any packaging marketing and has risen to fame solely because of his talent that far surpasses the limitations of the time. Now L has attracted a huge amount of flow. Whoever dares to make him disappear will probably face the collective ire of the entire nation. The Lin Group that is about to go bankrupt is a warning. To sum it up, going against L is harmful. The Huo family can't afford this cost, and they don't have the ability to do so. I heard that LS talent has caught the attention of many important figures nationwide. Some want to use LS huge flow to make money, while others simply appreciate his talents and praise his songs. At this point, Huo Qichen's face became even darker. How could he not know the intentions of his subordinates? If L was really taken action against, there might be some forces weaker than the Huo family coming out, aiming to recruit or establish good relationships with L for various reasons, and trying to block it. In the end, Huo Qichen's face turned dark, gritted his teeth, and gave up the idea of shutting down L. What's the deal with that beauty product the Su family is selling? Why didn't we hear anything before? How come your intelligence work is so bad? If that pill is really as good as the Su family is promoting, then you should immediately find a way to get that prescription. In the face of his boss's rebuke, the subordinate also felt wronged. He didn't expect that. Su Shengchen's secrecy work this time was so good. Not even their undercover agents in the Su Group had received any information, catching everyone off guard. When Huo Qichen received the news, he felt conflicted. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. As the saying goes, water flows to a low place, and people go to high places. People tend to seek profit and avoid harm. Old first-tier families and fallen second-tier families surely understand how to choose, right? If the Su family can offer something, my Huo family can offer them twice as much. In this situation, who wouldn't be tempted? Once the press conference starts, as soon as the identity of that researcher is confirmed, find a way to recruit them regardless of the cost. Yes, Huo. Click. Huo Qichen hung up the phone, sat back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think of the humiliation he had faced not long ago. He began to feel a dull pain in his waist from the anger. Today could be considered the most frustrating day of his 30 years of life. I can't stand this. I need to figure out a way to get back at them. Maybe by using Su Yan, that love chess piece, or the 3 idiots from the Lin family. Anyway, they are all related to the Su family or that kid. If something happens to them, as relatives, they will surely be heartbroken. Thinking about this, a sinister smile appeared on Huo Qichen's lips. Lin Company headquarters. Lin Jianjun, with a grim face and limping, returned to the employee dormitory. The Lin Hao mother and son followed closely behind him, feeling restless. Why did you abandon me back then? After walking into the living room and sitting down on the sofa, feeling the pain throughout his body, Lin Jianjun wrinkled his brows. He suddenly turned around, full of anger, and questioned. Hours before, He had been surrounded and beaten by an angry crowd at the hospital. If it weren't for the security guards and police appearing in time, he wondered if he would have been beaten to death alive. Yet, compared to the physical pain, what truly broke Lin Jianjun's defense was the quick departure of Lin Hao and his mother. "I trusted you so much, and yet you left me. Do you know how much hurt my young heart suffered at that moment?" Lin Jianjun's face darkened like a storm approaching, making the mother and son feel a strong pressure. White Moon Orchid was the first to react, pretending to be on the verge of tears. "Honey, how could you doubt the love between me and Howard? Ha-hoo-hoo. We only knew our own limitations and decided it was best to call the hospital security to save you. But you, how could you doubt the bond between us? Ha-hoo-hoo. I can't live." Wiping away tears, White Moon Orchid looked disappointed and resentful towards the man. She then seemed to want to run to the balcony, as if aiming to prove her innocence by jumping off the building. Beside her, Lin Hao's eyes widened, then quickly went down on both knees. "Dad, how could you not trust little Hao? Even if I were beaten to death, I would never abandon Dad. The love I have for Dad is evident. Your pain is my pain. Since you don't believe in little Hao can only prove his innocence with his life. Dad, if Howard is unfilial, I can't care for you in your old age. Howard will leave now. Wishing you well." Lin Hao was in tears, kowtowing several times to Lin Jianjun. Then, he suddenly stood up, turned his head to face a nearby column, looking like he was going to tragically crash into it. At that moment, the mother and son screamed. One wanted to jump off the building, and the other wanted to hit the wall for their innocence. "Stop. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm to blame, and if anything were to happen to you both, how could I live the rest of my life?" Lin Jianjun felt his anger dissipate as he saw Lin Hao and his mother willing to sacrifice for their innocence. He was overwhelmed with guilt. "I can't stand this. I have to figure out a way to get back at them. For example, using Su Yan or those three fools from the Lin family. Regardless, they are all related to the Su family or that kid. If something were to happen to them as family, they would surely be heartbroken." With these thoughts, a sinister smile crossed Huo Qixin's face. Lin Company, meeting room. As Lin Jianjun limped in and opened the door, instantly, various smells of alcohol and smoke hit him in the face. Inside the room, several dozen shareholders, big and small, were present. Their faces were haggard, eyes bloodshot, and spirits extremely low. Some were smoking one cigarette after another. Some were sighing with their heads on the desk. Most shockingly, some were carrying strong liquor, indulging in heavy drinking on their own. This situation could only be described as dreary and bleak, 1,000 miles of desolation. After fully grasping the situation in the room, Lin Jianjun was furious, pointing and scolding the board members. "You scoundrels, what do you think this place is? It's time for a meeting. How can you be drinking and smoking like this? Where's the decorum? Does the company have no rules?" In the face of Lin Jianjun's scolding, the group of board members in the meeting room ignored him completely, continuing their own conversations. "Old Lin, things are critical right now. Stop showing off your authority. Quickly figure out a way to save the company from bankruptcy. Enough of your complaints. Sit down and let's get this over with. The company's stock prices are plummeting, and we need to come up with a solution quickly. We're all losing hair trying to save the company from its decline. Fortunately, Chairman, you have good luck. Just go to the hospital, leave the trouble to us. The only one who can save the company now is you, Chairman. You can't be so stubborn anymore." Listening to everyone's disrespectful attitudes, Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that his kingly authority was slipping away. Before, when he had full control over the Lin Company, all board members were respectful towards him. Who dared to interrupt him mid-speech? However, angry as he was, he knew the reason. It was all due to the imminent bankruptcy of the company. Everyone was about to become penniless debtors. In this situation, who cared about hierarchy or authority? "Quiet! Please listen to me. Listen to me." Lin Jianjun furrowed his brows and pressed his hands into the air, wanting to use his usual authority to suppress the whole room. However, he was interrupted by a board member in a black suit who urged him to stop speaking. "Don't bother with that, old Lin. You should go to the Su family and ask them to give us the prescription for the beauty pill." Only then can our Lin company have a chance for a comeback. Seeing his words being interrupted, Lin Jianjun seethed with rage. He realized his regal authority was slipping away. It was totally out of character for anyone to interrupt him mid-speech, especially after he fully controlled the Lin company. Lin Group, headquarters. In the conference room, Lin Jianjun's face turned pale as he could clearly sense the changing attitudes of the board members. Despite feeling angry, he felt helpless. Unless the Lin Group can make a comeback, his position as the nominal chairman might soon be disregarded. Old Lin, why are you standing there dumbfounded? Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and go to the Su family. Ask them to provide us with the prescription for the beauty pill. Only by doing this, perhaps the Lin Group can turn the tide of bankruptcy. Maybe even turn this misfortune into a blessing, soaring to new heights with this opportunity, far exceeding the past. At this moment, the board member in a black suit from earlier frowned again and urged Lin Jianjun. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the board members were all talking at once, continuously urging Lin Jianjun to hurry up. Beauty pill. What is this thing? What does it have to do with the Su family? Can the Lin family really turn the tide and make a comeback relying on this so-called beauty pill? Lin Jianjun looked puzzled, as he had been hiding in the hospital before and had no idea about the beauty pill. Are you serious, Chairman? Everyone knows about the beauty pill, and you still don't? I'm flabbergasted. You've been hiding in the hospital. Don't you know anything about the beauty pill? Just check online now. The Su family has come up with a new beauty product, promoted by L, and it's selling like crazy now. We discussed it privately before you arrived. If we can also produce this miraculous pill, the Lin Group can definitely counterattack and regain its peak. Through the scattered information revealed by the board members, Lin Jianjun roughly understood the situation. He then took out his phone and began searching online about the beauty pill. Soon, his expression turned unpleasant as he put down the phone. L? Why is it L again? Is he the nemesis of my Lin family? Last time he ruined my good plan, and now he's advertising for the Su family on a large scale. This man is truly damn it. Lin Jianjun cursed in his heart, harboring deep hatred towards L, who had caused him trouble multiple times, almost as much as towards Lin Zhuan, that rebellious son of his. Old Lin, snap out of it and take action. Call Su Shengshan now and arrange a meeting. You two are relatives. Your son-in-law is their granddaughter, so if you make a small request, the Su family surely won't refuse. Actually, I just called the Su group. Su Shengshan's response was, as long as his grandson-in-law agrees, he can share the prescription unconditionally. Isn't that settled? Lin Xiao is after all old Lin's son. He won't sit back and watch our group collapse, right? Chairman, contact Master Lin Zhuan quickly. Have him extend a helping hand and save the Lin group. Now everyone is in the same boat. They rise and fall together. Upon hearing that Lin Zhuan is the key to saving the Lin group, they were both joyous and pressing. However, facing the expectant gazes of everyone, Lin Jianjun's expression turned gloomy, and he said with a touch of impatience, "You all know. The situation is different now, unlike in the past. It's true that I had a good relationship with the Su family in the past. But over these years, the bond between us has faded. Just recently, our relationship had soured. And that rebellious son of mine has severed our father-son connection. He will certainly not care about me." Thinking back to Lin Zhuan's ruthless figure in the hospital, Lin Jianjun felt completely desolate. He resolved that even if the company went bankrupt, he wouldn't give Lin Zhuan another chance to be his son. He wanted Lin Zhuan to forever lose his father's love, to live in a state of lovelessness and misery for the rest of his life. Even though the relationship is severed, you are still father and son. Old Lin, the company is on the brink of survival. Do you still care about face at this critical moment? The big picture is important. Regardless, you should at least try. You wouldn't want to watch the company collapse, would you? The company's stock price is about to bottom out. If we continue like this, our shares will be worthless. Old Lin, stop being stubborn. You need to speak more softly. I'm not blaming you. Why were you so harsh on Lin Zhuan before, always scolding and reprimanding him? And now, The board members in the room all advised Lin Jianjun. They didn't care about the trivial matters in Lin Jianjun's family. They only wanted to rescue the Lin Group from the brink of bankruptcy to save the value of their shares. Under the earnest persuasion of the board members, Lin Jianjun ultimately couldn't escape the law of scent. To avoid ending up homeless, he compromised, took out his phone, and dialed the number of his disobedient son, Lin Zhuan. The number you dialed is currently busy. The number you dialed cannot be reached at the moment. 2 minutes passed. The expressions of the people around turned strange, while Lin Jianjun's face turned increasingly unpleasant. He made dozens of calls in a row, but each one was promptly disconnected, with the official telecom prompt sound. Seeing this situation, everyone could easily guess what was going on. Lin Jianjun had been blocked by his own son. That damn beast! In front of so many people, being cut off from contact by his own son left Lin Jianjun completely embarrassed. Enraged, he smashed his iPhone on the ground, shattering it instantly. Despite feeling sympathetic towards Lin Jianjun's outburst, the others still spoke up. "Old Lin, don't lose your temper. There's no time for you to lose your temper now. Since your son has blocked you, you should go visit him in person." That's right. Visiting in person is more appropriate than calling. It shows sincerity. When you go, just lower your pride a bit, apologize sincerely to your son. If he softens his heart, he will surely forgive your past behavior, and our company will be saved. Reasonable. I believe this suggestion is completely reasonable. ... Listening to the suggestions from the board members, Lin Jianjun was on the brink of exploding. His face was dark, and he found it difficult to believe. These bastards who had been obedient and ingratiating to him not long ago were now urging him to go see that rebellious son of his for their own benefit. He had already been blocked by his son. What more was there to understand? Asking him to go visit and apologize to his son, wasn't that trampling on his dignity? How could a father apologize to his son? Where is the logic in that? In the face of Lin Jianjun's almost fiery gaze, the board members present not only did not show any restraint, but instead pinned all the blame on Lin Jianjun. Their tone was full of complaints. "Stop glaring at us. If you have this time, you better think about how to gain forgiveness from your son. The future of the company now rests entirely on your son's shoulders. It's strange, if you had been kinder to your son, would we be facing this mess now? I just don't understand. Why do you show such favoritism? Treat everyone equally, for heaven's sake. Your favoritism has reached as far as the Pacific Ocean." Exactly. Nowadays, who doesn't have a few illegitimate children out there? I have 3, yet the chosen heir in my heart is still the one at home. How about you? If you had been nicer to Lin Zhuan from the beginning, we wouldn't need to worry about this kind of situation. The company would have been saved long ago. It's all your fault. Why can't you tell the difference between the legitimate and illegitimate sons? ... The people were already extremely frustrated due to the recent unfortunate events. Now, they seemed to have found a vent and began to blame Lin Jianjun one after another. As for whether he would retaliate in the future, whether he would sabotage them, please, if they couldn't get through this crisis, the company would be declared bankrupt, and who would care then whether you, Lin Jianjun, even mattered? HMPH. All of you shut up. You didn't say all this before. Now you are all speaking without thinking. And that unfilial son of yours, his attitude is so obvious. What's the point of me going to find him? It's a waste of time. Let's think of other ways. Lin Jianjun was about to explode from the provocations of these opportunistic fellows. Initially, when he welcomed Lin Hao and his mother into the family, these people were congratulating him for gaining a precious child, saying how Lin Hao was far superior to Lin Zhuan, etc. But now, their words turned tables, directly referring to him as the eternal criminal. However, facing his discontent, the members of the board remained indifferent, choosing to ignore it. Lin's group was thriving at that time. Lin Jianjun was the chairman of the company, acting in his own interest. Seeing the clear favoritism towards the illegitimate child, they naturally spoke in favor of what pleased the environment. But now, with the company on the verge of bankruptcy, who had the time to cater to his feelings? Other ways. What other ways are left now? Your son is the only hope. A shareholder in a black suit, getting up and irately lecturing. It's useless to visit him like this. If I were your son, I wouldn't stick around. I might even give you a couple of slaps. After all, you've been excessively biased towards him. Not only did you give his rightful inheritance to the illegitimate child, but also publicly threatened to sever your relationship with Lin Juan. Add to that the years of scolding and differential treatment. If I were your son, I'd be absolutely furious. In this situation, don't expect me to help you. I might even sabotage you without anyone knowing, or get even worse. Curse you to choke on your own gas. The shareholder in the black suit's tone became stranger as the speech progressed. He truly began to suspect if Lin Jianjun had gone mad. How else could he explain those ridiculous actions before, unless there's another hidden agenda? Lao Lin, can you come clean with us? Is Lin Juan not your biological son? Is that why you treat him like an enemy? These speculations came out spontaneously from the man in the black suit. The others present initially pondered, then suddenly realized as if a light bulb had lit. All of them stared at Lin Jianjun with a mixture of sympathy and bewilderment, as if they could see a green pasture above his head. So that's it, they understood. They understood. If that's the case, Lao Lin's behavior makes sense. It's completely understandable. Don't be sad. To live a good life, you must have some connections. No way. Could Lin Juan not be your real son? That's why you treat him like an enemy. Exactly. They really look alike. He should be the real son, right? It's the illegitimate child who doesn't match at all. He looks nothing like you. Bingo. That solves it. Not only is he not the biological son, can he still use that emotional leverage on Lin Juan? Before they could voice their own thoughts, others had already surmised the truth with vivid details. Enough. Stop making baseless claims. I've confirmed that Lin Juan is 100% my seed. Lin Jianjun was so frustrated that he smashed the table several times, creating loud thuds, and angrily declared. After noticing Lin Juan's drastic change in behavior, he had suspected whether there was a swap of identities, which led him to discreetly conduct a paternity test using the hair he had recovered from Lin Juan's old residence. And the test results left him both shocked and disappointed. Pleased that he hadn't been cuckolded, but disappointed that Lin Juan's rebellious nature was inherent without any specific reason. Really my son? As everyone stared at Lin Jianjun's solemn expression, they exchanged looks and ended up believing his claim. However, the room fell into silence as some mumbled, "Then why were you treating him like that before?" Lin Jianjun's mouth twitched as he responded, "Ahem, let's move on. That's not important. What we need to discuss is how to get Lin Xiao to agree to help us." Someone realized the conversation was meandering and hastily redirected it with a cough. Hearing this, the board members chimed in with their opinions, keen to solve the dilemma. Lin, the key to resolving this lies with you admitting the mistakes in front of him and repenting for your years of blindness. I believe the crucial point lies with Lin Hao and his mother. They are the cause of all this. Lin Xiao must surely hold a grudge against them. Lin, I suggest you kick them out of the house. Exactly, that would show sincerity. Especially Lin Hao, you should immediately post an announcement on the official microblog, officially stripping him of his heir position. Not just that, to gain Lin Xuan's forgiveness, he must develop an emotional connection with Lin Group. Start by officially declaring Lin Xiao as the only heir of our group. Ignoring Lin Jianjun's increasingly murderous gaze, the shareholders discussed fervently, believing they had devised a plan with great potential. They didn't care about the future owner of Lin Group, whether it would be Lin Hao or Lin Juan. As long as someone could bring profit to the company, they would wholeheartedly support that person. Clearly, Lin Juan was now the savior of the company, leaving Lin Hao deserted by them. I've noticed before, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkle with wisdom, exuding a visionary light for market insights. He's undoubtedly a born business prodigy. The company will soar under his leadership. When Lin Xiao learns that Lin Group belongs to him, involving his own interests, surely he won't let the group fall. Absolutely valid. Besides Lin Juan, no one else deserves that heir position. We only recognize Lin Xiao. Right, Lao Lin, didn't you snatch 30% from your son? Immediately return it to him unconditionally. Or better yet, just transfer all your 55% shares to him. I support that. Our company will belong to Lin Xiao sooner or later. Whether it's sooner or later doesn't matter. Lao Lin, you're getting old. You might as well retire. We'll assist Lin Xiao properly. Excellent. Remember, Lin Xiao is the only son-in-law of the Su family. I heard Su Shangshan is planning to hand over the Su family to him. The future looks promising. With Lin Xiao as the mediator, the Su and Lin families will blend together. Lin Group will surely surpass expectations. A promising future awaits. ... The shareholders chimed in with different perspectives, suggesting that Lin Jianjun might as well retire and hand over the company's management to Lin Zhuan. This nearly infuriated Lin Jianjun. He was upset, clenching his fists and trembling out of exasperation. He had just obtained the shares from his disobedient son, finally becoming the true master of Lin Group after all these years. And now, they wanted him to hand over the company to that rebel. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if Lin Group went bankrupt, he wouldn't unconditionally give it to the illegitimate child. With a stern face, Lin Jianjun faced a group of antagonistic traitors. He sought the support of the silent Bai Jinglong, asking for his opinion. Jinglong, what do you think? He had expected his brother-in-law to stand by his side. But to his surprise... I think what my colleagues are saying makes sense. Perplexed by Lin Jianjun's puzzled expression, Bai Jinglong, in a red tie, internally cursed him as a fool. He continued, I don't mean handing over the company to him, but apologizing temporarily and restoring his heir position. As for my sister and nephew, they can temporarily come back to live with me. Some details, you know? We need to get the company through this crisis first. We can consider the rest afterwards. Lin Group should not go bankrupt. That way, the Bai family could continue to profit from it, reaping even greater benefits. Thus, Bai Jinglong was also eager for Lin Group to overcome this crisis. As for his sister and nephew, he had to find a way to explain it properly. Surely, they would understand. The immediate priority was to get past the current hurdle, and the rest could be dealt with later. Bai directors have great foresight. Admirable. Indeed, Bai directors, I'm in awe of your wisdom. Lin, since your elder brother-in-law has decided to sacrifice family relationships for righteousness, why are you still hesitating? Seeing Bai Jinglong's approach, the board members nodded in agreement, hopeful as this seemed like a glimmer of insight. Perhaps by seizing this opportunity, Lin Group might not only recover, but even surpass its previous peak, ascending to the top tier of family businesses. As they brainstormed strategies to earn Lin Zhuan's forgiveness and formulate a plan to win him over. Outside the conference room, a well-dressed figure stood at the door, listening to the conversation inside, trembling with anger. It was Lin Hao. Upon learning that Lin Jianjun wasn't his real father, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Despite harboring numerous grievances against Lin Jianjun over the years, and even a bit of resentment, he had always considered him as his father. But now... The revelation he overheard left him completely cold. Those infuriating shareholders, who used to welcome him with smiles, were now disregarding him and calling him the illegitimate child, showing no respect, willing to abandon him and his mother just to please Lin Zhuan. Unforgivable. Fortunately, his uncle was there. He would surely take his family's side, right? That's what Lin Hao thought initially, only to be shattered to bits. His own uncle had agreed. He agreed. What followed left Lin Hao even more despondent. Lin Jianjun too compromised. Whatever his reasons, he chose to abandon them, all for the sake of Lin Zhuan. In this moment, Lin Hao's face turned a menacing shade of iron, his eyes reflecting a dangerous spark. The thought of devising strategic plans, working tirelessly to reach his current position, only to lose it all now, fueled a deep-seated fury within him. He loathed those two-faced board members. He loathed his heartless uncle. Most of all, he loathed... Lin Zhuan. For effortlessly achieving his dreams, something he desired for years with no effort. He refused. Lin Hao's fists clenched tightly, veins pulsating on his arms, portraying a boundless rage within. Why? Why did that man effortlessly obtain what he yearned for, while he strived from nothing but his background? And even after finally returning to the Lin family, playing the good son for so long, everyone just treated him as an outcast, all to welcome Lin Zhuan. Why? Why is heaven so unjust? At this moment, the last bit of kinship evaporated in hatred, and Lin Hao made a decision in his heart. The Lin Group, headquarters. Inside the meeting room. All right, Lao Lin. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and set off. Remember, the overall situation is important. You absolutely cannot act petty again. Everything should be based on your son's mood. Yes, yes, yes. As long as Lin Juan is willing to share the formula for Beauty Pill with us, he can request anything, and we can agree to it. La Lin. Now, the life or death of the company is in your hands, you know? The shareholders of the board now see Lin Juan as the last hope for the Lin Group, all requesting Lin Jianjun to lower his attitude in order to seek forgiveness from Lin Juan. This makes Lin Jianjun flushed with anger and extreme frustration. He never imagined one day he would be apologizing to that unfilial son like a lost dog, humbly. All right, enough. Stop talking. Let me attend to my wounds, then we'll head to the Su family. Lin Jianjun, annoyed by the crowd's chatter, scolded them without patience. He had been injured in the hospital before, walking with a limp. Even now, he still felt aches and pains all over his body. However, this group only cared about their own interests, and not a single person came to inquire about his injuries. Heartless! What are you still treating for? You look pathetic enough like this. Maybe it'll trigger your son's sympathy. Makes sense, seeing his father in such a miserable state might soften his heart. Maybe he'll forgive you then. Too bad. Your injuries are not serious enough. You still look unscathed. It would be better if you could lose a limb. Otherwise, you don't look pitiful enough. La Lin, how about you sacrifice a bit? Let us help you make the wound bigger. Maybe even draw some blood. Don't glare at me. This is all for the sake of saving the company. At this point, the board members no longer cared about Lin Jianjun's feelings, each giving their suggestions, almost blowing up Lin Jianjun's lungs. Not pitiful enough. Not serious enough injuries. Losing a limb would be better. Listen here. Is this even human language? Get lost. Lin Jianjun's face turned dark. He pushed away the eager crowd and opened the door to the meeting room on his own. As he walked out of the room, he collided with Lin Hao head-on, his expression somewhat flustered. After all, he had just decided to remove the opponent's position in the company and take back his own inheritance rights. Now, unexpectedly meeting the person involved face to face was quite embarrassing. Son, how did you ... Why aren't you staying in the dorm? When did you come? Dad, I just arrived. I saw that you were injured, so I was a bit worried and came to check on you. Lin Hao's brows furrowed slightly, his serene face filled with concern. Although harboring resentment inside, outwardly he still maintained the image of a filial son. Feeling the meticulous care from his beloved son, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but feel waves of warmth in his heart, followed by deep remorse. Ah, this Lin Hao is truly too pure and kind-hearted. Why is the heavens so cruel to him? And that unfilial son who dares to easily take away everything Lin Hao struggled to achieve. Thinking up to this point, Lin Jianjun clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, showing an endless rage in his heart. He felt the injustice faced by his youngest son, feeling pain, anger. Why? Why this unfairness? Why, oh heavens, are you so unjust? Though feeling indignant for Lin Hao, for the sake of the Lin Group, Lin Jianjun had to endure and sacrifice Lin Hao for now, planning to find an opportunity in the future, perhaps when he could control Lin Juan, to truly compensate his good son. How? You should go back now. I will handle things here, and then I'll go to the Su family. Just then, the members of the board came out one by one from behind. Seeing Lin Hao, their brows furrowed immediately, thinking that he had heard the news and was here to protect his heir position. Lin Hao, what is this illegitimate son here for? Stop talking. The collective shareholders of the company have voted, only recognizing your elder brother as the heir of the company. You better step down. I suggest you stop causing trouble. Lin Group can only have hope of rising in the hands of your elder brother. You better behave yourself. Blame yourself for not having the capability. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Don't try to act against your elder brother in the future. The consequences will be severe. Although your position has been stripped and the heir position has been taken away, as long as you stay honestly at home, you can still live a carefree life as a second-generation rich kid. The board members didn't mince their words, directly confronting Lin Hao with their opinions. These damn old bastards. If I gain control in the future, watch how I kick you all out of the company. The humiliating words almost made Lin Hao lose control, his face showing a momentary dark expression that quickly disappeared. He remembered when he first entered the company. Many people were enthusiastic and flattering towards him, calling him young Master Lin, but now they were calling him an illegitimate child. W. The situation infuriated Lin Hao, but he managed to restrain himself and not get carried away. Facing Lin Hao's uncertain gaze, the others present remained indifferent, unbothered by his emotions. They dared to even criticize Lin Jianjun. What did this illegitimate child matter? Before, when the Lin group was thriving, of course no one wanted to offend Lin Hao, who had a high chance of becoming the chairman. But now, well, besides, all of them were seasoned players who had climbed the ranks for many years. How could they not see through Lin Hao's true nature as a schemer? Only a fool like Lin Jianjun completely believed in his act. However, they couldn't care less as long as it didn't affect their interests, maintaining a silent agreement among themselves. But now, seeing Lin Hao trying to disrupt their plans, how could they stay still? With an eerie and aggressive tone, "Lao Lin, are you blind? What quality in this illegitimate child can compare to your eldest son? Is it worth being so biased towards him? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. For so many years, have you behaved like a father at all? I feel sorry for Lin Zhuan. And looking at this illegitimate child, so clean and tidy, compared to your scruffy appearance, the two of you together don't resemble father and son at all. Forget it, you better go to the Su family. Remember to keep a low profile. Don't blow up like a powder keg. We are in the company, waiting for good news from you." The board members kindly advised Lin Hao with bitter words and then dispersed. Only the father and son, Lin Jianjun and Lin Hao, remained with a difficult expression on their faces. "Hao, don't take it to heart. It was inevitable." Lin Jianjun explained the situation in detail, emphasizing that this was a strategic move. As long as the group gets through this crisis, eventually it will return to Lin Hao's hands. "Dad, you don't need to feel guilty. I understand. Besides, the company originally belonged to my brother, and now it's returning to its rightful owner. I am happy. As long as Dad, Mom, and the company are fine, as long as my brother is willing to come back home, then any sacrifice on my part is worthwhile." Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's eyes welled up with tears instantly. He suddenly realized a man may shed tears, but only when he reaches a point of heartbreak. Faced with Lin Hao's pure and kind-hearted nature, Lin Jianjun's heart twisted in pain, filled with guilt, so heavy it was suffocating. This child really is too understanding, too compassionate. Why is this boy so naive and kind? In this life, did Lin Jianjun do something monumental for all humanity in his past life? Or has his ancestors left their blessings on him, that he has such an outstanding and noble son? "My son, Dad." In that moment, father and son embraced passionately, pouring out their hearts, then parted ways. Lin Jianjun disappeared from the company's entrance under Lin Hao's dark gaze. At the Su family estate, in the familiar young lady's chamber, two girls and a boy squeezed together on a soft white bed. "Oh, Oni-chan. What are you tilde? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What do you want to do?" Just after Lin Zhuan finished the massage, intending to rest for a moment, he noticed the little Lolita next to him, sneakily extending her claws, as if to do something mischievous. He quickly raised his hand and swatted her hands away, eliciting a series of surprised exclamations from the Lolita. "I just wanted to help with the massage for Sister Kinj. Actually, I've learned quite a bit from watching you do it for so long. Why not let me do it? So you don't get so tired. Someone to share the burden is always good Chen Kexin wiped the corner of her mouth, sitting up from the bed. But Lin Zhuan was on guard, protecting his wife's purity. Not bad. Lin Zhuan bowed his head, seeking Su Qing's agreement. "Let's do it." In the dark recesses of consciousness, Su Qing hesitated for a while, eventually agreeing under Chen Kexin's pitiful persuasion. "Yes, LW3W. Su Qing, you're the best Su Qing is the best Oh, seeing Su Qing's consent, the little Lolita danced gleefully. Her fair young palm extended upward, motioning Lin Zhuan to hand over Su Qing's delicate hand. "Oh, how lucky for you." Resignedly, Lin Zhuan reluctantly took the young girl's hand and placed it in the Lolita's hand. The scene was odd. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Zhuan had a strange sensation that he was like a kind father handing his beloved daughter over to a rascal at a wedding. He even vaguely heard the BGM that usually appeared only at a wedding venue. The wedding march. Dun dun, dun dun, tilde dun tank dun dun dun, tilde ha. This sound, why is it getting louder and closer to me? And why is it so close to me? Lin Juan looked up, dumbfounded, as he saw the Lolita in a serious manner, humming an unknown BGM while solemnly receiving Su Qing's fair hand. In closing, she added, I do. Lin Juan, ... Unable to hold back, he gave the little Lolita a light tap on her head. Ouch, tilde, that hurts. Chen Kexin pouted, with teary eyes, staring at Lin Juan with an aggrieved expression. But Lin Juan, with a heart of steel, proudly turned his head, displaying his straight guy demeanor to the fullest. What's that? Oh pity someone? What's that? As the god of pure love, besides his beloved Kinj, every other woman was just like a red skull in his eyes. Kinj. This guy bullied me again. He even hit me. I suspect he has tendencies towards domestic violence. Are you sure you want to marry him in a few days? I'm really worried about you. This brat, going too far. Actually trying to sow discord, disrupting the sanctity of our love. I can't take it. I really can't take this. Lin Juan couldn't hold back and tapped the little Lolita's head again, causing her to fall face down, tears welling up. Just then, a knocking sound could be heard at the door, followed by Liu Huan's voice. Mr. Lin, your father has come to visit. He says he has something important to discuss with you. May I allow him in? Huh? Lin Jianjun, that old boot. What does he want here? As they say, nothing good happens when three people meet. After a brief thought, Lin Juan understood the reason for his visit. Most likely the Lin Group is facing bankruptcy. And now they are trying to find a breakthrough from his side. They might be seeking to utilize him to gain sales rights for the pills, or if they are feeling greedy, they might even want to get their hands on the formula. Get lost, old man. It was in the afternoon. The sky was filled with dark, thick clouds gathering low, giving a sense of oppression. The dim light made it seem like night was falling early. Su Family Manor. After receiving a phone call from Liu Huan, the head of the security team advised the middle-aged man standing at the door. Master Lin, sorry. There was news from young Master Lin. He said he refuses to meet with you. It looks like it's going to rain soon. You should leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianjun's expression was as dark and gloomy as the stifling weather. He never expected to be rejected by his own son after coming all this way to see him. How dare his disobedient son avoid seeing him? Could it be that he realized his unfilial behavior and was too ashamed to face him? It's too late. A smirk of schadenfreude crept up on Lin Jianjun's face. He would never give Lin Juan another chance to be his son. He wanted the other to drown in the pain of losing a father's love forever. But considering the Lin Group's impending bankruptcy situation, Lin Jianjun decided to swallow his pride for once, deceive the unfilial son into agreeing to share the medicine formula first. Once the company pulled through the crisis and regained stability, he would settle the score with this beast properly. With this in mind, he bypassed the security personnel at the door and resolutely tried to enter the manor. However, the next second, several security guards immediately blocked his way. I have important matters to discuss with my son. Since he refuses to see me, step aside. I will personally go upstairs to talk to him. Lin Jianjun frowned, trying to push past the security blocking his way. But they did not budge. Nonsense! Who do you think you are, daring to block my path? I am the dignified chairman of the Lin Group. You are just lowly security guards. Know your place. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the surrounding security guards changed, revealing anger. If not for the fact that the other person was Lin Juan's father, they couldn't resist pulling out their batons from their waist, wanting to teach him a lesson. Humph! Master Lin, please leave. The chief security guard snorted coldly, leading his brothers back into the manor and securely locking the iron gates. Damn people from the Su family! Don't let me catch an opportunity, otherwise I will make you suffer. Lin Jianjun stood alone outside the manor, feeling a mix of helplessness and anger. But he refused to leave, standing at the door waiting. He just couldn't believe it. Would his disobedient son really have the heart to see him standing helpless and alone at the gate? In order to achieve his goal, Lin Jianjun decided to use a pity strategy and display a pitiful look to evoke any remaining affection from Lin Juan. As he suspected, In the cool air-conditioned room, Lin Juan indeed saw his figure through the French windows. The only miscalculation was that Lin Juan merely smiled knowingly. He then glanced up at the densely clouded sky and faintly heard rumbling thunder from afar. It was a sign of an impending storm. Do you really not want to know why your father is looking for you? No. Facing the inquiry from the little lowly, Lin Juan answered succinctly. He then picked up the golden guitar in the corner and found a high-powered amplifier. In Chen Kexin's puzzled gaze, he began to adjust the settings. At the gate of the manor, Lin Jianjun, parched and enduring the waves of heat, persisted for another 2.5 minutes. He started feeling dizzy. His suit was already soaked with sweat and stuck to his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. The air was filled with the taste of heat and sweat. Damn it! Why isn't that beast coming out to greet me already? Is he really going to watch his own father stand here and die? While Lin Jianjun grumbled to himself, a drop of cool rain fell on his cheek. Huh? What's this? Soon, more drops followed, and then a downpour began. Lin Jianjun stood there, bathed in the rain, feeling the coolness wash over his body. Initially, he thought to find shelter. After all, he was getting older, and these sudden temperature changes between hot and cold were likely to make him sick. But then he thought, wouldn't this scene highlight his pitiful state more, evoking sympathy from the disobedient son? Just imagine a middle-aged man standing alone in a torrential rain, tears streaming down his face. Who wouldn't be moved by this image? I don't believe this. That beast should still be moved by this. If even this doesn't touch the unfilial son, it can only mean one thing. The other has lost his humanity, is not human. With his face upturned, letting the raindrops fall into his eyes, Lin Jianjun, filled with hatred, turned around and walked away with a dark expression. His heart felt as if it had turned to ash, as he was now completely disheartened. In the past, no matter how much he hated Lin Juan's foolishness, he hoped the other would turn over a new leaf, reasoning with himself that he's still young, and as a father, he should be forgiving. But all his good intentions only led to more insults from Lin Juan. Now, his patience had truly run out. In this life, the bond between father and son had reached its end, and there was no turning back. As the rain fell, the world became blurry for Lin Jianjun. His limping figure quietly left the manor gate, while the enchanting voice of the song continued to play, bringing a deep sense of resonance to the listeners. Cold ice rain tilde, haphazardly striking the face, warm tears mingling with the cold rain tilde tilde. Who would dare to accept the most painful surprise? The girl you love the most, in a familiar teenage girl's room. Lin Juan sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers lightly dancing on the guitar strings, like a nimble dancer, delicately and powerfully playing the prelude of a melody. His eyes were half closed, completely engrossed in playing the classic song Ice Rain by Andy Lau. With his deep and magnetic voice, he seemed to possess a magic that could enchant people's hearts. At that moment, inside the Su family villa, as the melodious and captivating song began to play, the security guards, maids, cleaning staff, chefs, almost all the employees of the Su family paused to listen, as if their spirits had been touched. Lin Juan's music seemed to transport them into a world of a torrential downpour, a world filled with emotional fluctuations, joy, pain, deep yearning, and an illusion of raindrops caressing their cheeks. On the ground floor, Su Fan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the sofa meditating, suddenly felt like something was haphazardly striking his face. Frowning slightly, he slowly opened his eyes and carefully listened to the music playing from upstairs. Then, an expression of shock appeared on his face. He had to admit, when it came to music creation, he was no match for Lin Juan. The other was simply the most talented individual he had ever encountered. Especially with this song, it was terrifying in its impact tilde 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 through the music. Su Fan seemed to see the cold rain, feel the bone-chilling cold and loneliness that penetrated his marrow. This was what a true musical genius was. On the cliff of love, who dares to go for a distant pick, tilde. Be willing to accept the most painful surprise. The feast of claps thundered like a storm, continuous and resounding. The sound grew so loud that it drowned out the sounds of the rain and reached Su King's bedroom. Oni-chan, you're so amazing. Chen Kexin's face was filled with admiration, clapping her hands excitedly. She truly admired Lin Juan's musical talent, as if he could effortlessly create legendary songs that would surely drive fans crazy once she shared them online, dominating the trends effortlessly. Oni-chan, what's the name of this song? You're so talented. How do you manage to write so many good songs every time? With hands clasping her cheeks, her eyes shining brightly, she had become a small fangirl of Lin Juan. She had a premonition that as time passed, the L moniker would be world-renowned, and Lin Juan would definitely become a globally famous musician. This song is called Ice Rain. I just casually created it. Writing songs. Isn't it just using hands? You mean you can't write? Can't be, right? Pretending to be confused, Lin Juan casually downplayed his abilities. In the little girl's eyes, filled with the desire to beat him up, he put away the golden guitar without a care, turned off the amplifier, and went to gaze out the French windows. At the Manor's gate, Lin Jianjun's figure had disappeared. But Lin Juan didn't care, softly muttering to himself, the shares of the Lin Group have hit rock bottom. Maybe it's time to start the recovery process. On the other side, lying on a sickbed, Sukinj finally woke up from the lingering tones of the song. In the dark prison of his consciousness, Sukinj was once again amazed by the young man's talent. He was simply a natural musical prodigy. Even with her usually high self-esteem, she couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration towards Lin Juan. After all, her interests were few, with music being a significant part. However, the previous mass-produced musical works were a disappointment. It was only when Lin Juan appeared that Sukinj discovered a new world. I can't wait to wake up and see Lin Juan play and sing in person. Even now, she couldn't recall Lin Juan's appearance. But in her imagination, he must be quite ordinary. Otherwise, why didn't her past self leave any impression at all? Nonetheless, she didn't care much about a man's physical appearance. She valued things like ability, talent, and inner qualities more than looks. For some reason, the feeling of waking up soon has been getting stronger. I'm really looking forward to that day. I just wonder how I should face Lin Juan when I wake up. Kinj, do you think this song Ice Rain is nice? As Sukinj felt inexplicably melancholic, Lin Juan had already stepped up to her bedside and asked her. It's nice. The girl didn't hide her feelings and gave her honest opinion. She really liked this song. As long as you like it. Lin Juan smirked and then changed to a mysterious tone. Actually, I've written a song specially for you. I'll sing it to you in a couple of days. For me. Lin Juan wrote a song specifically for her. With just that sentence, Sukinj's curiosity was fully piqued. She was a bit impatient and wanted to hear the song from him. However, to maintain the mystery, Lin Juan shook his head repeatedly, refusing to reveal anything. Don't ask, this song is only for you. I'll sing it to you on our wedding night ... And it will never be leaked, only you will be able to hear it. Ah, a song made only for me. Upon hearing this, Sukinj felt a touch of emotion. She never thought someone would write a song specifically for her, especially a guy. But mentioning the wedding night, she suddenly remembered that in just 2 days, she would officially marry the young man in front of her. She felt a rush of thoughts, wondering if she could really marry Lin Juan in this state, or should she just find a reason to stop this unique marriage. All sorts of complex emotions and conflicting thoughts were swirling in Sukinj's mind. She also didn't know if her current state of mind could be considered pre-marriage anxiety ... Am I being too dramatic? But marriage is a lifetime commitment. Once two people unite, they have to walk together to the end of their lives. But can I really be a good wife in my current state? I have so many important things to do. And do I love Lin Juan? Or is it simply gratitude? I don't know. Love and not love. I really can't tell ... I wonder if other brides-to-be feel the same way before their wedding. Do they experience this fear of loss and uncertainty ... On the sickbed, the girl appeared to be sleeping quietly, but her mind was in turmoil. Eventually, she came to terms with her situation and no longer had thoughts of calling off the wedding. After all, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Regardless of the past, now the two of them, somehow intertwining in fate, were about to enter the realm of marriage. While Sukinj still felt uncertain, she gradually accepted the impending fate. And as she was lost in her thoughts, a little girl clung to Lin Juan, begging him to write her a song as well. Please, Oni-chan, I also want a song that belongs only to me. Can you write one for me? I'll pay you 200,000. Hearing this, Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, snorted and said, "Talking about money. You are insulting my noble character. It also disrespects music itself and is an insult to musicians and listeners. I refuse." Upon hearing this, the little girl blushed a bit. She felt ashamed and lowered her head. Just as she was about to apologize for her lack of respect for music, Lin Juan suddenly changed his tone. "Unless you offer more money. Chen Kexin. ... However, the little girl knew Lin Juan's musical talent. If he declared that he would write songs for others under the name L, it would surely draw a crowd. A song could easily fetch a high price, so her mere 200,000 was indeed a bit of a joke. But she only had that much pocket money left. Chen Kexin didn't want to ask her parents for more, as they would pester her with questions. "Please, Oni-chan, you are the best ... helpless." The little girl could only shake Lin Juan's arm and use her cute pleading tactic. This gave Lin Juan goosebumps all over. "Stop it! You little rascal, you really scare me. Forget it. Since you offered less money, let's stick to that. Give the money first. Business is business. I won't offer credit." Lin Juan took out his phone, opened the payment code, and as the little girl looked at him pitifully, 200,000 was transferred. He nodded satisfactorily. Then, as a man of his word, Lin Juan on the spot composed a song, "In the small little garden ... digging, digging, digging ... planting small little seeds ... blooming small little flowers ... in the husband's phone ... digging, digging, digging ... I found me a mistress, she's as beautiful as a flower ... The song ended. Is that it? This song is a total loser. Can we have another one? This song can't even compete with Ginny is so beautiful, or last minute last resort single quotes ... Chen Kexin furrowed her brows into a shape, and her eyeballs almost popped out. Swap it out. Quality matches the price, understand? With your 200,000, this is the quality, consider it a bargain. After saying that, Lin Juan glanced out the window and noticed the rain had stopped. All right, you go back now. I'll continue to give my wife a massage and whisper sweet nothings. Some words are not suitable for children. Kids shouldn't hear them. Go back now, you third wheel. Lin Juan then tried to push the little girl out. But Chen Kexin bit his hand firmly and angrily demanded, "Damn it, you're swindling money from a kid. Refund it. Damn it, you ... Seeing Chen Kexin biting his wrist, Lin Juan grimaced in pain. Eventually, after promising to write another song for her next time, Chen Kexin let go of his hand, leaving Sue's home feeling satisfied. This brat, she must have been a dog in her past life. Lin Juan wiped the saliva off his wrist and couldn't help but complain. However, he soon pushed this incident aside as there were more interesting things he wanted to do. Kinj, let's continue with the rehabilitation. Lin Juan crawled onto the bed, ready to do something inappropriate to the girl, when a cell phone ring interrupted him. The caller ID displayed, Su Shengshan. Hey, Xiao Shuan. You sure you won't attend the press conference I mentioned before? I really hope you can come. After all, this is a great opportunity to get exposure and let many of the elite in Shanghai get to know you again. A press conference? Oh, I remember now. Grandpa Su invited me the day before yesterday, planning to have me attend as the founder of Beauty Pill. He also intended to announce during the conference that he would transfer 30% of the company's shares to me and announce the plan to pass on the Su Group to me and Kinj in the future. Thinking about these matters made Lin Juan feel a headache. It's so troublesome, and it's wasting my stickiness time. He just wanted to stay by Su King's side, doing nothing but being a lazy couch potato every day. Why does it have to be so difficult? Nevertheless, despite Lin Juan's refusal to attend, Su Shengshan understood his stance. It was all for the sake of improving his reputation and the negative impressions he had left in Shanghai. Even now, the high-level people in Shanghai still saw Lin Juan as the violent big shot. This was an impression formed over the years and couldn't easily be erased in just half a month. But Lin Juan ultimately declined the invitation. He just wanted to be with Kinj, and he didn't care much about others' opinions. Grandpa Su, I won't go. I just want to be with Kinj. If you mention my name there, that's enough. Whether I'm present in person doesn't really matter. Sensing Lin Zhuan's resistance in his words, Su Shengshan chuckled and stopped persuading him. "All right, since you put it that way, I won't force you." Su Shengshan couldn't completely understand Lin Zhuan's insistence. Today's youth typically desired fame, to stand in the spotlight and be admired by many. But Lin Zhuan seemed a bit unambitious, wanting to stick by his granddaughter all day, unwilling to leave her even for a brief moment. Is he the legendary romantic? Preferring his beloved over all else, even power. To this, Su Shengshan was somewhat proud. Truly his granddaughter, perfectly inheriting his excellent genes for looks and charm, captivating even the outstanding young talent like Lin Zhuan. But that was okay too. If Lin Zhuan turned out to be a henpecked husband, Su Shengshan didn't have to worry about his granddaughter being mistreated by him. He could safely entrust his granddaughter to Lin Zhuan. Just before he was about to hang up, Su Shengshan suddenly remembered something and advised, "I almost forgot. The day after tomorrow is yours and King's wedding day. With my granddaughter in her current condition, it's not suitable for a grand celebration now. Let's keep it low-key for now. Once she fully recovers, I'll throw a grand and luxurious wedding for both of you. But you can get the marriage certificate first. Legally establish your union first. You two young ones can discuss the specific time of the ceremony. I won't meddle." Without giving Lin Zhuan a chance to respond, the call was cut, and a busy tone sounded, "Beep, beep, beep. Get the marriage certificate? I'm going to get married and become a husband." When this thought crossed his mind, Lin Zhuan couldn't help feeling his breathing hasten, instinctively feeling nervous. In Huaxia, marriage was still considered sacred. Lin Zhuan had been in the company of the fifth lady in his 2 lifetimes, thinking that living out his days in solitude was his destiny. Never did he expect fate to give him a chance to step into the realm of marriage. Lowering his head to look at the girl in his arms, he couldn't help but smile. If this was in his past life, a woman of such high quality and beauty wouldn't even give him a chance to interact, let alone consider marrying him. But now, she was going to be his wife, which made him ponder about the twists of fate. As for this accidental marriage, whether it was for the benefits of the system or the exquisite nature and nobility of Su Qinj, Lin Zhuan felt a genuine desire to wed her and have her as his wife. It was the primal instinct of a male when faced with a high-quality female. As for emotions, Lin Zhuan felt he was starting to like Su Qinj a bit. But perhaps due to the short time they had known each other, this budding feeling wasn't intense enough yet. He was more attracted by the girl's outer beauty and excellence. But aren't all men like this? At first, there's the basic physical attraction. Then, it slowly transforms into love, which eventually, through the day-to-day grind, ages and transforms into affection. This was Lin Zhuan's theoretical perspective on love as he daydreamed. But, I seem to have never asked Qinj about her thoughts. Is she willing to marry me? Qinj, are you really willing to marry me? The Su family manner. Upholding the gentlemanly spirit of respecting women, Lin Zhuan attempted to inquire about the girl's true thoughts. In fact, he was well aware of the unconventional nature of their interaction. If he were Su Qinj and suddenly became a vegetative person, inexplicably arranged for blind dates and marriage, constantly in a passive state, unable to control oneself, he would certainly feel at a loss and resistant in his heart. Qinj, marriage is not child's play. In the past, you were trapped in the prison of consciousness, unable to express your own opinions. All behaviors had to be tolerated. But now that you are gradually recovering consciousness, we should respect your thoughts. If you strongly express an attitude of not wanting to unite with me, then I won't force it. I'll choose to let you go. Suddenly choked up. Holding the girl's tender white hand, Lin Zhuan transitioned from his initial gentle tone to gradually incorporating a hint of tears, as if expressing his reluctance. To win something through strategic retreat, to understand and accommodate others, Lin Zhuan knew. It worked. Under this moral coercion, even if Su Qinj was not very willing in her heart, she would not actively stop the imminent engagement. As for letting her go, nonsense. Let go of what? Happiness is sought by the man himself. Girls are often more passive in many situations. As long as the man takes the initiative, even if they are not willing in their hearts, they will listen and follow half-heartedly. And after the two truly unite, nurturing and deepening their emotions in their daily interactions, wouldn't that be beautiful? First marry, then love. Familiarity breeds affection. This is the strategy Lin Zhuan is going to implement in the emotional aspect next. I agree. As expected, the girl did not disappoint him. She painted a satisfactory answer in his palm. Do you love me? Lin Juan took the opportunity to ask another sharp question. However, this time, the girl lying on the sickbed was silently asleep, unable to respond quickly. Because even she herself was unclear about the answer, her mind momentarily blanked out. Damn it! I already agreed to marry him. Why is Lin Juan still asking these strange questions? How do you expect me to answer? How long have we known each other? Is love something that happens so easily? I wanted to ask you if you love me. But my aunt taught me a long time ago. A man's words are deceptive. Of course Lin Juan's answer could easily be, I love you, ... Su Qing's heart was in turmoil. She had made up her mind long ago. To repay Lin Juan's kindness, she would fulfill their engagement no matter what. As for emotional matters, she would think about them after waking up. Little did she expect Lin Juan to be so persistent, grabbing onto this question and putting her in a dilemma, unsure how to answer. She didn't want to be insincere or pretend to love Lin Juan. That would be too hypocritical and make her sick. But bluntly saying don't love. She was worried about hurting the fragile male ego and feared that Lin Juan might do something drastic. After much contemplation, the girl gave a vague answer, I don't know. With those 3 words, Lin Juan smiled knowingly, understanding Su Qing's thoughts. As for this accidental marriage, the girl was not completely wholeheartedly willing. There was a conflict in her heart. But for various reasons, she didn't intend to overturn it, most likely choosing to let things take their course. Do you love me? At this moment, Su Qing reversed the roles and threw the question back at Lin Juan. Expecting a typical sweet response from the man, Lin Juan's firm voice came next, I don't love you. Su Qing, oh. The girl was utterly confused, dumbfounded by Lin Juan's unexpected response. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that although he didn't love her, he said he liked her. Mad. Am I going mad? So, love is such a complex thing? It's too difficult, this question of love. I really can't figure it out. Su Qing was in turmoil, especially with her aversion to men and emotional blankness. This question of love was truly too difficult, requiring her whole life to study. But one thing she did understand. Lin Juan did like her. Thinking this, Su Qing inexplicably felt a sense of joy in her heart. Qing, I know you have resistance in your heart towards this impending marriage, especially with your aversion to men, which hasn't been cured yet. So, I'm not planning to get married for now. I will wait until you willingly propose to confirm our marital relationship, then we can proceed with getting married. Embracing the principle that forced melons don't sweeten, Lin Juan gave up the opportunity to obtain a marriage certificate with the girl. While he knew that if he pursued it, Su Qing would eventually not refuse and choose to become legally married with him. But what good was that? Did he lack a piece of paper for proof? What a useless thing. What he wanted was affection, right? Even with a certificate, it didn't guarantee that Su Qing would love making with him. Instead, he chose to strategically step back, using the decorative significance of the certificate to earn Su Qing's favor. After all, as long as he won her heart, what else did he need? When the time came, she would be his. Was the absence of a certificate so critical? As expected, as anticipated by Lin Juan, upon hearing that he wasn't going to get a marriage certificate for the time being, Su Qing felt somewhat relieved from the pressure. She was surprised, touched, and even remorseful. In reality, Su Qing was in a difficult situation, with too many concerns in her heart, not really suited for marriage or becoming the ideal wife and mother in the eyes of most people. Otherwise, that would be unfair to Lin Juan and might even bring him danger and trouble. Marriage. Unless the day comes when I have avenged my parents' tragic past. Otherwise, how can I peacefully assume the role of a wife and mother? How can I? I've struggled for so many years, even my hands are stained with blood. How can I abandon all that hard work? But then, I owe Lin Juan more and more. What about in the future? How will I repay him? Just as Su Qing pondered over her mixed feelings and the uncertainties about her future, Lin Juan was in a cheerful mood. He rolled up his sleeves, carefully climbed onto the bed, and began the happy physical intimacy once again. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Qing, let's continue the massage ... Hello. Long time no see, deeply missed. I am the water text line. Here to ask for some free gifts for my master, His Royal Highness. Thank you all. Lin's Group, Headquarters. In the conference room, the board members didn't disperse, but were waiting for good news from Lin Jianjun. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Lin Jianjun, drenched from head to toe, shivering, stumbled in. Old Lin, how's the situation? Has the Su family agreed to share the prescription? Stop shaking. Speak up. We're all anxious here. The whole company is now relying on your son. Your son must have forgiven you, right? After all, you're his father. No son would be so heartless, would they? Lin's Group, Headquarters. In the meeting room, the news of Lin Jianjun's failure to obtain the prescription for the beauty pill spread like wildfire as he returned dejectedly. The board members were all anxious and on edge. Lao Lin, why don't you quickly go back to the Su family? You must seek forgiveness from your son. We know it's unfair for you, but forbearance is key to a bigger plan. The company's stock price has plummeted to rock bottom. We are on the verge of bankruptcy, so why care about face anymore? Look at our faces. The blemishes and scars from before have all healed thanks to the Su family's beauty pill. To convince Lin Jianjun to change his mind, some shareholders removed their masks, revealing their improved faces as a result of the beauty pill, highlighting its effectiveness. You see, Su family's product indeed has excellent beauty effects and no side effects. With this pill, Su family has received rave reviews in the Magic City and has become a reputable company in the eyes of the public. For Lin's Group to salvage the trend of bankruptcy, we must have such a miraculous product as our foundation. Furthermore, we need to form a commercial alliance with the highly reputed Su family to regain the trust of the public. I see that Su Shengshan values your son a lot. If we want to mend ties with the Su family, we must first mend the relationship with your son. Lao Lin, what time is it now? We should kneel and bow our heads if necessary. Don't care about face anymore. A group of people surrounded Lin Jianjun, earnestly persuading him. If there was no hope for redemption, they could have accepted their impending bankruptcy and awaited death peacefully. However, the chance for a resurrection was right before them. If they could seize it, the company not only could survive the crisis, but also welcome new opportunities. In such circumstances, no normal person could easily give up. They would cling to it desperately. Enough! All of you, shut up! Do you think I don't want to save the company? I am the chairman of Lin's Group, the largest shareholder. I do not want the company to go bankrupt more than any of you do. But that beast of a son, what can I do about him? Pressured by the shareholders, Lin Jianjun could no longer contain his anger and shouted in frustration. He had already been frustrated dealing with the Su family and now had to tolerate the insinuations and insults from these people at the company. Who could accept this? Especially when these people subtly pushed him to submit to that beast of a son. Didn't they consider? He was Lin Zhuan's father, the one who gave birth and raised him. I stood outside for an hour, almost sweating dry. But that beast wouldn't let me in. What could I do? Then, for the company, I stood there in the pouring rain, at risk of getting sick myself, allowing the cold rain to slap my face haphazardly. Do you know how low the temperature was at that time? I almost froze to death. But that sinful beast has a heart of stone. What can I do? I won't endure this humiliation again. If you want forgiveness, you can come to me in person. Lin Jianjun grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, feeling deeply humiliated. His eyes were red, filled with a sense of injustice. His heart was consumed by resentment towards Lin Zhuan's heartlessness. Throughout the ages, if a ruler wants his subjects dead, they have to comply. If a father wants his child to perish, they have no choice. As an elder, I should have control over Lin Zhuan's life and death. But I have repeatedly been humiliated and troubled by this unfilial son. Is there any justice or morality left in this world? Lin Jianjun believed he had already laid out all the facts and stands in front of everyone. Surely, they would understand his grievances and stand by his side, cursing and rebuking the unfilial Lin Zhuan. But the reality was quite the opposite. The shareholders cared little for his sorrow. Instead, they were quick to urge him to kneel and apologize to the unfilial son for forgiveness. Lao Lin, you are in the wrong here. Our purpose of going to the Su family is different from yours. Who allowed you to be Lin Zhuan's father? Chairman, ultimately, it's your fault. How you treated your son before, if only you had been kinder, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Exactly, Lao Lin, you don't need to be upset. This is all a consequence of your actions. I always felt Bai Yulin looked like a shrew, and now look, the company is being ruined by her. That illegitimate child of yours is no saint either. But his acting is just too poor, except you can't see it. Enough talk. Let's focus on how to get your son's forgiveness. The company is on the brink of collapse. There's no time for your childish tantrums. After careful thought, the only way is to kneel and apologize. And Lao Lin, you must also write a letter committing to sever all ties with Lin Hao and his mother. With complaints and suggestions from shareholders swirling around, the meeting ended abruptly. Lin Jianjun left the meeting room, ignoring the disgruntled calls from the board members, and declared, "I won't go, you can go yourselves." This statement further irritated the shareholders, and despite Lin Jianjun's departure, many of them continued to mutter discontentedly, "Oh, Lao Lin, your attitude is really something. The company is on the verge of bankruptcy, yet you still cling to your pride as chairman. Can't compare. We can't compare. If we had half of Lao Lin's attitude, maybe we could live a few more years. Lin Xiao is truly pitiable. Having such a scoundrel of a father, he must be heartbroken." As the murmurs continued behind him, Lin Jianjun's expression turned dark. Though he was tempted to turn back and lash out, he suppressed the impulse and left the meeting room, completely disregarding the shareholders' reproaches, only leaving behind the words, "I won't go, it's your job." This statement left the shareholders displeased, and some were openly critical of Lin Jianjun's departure in such a critical time for the company. Eventually, White Jinglong spoke up, breaking the tension. He pointed out an upcoming press conference by Su Shengshan the next day and the presence of the developer of the beauty pill. Amidst nods of approval, the shareholders agreed to devise a plan to approach the individual to obtain the prescription or even consider enticing the person away from the Su family. The meeting concluded as they contemplated the challenges ahead. The next morning, Lin Zhuan, having bathed and dressed, encountered Liu Huan at the mansion. She was overseeing a group of maids carrying various red-colored household items. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Huan explained the items were part of preparations to create a festive atmosphere as per Su Shengshan's instructions for Lin Zhuan's wedding celebration, quietly acknowledging the transformation of Lin Zhuan's reputation within the estate. Simultaneously, at the Gubu Li bun shop, Lin Zhuan's playful demeanor caught the attention of Mu Xiaowan, who skillfully engaged him in conversation, leaving room for future encounters. Finally, the stakeholders recognized the importance of seizing the opportunity at the upcoming press conference and began strategizing on how to secure their position amidst the turmoil in the company. TSK, handsome men are indeed different. Even their backs are so charming. Watching Lin Zhuan's tall figure walk away, Mu Xiaowan's eyes were filled with an infatuated look. But just the next second, for some reason, Mu Xiaowan suddenly felt a strong urge to vomit, quickly covering her mouth. However, this feeling came and went quickly. After dry heaving a few times, she quickly returned to normal, dismissing it as just not having enough rest and not paying too much attention. She turned and began shouting to attract business. Pan-fried pastries, crispy and fragrant pan-fried pastries, plus eggs, sausages, crispy skins, only 5 yuan each. Don't miss out when passing by ... At this moment, what Mu Xiaowan did not notice was, at the entrance of a nearby alley, a green Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. In the driver's seat, the driver was live streaming everything through video connection. Headquarters of the Huaxia Group, luxurious office. A man with chiseled features and a well-fitted suit was staring sharply at the screen, showing Mu Xiaowan and Lin Zhuan. Sitting on a brown French imported sofa, slender fingers holding a lit, thick cigar. His sharp, eagle-like eyes coldly fixed on Mu Xiaowan, who was shouting, and the departing figure of Lin Zhuan. This man was Huo Qichen. This damn woman, talking to other men again. Unforgivable. I already warned her. Only I can eat the pastry she makes, only smile in front of me, but she treats it as if nothing. And that bastard Lin Zhuan, so two-faced. Clearly both are about to get married. How can they be so disrespectful, openly chatting with other women in public? What a lack of integrity! Seeing the woman who attracted his attention now exchanging meaningful looks with Lin Zhuan, Huo Qichen's face darkened in an instant, a chill passing through his sharp eyes. Due to the misunderstanding that arose last time, he now knew everything about Mu Xiaowan's background. Her change in attitude stemmed from their first love 5 years ago. What surprised Huo Qichen was that man also had a connection to him, the eldest grandson of Su Shengshan, the brother of Su Qingji. Su Yang. But after Su Yang's death abroad, Mu Xiaowan, unaware of his true identity, thought she encountered a scumbag and began to decline. Remembering the information he recently found, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Huo Qichen's eyes. As he understood it, Mu Xiaowan had deep interactions with over a dozen different men, and her way of choosing men, entirely based on looks, carefree. Mu Xiaowan hardly valued a man's status, wealth, etc., would leave after sleeping with them, a female version of a player. When did this damn woman steal my heart? Since you started this fire yourself, only you can put it out. Mu Xiaowan, you will be mine sooner or later. Huo Qichen squinted his eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He didn't know why. He valued chastity in women, but after learning that Mu Xiaowan was a bus ... he not only didn't want to stay away from her, but instead felt an increasing desire to possess her, wanting to comfort this woman who suffered from heartbreak by scumbag men. So he specifically directed his men to monitor Mu Xiaowan's every move day and night, demanding to broadcast the live scene to him at all times. Originally planning to finish his current affairs first, then win over the woman who intrigued him. But never thought ... Early this morning, as he waited for the Su family press conference to begin, he suddenly saw a scene that made his eyes bloodshot. His intended target was hitting on another man again. And that man was none other than Lin Zhuan, who had humiliated him before. With new grudges added to old ones, Huo Qichen was seething with anger. But he had not lost his rationality, knowing Lin Zhuan had long been on his hit list. His next step was to systematically ... Before taking Lin Zhuan's life, strip him of everything he owned. First destroying the Su family, the Lin family, forever entrapping Su Qinj by his side, being the only one with sleeping beauty. He wanted Lin Zhuan to wither in despair after losing all hope ... Thinking of this, Huo Qichen's long, sharp eyes narrowed, the satisfaction clear as he extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, a look of contentment appearing on his face. At this moment, a large screen in front of him displayed the Su family's press conference about to begin. So, in an unquestionable tone, Huo Qichen ordered his subordinate on the other end of the phone, "Buy all the pastries that woman is selling. From now on, whenever she sets up her stall, buy all of them each time she does. Only I am qualified to eat the pastries she makes." After speaking, Huo Qichen hung up the phone, refocusing his attention on the opening of the press conference. Once I get my hands on the prescription, the Su family can disappear from the city of magic. The Su family wants to rise. With me, Huo Qichen, their wishful thinking won't come true. Watching Su Shengshan, full of confidence, walking up to the stage, Huo Qichen smiled coldly in his heart, a hint of mockery in his lips, for parts nonchalance. In recent days, the city of magic had been in an uproar due to the Su family's beauty pill. Just a few days after its launch, the pill had brought immense profits to the Su family. How could this not make others envious? Many forces now attempted to meddle and get a piece of the pie. Because Su Shengshan was so cunning, he divided the production process of the pill into several steps, making it almost impossible for other families to obtain the entire prescription from the Su family. So many family powers set their sights on the developers of the beauty pill, trying to entice them with substantial rewards. Even Huo Qichen was no exception. After all, everyone has weaknesses, and the developer of the pill was probably not an exception. With the power of the Huo family, he had a 99% chance of winning the person over to his side. Once I get the prescription for the beauty pill, maybe. The Huo family doesn't have to stick to the real estate industry, can try to branch out into different commercial fields. Thinking like this, a thin smile of sentimentality couldn't help but appear at the corner of Huo Qichen's mouth. Very good. Everything remains within my control. Just as he felt pleased in his heart, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, but luckily the pain disappeared in the blink of an eye. Strange. What's going on? It seems like since yesterday, my body has felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Group, headquarters. Inside the conference room. Shareholders of all sizes have gathered, their faces filled with anxious anticipation, their eyes fixed on the projection screen in front of them. In the live broadcast, the Su family's press conference has just started. At the head, Lin Jianjun is resting his eyes, appearing as stable as Mount Tai, but his heart is filled with anxiety. The current stock price of the Lin Group has plummeted. His 55% stake is now estimated to be worth perhaps not even close to 100 million. If there is no new turnaround in the next 2 days, the group will officially declare bankruptcy. In this situation, not only are the shareholders anxious, but he is even more so. He has been so anxious lately, unable to sleep at night, losing weight of over 10 kilograms. Every day, he secretly prays and seeks help from deities. And now the only hope can only be placed on the developers of Myandan. At this moment, a shareholder in a black suit in the crowd frowns and sighs without any expectation. E=O*A. I heard that many forces are eyeing this prescription that can bring huge profits. I'm sure they are all waiting eagerly for Su Shengshan to announce the news of the developer of that prescription. By then, there will probably be many forces trying to cozy up to us like we are now. Can we really compete with them given our current situation? Honestly, I can't quite figure out what Su Shengshan is thinking. If it were me, for safety's sake, I would definitely keep the news of the developer tightly guarded. But he has to make a big announcement about it. After this shareholder expressed his concern, the conference room fell silent. Because deep down, this is also what they worrying about, but are unwilling to admit. The Lin Group is on the decline. What right do they have to compete with other forces? To attract them? Put yourself in their shoes. If you were the one holding such an important lifeline, you would probably also choose the stronger forces that could bring you more benefits. Even in its heyday, the Lin Group could not guarantee winning against other families, let alone now that they are on the verge of bankruptcy. Perhaps others wouldn't even spare them a glance? Thinking of this, as the people sighed and lamented, the conversation turned to Lin Jianjun, filled with complaints. Lao Lin, I am really being driven crazy by you. Your son is about to become Su Shengshan's son-in-law. That relationship is unbreakable. But you broke that relationship forcibly. Otherwise, why bother with such trouble? Wanting the prescription would be just a matter of a word. I really don't know what to say to you. I'm begging you, Lao Lin. Quickly go to the Su family again. With the current situation of the company, you can't afford to be stubborn anymore. You and Lin Zhuan are father and son after all. As long as you sincerely apologize to him, I believe he will give you a chance, forgive you. Lin Zhuan is 100 times better than Lin Hao, really. Believe me, drive away Lin Hao and his mother first, placate the anger Lin Zhuan has held for so many years. Exactly, then quickly step down and let the competent take over. The company is destined for bankruptcy in your hands, while in the hands of Lin Xiao, it will definitely shine. Don't be stubborn. Admit the mistake. It was your affair that led to a series of problems. You should apologize to your son. At this moment, under the fear of imminent bankruptcy and becoming penniless, many shareholders were up in arms, condemning Lin Jianjun. They placed all the blame on him, harboring a hidden resentment towards the former chairman, feeling hatred towards him. After all, if he weren't so stubborn, how could the current situation be so terrible? Especially now, as long as he softens up, kneels down, and apologizes, there might still be a chance to salvage everything. But for the sake of his so-called reputation, he was disregarding the interests of all the employees of the Lin Group, showing extreme selfishness. Humph! How can such a person still deserve to be the chairman of the company? On the other hand, seeing his subordinates, who had once shown deep respect for him, now all jumping out to criticize him for their own interests, asking him to kneel and apologize to his unfilial son. Asking him to drive Lin Hao and his mother out. Lin Jianjun was furious. He slammed his fist on the table, casting a cold look at the people below. Enough! Stop mentioning that ungrateful wretch. I'd rather have given birth to a dog than him. Why should I apologize to him? I am his father after all. Don't let me hear those words again, or I won't be responsible for what happens next. Humph! I tell you, even if I'm left destitute on the streets, dying, I will never give that ingrate a chance to be my son again. That beast does not deserve to be my son. I only have my precious son. How Lin Jianjun's words were unpleasant, clearly drawing a firm line between himself and Lin Zhuan. Ever since Lin Juan let him cry in the rain last time, Lin Jianjun has completely given up on him. He was determined to let Lin Juan immerse himself in the endless pain of losing a father's love forever. As for Lin Hao and his mother, they were his true family to stand by each other through thick and thin. Even if he were to become a beggar, dying in the streets, jumping from here, he would never leave them, let alone drive them away. Hearing these words, the many directors at the scene looked at each other with tight frowns. They truly didn't understand what was going on in Lin Jianjun's mind. They also had several illegitimate children outside. But who, like Lin Jianjun, would shift their focus to the Pacific Ocean? After all, be it illegitimate or otherwise, as long as they are their own children, their blood, wouldn't they treat them equally, or at least not turn into enemies? Even Bai Jinglong, who had always kept silent, couldn't help but look at Lin Jianjun a few more times. He never expected that Lin Jianjun would be so devoted to his sister. Let's not argue. Su Shengshan is about to announce the developer of Mian Dan. With one of the directors pointing at the projection screen, all the people in the room shifted their attention. The next moment, when the eagerly anticipated name was announced by Su Shengshan, the conference room fell silent. Lin Jianjun's eyes almost popped out. Whether it was the impact being too overwhelming, his face turned pale instantly, and he felt a surge of sweetness in his throat. With a splutter, a 10-meter-long blood arrow gushed out from his mouth. Su Group, press conference scene. Click, click. In front of journalists from major newspapers, cameras kept flashing and filming. Su Shengshan was all smiles, in high spirits. I believe many of you have various doubts about the sudden emergence of the beauty pill. I will not hide anything from all of you. Actually, this formula was not independently developed by our Su Group. It comes from the hands of soon to be my grandson-in-law, Lin Juan. Saying this, on the big screen behind Su Shengshan, Lin Juan's image appeared clearly in front of the camera. Here, I also have an announcement to make. I have transferred 30% of my shares to Zizhuan. From now on, I will groom him as the heir of the Su Group. Following the momentum, Su Shengshan once again announced a major news, causing a sensation in the audience. Unbelievable! No one expected that Su Shengshan would have the audacity to pass on the Su family's business to an outsider, especially a son-in-law from a different family. This is unheard of in the upper-class society that values blood ties. But Su Shengshan was not bothered by the looks of others. My company is under my control. After answering a few questions from journalists, he announced the end of the press conference and left the stage. Though Su Shengshan had left, the ripple effects of his exposure were just beginning. After all, the popularity of the beauty pill had been high, attracting the attention of countless people. This press conference could be described as highly anticipated, as everyone was curious about the developer of the beauty pill. When Lin Juan's photo appeared, it also sparked discussions among numerous people. Such a handsome young man. I didn't expect him to be so young, so charming. It's actually Lin Juan. I know him. He's the famous hot-tempered guy in the city. I remember he recently married into the Su family, marrying the vegetable granddaughter of Mr. Su. Su Kinj, right? The top beauty in the city. It's a pity she became a vegetable. But it is because of this that Lin Juan had the opportunity to marry into the family. Otherwise, how could he have such an opportunity? I thought he was just a son-in-law. I didn't expect him to hold the powerful beauty pill. The Su family really hit the jackpot. Not only did they not lose, they benefited greatly. They exchanged their family's fortune for a vegetable woman. And I heard this person is quite sentimental, very emotional. Yes, I used to think they were like an odd couple, but now I see it differently. I admire Su Kinj. Very few women can encounter such a loyal and affectionate man during a major life crisis. Isn't the Lin family the most confused now? I heard Lin Juan's father is the head of the family, but unfortunately he's a terrible father who favors illegitimate sons. The Lin family? Isn't that the Lin group that's about to go bankrupt? Wow, this news is explosive. If I were Lin Jianjun, I would regret it deeply. Lin Jianjun must be regretting it. Sure, with such an outstanding son, but he favored the mistress and illegitimate son. I don't believe Lin Jianjun is in his right mind. Regarding the heated discussions about Lin Juan, Now on various social media platforms, the discussions were intense. Some users, with powerful resources, even dug up all the information they could find about Lin Juan. And not digging up the information might be a shock. No one expected that there would be such a hidden relationship between Lin Juan and the Lin Group, which was on the brink of bankruptcy. Especially when internet users who claimed to be acquaintances stepped forward to expose the deeds of Lin Jianjun and his companions these years. Lin Juan's tragic experience suddenly struck a sympathetic chord with the entire internet community. Outrageous! Numerous internet users, holding their anger, rushed to Lin Jianjun's accounts, ready to unleash the online rage. Lin Group, headquarters. When the name Lin Juan was announced by SUSHENGTIAN ... In the conference room, all the shareholders gasped in disbelief, their faces full of shock. The exclamations were continuous. Young Master Lin. It's actually young Master Lin. So, the reason why the Su family rose to prominence is all thanks to Lin Juan. And why did the opportunity that should have belonged to our Lin Group get intercepted by the Su family? It's all fate. If it weren't for someone's stubbornness, we would have been the ones taking off now. In the room, there were sighs of regret. Many members of the board of directors at the rise of the Su family were filled with envy. The unlimited glory that had belonged to them should have been theirs. But now, because of someone's foolishness, they missed the opportunity. At this moment, the various looks of scorn, disgust, blame, and misunderstanding were all directed towards Lin Jianjun, the head of the group. This fool, was his mind in the right place? Such an excellent son, and he managed to drive him to become an enemy, while treating the illegitimate son as a treasure. Simply put, he was the epitome of an idiot. If Lin Juan were their son, they would have pampered him, providing him with everything he needed. As for the illegitimate son, hurry up and get as far away as possible. And at this moment, Lin Jianjun no longer cared about the accusing gazes of the shareholders. Because his mind was fully occupied by the image projected on the screen, Lin Juan's prominent face was entrenched there. How could this be possible? That rebellious son of his was the mastermind behind the rise of the Su family? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Clearly, Xiaohao was the most outstanding ... That unfilial son, who shouldn't even be fit to compare to Xiaohao in the slightest. Lin Jianjun was unwilling deep inside to admit Lin Juan's excellence. If he acknowledged the achievements of the other, his past actions would seem ridiculous, stupid. This was something he, with his pride, could not accept or tolerate. Unfortunately, no matter how much Lin Jianjun tried to deceive himself ... The glaring image on the big screen continued to ruthlessly prove a cruel fact ... It was him. It was him. It was him. The man who graciously gave away the opportunity that belonged to the Lin family was none other than Lin Jianjun himself. At the thought of this, Lin Jianjun couldn't bear the blow. His face turned pale instantly, feeling a bloody taste rising in his throat. A 10-meter-long blood arrow forcefully gushed out of his mouth. Blood spattered everywhere. As he stumbled to his feet, the numerous shareholders were visibly shocked and quickly rushed over to support him, anxiously saying, "Old Lin, you're not going to die, are you? Don't die now. At least wait until you transfer the shares to your son before you die. That's right, hang in there. Quickly wipe the blood off your lips. We'll take you to the Su family now. You must seek Lin Juan's forgiveness before you die. Your son is the one who holds the complete formula now. The company's survival depends on him. No matter what means you use, you must beg for Lin Juan's forgiveness. Old Lin, you have to sever ties with that mistress and her son immediately. It's urgent now. In the future, Lin Juan is the one you should try to please. Forget it. Let's all go to see Lin Juan together. This shows sincerity, and the chairman of the group can only be Lin Juan. After learning that Lin Juan is the owner of the formula, many shareholders were filled with remorse, feeling they had been blind before. But it wasn't too late. There was still a chance. After all, Lin Juan bore the surname Lin. As long as they sincerely apologized ... He would surely not watch the Lin Group go bankrupt. By then, the company would not only be saved, but it could even soar to great heights like the Su family. Excited by these thoughts, The crowd, despite Lin Jianjun's condition, escorted him out, eager to go to Lin Zhuan's location as a group. You, let go of me! Fefta Lin Jianjun was trembling with anger at the callousness of his former subordinates. The shocking impact brought by Lin Zhuan added to the multiple massive blows, causing him to feel the bloody taste rising in his throat once again. A 10-meter-long blood arrow forcefully gushed out of his mouth. Once again blood spattered everywhere. With his head tilted, ex-nar, dizzy. The shareholders, seeing his condition, frowned, continuously complaining, really. He chooses to faint now of all times. Old Lin's physical condition is really poor. Let's take him to the hospital first. Wait for him to wake up, and then immediately take him to the Su family. Regardless, he must seek Lin Zhuan's forgiveness. Yes, the Lin group has come to this point. Lin Jianjun must take full responsibility. Also, make a call to have Lin Hao and his mother come to the hospital. As the host, we must do it for him. Otherwise, Lin Zhuan won't forgive this scumbag dad so easily. Old Lin, your son is the one who holds the complete formula now. The survival of the company depends on him. No matter what means you use, you must kneel and beg for Lin Zhuan's forgiveness. Let's call this trouble-causing mother and son to the hospital. Lin family, employee dormitory. Lin Hao and his mother sat on the sofa with dark expressions, silent. Through the press conference, they learned about Lin Zhuan's situation, and their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Especially Lin Hao. He was almost ferocious, glaring at Lin Zhuan's image on the live broadcast, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Lin Zhuan, that bastard. Where did he get the formula for the beauty pill? Why was it always him who had the good luck? I'm not inferior to him. Why should all the limelight be taken by him? Why? And the Su group has already become the shape of that bastard? Everything I've dreamed of, Lin Zhuan has easily obtained. Damn heaven! Why are you so unfair? Lin Hao was consumed with hatred. As Lin Zhuan continued to excel, it made him feel increasingly inferior. White Yue Lan, sitting next to him, sighed. Why don't we leave? The bankruptcy of the Lin group is unavoidable now. Staying here might lead to loan sharks chasing us. It's better to pack up and leave the city now. Hearing this, Lin Hao thought for a moment. In the end, he shook his head, unwilling to give up on everything, slipping away in a dejected manner. After coming this far today, Lin Hao couldn't bear to leave everything behind, slinking away like this. Mom, I think we should wait. Now that everyone knows that the Su family's rise is due to Lin Zhuan's formula, Lin Jianjun and those old foxes in the company are no exceptions. They will definitely try everything to get Lin Zhuan's formula from him. As long as they succeed, the company can take off again and become a billion-dollar empire, who knows? And then we still have a chance to keep the Lin group in our hands. White Yue Lan greedily swallowed her spit. She couldn't even imagine 100 billion, let alone 1,000 billions. It wasn't until now that she had a clear understanding of the value of Lin Zhuan's formula. Immediately, she dropped the subject of leaving. After all, to be successful, you have to go crazy first, disregarding everything and charging forward. Ding Lingo, at that moment, she received a call from the hospital, learning about Lin Jianjun's fainting. After hanging up the phone, though feeling impatient, for the sake of her future plan, Lin Hao and his mother set off for the hospital. Hawks He Group. Damn it, how could it be him? In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a man with a face sharp as a knife and with a piercing gaze stood, cursing incessantly in frustration. Ever since he learned that Lin Zhuan was the owner of the formula. Ho Kishin's cursing almost never stopped, his face constantly dark and moody. This sudden change had completely disrupted his recruitment plans. Lin Zhuan had a history with him. It was inconceivable that he would hand over the formula to him. Even if they had no history, there was no way anyone could get the formula out of Lin Zhuan's hands. Especially now that he married the daughter of the Su family and had even become the heir of the Su family. Both sides had become an alliance, and Lin Zhuan couldn't find any reason to betray the Su family. Su Shengshan is a cunning old fox. He is really willing to let go of his own interest. Ho Kishin's narrow eyes squinted, muttering to himself, since the conventional way isn't working, I have to try some special methods. Anyway, no matter what method I use, I must get my hands on the beauty pill formula. Magic City, First People's Hospital. Inside the VIP ward, a pale-faced woman lay on the hospital bed, weakly asleep. Outside the ward, Director Feng, wearing a white coat with many wrinkles on his face, was smiling as he reported the patient's condition to Lin Zhuan. Lin Xiao, fortunately, there were no mishaps. The kidney transplant surgery went very smoothly, and Mrs. Chen Mei's condition has gradually stabilized. Just relax and recuperate well in the next few months. I believe she will recover soon. Satisfied with the news, Lin Zhuan nodded and instructed, very well, she should stay in the hospital for observation during this period. Get a few nurses to take care of her 24/7s until Mrs. Chen Mei fully recovers. Understood. I will arrange that right away. Director Feng eagerly nodded. He had received news earlier. Lin Zhuan was the future heir of the Su family. Establishing a good relationship with him would greatly benefit his own future, ensuring he would take good care of the patient assigned to him. After Director Feng left, Lin Zhuan turned to the man behind him, patted his shoulder, and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, your wife has been given a new lease on life. At this moment, Ma Yingsh was already so excited that he couldn't contain himself. He immediately knelt before Lin Zhuan, swearing allegiance. Mr. Lin, I owe you a great debt. From now on, my life is yours. I will follow your lead. All right, get up. It's early in the morning and you're kneeling down like this. Seeing Ma Yingzhe's total devotion, Lin Zhuan smiled and helped him to his feet. He advised him to take care of his wife well for now and formalize their arrangement later. However, Ma Ying shook his head repeatedly, looking determined. Mr. Lin, boss, if you have any tasks for me, just tell me. As for my wife, I'll let her know when she wakes up. She should understand. Grateful from the depths of his heart to the man who saved his wife, Ma Yingzhe was determined to serve Lin Zhuan and repay his kindness. All right then. Lin Zhuan tilted his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. He then introduced himself formally. Little did he know, Ma Yingzhe had already gathered information about Lin Zhuan from various media platforms. Lin Zhuan was pleased as he wouldn't have to explain much. So let's get to the point. I will provide you with funding, and your task will be to recover as many shares of the Lin Group as possible for me. Recovering shares of the Lin Group. But wasn't it on the verge of collapse? Even if one held a significant stake, they couldn't evade the fate of the company's demise. Normally, nobody would want the shares of the Lin Group, even if they were given away. However, without much questioning, Ma Yingzhe understood his role. He was to be Lin Zhuan's right-hand man and execute his commands perfectly. I understand, boss. Ma Yingzhe nodded firmly, his eyes full of determination. This was the first command Lin Zhuan issued to him, and he was determined to carry it out. They then discussed the specific steps for acquiring the shares. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Zhuan left with a satisfied smile, impressed by Ma Yingzhe's business acumen. He truly lives up to the role of the protagonist's right-hand man in the story. With his assistance, I can save a lot of time and focus on the most important task, the paste business. For Lin Zhuan, the most crucial task was always harvesting paste points and realizing his dream of becoming an invincible immortal emperor. Other goals, such as making money or building influence, were secondary. He couldn't afford to devote too much energy to them. With just Ma Yingzhe at his side currently, it was clear that more manpower was needed. Perhaps, I should find ways to expand the team. Since we are all relatives, Big Uncle will surely not mind. Makes perfect sense, as Lin Zhuan walked and pondered, recalling the next step to recruit a right-hand man for Su Fan. Shut up! You, the illegitimate child of a mistress, think you have the right to call me brother? Disgusting! Facing Lin Zhuan's cold and disdainful tone, Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a moment of ferocity. What he hated most in his life was being called the illegitimate child of a mistress, even though he knew it was true. But whenever it was pointed out like this, he instinctively felt angry and inferior. Especially Lin Zhuan used such a contemptuous tone, exposing his inner scar. He couldn't accept it at all. At this moment, if it weren't for the last strand of restrained rationality in his heart, Lin Hao would have erupted long ago. He bit his tongue desperately. The pain temporarily restored his sanity, and continued to mumble apologies with tearful eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I am willing to do anything. I just beg you to save the Lin Group. That was our home. Bullseye. What amazing endurance. Is this guy a ninja turtle? Seeing himself being humiliated like this, Lin Hao could still smile and call himself brother. Lin Juan rolled his eyes, feeling completely resigned. You're willing to do anything, right? Fine. Jump off the roof right now, and I'll share the prescription with you. Of this. Hearing such a crazy request, Lin Hao's face turned green. This hospital has 18 floors, dozens of meters high. Jumping from the roof, he would meet God on the spot. For a moment, Lin Hao's face was ugly, standing there in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. At this time, Bai Yulin standing next to him couldn't bear it anymore. With a stiff smile on her face, she jumped out to mediate. Xiao Shuan, you're taking this joke too far. We're all family. Why make a joke like this in front of outsiders? In Mommy's opinion, we shouldn't. Thinking that Lin Juan would give her, his mother, a bit of face, but was not expecting Lin Juan to be indifferent. He coldly glanced at her and said unkindly, "Stop. Who are you? Who said you and your mistress are family? I told you a while ago, my mom passed away long ago. Are you also a dead person?" With these words, the forced smile on Bai Yulin's face could no longer be maintained, and she was left with an expression of misery. Boring. Lin Juan turned his head to leave, tired of entangling with this bizarre family, thinking that the other party could bring him some surprises. But who would have thought it was just old tricks and boring? Wait, Lin Xiao. You can't leave. If you go, the company will be finished. Old Lin, control your wife and child. What are you standing there for? Come apologize to Lin Xiao for your mistakes. Seeing the negotiation fail and Lin Juan prepared to leave, the many shareholders were desperate, with one director in a black suit directly turning to Lin Hao and shifting all the blame to him. You, the illegitimate child, what are you still doing? Is this how you apologize? What attitude? Kneel down immediately and kowtow to Lin Xiao with 108 knocks. And you slut, it's because you gave birth to this bastard that angered Lin Xiao. You need to kneel down and apologize too. That's right, kneel down and kowtow. Kneel. At this moment, all the anger and unrest were vented on Lin Hao and his mother, shouting at them to kneel down. Especially when they found that Lin Juan suddenly stopped in his tracks, seemingly enjoying watching their infighting. His eyes were shining even more. Thinking that they found a way to please Lin Juan, they shouted louder and louder for them to kneel down in front of everyone. In this deafening shout, Lin Hao could no longer pretend to be calm, his eyes almost spitting fire. These bastards! It should be fine as long as he apologizes, but they are still demanding that he kneel down and apologize in front of so many people. Isn't that completely rubbing his dignity on the ground? And even demanding that his mother kneel down with him. Simply outrageous. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. Although he used to kneel down from time to time, he did it voluntarily, deliberately using tricks to harm Lin Juan. But now he was being forced. The disparity between then and now was incomparable, making it impossible for Lin Hao to accept. How could he not understand? Just a few weeks ago, Lin Juan was like his toy, humiliated and tortured by him in every way. But at some point, the situation between the two gradually reversed. The disparity during this period was something Lin Hao couldn't accept. Not kneeling. Huh? Fine. We'll help you. Really? How dare Lin Xiao wait so long? HMPH. Ignorant fool, an apology must be sincere. Seeing Lin Hao ignoring their calls, the many shareholders took action in order to please Lin Juan, surrounding Lin Hao and his mother, wanting to help them kneel down. That's enough. You are going too far. And at this moment, Lin Jianjun, unable to bear it any longer, finally roared. As the longtime chairman of the Lin Group, Lin Jianjun still retained some dignity. In his eyes, almost as if he was about to kill, the shareholders looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and lay a hand on Lin Hao and his mother in front of him. Following that, Lin Jianjun turned to his eldest son, his eyes filled with complex emotions of disappointment, remorse, resentment, and hope. Thousands of words boiled down to a sentence. Do you still want to be my son, huh? As long as you help the Lin Group through this crisis, I promise to treat you and Lin Hao equally in the future. You are both my good sons. Heh. Facing Lin Jianjun's expectant gaze, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but smirk. This old guy. Even at this point, he's still living in a dream. Even though they have reached this point, he still doesn't acknowledge his past disgusting behavior. In response, Lin Zhuan could only give an international gesture. Equals very well. I hope you don't regret it. From now on, we are father and son in name only. You'll never recognize me as your father again. I swear. Even if the company goes bankrupt, I won't let you humiliate my beloved family because I begged you. Ignoring the stunned gaze of the shareholders, Lin Jianjun pulled Bai Yulin and her son into his arms, his eyes firm as he said, "Money is valuable, but family is more precious. I have thoroughly understood the true meaning of life. You, this disobedient son, will never taste the warmth of family love, and I will never bend to you, this beast, for money. Although being poor is quite tragic, but it's even more tragic to give up the dignity of family for money. Listen well, son. Your father's final lesson, wealth can measure your life, but it cannot replace it. Don't be proud of wealth, be proud of your noble character. Poverty is not scary, but lacking the courage to face it is. Money isn't everything. It is something outside of yourself. You can't take it with you when you die. Don't let money become a stumbling block to your noble character. After calmly facing the reality of bankruptcy, Lin Jianjun had a moment of enlightenment, determined not to compromise with Lin Zhuan for money anymore. He straightened his backbone, filled Lin Zhuan with a bunch of profound principles, leaving a considerable spiritual fortune for the ungrateful son. From then on, father and son went their separate ways, without owing each other anything. Lin Jianjun's speech was so passionate and inspiring that it left everyone dumbfounded. But Lin Zhuan just sneered and gave an international gesture. Heh. You're amazing for being so noble. He couldn't be bothered with Lin Jianjun's continued nonsense, pushing aside the group of directors from the Lin group in front of him and walking away alone. Poor parents in the world. Perhaps I really did wrong in the past. Watching the back of his eldest son walking away, Lin Jianjun sighed deeply. When he realized that there was no possibility of repairing the relationship between them, he couldn't help but feel a hint of apology, sadness, and reluctance. Now that he thought back, he had indeed been a bit biased, especially forcing Lin Zhuan to marry the vegetable-like person from the Su family. He ruined his eldest son's marital happiness for life. But fortunately, Su Shengshan now valued Lin Zhuan a lot. In the end, he considered this a coincidence and did not feel guilty as he left. And the spiritual fortune he left behind for his eldest son was worth its weight in gold. As long as Lin Zhuan could absorb a bit of it, it would be enough for him to benefit for a lifetime. With that, Lin Jianjun felt he no longer owed Lin Zhuan anything. It was actually Lin Zhuan who repeatedly defied him, refused to be a good son, and hurt his father deeply that owed him. But because of this, Lin Zhuan has completely lost the most sacred and precious fatherly love in the world and will live forever in regret. Perhaps the punishment for the disobedient child far outweighs the 10 great Chinese tortures. It should be enough for him to repent of his mistakes. Lin Jianjun muttered to himself, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. He suddenly felt a little too heartless to let a child undergo such inhumane spiritual torture. Father, husband, at this moment, the two concerned voices from his arms drew Lin Jianjun's attention back. Lowering his head, he looked at the two treasures nestled in his arms, a warm feeling filling his heart. Yes, Now he should pay more attention to, not the abandoned disobedient son, but the two loved ones in his arms. I'm sorry. Howard, Yulin. The company may be beyond redemption, and following me might entail some hardship in the future. Caressing the heads of his two precious ones in his arms, Lin Jianjun apologized sincerely. As a self-proclaimed upright man, unable to provide his family with abundant material wealth, he felt very guilty. But who would have thought? It's okay, Daddy. We're a family of woodcutters. As long as the three of us are together, whether we have money or not, it's a happy home. Yeah. Husband, in your eyes, am I just a gold-digging woman? I love you for who you are, not your money. Lin Hao and his mother forced smiles, pretending not to care. But the darkness in their eyes could hardly be concealed anymore. Lin Jianjun had sailed through life without any financial troubles, so he could still foolishly believe that family is most important, facing the imminent poverty. But Lin Jianjun's wife and son had experienced a period of poverty before Lin Zhuan's mother passed away. Naturally, they understood the miserable life of the lower class. They were not as optimistic as Lin Jianjun. At this moment, mother and son looked at each other, already considering their own retreat. On the other side, indeed, you're truly worthy of being my Lin Jianjun's family. You're right. We are woodcutters, a loving family of woodcutters. As long as the three of us stick together, there is no obstacle we can't overcome. After hearing his wife and children's words, Lin Jianjun was moved to tears. He sincerely thanked his ancestors for allowing him to meet his two most important family members in midlife. What more could he ask for? As for bankruptcy, hard times ahead, becoming poor destitute, these were all minor issues. Starting over from scratch would be just fine, right? With confidence in his business acumen, Lin Jianjun believed he could establish a billion-dollar group. And the next time, he would establish a trillion-dollar, quadrillion-dollar group, soon to reign over the world. Did you think Lin Jianjun would be defeated? No, no, no. The famous commentator, American five-star General Douglas MacArthur once said, "Those who cannot defeat me will only make me stronger." Just as Lin Jianjun immersed himself in his plans for a grand comeback, the directors around him sunk into deep despair. It's over. Seeing Lin Xiao in this state, he's determined not to forgive Lin Jianjun, that fool. The Lin Group is doomed to bankruptcy and liquidation. Now we need to find a scapegoat and try to sell off our shares as much as possible to recover some losses. Oh, but our Lin Group's terrible situation is well known. Who would be foolish enough to take over? It's all old Lin's fault. Passing over such an outstanding son like Lin Xiao and favoring this little bastard. Now look what's happened. Humph. Realizing that bankruptcy was inevitable, a large group of board members gritted their teeth and raged in resentment. Especially towards Lin Jianjun, their resentment was sky-high, venting their anger one after another. How dare you? How dare you curse me? Seeing the situation as it was, Lin Jianjun dared to maintain his chairman posture in front of them, provoking rage from everyone, rolling up their sleeves to strike. Hooligans! Do you want to rebel? Faced with the menacing looks of the shareholders crowding around, Lin Jianjun felt panicked in his heart, but still firmly reprimanded them loudly, intending to suppress them with the authority of the chairman. However, he didn't stop to think. Lin's group was on the brink of bankruptcy. Everyone was about to become commoners in the same lower class who would care about an outdated chairman like him. A toothless tiger is just a cat. Without the support of the Lin Group, Lin Jianjun was nothing. Wait, what are you all worried about? The company may go bankrupt, but I'm still here. As long as you are willing to believe in me, with my intelligence and talent, establishing another billion-dollar conglomerate again is as simple as drinking water, isn't it? What I lack now is startup capital. If you are willing to raise funds for me, I will definitely give you 10 times the profit in return. Lin Jianjun held his head high, excitedly describing his ambitions. Unfortunately, faced with his PUA, the board of directors and shareholders present were all looking at him as if he were a fool. These people had been in the corporate world for many years and were not fresh newcomers. How could they believe Lin Jianjun's empty promises? Especially regarding the abilities of the former chairman, they were well aware he was nothing but a waste. If it weren't for the solid foundation of the Lin Group in its early days, coincidentally riding the wave of the times and reaping the profits, based on Lin Jianjun's frequent blunders in recent years, perhaps the Lin Group would have already collapsed. I have tolerated you for a long time, Lin Jianjun. A little strength, pretending to be someone important, huh? Haha, I'm laughing so hard. Do you really think we are as stupid as you? You still want to lead us again? Go take a good look at yourself in the mirror. In the past, we used to praise you. Do you really think setting up the company was solely because of your abilities? It's laughable. You're just a freeloader. Exactly. Without your ex-wife, losing the position of chairman, you know nothing now. Want to deceive me into providing you with startup capital, then run away after taking it? Garbage. If it were you, Lin, I might have forgiven you. Even if we're not pleased, we still have to address you as chairman. But I never expected even your own son couldn't persuade you back. Useless. You will regret this, mark my words. When you experience the horrors of poverty, I guarantee you will cry and beg for your son's forgiveness. Sadly, it's too late. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have long been displeased with your whole family. Today, I must vent my frustrations and see how you used to flaunt your status in front of me. ... Dismissive of Lin Jianjun's self-righteousness, the shareholders mocked him, entering into a mocking mode. With the company destined for bankruptcy, they only wanted to humiliate and pound Lin Jianjun to relieve their pent-up anger. As they heard the vulgar insults and curses, Lin Jianjun was left in disbelief. In his mind, he was always an esteemed chairman, adored by the shareholders. But now, watching those familiar faces filled with anger, Lin Jianjun was dazed, shocked. For the first time, he experienced the taste of losing power. He thought even if he wasn't the chairman of the Lin Group, with his charisma, he could gracefully exit amidst the blessings of others. Then find a new home and experience life as a commoner, but things seemed like they wouldn't go as he had envisioned. Leave it. What's the point of talking to him? Let's just beat this bastard up. And then, we need to figure out how to sell off our shares. After reaching a consensus, over a dozen shareholder representatives, wearing fierce expressions, approached the Lin family. What are you up to? It's a lawful society now. If you dare to do something unfounded, I'll call the police. Seeing their former colleagues wearing wicked smiles, seemingly intent on eliminating them, Lin Jianjun quickly shielded Lin Haolian and his son in the backseat of a taxi. Soon, amidst the shoves and pushes, a member of the Lin family stumbled and fell. Seeing the shareholders with red eyes, fists raised, closing in, Lin Jianjun hurriedly tackled them, shielding his wife and son. With each punch raining down on his back like raindrops. Bang! 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 Indeed, just like the shareholders had taunted, Lin Jianjun had lost everything. But he still had his two closest family members, allowing him to face the situation with fearlessness, mentally invincible. In that moment, Lin Jianjun's gaze remained firm, taking on the responsibility of a man, protecting his wife and son. Despite the blood trickling down his lips, he tried to endure the pain, offering a gentle smile to his wife and son, as if reassuring them that everything would be all right. Daddy ... Honey ... Lin Haolian and his son cried out in shock, and tears streamed down their faces. Watching Lin Jianjun, standing like a shield in front of them, they were briefly touched, feeling waves of guilt and anxiety rising in their hearts. The ancient saying goes, the deeper the love, the greater the pain, and the deeper the hatred. If one day, Lin Jianjun learns an unbearable truth, what terrible things might he do then? Lin Haolian and his son shivered, not daring to continue their thoughts. At that moment, the hospital's security guards noticed the commotion and rushed over to intervene and call the police. Seeing this, to avoid being arrested, the shareholders hurriedly scattered in all directions, leaving behind the Lin family on the ground. However, in the midst of their joy of surviving, at a corner of the corridor, a man wearing a mask was observing them, and he made a phone call. Boss, I have found the Lin family. Good. Find a good opportunity to capture them. Remember, try not to harm them too much. I need to use them to obtain the formula. Understood. Hanging up the phone, the masked man glimpsed at Lin Jianjun and his family getting up, preparing to leave. He hurriedly followed. On the other side, the shareholders gathered again, their faces grim, contemplating the future path. Everyone, what should we do now? Lin Zhuan's attitude clearly indicates a complete break with Lin Jianjun. In this situation, no matter how we plead, I'm afraid it's beyond redemption. The stock price has fallen to dust today. I am utterly hopeless. The directors sat by the flower bed, sighing, feeling extremely regretful. If only we had put our trust in Lin Zhuan instead of Lin Haolian. I didn't expect Lin Jianjun's idiotic behavior to lead to this situation. No point in regretting. Who would have thought Lin Zhuan could turn the tables? Lin Jianjun's foolish actions back then clearly aimed for Lin Haolian to inherit the company. Who would have known? So regretful. We all had the opportunity to succeed, but was ruined by that idiot Lin Jianjun. If I could go back, I would definitely stand firm with Lin Zhuan. But there's no going back. The directors gathered together, consoling each other silently, exchanging sympathetic glances. Meanwhile, a man with a horse-like face, looking extremely ugly, appeared before them. I want to purchase the shares in your hands. I'm not taking advantage. I'll offer you the current market price. Oh. Upon hearing the man's words, the shareholders immediately stood up, looking at Ma Yingzhi in disbelief. Who is this person? Doesn't he know the current situation of the Lin Group? Why would he purchase the shares at a time when bankruptcy seemed imminent? Perhaps he was unaware of the impending collapse of the Lin Group. But then it didn't make sense either. By now, some of the more quick-thinking old-timers had different thoughts. Regardless of their pondering, the likely bankruptcy of the Lin Group had become an undeniable fact that couldn't be reversed. But they dared not ask too much, fearing that Ma Yingzhi, this sucker, might realize later and back out of the deal. What if he decided not to buy their shares after all? If you're not selling, then forget it. Seeing the shareholders hesitate for a moment, Ma Yingzhi chuckled coldly and walked away. He had already calculated that they were desperate and would definitely sell their shares to him. Otherwise, these worthless shares in their hands served no purpose. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Zhuan's instructions, these people offering their shares for free would not have caught his attention. He couldn't be bothered. Wait, sir, we didn't say we're not selling. As expected, upon watching Ma Yingzhi leave without hesitation, the Lin Group directors panicked and hastily ran after him. Finally finding a sucker, they couldn't let him slip away, or the shares in their hands would indeed be worthless. Selling the shares now would at least bring in some money, better than nothing. Whether Ma Yingzhi's reasons for purchasing the shares or his identity, they didn't care at this point. The imminent collapse of the Lin Group seemed inevitable. It was about getting rid of these stock burdens before it was too late. 1 hour later, to the anxious anticipation of the directors, the share transfer agreements were signed smoothly. Few as the names were signed, a wave of relief washed over the shareholders, their faces finally bearing smiles. They were grateful that no complications arose during the signing process, finally passing off the hot potato of their shares. Although the price was insultingly low, it was better than holding on to them as they watched the value decrease. As they watched Ma Yingzhi walk away, empathy appeared on their faces. Although we don't know why this sucker wants to buy our worthless shares, he should come to regret it soon, right? Who cares if he regrets it? We can't rescind the contract now. We've already received the money. We can't give it back. The only regret is, the price is too low. If we add up all our shares, based on the stock price a month ago, we could have sold for tens of billions. But now, we have sold just for 10 million. Such a loss. Just thinking about it makes my heart bleed. I wish I had sold them earlier when the stock price was booming. Stop being hindsight heroes. At that time you wouldn't have had the heart to sell. Selling now is better than holding on to them. Let's be content. That's true. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to some street food. Let's eat and discuss our future directions. The shareholders felt relieved and jubilant after releasing their shares, relieved that they had found a sucker and taken advantage. At that moment, the sucker they referred to was sitting in the backseat of a taxi, studying the share transfer agreement, a faint smile on his horse-like face. Simultaneously, feeling a sense of glory rising within him for fulfilling his mission. Indeed, the Lin Group shareholders' representatives, a group of more than 10 people, collectively holding 20% of the shares. Sujia Manor. A pair of red couplets hung at the entrance of the villa, printed with auspicious blessings in golden ink, foreshadowing the upcoming joyous occasion. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but feel happy unconsciously. This kind of emotion I've truly never experienced before. With the continuous advancement of the big day approaching, even Lin Zhuan, who usually had a carefree attitude, would occasionally have various unexplainable and unclear emotions surfacing. The thought of ending his years of single life and entering the grave of marriage made Lin Zhuan feel a mix of anticipation, nervousness, excitement, worrying. Especially in his peculiar marriage with Su Qinj, which was like night and day compared to a normal marriage between ordinary people, almost unprecedented. However, despite that, Lin Zhuan was confident that he could manage this marriage well. Taking a deep breath, Let's go. Silently encouraging himself in his heart, Lin Zhuan hugged a bouquet of violets, pushed open the villa door with a smile, and walked in. Passing through the door frame, what caught Lin Zhuan's attention was sitting cross-legged on the red couch, a young man dressed in black. Ahem, Su, brother Su Fan, you've arrived. Looking at the aura of someone not to be approached emanating from the meditating eldest uncle, Lin Juan subconsciously felt a bit nervous. This feeling was akin to most people meeting their girlfriend's father, feeling instinctively uncomfortable. It wasn't just Lin Juan who felt this complicated emotion. Su Fan on the couch also slowly opened his eyes, stood up hesitantly, and nodded in greeting, unsure of how to act. Initially not very satisfied with the guy who was about to take away his sister, Su Fan had his reservations. As a potential brother-in-law, Lin Juan didn't quite meet his standards of excellence. However, after these few days of interaction, he had somewhat changed his opinion of Lin Juan, no longer as resistant as before. Even though this future brother-in-law lacked abilities and had nothing to offer beyond his looks, as long as he genuinely treated his little sister well, Su Fan could reluctantly accept him. Furthermore, considering Lin Juan's contributions to the Su family, as well as his grandfather's high regard for him, his sister's behavior didn't seem too resistant to this marriage. And with no grounds to oppose it now, Su Fan could only choose to gradually accept this brother-in-law. I saw the news this morning. Congratulations. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Fan surprisingly took the initiative to speak. The news this morning? Lin Juan paused for a moment, but quickly realized he was referring to the press conference held by Grandpa Su. I am grateful for Grandpa Su's trust. I will do my utmost to protect the Su family and to protect Kinj. Lin Juan smiled and took this opportunity to make a promise to his eldest uncle. Hearing this, Su Fan felt relieved, a rare smile curling up the corners of his lips. At this moment, Su Fan also felt slightly more at ease. Initially, when he learned that Su Shengshan was planning to hand over the company to Lin Juan, he was somewhat uncomfortable. The Su group was supposed to belong to him, according to the normal course of events, but now it had unexpectedly ended up in Lin Juan's hands. This naturally sparked some displeasure in Su Fan. However, after witnessing the miraculous effects of the beauty pills, he slowly understood his grandfather's decision. The beauty-enhancing effects of this pill were at least at times better than any similar medication he had come across, indicating its high value. Yet Lin Juan didn't ask for anything in return, he willingly contributed. This showed that, in his heart, his trust and love for the Su family and Su Kinj far surpassed the temptations of immense profits. Based on this sincere feeling, which his grandfather recognized, Lin Juan indeed became the most suitable candidate to be his grandson-in-law. As for handing over the company to him, it was purely a matter of trust. So be it. I've already decided not to associate with my little sister and the many more. The Su family needs a man to stand in for me at least. Unless my sister never intends to marry. Otherwise, sooner or later, someone will take my place. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on him privately. If this cheap brother-in-law dares to have ill intentions, I'll sneakily castrate him and choose a more suitable son-in-law for my little sister. Let's happily stick with this decision. On the other side, for some reason, Lin Juan suddenly felt a chill in his pants, causing him to break out in goosebumps. What's happening? Could it be that there are troublemakers trying to harm him? However, this sensation came and went quickly, and Lin Juan didn't pay much attention to it. Brother Su Fan, I have something to take care of, so I'll take my leave now. Please feel free. Seeing the atmosphere in the living room once again becoming awkward, Lin Juan quickly found an excuse and went upstairs via the stairs. Su Fan, upon seeing this, didn't obstruct him and returned to his seat on the couch. He had thought to inquire about the source of Lin Juan's prescription. Such a miraculous prescription surely had a complex origin, which piqued his interest. However, considering that everyone had their hidden secrets, Su Fan ultimately restrained his curiosity. Lin Juan pushed open. Listen carefully. The following questions were all requested by Sister Kinj for me to ask. You must answer truthfully with a clear conscience. In the bridal chamber with freshly applied makeup, Chen Kexin looked serious as she patted Lin Juan's shoulder, signaling him to be prepared. All right. Hurry up. Don't waste time. I still have to give Kinj a massage later. Lin Juan responded with a helpless look, urging her repeatedly. He had a smile on his face, ready to start today's sticking task, but unexpectedly, Chen Kexin stopped him midway. She mentioned that before their upcoming wedding, Su Kinj had some private questions that she needed to ask him. Those questions were just revealed to her, and now it was her turn to ask them. Kinj, is this real? Lin Juan immediately asked the person involved, receiving a response from the young girl. It is true. Su Kinj admitted to the matter, eagerly awaiting Lin Juan's answer. As their relationship had reached this stage, they were already an inseparable entity within a short period. Therefore, she especially wanted to know Lin Juan's views on the future, particularly the direction of the Su family group and exploring a path to regain the family's former glory and promptly elevate to the top. Besides their wedding night, this was the most concerning matter for Su Kinj at the moment. Family always held the utmost importance in her eyes. Judging from Lin Juan's recent behavior, she anticipated a different perspective from him. Thus, under Lin Juan's impatient prodding, Chen Kexin began with the first question. Are you a virgin? Or to phrase it differently, have you had sexual encounters? Have you made love? Asterisk cough. Cough asterisk, is this question for real? Are you seriously asking me this? Listening to this utterly surprising question, Lin Juan nearly choked on his own saliva. He looked incredulous, staring left and right at Chen Kexin, seriously suspecting that she was joking. How could Su Kinj possibly ask such a question? It was simply outrageous. How is this even plausible? With a stern expression on her face, she made it impossible to discern any hint of joking. Why would I lie to you? Underscore. As a girl about to enter marriage, it's normal for Sister Kinj to care about this, right? Don't you men inquire about the emotional history of the woman before marriage and understand various information about them? This is a lifelong commitment. Shouldn't it be taken seriously? Many girls feel too shy to ask outright, but that doesn't mean they don't want to know, right? This. Oh. It actually makes sense and is hard to refute what is happening here. If I didn't know the plot and realize that Su Kinj is a completely pure girl, I wouldn't have chosen to marry her without hesitation, right? He is not a pushover. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be wise to understand clearly before considering marriage. From Su Kinj's perspective, it's likely the same. Without cause, I've become a vegetable, then inexplicably arranged for a tool man to marry. And this marriageable son-in-law from the Lin family, she had never interacted with him before, probably not even familiar with his appearance, yet she was thrust into marriage. It would leave anyone perplexed, right? Surely Su Kinj felt the same. She definitely had many questions she wanted to ask herself. However, there were some private questions she felt uncomfortable asking directly, so she had Chen Kexin ask on her behalf to avoid awkwardness. Thinking about this, Lin Juan gave up struggling completely and decided to accompany the gentleman at all costs. All right. Since it's what Kinj wants to know, go ahead and ask whatever you want. I will absolutely not hide anything and be completely honest. Just as Lin Juan was preparing to bare his all to satisfy his fiancée's every doubt. In the darkness of her confined consciousness, Su Kinj was already blushing, her toes curling up with embarrassment.